喂喂，都幾大聲，啲新 A 有啲難聽到。
大家好。
係，咁就等佢開波啊！瞓得幾耐？啱啱瞓醒，中午就 hea 咗陣，跟住再卜暈自己，依家 OK 嘅都，要諗辦法。中午整咗啲嘢嘅，不過嗰個即係問題係即係，唉，唔知有冇時間整。呢幾日係真係攝時間攝到傻。Hello。咁啊，差唔多。咁啊，見到今日就 ChrisWong 2910點就 ChrisWong 啦，12點就29。睇下先 ，ChrisWong 係 F4 鋪，而家就 G3 鋪。ChrisWong 鋪4 10點。
大家好。
12點，同事會揀咗人未？依家等達哥覆咯，達哥覆完就搞掂啦。達哥好似琴日有咪冇聲，唔係啊，真係有講嘢嘅喎，死我！因為我啲新咪，OK 啊，咪可以大聲啲啊，咁啊大聲啲嘅咯。依家大聲啲。咁啊，我有時好驚，因為隻手扭嘅支咪，咁又唔係用啲 software 搞，就我第一次用 hardware 搞支咪聲，驚大嗨。依家唔喐啦，而家。鬼食嚟，唔係好識，真係唔係好識 handle 支咪。依家有時嗡前嗡後咧，都幾影響支咪嘅聲音。少少啦，有時可能要好似啲蒲咁，即係固定個位先，個坐姿都要固定好，敲。
大家好啊！
但係有時啲深呼吸聲都聽到，有尷尬。睇多次嗰個城市盃先，個名單先。哎呀，咁啊都差唔多定好啦。 都冇多人報嘅，個個都可以，根本上全部都可以去打，差唔多。今日收台仲可以瞓一陣，
有咩打唔做冇㗎？
係啊，索寫都睇，所以我唔係好想啲咩啲尷尬，不過都得。邊個大獎？試下米奇咯，我覺得應該唔係。不過老實講唔係好多人報，基本上有報嘅都可以打。咁啊，大家再睇清楚啲先，係咩人？即係再定一定，可能有啲可能會唔夠，但係如果全部齊晒，可能唔夠，可能有一兩個要放。
大家好啊！
咁又唔會。Sam 仔係邊個？呢支威就嗰個即係幾啲扮機，上次打問過佢又唔打咁樣，即係佢好，即係佢係真係純粹，佢應該真係純 casual 玩家，你幫問下佢咯。上次問咗佢俾食檸檬，可能我問就唔打。睇下你問得唔得？差唔多啦。Where Warrior 唔打老累。好似冇聲咁啊嘛。
大家好。
大家好。
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to CEO 2025, the big return home to Orlando. It is day 2 of the competition for the CPT Premier event. Absolutely stacked, an incredible day 1 yesterday, and we still got a full day of action today. And of course, we are kicking it off with a little EU takeover. How are you doing?
Feeling great, happy to have you here alongside me. It's been a fantastic start to CEO, 15 years, celebrating being back in Orlando where it belongs, and of course celebrating being back offline with the points which have attracted some of the stars of the world of Street Fighter 6. They've been flying in from the 4 corners of the globe.
Okay, 走埋得，係咪要死？
Day of action as we continue through the first phase of pools. That's right, so much action to get through. We are still in pools here as we move into the last 2 blocks, and coming up in Pool F, we have got some big international names, including, of course, Ending Walker, which is why they brought us out.
Hey, let's go, it's time.
Completely fair and balanced and very, very honest. But let's talk a little bit about this year's Capcom Pro Tour, of course. What a fantastic situation it is to be back again. Out here, outside, offline premieres, of course, points. We're playing big prize as well. That's all to come. But let's take a look right now at this pricing. Of course, on top of any pricing available.
好多嗰啲老西觀眾隊。你平時見到有邊個邀我嗰扎咯？
I'd say extra on top, an extra $2,000 to the winner on top of their automatic qualification.
係咁噶啦，即係就住 CPT， 唔夠冠軍都唔夠你回本。
On top of your prize money for the event.
大家好啊，
大家好啊。
Capcom for adding that. Of course, I said that the points are back, and that.
嗰班人跌咗個 loser， 啲嘢大喎。
Out. You're going to see some of these names coming up in the next 2 hours. But there you go. As after a couple of events, you see some of those names that have been present. Points going all.
呢個仲要 set 場。唉，我希望聽日唔會爆炸呢 set。咁打完翻去瞓覺，應該死啊我就，跟住瞓醒又再睇。睇下先，星期日個 schedule 係點？ Still Kelvin， 好似有冇嚟咧？唔係好記得。其實好多人我唔知有冇嚟，係咪唔該點跟？平時會你嚟啦，你照嚟啦，有位嘅。我都係等大國福，唔知佢嚟，唔知佢打唔打？佢仲係仲係唔知，仲係異動，仲係隱藏模式。
kind of standings, one of the things you kind of hope as a player is I hope one of these guys on top just wins today. That way they're out of the point race, and that's one more chance for me to get in. And you can see this top 16 has an incredible domination from the Japanese side of things, the absolute strength of the Japanese community on Street Fighter 6.
你報咗名？冇啊。有幫人報名咩？唔好覺嘅。
To Capcom Cup 12 returning in Japan.
你打要講聲，真係唔知嘅。啱啱先知，原來你又想打。不過我都唔知，即係好多人我都唔知有報，有冇會？ 城市杯我陣間出，等大國福 WhatsApp， 大國福完我就排。
It was very unique. It was my first event in Japan for Street Fighter 6. I've been.
你嚟啦，你嚟預埋嚟咯，老師傅。我哋需要高強度，我哋需要強大嘅玩家。
Maybe family style fan base. Lots of families were there out to watch their favorite player. It was really, really cool to be there in Japan. And I know that Capcom
唔夠高手。
absolutely amazing. The previous one was outstanding.
我聽日就死嘅啦，應該會，所以我都最好就唔好落。聽日應該今日直落10幾個鐘，最好你頂埋我個位。
You know, we've got Ending Walker coming through this block. He was one of the young guns to come through in Street Fighter 5. We're going to be expecting to see, I believe,
加埋落去先。 兩制要你打。
The names that are coming through in terms of the youngsters is incredible. Now we've seen Blaz and what he did at
知11點達國唔復我就排啦，唔打你。
大家好啊！
who is, I think, equally as dangerous as Blaz, and showed that with his
見下大角咀呢個風下嘅某一個神秘角落。
We've got players in Japan coming through as well. I believe there's a pair of twins who are 13 years old, one of which is actually part of Street Fighter League Japan as well, so he's been signed up. So
啲屯門牛嫌遠啊嘛，轉個地方。
Against guys that are, well into their 40s. It's just an amazing diversity. I don't think you see anywhere else in esports. Would you see a 13-year-old playing against a 45-year-old, and they're both, full pros?
Yeah, it's absolutely outstanding, and that's what I love about the community. The FGC, it's pretty much everyone, no matter your age, where you're from, whatever you do, come here, press buttons, play fighting games. Shout out to everyone, of course, joining us on stream today. We have a long day ahead with matches, as our first match is getting ready on the stage to open the show.
好啦，兩個唔識嘅人，因為多數第一場咧就佢哋兩個一鋪都未打 round one 嚟。所以基本上就好大機會，嗰路人味好重。咁啊睇下咩料啊！
To everyone tuning in, first match to open the show. You're coming to CEO, no matter your level, no matter where you come from, you get picked up and play on stream right here on twitch.tv/Capcom Fighters. It is time to kick off the action. Aki and Ryu, let's go.
Pool number F4, of course, is the pool that also features Higuchi and ChrisWong. So there's some real big names in here. One of
都開始啦，就波俾人跳到，哎呀大甩招，唔緊要 ，watch 過去頭攻擊啊！對波，咁啊中就撩下佢啦，再下中嘅打中，哎哇新 combo， 呢個後重拳叉電，點錯先錯到嘅呢個勁，我就推波啦 ，OD 波。 哇咁窒嘅突然間，我前衝拳再下，咁啊下中就打中，我一個哈地拳，咁啊攞得毒啦，咁啊跳擊打中，再播一套毒 combo， 再堆埋牆，跳，哇起上叉電，對手唔差都 combo 啊，咁啊兩面鬥陣，唔知係咪好窒咧，都唔係好知，咁多意外出現，之後一個對空成功，邊攞第一燈啊！
That adapting to the opponent, obviously there were two jumps that worked. This one gets the first knockdown. Of course, you can get a DP juggle there if you are ready to convert of this one. Unfortunately, Nick not ready, but still ready to keep the. Time to be in the corner for the throws overhead into nothing. Not meeting crouch medium punch in this situation. But Nick looks good on the positioning, but quite low on the drive gauge.
我咩事啊？喂，咁啊佢大確反啦，無啦射咗呢個一中毒。 咁啊，團腳打中，再跌埋嗰邊，中斷，哇！呢個係咪我問題啊？應該係，但係個聲音冇事嘅喎，應該係嗰張 capture 卡好大問題，佢嗰張 capture 勁窒 ，game 聲大啲啊？好 ，game 聲冇乜嘅啫，我聽嗰陣時，佢都係80%都係佢嗰個人聲咯。誒，講到死埋。 應該係，即係應該係佢嗰個電腦轉播突啫，唔係真係個畫面咁突，即係佢哋打嗰陣時，即係識鳩。誒數腳。比賽冇咁多咧。 錯過嚟嘅啫，冇咁窒嘅。咁啊重拳啦，再拳腳壓制，咁啊波拳，再嚟，再波拳，慢慢跳到對手個攻擊打空，咁啊俾多個 rush， 再俾多個 rush， 跳，喂咁啊又對手起身唔擋啊，食咗個 safe jump。 啊波拳放毒，俾對手跳到，有窒啦！張卡有事喎，大佬。閃翻出嚟。咁啊重拳打中，俾晒油甩招禮個人，真係花蓮 combo。咁食原地跳食咗個波波，
pretty sure does not link to stand fierce. You can get crouch medium, you can get stand roundhouse. Stand fierce is a bit too low.
咁啊放波大俾對手打完啦，再嚟嗰個波，咁啊食波餅死啊！
你翻
發燈先，
One round that I can hear.
He's getting these hits and he's not converting them into.
加添叮啊俾人，
Yeah, well, you know what? DP, bro. If you're not converting, let the game.
應該唔係啊佢哋，如果咁窒佢哋起咗身啦，應該係即係個電腦或者即係攞個色爐落電腦嗰個圓嗰樣嘢。 我低嗰兩個波喺個部，誒唔俾呢部衫喎咁樣，佢又俾阿奇提親啦，哦俾人挑死咗，1-1。即係對空成功啊！ 翻嚟係啊，得翻條命。 咁啊都幾大喎！咁早一條命都做到，之後喺下邊游死咗，拎死。喂，1、2、3，跳。咁啊再俾對手打翻入去，後頭換邊。喂，正，俾晒死咗。差唔多啦，等大哥覆 WhatsApp。 對覆就嚟嘅，波頭又想早啲嘅，不過佢咩人未覆，嗰日都排唔到。叮！個籠，我喺個，因為呢個係嗰啲，呢個係 one run， 所以就基本上都唔好太，即係冇乜水準，求其一個人，好開心喎。
Strength of the silverback gorilla, but if you don't finish your combos, if you're not going for the correct combo routes, then none of that really matters, does it?
Yeah, absolutely. There were a couple of situations where Nick could have gotten a couple more damage left, right,
yeah, I feel
center.
like it took him like a game and a half to remember that he does stand fierce into back roundhouse.
Yeah. It's one of the things. Unfortunately, happens. Playing on stream is a widely different environment, and it's a great experience for all of us. To play the first time on stream.
That brings me back as well to what I watched yesterday when I was commentating the young man Crime's matches, because he looked so comfortable.
I don't get these kids, man.
13, 14 years old.
I don't get this.
I think this is actually his first American tournament ever. I know he went to Blink recently.
He went to Blink where he was on stage, and Blink was loud, so definitely a great way to go through the fire of the stage.
But yeah, it's crazy, you know, how composed some of these competitors are, and it really puts it into context when you watch some other players come and play on stage in these environments, and you know, shaky hands, drop combos, forgetting combo routes.
I will never forget my first ever match on stream was back when I was living in New York at NLBC on Spooky Street.
Oh, nice.
On Street Fighter 4. And I was playing a Sagat, and I haven't punished a single fireball. And my character Ibuki could simply slide on the fireballs very easily, but I was so terrified of being on stream. I was watching like, that's not me playing, that's someone else. It takes a while, you know, for people like us with brains that have fear implemented in it, it works. But for kids who have no problems, no bills to pay, nothing, man. I'm going on stage, I'm playing. I was watching Blast at Capcom Cup. I was like, how are you abroad? You know, you're in Japan, the country, no one speaks your language. You don't even speak English, you're just there.
You're playing for $1 million.
You play for $1 million, and you play to the max of your ability. I don't know, man. I'm not built.
打場未啊？唉 ，Capcom style， 可以玩多個打機。依家 VC 又快好多，我覺得。Capcom 嗰啲 event 就，有啦。係唔知邊個捉兩個人過嚟？咁黃黃咁窒啊
？That's what I always say. You see, when I get counter hit, crouching medium punch instead of a DP anti-air.
Yes.
That's what I say. My dog ate my inputs.
It's time to see. Listen, the thing is, there is a
cross-cut.
Yeah.
Cross-cut jab DP, and I get crouching light punch.
咁就 Jamie 啊，對
It's always the dog.
I did the work.
It's always the dog. I love saying. Yesterday I was commentating and I had a guy named Risky Sweep.
Yeah.
Who opened the show by doing dash forward sweep.
sensational.
CEO moment.
That's a brand name.
I love this.
That's a brand you can trust.
好，我播啦，
大家好啊！
大家好啊！
Left, right, and center. We got some Jamie and another
More Aki.
Aki. Let's go. We are getting blessed with Aki today.
唔知陣間放逼嘅時候又
Hank.
我排啊，
No
差唔多，
I don't know.
唔理達哥。
It's a mix.
I've got a match chat. What do you think?
咁啊前後咁啊有乜支先？
I think we're getting mixed on the names, but
咁啊 lock down 咗，下重拳對空成功，再 rush，
keeping the
再
pressure.
TC 搏招，
No drink. We want
前後啊，
Here we
咁啊
go.
波拳就咁多支，
Oh, we're all the way in. Level 3 now.
挑，哎呀就係瀨嘢，咁啊兩下再波拳埋尾飲4支啦，
fierce with Jamie, but
咁啊4走 Jamie， 踢中啊，但係佢冇搏埋佢，咁啊。 如果前跳諗住追擊嘅時候，俾佢彈前避過咗之後，食咗個輕拳，
When do you think we're going to
咪
hit
先攞
that,
第一燈。
the critical mass of Jamie buffs?
咁啊 Perry 再搏招，
An absolute monster because I feel like he's very scary now.
打中，再搏升埋尾，
getting
咪
better.
知。
And his player base consistently
哎
getting
呀正，哎呀打啲遠啊，搏唔到
I
招。
think that's a very important aspect of Jamie.
哎呀想撳到煙皮㗎啦，見到佢大 rush， 令我自己 burn 到，哇有隻機啦。
Let's go. Not Hank. I've decided
哎呀俾人跳到，咁啊 TC 埋尾 break dance 1-3，
work.
咁我拖長個
Level 3.
即係 combo 時間就搏埋招應該 burn 到完㗎啦，應該
Shout out to not Petrus here as well.
搏唔
Yep,
搏唔
got a good,
跳
from
又真係打中喎。
Brazil when I was,
然後
with these guys. No Zangief Polado this weekend, unfortunately.
No,
哦死咗，
for you.
俾力。
But we're gonna get a few of them in the meantime. That Jamie with running a clinic on that first game. Yeah, that is a lot of water to stay hydrated. Let's go.
Full of electrolytes.
前衝嘅呢個係佢，
Through them really
咪
quickly.
再
Every round he has to hydrate again.
Yeah.
中腳打中對手，波拳埋尾啊！
All right, level 1, here we go.
咁啊，中腳再嚟叮一叮兩下，
We get
再前後，
throw at least. Recognizing that
Purple
his
stuff
opponent.
down. Oh, it's too far away to link after that,
Huh?
unfortunately.
掟一個對空，咁啊打中對手之後再，誒冇事，
Yeah.
Impact 打暈咗啊！
The surprise drive impacts. Definitely getting
咁啊應該死咗啦，應該
maybe that counted the
Oh.
eaten by
No,
dog.
my dog ate the
都唔使俾晒添，
He did.
俾咗兩套 combo 死
I
咗。
promised that, bro.
I pressed it, bro.
I pressed it.
promise
I
you.
promise.
But the
Never,
dog.
if you've never said that in your life, you're lying.
Yeah,
哇！試埋佢俾人打，一盒波送一支走俾對手，
we've all been there.
打中佢打中，有乜知？
Little sweep into the drink. Nope.
喂
I was
正，
about to say not Hank, it's
咁就可以搏招啦
It's。no thank for you.
再搏下重腳，
It's not that NK.
插腳
Maybe it is. Maybe it's a new one. Maybe we're going deep.
波拳埋，哎呀冇事，咁啊擋到對手個 EI。
not that.
打中對手，再俾多個 break dance，OK 啱啱好。
Breakdancing
咁啊入咗阿 Jamie 嘅 match point 啦
Dog ate my input.
，Jamie S 個啊，
Well, that's not enough inputs being eaten for not Hank, at least.
下中腳再撩中拳，打中對手啦，搏招波拳埋尾，
Drive rush.
然後就飲一支
One drink.
對空，
Nice anti-air use of the normal.
哇唔玩啦，level 2啊，
Okay.
唔識個反，哦識個反，
Use the close level 2 as well.
咁就
That's
唔
a
CA
weird choice there.
EC，咁啊應該可以俾晒死嘅應該，
Punish and
咁啊喺門拳腳，哎呀真係打到 Canada Hill 喎，死咗度握手，2-0 Jamie 跌到對手啊，
fun animation.
I love Jamie's level 3. One of the coolest.
Terrible, terrible.
There we go.
Nice.
Match is wrapped up. A clean 2-0 for my dog. 8 my inputs. Rocking the Makoto t-shirt.
Ouais.
Stop asking for Makoto in Street Fighter 6, guys. I will always come
Jamie
people who want Makoto in 6.
都唔似阿
Gap coming.
Aki，Jamie 甩得多過阿 Aki，打多嘢。
Yeah.
No! I want fair and honest characters like Sea Viper.
佢係去晒 casual 嗰啲位咯，呢啲睇比賽嗰啲位係，
Yes.
你不如睇 casual 睇下啲職業選手打，
I can't
好過睇路人喺
see the
度
pass, I'm not gonna lie.
上
This
台
has
打。
got me hype. I can't wait to see the
It was a
characters.
very, very hype roster of 4 characters that I'm very, very fascinated to see like what Ingrid brings.
未打，
technically as well. I think they did such a good job in Street Fighter 5 by fleshing out these characters.
大家好啊。
exist in either other
冇啊，
franchises.
打過 食口多多，
as full
唔使咁諗，唔使諗。
fighter characters. I'm really interested to see how they implement Ingrid on top of how they make characters like Sagat, Sea Viper, and Alex work within this engine.
Yeah,
fascinating.
I think Sea Viper is especially curious because she was such a unique character back then in the game that was, like a bit different in the way you execute combos, high jumps and everything.
Yeah.
Don't really have their place in Street Fighter 6, so there's gonna be another thing to find. And yeah, Ingrid, I see Ingrid as a brand new character because I'm like, just look at her design, that princess Karin style design that she used to have. So it's kind of a brand new character, and if there's anything,
我 chat room 度都未
I
將
don't
個
think a single character has missed in terms of design.
將個
Every character that came out, even characters that
將個
I
backhead
thought
平，我成日
were
有個
really exciting.
擺落 chat room 我真係中意擺個 backhead 多
I
啲，
thought these characters were pretty.
乜嘢都唔擺呢個。
And today they're cool.
Yeah, I'm not a huge fan of some of the OG World Warrior lineup as well, and I think they did an amazing job with the likes of Honda and Blanca.
It's the first game I like Blanca in.
Yeah.
I'm a huge enemy of Blanca. Like, he traumatized me in SF4, but somehow in 6 I'm like, yeah, Blanca's cool. Like it's.
Yeah, I think he's really, really cool.
Yeah.
So I'm looking forward to that. Looking forward to our next matches. So we've got more players set up, ready to go here in pools.
啊，下一場就係路人成衣。
Man against Savion.
Let's go. Next game pulling up. I see M Bison. Bison mirror. You do it like this. Drip Bison.
I love this new costume.
It's actually really cool.
I really like this.
Let's go.
Having this discussion yesterday with Yipes, and he was like, "Yeah, man. I just can't get past the OG costume though. That just has everything that he needs." And
流蘇
I really like.
it's super cool, man.
老西
Like this.
呢個咩
Costume is really cool.
清爽派
Cool as hell.
不會留地，因為波撞過去
I know, some people would
咁啊，
make
但係俾人擋咗啊！
But let's go.
叮一聲，
With the
呢個 parry 聲就話俾你知你 pair 得好好，但係可惜拉錯方佢，撈低眼對手，
neutral jump.
咁啊 OD 撞啦，誒打到個 sim，
Savion
搏招
backdashes out of the throw.
再前頭對手得翻一倍血啦，
Bomb's about to explode.
哇炸 combo， 哇呢波持續去咗拳，咁啊較剪腳有啲遠，有啲近啦，又立輕拳一個反到，
Nice anti-air. Ah, did not believe in
哎呀你跳空氣背喎，跳背啊，你
that jump in.
射都幾大鑊啊！
Let's leave it a punish counter or a counter hit. Just hit him.
有波屈打中，但係冇波。咁啊，全部都打空啦，之後俾巴神入到去，咁啊搏重炸彈，
Comes out on top.
再頭攻擊，俾對手搞頭啊！
The bomb has been planted. And the bomb has been defused.
咁啊打中對手炸彈
There you go.
Let's go.
飛過去，誒打中對手，咁啊用個啲回屈個派身咧避咗對手攻擊，膊頭俾佢擋咗，後頭換邊，
Take that back into the corner.
呢就 level 1擋到啦，呢確反啦，
Hey,
Still gets the big punish.
咁又求其一個跳架 combo，
Chooses to go for the bomb. That's a
前後
choice. He could have
原
definitely
地跳，做個 parry， 咁啊點翻走，飛擋到，
sick, punish
再頭攻擊俾對手搞頭啊
yes.
，OD 撞，但係
I
撞唔
like
中。
crazy corner mix-up.
就機啊！
I'm really happy to have Latif back playing Street Fighter 6 seriously as well.
Yeah, he brought the hype yesterday. Right now,
喂，打中對手點啊？
Macho Madman finds that crouch medium punch.
一比一登就一登，
It is one each between these
Bay.
two. Who's the best Bison of the two to move forwards?
Looks like Savion was a shoe-in to close that out, but great comeback
咁
from
啊較剪腳，哎俾人擋咗，
Right there with the OD, and Savion's going to take him to the corner.
之後反波拳啦，喂無啦啦跳起，咁啊但係對手喺空中，哇迷之 combo，
No.
Sure, this looked like Mr. Psycho Crusher. So, the overhead is
咁行中拳打中，再播一個反波拳啦，哎呀唔衝開，
Saw that earlier with like the neutral jump medium kick.
較剪腳，無啦啦煙劈，
You don't have the charge time. And you press the
咁啊呢個輕拳過反，哇都幾嘈奇，咁啊 level 3啦，啱啦，
Stand light punch, the perfect range to get that punish. Savion was well aware of this one and secures the first points in the mirror match of the day. There's something when you go to an event and you've got to go on stream and you play someone with your character. Like there's a bit of pride being like, no, I am not losing to my own character. There's no way. Not in front of the entire
Go
world.
back, you got to go back to your friends.
哇哇下重腳咁新嘅，之後反波拳埋尾，
I lost, but that was close.
再前頭，膊頭打連埋陣啦，但係
And we get the conversion.
又點啊？
Burned himself out.
That's what he wanted last time.
Yep.
咁啊 TC 打埋咗地㗎啦，咁啊 match point 啦。喂，咁佢咁咪較剪腳啦，咁啊但係又冇反擊，跳，拉後定打到對手再搏招，我重腳打中，咁啊整個 OD 版本嘅西擊。對手揀手有點㗎，咁啊炸咗匹牌咧就安全嘅，咁啊死啦應該，哎呀 level 2咪死咯，緊要後面一個下中原搶到死咗，就2-0擊到對手，實 F5先，睇下會唔會唔執我問題。應該唔係我問題啦，其實 Sam 冇窒嘅，應該係真係佢問題。
Yeah, despite a couple of drops in there, but he was still able to close it out with perfect. So it's all good, job done, and that's exactly what you want to do when you're on the stage. Just get that match over and done with, out the way, progress, focus on your next one.
OD 仲有冇㗎？你可以 cancel level 3。
Maybe he doesn't know the match.
大家好啊！
大家好啊！
Oops. Sorry, my friend. I actually don't know if that's any Walker pool, but that would be a very funny one. But that's the fun of being at offline events, man. One of the things I love, like whenever I enter, is you just look at who's in your pool and you try to set your objective. You know what? I just want to reach that guy. Like, oh, cool. Ending Walker is in my pool. My objective is to go face Ending Walker. I don't know what's going to happen. I'm probably going to get washed, but I'm going to play Ending Walker.
Do you know what the next match actually is?
係㗎，所以
Let's go.
而且唔驚打比賽，好多好似啱啱台上面啲人咁嘅水準嘅人。唔係個個職業選手。
Today at CEO 2025. Just opening the first block, of course. Once again, shout out to everyone for joining us on.
These are some of the players that are in the second round of just one pool, by the way.
Hit me up.
Ending Walker, Burnout Fighter, Yamaguchi, Little Evil, Samurai.
Yo, Little Evil is here.
Yeah, Little Evil's here. I was speaking to him yesterday.
I didn't say hello. I haven't seen this guy in ages, man.
Out there doing you know the regular 9 to 5 grind.
Yes.
But he's here on the East Coast, attending a major. We're back.
Okay. I saw Samurai yesterday. Yeah, Fenrich as well. That's a solid pool, man. All of
that's just like 1 out of 30 odd pools.
Yes.
Crazy work out here. And that is the beauty of the current format. We've seen all of these players traveling. There's so much reward, you know, for your consistency.
Yeah.
You can get to these events. I really cannot overstate how happy I am that we've got points back. You know, it's invigorating everybody to travel. And it means that every single month when you lock in here to Capcom Fighters and you watch whichever premiere, wherever it is in the world, you are guaranteed to see some of the strongest players showing out. Who we got on the stage up next? More pools action.
Let's go. So we got
Club
Soda, another entrance to our bingo of names. I love, you know, like names on stream against Hugoku coming all the way from Chile. That's the same sponsor as Kraime.
That's right.
Let's go. And Aki again. This has been a very Aki day so far. And the Chilean flag about to be out there. Let's see how we go. Ken on Hugoku's side.
咁啊放波先，今次唔使試制喎幾好，確反啦呢個，哎呀冇確反，然後咁啊飛過去打中，但係起身中就冇嘢搏啦，再前頭進雷腳，再進雷腳。喂，出翻嚟有計啊！咁啊兩下搏重裝波拳啊，再波頭打中抌上天，之後大個反啦，應該點都死啦係咪？咁啊再搏，唔使呢個1啊！喂，應該可以 wash， 喂 wash 腳應該死。一下跳，再前頭啊，就食機啦，咁啊點埋去，攞單對手啦，打到對手再搏招，個 TC 旋風腳再搏升啊！
damage and Oki, but we get all the way back to the corner.
Oh, no conversion. Thought that was a way to kill, but
對手倒地
reset that into a throw.
Neutral jump obviously looking for a delayed throw tech, but in the end it just caught the
跟
start
住 D 反退翻出去，再重拳。
Okay.
咁啊前頭啊，攞單對手，
2K.
再搏。
Interruption counter hits all over the place.
哎呀，甩咗招，對手都唔差喺個抗分方面，
Spaghetti left,
都係
right,
同冇
center.
分別
There
嘅
we。go. We get the anti-air this time. The DP is on point, but the challenge is going to go in Dive Club Soda's favor.
咁啊推波，跟住之後，哇打中喎，俾晒得唔得？哇有啊，
Jin Rai
咁啊仲可以搏一個，
Super Hugoku
仲可以奪得個醒添呢
first
個。
game.
哇先 Ken 先攞第一波嘅勝利啊！
Parkour in the corner. We go. Let's go. I love that when you're killing. Like, you know what? Let me just create a combo right now on the spot. That's not something I think I really see for.
Push 過去，
Why
睇到佢打中，
some Ryan
再
Hotdog
有一次，再上嚟嘅攞單對手，
Oh, perfect parry and wake up. There we go. Dive Club Soda bringing it back. Momentum reclaims.
喂正用嗰度，波頭打中，抌上天。
My word, he left that drive rush. Let that rock for ages.
Yeah, I'm surprised you was
進雷腳，正一個下中拳打中啊！之後就哇又甩招啊！好可惜。
not finishing his plate and gives Hugoku
我唔係撩我下中進雷腳打嘅情況下，下中腳打死咗對啊！
gets the rounds.
Start bringing these shin kicks out.
拉繩，挑俾人對空，
Dean gets the anti-air. Lethal dash. We get some pressure.
進雷腳，
Yeah,
咁啊重腳多落去啦，
every time after the block chin line.
又突機，
Yeah, there you go. Yeah, there's the knockdown.
Yep.
Sad times for me.
I don't think it's sad times, man.
挑俾人對空，翻嚟下中腳打中，再進雷腳，
I understand these guys have been eating gourmet meals, and suddenly they just have to eat normal restaurant meals. Still good food, my friends. Hey.
咪死嘅咯喎！一個踩腳趾 level 10，乜唔使添啊！咁一進雷腳上咗，哇！俾人搶下中腳，可以打中正，咁啊俾晒 level 3。
Interesting decision.
Yeah, is it going to get close to a burnout situation after this?
咁啊抌上踢上前啦，
Yeah, that looks
冇有啊，正啊，成條冇咗，
So early, there was no chance of that.
就走甩㗎啦，卡傑。
Hugoku was like, you used your level 3, I'm doing the same. We're going to round 3, 0 bars. No resources, just fight.
咁啊，但係出 level 3就冇晒氣啦。
DP would have certainly got the job done, but
下中腳進雷腳，
I have definitely like walked back
進雷腳，
and got level 3
Yeah.
with Ken.
進雷腳，
Listen, the cool factor is there at least.
Yeah.
But he lets that.
咁啊確反喺個無馬飛腳呢個，
Realized that it was the light kick.
喂
Dragon lash. That's the one you can.
有咩 combo？ 哇甩招啊，係咪 PS5嘅問題啊？
Chance to kill there, but Hugoku not going for the right conversion.
冇對空，
Open another chance, gets the jump in.
咁啊飛咁啊一個 combo 死啦
With the
，Ken
super,
2-0擊到對手啊！
his win over Dive
果然係
Club
Ken。
Soda. Moving forward.
我試下轉 YouTube 睇下會唔會好啲，
The winner side
可能
of
真係
Chile. Let's go.
因為 Twitch 問題。
Representing Chile. Let's go. Represents.
A big sigh of relief as Hugoku advances in winner's side there. A couple of drops on the big stage. So it didn't look as confident as Climbing.
對空唔錯梗㗎啦，
Little bit shaky.
I mean, you know, takes a
Get
moment.
some tips from the 14-year-old on composure. What a ridiculous thing.
I
清
think he's just that part of the
Pink
brain
shirt.
is not active yet. You know, like you don't think, you know, you get that part of the brain
Maybe.
active later. So you just.
PS 唔啊呢個，
Let's go.
嗰邊有 PS
Play. Shout out to the Chilean team. There is quite a good amount of
誒呢個
attendance for multiple games.
呢個開到 VRR 就啲人就冇乜投訴嘅，講真，除非係過熱啦，
Since we
咁啊
have
你唔
so
計。
much active traveling South American players.
That's really cool, man. I was about to say the same.
Brazil, Chile, Argentina, a lot of players traveling now, and we're seeing them attending these international events. To be fair, the Brazilians have been traveling
Yeah.
for a hot minute. I mean, we saw Zangief Balado at UFA.
UFA was at Kubite, was at Brussels Challenge as well. You know, Keoma was in attendance at Brussels Challenge. Not Pedro has been.
Oh, I'm
going
talking
around.
about like the season before.
And even the season before. You're
Zangief
right.
Balado was just there taking. I'd never seen him play before. I'd seen him on World Warrior, of course, when doing excellent roundup content. But we saw him there kind of taking it. But I'd never seen him play outside of that region. And that's the wonderful thing about this format that we have now. You're seeing the players really come out of their their localized meta
Yes.
and seeing how they can compete. And it's fantastic to see, you can see a guy that, he looks like he's just dominating his locals, beating up on everyone around. You think, like, can he hang against the world's best? And to find out that some of them can, is really exciting for me, because it really shows you the importance of these opportunities that these players are getting, so that we can see them.
無鬼打幾場啫，冇成日。
More generations to pick up Street Fighter and compete.
That's what I
一定有豪鬼
It's
嘅。
always the same. It's about getting to see more players representing their flag, representing their skill, and showcasing. Can they do it on a cold, rainy night in Stoke?
In Stoke, absolutely. Absolutely.
Well, they can. Thank you.
It's really a European takeover here on the commentary desk.
Hey, listen, it's time.
It's a game of two halves.
Hey, yesterday I got vicious to say football on street.
有思源啊！
You say football or football?
He called the sport that we kick a ball with our feet football. So that's my win. That's it. I can go home happy.
As opposed to hand egg.
Yeah, exactly. It's not the same, man. It's a completely different
Absolutely.
kind of approach. The next players are ready.
Well, here's a game that we all know
right now.
We all love.
Yeah.
We all call the same thing.
Let's go.
So Street Fighter 6, KP versus Arums.
Let's go. More players representing in the pools, and we're gonna get
fans in the crowd.
Versus
love to see that.
Let's go.
Young support.
Yeah. Support your boys. Sometimes like cheering for your friends is pretty much as fun as playing yourself.
Absolutely.
Like, I love this.
There is no cringe. We are in a post-cringe era. Cheer for your friends. Be unashamedly positive. Here we go. Luke versus Lily.
The only thing cringe to me is blocking, Logan. We don't block. Blocking is cringe. Simply
Having drive gauge is cringe.
Yeah, exactly.
得血嘅啫，喺度好大鑊咁。咁啊放波，跳到啊！咁啊推埋牆。哎呀，呢個應該係搏星喎。哇！呢個下重拳有啲過分。watch 佢。咁啊放波推一推，又俾人對空。咁啊打到對手，搏個撞。 鏡頭打空咗，你啊 loot 兩個 combo， 咁啊 level 1， 應該死咗啦。
Calculated to perfection. A great backdash there, calling out the command grab.
打到對手，咁啊去正常天啦，再撞壓制。 打到對手，咁啊落彈啊，再對空成功，咁啊吐多個風，俾人 D 反 ，OD 撞落彈對手，要打中就搏埋 level 1啦。落彈死埋。
It's so good. That's why especially the modern lilies are so scary, because you just don't jump no matter the angle. It's GG's.
再搏撞，鏡頭打空打。 再搏招，再搏招，哎呀甩招。咁啊推波，哎呀俾人跳入啊，痛啊呢個。咁啊哇跑去對面打過去邊啊？喂確反啊！哎呀冇確反，就搏招死啊！
Memphis, we go. Arums takes game number 1 of this first 2-2. Bring it and KP back to the drawing board. A couple of things to look at in the button usage and here as well. You see, we mentioned it that.
She got Tomahawk Buster. You got to use that.
Yeah.
Super.
推波先。
Let's go first throw. Oh. Yeah, just trying to fish Lily.
我又 jab 到，但係唔知成日 jab 到咧，唔搏招啊啲人。倒風先啦。
Taking the right decision, but right now she could get through these fireballs. So
咁啊再推波，哎打空咗。有啊，今次哎呀咁啊睇住佢撳咗掣啊，但唔知撳咗啲乜。D 反唔俾壓制啊，跳到哎呀咁啊對手都冇升啊，咁啊啲好彩。再撞，再放波，又俾人打翻嚟。哇！迷之反波輕拳，但係對手冇確反，呢人確反嘅呢個，佢嬲咗，仲埋對面係 perfect。 嘣嘣，再嚟跌啊！
Adaptation from his opponent Arums, so first 6 too much more.
Start looking for those lows.
喂，冇對空啊！咁啊攞單對手，原地跳，再搏招，再搏式，哎呀，好靚嘅 combo 啊！然後就俾人一個確反，撞咗先。 打中對手再搏，
Like that, wheel your Herdbox back with that move.
俾人升翻轉頭啊！
Interested in the plus frames.
叮叮，嗱冇 perfect carry 喎，先劈到對手個 knuckle，
Buffer that level
咁啊俾晒應該死啦。
not ready.
OK，
You know
一
what? KP
對塊燈，
is gonna use the level 3 there.
Yeah, you got to throw that out expecting a drive impact. You have to always be aware of that every time you throw out that heavy knuckle.
Always buffer it just in case.
Yeah.
大家好啊！
大家好啊！
There we go. Arams gets the cross.
意思環保權埋尾，
His opponent struggles in the anti-air department, so he's happy to keep using
It's a winning
it.
strategy. Don't change it.
A.
咪死啦！
There we go.
哇，咁都唔俾你破三，啲咁難錯嘅咩？你破三
And this race is
有啊！嗱，今次
because that level 3
2比0，
was dropped. Maybe that DI had a level 3
咁啊甩招 Fighter 6，
happened again.
扭到爆炸，
The inputs.
Yes.
I don't know about that, but Aram's very
幾
happy
串啊！而家啲人
with,
睇下佢一
his loyal fans in the front row.
Let's go. Love to see it. Community pulling up for their friends, of course. Arams moving forward on that winner's bracket. Another winner of these early pools. And you know it, like the more you win, the closer you get to the elite world-class players. And that's where you prove yourself. You know, do you have what it takes? And I think it's a great experience when you're a Street Fighter player, regardless, to be able to face these players because you very often realize
今日
that they play a
打
different
到
game.
朝10點啊！
Like you're like, hold up, I've been playing 6, but what is this guy playing? I can't do a thing. You know, that's when you go back to drawing board and you know you unlock the next level.
Yeah, I mean, there's levels of gameplay that you will not understand even exist until you have to deal with it yourself. So, absolutely. And that's one of the big benefits of coming to
美國
these
美國人嘅
events,
將
the opportunity to get games
就係
against
咁
some of
強
these。players, whether it's you know, you meet them in bracket, which is obviously entirely up to luck, whether they're in your bracket or not, or you know, you approach them for friendly financial casuals.
I like how you put this one.
You know, you might pay them for a coaching match.
Exactly.
I believe, you know,
Exactly,
some
coaching.
phraseology there.
To be honest, a lot of players like they were just hanging out yesterday. Lots of casual setups. By the way, shout out to CEO. There's a lot of casual setups. Even
Amazing.
while the tournament's running, you always have a spot to go and play
That's
casual.
that's a big thing, right? You come to tournaments and you're like, oh yeah, I'm gonna get casuals in, but they're just they're shut off during pools. No chance to get.
Hello.
All day yesterday, you know, with nearly 900 competitors still trying to plow through these pools. They had casual setups there. Shout out to Jabali and the team, CEO, making sure that everyone here has the opportunity to get those games in and have a great time as a community and play together.
Yeah, I love that, you know, and that's one of the coolest things as well when you don't attend tournaments. A lot of people think, oh, I just lost in the tournament, I am done. No, you're not. You got casuals all weekend, you got an artist alley, you got games to watch. There's Jabali Land on the other side with plenty of arcade games. And of course, you can be there to support your friends. There is so much to do in this kind of events, and I see the next players are ready on the stage for our next match.
喂，有 Burnout Fighter 喎，
Burnout Fighter.
唔知喺 PS 唔掛喎。
Traveling a lot, man. I saw him in Brussels. You know, been around. So shout out to him against Triumph. If I am not mistaken, he's one of the modern champions from the get-go. If I'm not mistaken, Modern Luke, I think. Yes, it is Modern Luke. The menu names I've seen on Twitter, left, right, and center, has been championing Modern from the get-go. And we'll see what that Modern Luke is saying against the Burnout Fighters, Dalsim. Dalsim was quite interesting this season. I was having a chat with Mr. Crimson yesterday. Was saying that Dalsim overall is better as a character, but the only thing that really affects him is that he can't really perfect parry easily to escape defense anymore with the perfect parry change. So a mixed bag of plus and minus. Crimson believes he's better off at least in this season. So
喂，插落去有啊，加 film。
let's more routes for damage.
Sorry?
He has more easy routes for damage, more easy pressure in the corner. The Yoga Blast as well has been buffed in a great way for Dalsim. And
冇話 loot 嗰個，不過其實
also a small change.
印度佬其實話唔係喎，
Yeah,
印度佬其實即係 loot 佢跳嘅印度佬，個後中期都好對得，應該要好勁。但係嗰個喂呀，咁啊落單對手，跳，喂靚隊啊！俾人一個升打翻嚟。
Okay, Modern, you don't do that against a modern player. Triumph representing the One Button Gaming.
睇完直落城市杯差唔多啦，睇完就應該10點到嘅。咁城市杯係2點打，咁啊執定嘢過去 set 機差唔多。
The story of the game right now.
喂，哇咁樣跳去後邊就俾人拍中啦。咁誒印度佬buff 咗，都 buff 咗啲嘅。咁啊，但係呢啲人印度佬玩家話其實 parry 個 level 強，印度佬嚟嘅。 哇！呢個
Ways
挑幾啲啊，咁啊又係幾開心嘅，冇計啊！係啊，
into a
要 set 啊！
close for Bernard Fighter.
嗰個地方，
But watch out, no, too far to
嗰個
jump.
地方冇人同，冇人幫到 set。喂，咪點中？哎呀，大鑊啦，死咗啦！誒，但係對手都有善之權，留翻少少，咁啊有機會 come back 到，冇得瞓。哇！呢個跳後輕偷扣嘅 L 計，印記其實冇人識打，印記都話2025年人哋仲未理解印記仲有啲乜，咁啊落單。跳，連腳壓制，再壓，再放波，得好，哦死咗，嘛呢個都幾慘其實，好似見所有嘅碌玩家袋啲棒都係閉圖，都幾大力㗎，又未去到好大力，得唔得啊？誒得喎，幾靚喎呢個隊兄，咁啊插中，哦正，有咩大 combo 啊？就話俾你知有識 combo 嘅，冇啱啱咁作 combo。空中火、地火，點喺後邊？而家打中啦，開埋1.3啦，咁就有機會嘅。咁啊，出咗好多血呢個位。咁啊，唔放 mid 波喎，咁有啲危險。咁啊，放火跟住跳啦。哦，對手用甩好避咗空中火，喂，係一嚿火死咗。人哋老師我第一燈一破位俾你㗎。係。
He knew that Triumph would have had to be doing something quite big in terms of getting out there and the least risk that he could take. You don't want to start putting anything out that has a lot of recovery that you might be susceptible to a big jump in or like a Hail Mary play. And he was very good at that, like dialing back.
嬲嘢冇錯，因為甩咗個 Yoga Fin 俾人大追，都幾大鑊，但係死唔去。
Forcing Triumph to take bigger risks.
Well, Bernard Fighter wins it with the long run this time. And it's time to run it back 1-0. Bernard Fighter.
咁啊放火放火，對 Yoga Fire。喂，咁啊攞彈對手啊，跳。喂，撞過去，但係哇，依個好街霸依㗎，咁啊佢撞過去減3再搶 parry， 呢個就係加落先有嘅嘢。喂，出翻嚟啊！俾人大跳成功，哎呀！但係呢個甩球，呢個跳咁嘅，香港算渣咯。咁啊壓制打中咗對手，咁啊唔俾 level 1，有啲可惜啊 ，burn out 對手因為咁啊唔緊要咁啊，拉翻遠距離就俾印度佬慢慢拉嘅呢個位。中拳撩定佢，再長手。喂，咁啊閃咗後邊，但係講唔切打。哇！呢個強化咗嘅浮空，行得快咗，同埋起動快咗，又可以，因為用，即係咁用咧都幾屈機。蘇家邊 D 反啊，再放火。哦，會攞彈。喂，俾人衝咗俾啊！咁樣，哎呀，但係搏唔甩口，咁啊大鑊啦！而家就應該得唔得啊？得啊！現代之力，1-1，邊個對手個波啊？做架 film， 再搏火。咁啊，搏落去，再哎呀，甩翻後先，對空，哎呀，可惜。咁後重拳壓制，去 combo， 搏招，再搏反波拳。哎呀，飛咗上天，咁啊把確反，但係斷晒力咯。咁啊放個波拳攞單啦，再拉後，喂，跳成功，哇！依個反波拳咁新嘅依個，唔真係係咪真㗎？咁啊點解後邊？哦，死咗啦應該。同埋印度佬先識嘅 combo 呢啲係，印度佬玩家先知佢做啲乜嘅 combo。
exactly enough. Burnout Fighter in damage calculation offers himself 1 match point.
喂，
Triumph
叮啊！
remains on 3 bars, gets the NT and another
我
driver.
解頭成功，
And now he's just trying to keep Burnout Fighter.
一下撩下佢先，
If he can, the
再放火，
are there, but no
長
perfect
手，
parry.
哎呀，
We heard that
入腳，
perfect parry earlier by Triumph, but
老架 film， 老架 film，落彈，再嚟，
combos the double juggles in the corner. Bad throw.
咁啊對手點咗一下之後，就揾啲黃衫抹翻出去。
And now it's difficult. Yep, just burned him out.
Too many
搏落去，俾對手升翻轉頭啊！咁啊反包拳甩到，再嚟，
CGs. I think that's CGs.
再嚟，
Oh, the escape.
喂，咁啊升龍拳打出去，
Incessant.
擋咗個中段啊！再放搭腳，哎呀，無限升龍拳，但係俾人擋咗。咁啊再進攻，但係 burn out 咗就冇屈些，就做進攻冇咁大威脅。
Right, your turn.
咁啊撞唔撞？撞啊！現代都冇用啊，冇 level 1，
Get a combo, not
就
killing just yet.
睇下點樣搏啦之後，
Some drive
用
game.
咗壓制加 flip，
係
係咁壓制，喂打到 parry， 升唔升嘅就得，誒咁啊縮後啦，見到對手都 feel 到對手有案底，又食到個，咁啊唔好放波啊 ，level 1嚟緊嘅啦，哎正嘅長手，啲嘢篤死咗對手啊！
Received my paycheck and bought 2 Switch 2s. That was the day. Spent
但係中期冇得儲甩到
Fighter gets the win.
呢個 Loa 打法。
With the Dalsim, an excellent play. Overall triumph. Definitely giving a try, but unable to keep that momentum alive. Dalsim moves forward. We'll see Burnout Fighter later.
We will, absolutely. Did you buy a Switch too, Bart?
No.
No,
I've got a Steam Deck.
you're not ready to play motion controls Street Fighter.
I cannot believe I'm gonna say something right now, Logan. We are what, 1 week after Switch 2 release?
Yeah.
I haven't seen a single Street Fighter 6 streamer do a stream of motion. What are you waiting for? I wanna see Punk enter TNS with
On motion
on
control.
motion control and get to winners final.
motion console 打
Make it happen.
係咪
That's
NS2 打諗住
content
下次？
ideas I'm giving you right now. I'll watch that.
Justin, where are you?
Why is Justin actually should do this? I'm
Absolutely.
gonna grab Justin after. I'm like, why haven't you done this
We'll
one?
make him do this. Salty sweet. Salty sweet.
依家 pool 啊都分唔到，500幾強啦依家係。
Yes, man. Listen, we are not too far off from the day you're gonna get dunked in ranked by a 11-year-old kid on a Joy-Con.
Yeah.
As someone who
I
plays,
mean, we're basically there now. Get dunked on stage by a 13-year-old. It's just crazy.
not on Joy-Cons yet. Logan.
Not Joy-Con.
Not on Joy-Cons. Like.
Although the Switch 2 is officially
係
allowed
享受街霸嘅人咯。
Capcom Pro Tour
Yep,
World Warrior events. So
yep. I'm looking forward to see what beasts it creates, because we're definitely gonna get some more players. As I see a well-known face going onto the stage, KOG.
Koji Kog with the
Let's
Lily
The Lily.
doing it for the Thunderfoot tribe. Of course, we saw him. We saw him with T-Hawk before Crime was born on stage. And that's like Street Fighter 4's modern era, so it's not like we saw him with, you know, it's not like we saw him playing Alex Valle in a.
No, that was the
In
late
arcades.
SF4, yeah.
It was in Street Fighter 4 with T-Hawk. He's not even a launch character.
I'm gonna tell you something, Logan. Genuinely, back in 4, obviously I'm old. I used to compete in 4 before Crime was born, of course.
突然間放逼就出名單啊！唉，
My
咁等佢11點，
I think that's
大哥都係唔復
like that.
Yeah.
DQ 佢啦。
T-Hawk. I still don't want to talk about that.
Zero
T-Hawk
on block,
experience.
jab, yeah.
Like I still do not. That was in like 2013, 14, over 10 years.
嗱，盡量都揀啲有報名嘅，盡量都擺入去啊！但係有啲都俾人 有啲都俾我 drop， 有啲都俾我剔咗，冇計。
You wake up in the middle of the night and you just.
Oh my god. Listen, love the guy though. An extremely lively guy as well, like on stream. Really cool guy to follow as well. Streams RL a lot, whenever he attends events, and we're gonna see the Lily up to play. We are blessed with multiple Lilies today. Not a sight you get every day.
Going up against Species.
Let's go. Getting ready. Game face on. And we get Kami. Okay.
This is Pool F1, which is the.
你問扮機話打咩？
Kevin.
下次啊，下次啊，冇位啦。
Let's go. Let's see what KOG
如果打要掹幾個，
ready for.
係達仔個位，
Sneaky plays.
扮機打，
Species and the Kami.
鋪住先啊！我等啊，你俾我睇埋呢鋪之後再度下先。啲 KOG 喎小路，
The win stock is there.
佢打我問下佢，
Force.
又唔報，
The pressure.
Trying to walk out of that. You can't. It's not allowed.
咁咪又更加多人，如果扮機打就更加多人要冇，更加多人唔好打，要掹走啲1500分。
There we go. The DPs are represented with
但係邊咩想俾佢哋打啊？因為
not see them
都想俾你哋打
situation,
嚟，
but now
有啲如果扮機打就
Hooligan is going
我
to
哋
be
大家都需要啲高手，
great answer. Is that
因為我哋今次因為 ChrisWong 有出咗去咧，其實啲勁嗰啲唔夠多，
Really, really good
要
anti-air.
要擺啲勁人，而家缺乏勁人。
frames of anti-air invincibility, so it's really, really good to throw out. And I think it's like a
hit me 走咗
it's
去
definitely sub 10 frames.
，hit me 走去呢個咩？
Maybe like 7 or 8. So it's a really good answer in terms of dealing with these
我一陣
jump
你有嘅
entering characters. 10 frames.
hit me 走咗去係咯打 POE，
For the parry there. Maybe to get the corner switch.
咁咪版邊壓制啦。
great drop into still a hit. This time, 1-2, do it again. No, he wanted the shimmy. Was a bit scared. Got to watch out, Species, close to burning yourself out. Gets a punish counter.
Far away for that.
唔係，如果扮機入去就要都摟走兩個。
And now you're in burnout against Lily. At least you got bars, but you're gonna
Yeah, and Lily doesn't have stops.
問下佢先。
You've got one now, so you're going to get all the way in 2. Got to take these plus frames and another one.
Oh my god, the air to air. How much damage? That kills? Jeez! That kills! Koji Kog was ready for this. 1-0 for the Japanese Lily Master. We also have a Hibiki in the venue as well.
Yeah.
I've seen him defeat Gaming yesterday in the finals of his pool. Definitely a good day for Lily fans, all three of them.
啲扮機係咪用咗個新嘅 TG 名，搞到佢叫咩名啊？而家今個禮拜嘅扮機叫咩名？
Species just not able to get anything started here.
Sam 仔
There we go. Spoke too soon.
Yeah, so really sometimes little crouch medium kick to catch your opponent slipping. Oh no, another drop. Koji Kog is going to, of course, take the opportunity to bring this back. And gets the stock, second stock, third stock, it's time.
Again, catches him off guard. Odie Spire looking into the super, and there's the infinite block string because you can't walk anywhere.
即係 Sam 張嚟
And
嘅，
he's ready with
你
the
睇先。
anti-air.
Oh my god.
Great awareness from
係
Koji Kog.
咁複雜嘅喂
He's still trying to fight his way out, but he's not ready for the reset.
Clean play by Koji Kog. You will see him again in winners a bit later. Species unable to really get anything going, man. Koji Kog has been controlling that game like crazy. The Lily is looking good.
Yeah, doing a fantastic job of marshalling that corner. There was no escape.
咩揾唔到佢個名嘅冇問題
Whether it was on the air or on the ground, he had it all covered. Whether it's the air to air, top on buster, anti-airs, fantastic stuff there. And you know, when he was able to burn Species out, it was just a matter of time, was it, until he guessed wrong and was able to open him up.
Yep, it's pretty much the story of fighting Lily, right? You just need to get used to playing the neutral against her, but obviously not being a character that's widely represented means it's really hard to get specific training. So whenever you go to a tournament and you get to play the guy who's been on Lily since day one, and you're like, I've fought 3 Lilies in ranked in my entire life, yeah, it's tough. But that's part of the experience. You know, shout out to Koji Kog representing it. And yeah, there's also El Chacote in the venue as well.
That's right.
So quite a few Lilies in this tournament for the weekend. Maybe we'll see El Chacote later.
Hopefully, as we said, there are an absolute all-star cast.
要打啦，咁我又喺個名單剔走2個人啦，唔好砌好啦，咁咪減2個，邊個咁唔好彩咧？
We've got you covered. Your journey to Capcom Cup 12 is still
作為剔走作為啦，唯有佢上次打咗。
So there's still time to register. Registration is open for all events, whatever region you're in. You can find out what regions apply to you and what events are happening, when they're happening. Head over to US/WW25 and you can see the full
我上次打咗，今次又或者又啲人出勁，大個啦，第一個要讓下人，我都覺得要。喺度，可能喺度咯，喺 YouTube 咯，可能呢個咩嘅？Warrior 嗰個獎金有兩本。我第一個，有時第一個嘅都係要。就咁啦。咁啊。都 OK 喎，好似都幾勁。
With all of the World Warriors left, pretty much events every single week. But of course, the offlines are back. We're here at CEO, but there are plenty more CPT offlines happening across the world. The next up is going to be Blink Respawn 2025 in the Dominican Republic. That's going to be the weekend of July 18th. You can still sign up to compete.
萬機應該線上啦。上次打都冇得打咯，咁啊排下隊先真係。有打過嘅。突然之間
in the streets of the world right now, Logan.
Yeah, I feel a tremendous degree of kinship with the Latin American community. Where they have the same kind of energy that we do in Europe when it comes to like that live sporting crowd. Yes. The football vibes. It's very, very much reflected in the Dominican Republic, and of course the July 18th weekend is when we will be out there.
Ship 波上次打得好啊，所以我俾2條命，同埋夠長啦佢。你見佢擺第5個咧，佢係要，其實應該。
is right around the corner. You can watch your favorite creators and streamers learn from Street Fighter pros and experts.
啲波當佢係係唔係夠長，係嗰啲夠世界，即係要停，即係對手執得好勁咧，要靠 ship 波嚟停對手個 momentum 嗰啲人。要靠佢，佢係呢個 list 入邊佢係勁，佢係攞嚟殺人嗰啲嚟嘅。
Now, of course, remember if you don't want to be, an outdated boomer when it comes to your device, the Victrix Pro KO Leverless is the winner of the 2024 Best Tech Award at the Evo Awards. So
Johnson 應該擺上少少。
Top tier modularity with hot swappable switches and a remappable 16-button layout. That is a lot of buttons. There is no way you're missing your drive impacts or your drive parries.
有冇戰術專家可以 OK 嘅都咁啦？安叔叔冇報啊，今次上次解得咁勁，今次唔報，唔知係咪父親節咧？佢要同個仔慶祝，所以唔得閒打，所以打唔到比賽。
I don't play leverless, but I'm low-key jealous of the leverless buttons. Like, you got the stick with the standard soundwise, like they're really clean as well. It has the detachable stick as well for the travelers like me. It's way easier to travel with this, but this is beautiful, man.
Look at this. Look how small that is.
If I missed gym, I could just. That's part of the stick life. I love the fighting.
And it's such a beautiful.
冇啊，唔得，唔可以放你下一個位，一定要係第5個。如果唔係，因為你唔擺呢個位，對面就食雞㗎啦。你唔可以唔喺第5嘅。戰術冇㗎，選爆唔好選拔㗎，我靠我自己心靈淘汰。係咁㗎啦，所以擺下雪波第5咯。唔可以臨尾就靠佢對面4-0咧，你就要靠 ship 波去殺對面。
my commentary.
That's right, the matches will continue. We'll take a very short break and we'll be back with the rest of this wave of
應該冇咁勁嘅，開頭
We're not going anywhere.
擺頭佢幾勁，
2025
唔會太勁
Pro
啩。
Tour continues after this.
係啊，變咗但你唔係冇喎，咁咪再堆後噶啦，冇計，有板機喺後邊守住嘅 ，OK 啦。OK 啦，唉，俾地址我，地址係應該 PM 地址嚟嘅，成嗰度。我 PM 晒啲地址出去先。有時又唔係好想咁公開，但係又即係咁又要即係你要逐個喺度做咗 PM 先吓，我俾個地址你哋啦，我逐個 PM。我依家要努力咁樣將啲資訊發布。PM 埋，哦 PM 你都得，冇所謂嘅地址。不過其實都其實你知嚟都冇乜用。我喺度先可以開門㗎，一係就皮嘢喺度。等啦，你哋唔可以就咁，你哋要喺門口度等我開門。佢有兩對門喎，雙重保密裝置，所以你哋入唔到嚟。我 Twitch PM 你哋應該睇到㗎啦，費事啦。俾埋你啦。將啲撳咗封鎖。咁啊，肥春，有邊個要俾啊？呢邊應該知啦。輸咗就向出邊封鎖係咪？我希望聽日啲 setting 冇壞啊！我祈禱啊，依家其實都好不安。上次開咗台又冇事，但係多數咧好多嘢都係咧你準備嘅冇事咯，即係實際溫嘅時候就出事，次次都係咁。啲倉差唔多啦。莊神都莊神未俾，莊神好似線上。聽日先算啦。上次冇事咯，就係多數打就有事嘅啦。上次冇事係冇用嘅，同你講。 上面有 PS 5，有大量嘅 PS，有2部 PS 5可以打。如果你部機拉部10點。
Welcome back to CEO 2025 here on Capcom Fighters as the action of Street Fighter 6 pools continues. We've got 2 blocks of pools to round up today. We're going to be going all the way through to round 2 to close out Saturday's action. Nearly 900 players, and the density of professionals here in attendance is through the roof. The point system has brought all of the big names out to play here in Orlando, and the action continues as we progress through these waves of F pools. Myself, Logan Sama, alongside
打贏咗城市盃啲。
link up. It's been a good day so far, hasn't it?
Absolutely has, man. Couple good games, couple new names. Lot of fun on Street Fighter 6. That's all.
香港選手目前係，其實我都唔知目前點。睇下先，29未打嘅，Chris Wong 應該打咗，但係未上台。如果如無意外就等上喺呢度啦，贏咗一個，即係喺度等緊。
Let's go. Of course. It's been a fun weekend, man.
聽日2點到都得，但係我12點就我11點零，我收台又去嘅11點零喺度，咪 set 下嘢，跟住之後瞓下，喺度上面瞌一陣。因為11點11點呢個早餐就嚟嘅，係啊，所以我第一條命咯，唔好打咁多，我會死嘅如果唔係。咁啊，你哋2點到啊，大概。1名前1，你就唔瞓覺係啊。咁啊，城市盃打到4點啫，我諗，跟住翻去可以瞓6個鐘嘅。同埋好似Day 3都係10點開始嘅，唉，11點開始又11點開始有冇睇錯？
Tong sleeping on stream. The image is dead. It's done. He has to change Twitter names now. Absolutely. It's not like it was.
唔知喎，有陽面咯，我知。其實咧好多選手勁嗰啲都飛晒㗎啦，所以其實你都唔會遇對面啲好勁嘅職業選手喺度等。11點喎，聽日可以嘔一陣。係啊，佢真係好癲㗎，所以係呢啲比賽係癲嘅。LCQ 幾正喎，即係個沙特個 LCQ 超正。大家望下。
Right now, players are getting ready for their next matches, and as we move.
Yep, in this last hour, it's going to be qualification matches almost entirely. Tachikawa Ramsey is for qualification to round 2. We've got Akira waiting to face the winner of Mono and Stupendous on the other side of this.
即係見到咧嗰個獎金嗰個分佈。
Which one is it? F3. This is.
Okay. Let's go.
If you want to follow at home, you can do Start GG. Of course.
5萬蚊啊 ！LCQ 獎金有 total。佢係勁過癮喎，佢係即係佢係頭10名咧有入呢個 final 嘅獎票啊嘛，11開始就有錢啦，淨係得。
Like versatility to have in this game. Not many players, boast such a huge diversity of picks. The head is modern, and it looks like it is the modern head.
打咯，打先睇下。咁11開始咧都幾多錢。
Great character diversity shown today on stream. Let's go.
Cutting the intro. Can't have that. All right. Tachikawa with the modern edge.
拉繩啊！
Is able to control
放波，重拳拉繩。
Quite difficult.
咁啊，再2下抌上天。咁啊，白冠落翻落地。 喂，頭已經打空咗，俾對手。喂，唔通本田？因為本田好似係就係上次 CEO 殺到人哋好前嗰隻本田。咁啊，塔斯加娃會唔會又死咗隻本田？咦？塔斯呢？立川有個新sponsor。咁啊，抌埋場啦。因為現代強化咗幾多嘅。 唔知而家可以用嗰個跳攻擊打一個即係嗰個跳中拳好似打一個好勁嘅中國，好勁嘅撩。踢㗎，咁啊頭擊佢就教頭啊！哦，現代之力。哦唔係。呢個唔係呢個好似係嗰個咪嗰個賣公仔啊賣衫嗰間嘢，即係平時你之後賣俾你哋嗰啲黃豆嗰啲叫咩？嗰啲牌啊！撩中，你打中到埋呢個衫，但應該未死，好犀利嘅。
He's playing slow and steady, wins the race. He knows that Ramsey wants to get close eventually.
And he's just coaxing him in, right? He's just coaxing him, like walking backwards. He knows eventually he's going to clip him low.
拉繩，
out, buffering it every now and then. One more hit will do it.
靚對空啊，諗下就掂啦。
不靈。
佢都係輸一鋪就轉馬窿嗰啲嚟。佢嗰個心態係咩咧？即係佢又想覺得呢隻嘢 OK， 但係又唔係好相信自己呢隻嘢有啲感覺。點解？因為現代改咗好多嘢啦，真係。又改個 T， 又改個 assist combo， 又改個跳攻擊。對手冇喎，第一個可以放逼望一望咯，放逼望下咯，12點。對空呢個人又唔係本身都現，但係又最近用經典多，要打一個 Hotdog。後繼咪 Hotdog， 我想播啊，但係唔得閒，我攞個幾日，一半播唔到。拉繩，係咪死咗啦？哇！仲要 reset 指令頭，慳氣之鬼。喂，拉繩啦，拉過嚟，然後啦。咁 O.D. 爆裂，再搏招。佢想壓制，但係俾人升翻轉頭啊！打中，咁啊死唔死啊？應該冇咁大力嘅，但係好似我覺得死喎。應該俾晒，俾多個重拳，應該會死。睇下望我傷害先。未死喎，啱啱唔俾重拳啱。咁啊，對手 OK 一拳搲死咗。Ramsey 一樣嘅啫。你哋呢招佢哋唔會用每一件嘅，佢哋一定係手錯，所以冇分別。同埋 at 嗰啲招好似冇招冇，即係佢唔即係唔似嗰啲龍聽咁樣。有啲招一定要一件。咩啊？斯德等緊上台咩話？唉，喺度打立揀角立回啊喺度。
So he goes all the way back to Ed.
Yeah, we keep Ed. Remembering that his first game was way more controlling.
Yeah, just needs to stay out of the danger zone.
Rush 過去 take full。我打下，再撞。喂，有逆向頭錘，咪即係逆向唔到頭錘，又係俾重拳打翻佢。29唔係啊，29而家12點鋪。但係好似畫面咁樣咯，即係佢12點打，但係哇呢個拍獎，即係12點打，但係唔代表12點有得睇嘅，啲雙都等到差唔多12點先有得睇，12點鋪明唔明？咁啊俾人點到啊落單，哎呀 burn out 咗，尷尬啦呢個位。咁啊無限拉呢個好似話唔係改咗個拉繩冇得拉咩？咁但係好似仲喺度咁嘅，哦暈咗。咁啊套重拳下起上啦。兩個 rush 抌上天，過埋個星，
offers Tachikawa 2 match points.
All right. Again, walks inside that
意思
range, the medium punch comes out,
真係太陽
hits him.
咁馬得，冇得再大喎，再大遮住條，即係再大遮住下面條氣㗎咯。
The rush down. Starting to go in.
係啊，遮住對手嗰個，遮住個 Red Bull 嘅，你唔好意思嘅，所以唔係好想擺咁多。但 Red Bull 有個半個頭出嚟都要，
Now it needs to make sure that there's no
佢遮埋 CEO logo 啊。
big hard reads. Beautiful whiff punish.
哇呀，想講一個好靚 combo，喂，對手都唔差甩招嗰方面。
Starting to get scrappy.
咁啊，直接用嗰個，哎死咗啦，咁就咁啊甩招真係有啲人。Red Bull CPT 就 Red Bull 啦，一講。
你翻練下 combo 先啦。
就街霸咯，其實你見即使唔係，即使其他比賽都彈 Red Bull logo 出嚟。哇！正啊！
Tachikawa into the scramble did actually work for Ramsey, but a couple of unfortunate errors meant that the huge damage potential that Honda, does have, and of course into looping offense.
He's got really cool combos now. I don't know if you saw his new. He's got like pretty much corner to corner combos now, like with his changes that.
真係明睇，又嚟。個地方嗰度可能真係明睇，我都唔知咩，我都唔係好知嘅咩樣。聽日我會你開個台劈喺度瞓覺，到我先叫我。放自批。Will face each other in that pool as well on the winner's side as we progress. As I said, most of these matches that we're going to be seeing are 大掣冇贊助 qualification matches, and it is going to be Mono and Akira. 咁大掣唔係應該佢個大掣嗰啲贊助唔係佢攞佢命，ENG 就拎咗咯，跟住啊。因為都係 Pumper 贊助 ，Pumper 應該係就有贊助。其他都即係你見啊 ，Racer 都炒晒啲人，都唔係好覺佢哋有贊助啲選手依家。Recently picked up by Reject, that's absolute all-star team. Reject making waves on the Street Fighter worlds over the last few years, and definitely a player that we are all keeping our eye on. Question is, what does Mono have in store for us? I haven't seen Mono in a while playing, so I'm not sure if he's still on Aki, if he went back to DJ, if he went something else. Racer 咪你當淨係賣電子產品咯，同街邊嗰啲店會差唔多，唔會走去贊助選手去出戰。夏灣奴係 Pumper Shop 噶嘛，夏灣係 Hit Boss，咁啊 Hit Boss 有贊助選手咁啊，做壞嘢嘅，咁夏灣奴有嗰啲咪要舉咯，立川好似冇。Like the changes are not, drastically affecting the entire game plan. Overall, it remains efficient, and Akira will stick by it. Let's see players getting ready. Of course, once again, guys, this is CEO 2025 back in Orlando. Hit boss of CEO this year. For Capcom Premier event, there is one spot to Capcom Cup up for grabs, and that's why you're seeing so many faces. The Mono, 我呢場都幾惡。Akira on the left, Mono on the right, Puerto Rico. Mentioned on stream this time. Let's go.
All right, there we go. The Aki locked in. Sammy White, no surprise.
Yeah.
Akira.
開始啦 ！Akira 上次打到衣服 top 8咧，所以佢會高分，所以佢係有機會要單分去入 K1 級。咁啊，所以基本上都要飛晒啦，如果爭分嘅。哦，食咗前重㗎。咁啊 set 飛對空，咁啊中咗個毒嘅對空就可以拔招。咁啊取上搶後中拳黐線，喂下中腳 O.D 嘅波腳 ，parry 到個 reverse 嗰個 back， 再做一個反擊，壓制。反邊嘅 follow 吧。咁啊。下中腳，但係冇事。O.D 波後頭換邊，咁啊對手唔敢喐啊！ 哎呀，食咗個下中腳都係好可惜，咁就俾對手一個眼級無死咗啦。咁我哋得。中腳攻擊攞單對手啊！波腳攞單對手，唔加劑，對空，哎呀可惜。咁啊，板邊嘅 full loop 啦，咁啊睇下今次對手都今次頭擊都打中啊！哎呀，想搭嗰下，哎呀好在對手有啲遠，咁啊後跳避一避對手個頭擊，咁啊依家就一下死嘅啦，不過應該唔係好想俾 level 3。咁啊，波拳撩下佢。咁啊，兩面喺度鬥望啊，仲點樣埋去？攻對空成功，壓制 delay 嘅下中腳，對手擋到啊！咁啊 ，rush 過去頭攻擊，咬對手。阿 Film， 咁啊後頭換邊。喂，動咗一下毒，但係仍然都係喺阿奇娜嘅斬殺線啊！咁啊，睇下點樣攞埋對佢。哇，後跳，哎唷，咁樣 parry 大鑊，但係未死嘅。咁啊，跳到啊！對手個流民想夾啦，我 feel 到，但係對手拉住個跳掣。烏啲波有個波波，我想升對手但係升唔到，佢食咗個波波啦，中咗毒。確反，再嚟，講得我升，咁啊中咗個毒嘅 combo，level 3埋尾，接近 burn out 都未 burn out嘅，對手有機會要起上鳩嘅機會，打 D 反之類，唔可以，咁樣，但未死。掂到對手，翻level 2先，如果唔係追唔到佢。咁啊，睇下點啊！一到 level 3就可以可能進行掩皮啦，後跳搲臂，對手想 burn out 對手。咁啊，喂，想空對空，食個波㗎。哦，大鑊啦呢個位。哎呀，未死啊應該。哎呀，得招。咁啊 burn out 咗啊大對手，出翻嚟。哦，咁樣就得啦，阿基娜大追嘅諗住。呢個 burn out 有啲傷。1-0啊！有時你直白㗎，啲選手諗嘢。呢個位唔煙平，我覺得佢已經諗少咗嘢啦，已經諗遠咗啦。正常應該煙平一嘢車落去，啲傷差唔多啦，可能下一兩鋪就係已經喺等緊嘅。咁啊死嘅啦喎！我都唔知有強點追，擋到，但係唔想擠。又撩下波頭 ，DC 兩下，再前後。撩下挑，哎呀，呢個 parry 有啲可惜啊，咁啊拉唔中方向。我啲人唔係好慣要 parry 拉方向，有時候 parry 就咁撳。即係原地嗰個 parry 係，即係你唔撳方向咧，佢無論打邊你都係 parry 到都冇用。就俾阿奇娜留翻一燈啊！後跳死咗個重腳，打中對手，咁啊落單對手，拉後連重腳，對空好啊！食咗個輕拳 TC 落單對手啊！咁啊〜呢個一蹬到，哎呀，搏唔到啊！孔拳撩下佢，喂，想搶 parry 失敗咗，俾人投翻去玩邊，呢個傷啊呢度，哦，仲有一下，跳翻出嚟，咁呢個係阿奇個跳係好難聽，佢一個跳背係超級穩笨，嗰個打背話，咁啊撩啦，可能想level 3狂嘅，但係冇對空啊！太想 confirm 呢啲嘢，你話4-5次跳都冇對哭，咁啊妖點都死到level 3啦，出埋佢啦。 咁啊
We ain't
死
wasting
啦，
time here.
打咗啦 ，win 啦，你有冇得睇？係喎，
Let's go, Akira. Gets a much better game number 2 over Mono.
默默地勝利。
These rounds be drawn out.
咁啊要
Mono back to the draw.
要等佢出 pool 啦。
Lock in with Aki. Let's go.
Yeah, he's allowing Akira the opportunity to just dictate where these engagements are happening.
咁啊波腳推埋牆，然後咁下中腳撩下佢，再重腳撩，個反。
Akira, it looks like Mono is spending way more time in the corner throughout the last game and right now as well.
誒
No way
打到
to
個
defend the shield.
打到對手啊！再搏 level 一，
Mono starting to use
咩插腳？
defensive options and they're being fully
連腳壓制，幫嬲對手，煙皮打暈，好快速咁樣攞到一燈啦。
Checkmate situation.
咁啊應該唔會甩啦。
Level 1 yet, and that is a perfect KO and set point now for Akira. Dominance, oppression.
下中嘅對空失敗咗，
Oh no.
再搏招。
For Mono now in the last 3 rounds.
咁啊到地呢個可以搏招啊！哇，中毒嘅情況下開呢招好痛喎，呢個。
Poison is active. There we go.
咁啊放 P， 咁啊 P 咗，但係冇用。然後就拳腳壓制，俾對手升翻出去。
Still stuck in the corner though. God bless that change. Thank you.
哎呀，想對空啊！食咗呢打空咗俾人打住啦。
Did mention that she's very susceptible.
插腳趾，下中腳撩，再插 c a n hit 啦，俾埋死咗啦。2比1，轉翻轉頭。
Looks like
Akira
he figured
晉
out
級
the key to take Mono
村長
down
難搞啊
after drawn out
可能村長 high 咧。
These last 2 games were completely in Akira's favor. He's gonna be the one making it out of this pool in winners.
佢直落噶咯喎，2點鐘就 ChrisWong 喎。
In the round 2 of pools, in
Yeah,
losers.
still automatically gets out of pools in loser's side.
Yes, but it's 6 players out of pools.
Yeah, doesn't have to play a loser's bracket match. You will play later on in round 2, and as I said, pretty much every match that we run now will be a qualification match through these F pools. We're still yet to see Ending Walker. We haven't seen Ending Walker out here yet. We haven't seen Higuchi. We haven't seen Jewel Kevin, Yamaguchi, Samurai, ChrisWong. There's a whole host of top players that we haven't seen play as of yet that are all active in this block of pools. And of course, if you want to keep track on how your favorite player is progressing,
碌打軍，
do so on Start GG.
打軍 OK 嘅，可以 level 一個波，但係優難。
Street Fighter 6 as we find out who's up next, and it is
係啊，冇錯，
Kevin.
直落到48，
The benefits of sitting right next to the stage is I can see who is
麻麻地啦。
next, and let's it's going to be
又唔係好差嘅，至少可以 level 一穿，雖然難啲。
someone you're familiar with at all.
Absolutely not.
冇啊，咪前跳咯，
Not
前跳過波。
See what you're doing there, all good. Let's move
又
forward.
我覺得
Poor
一
Alex.
軍佬
He's playing at least.
唯一勁咪就係個輕佢夠遠咧。
Very, very confident. Still with the Rashids. Still, I'm personally still looking. What do we do of Rashid's changes? I was chatting with Big Bird yesterday, who believes Rashid is, he believes like despite the couple losses he got, he's better off now. That was Big Bird's words at least. Perfect parry first not being a factor helps him a lot. Couple new conversions that he likes, but that's about it.
okay.
I don't really, me personally, I watch Rashid and I'm not sure if he comes out, above, under. Like, I'm still wondering. I'm still in that position where I need to watch more Rashid players. And obviously talk to players. That's how I learn. Talk to players.
Absolutely, they're
Get
going
their
to have
wisdom.
more hours to put in than you do on that character, right? So
Exactly.
it's an interesting one. I mean, you're right. The perfect parry changes definitely do help him in terms of keeping his offense consistent.
Yeah.
But of course, part of that offense is the throws in the corner situation, and it is very timing specific to hit that.
It's really
medium punch, that crouching medium punch.
So you need to do a run and then stop the run at the right time and then do the throw. And that's
Like it's not just dash button. It's there's a number of inputs that you have to all hit at the right time, and that does make it very complicated. And that kind of
哇！一開波正頭，
okay.
毫不猶豫。
Yes.
Up with that.
Round starts. Let's go.
Let's go.
Show him who you are, Alex.
Joel Kevin.
咁啊推埋牆啦。
Against Mena at combo breaker in this very matchup, and he had to play very, very brave. Just take some big risks.
喂，阿豪有計，但係爭啲啊！
Yeah, he's really low on the drive.
喂，又學反啊呢個！
The table is not going to work, and I love the conversion to immediately burn the opponent out. Dual Kevin just looking to get.
喂呀，空對空咁啊，再哎呀，哇！啲車狼，仲見啲車狼威，咁啊想原地跳打個 streamer 失敗咗。
He saw visions of a beautiful delay throw tech there.
喂，咁啊落單咗。
See the big jump in combo that was going to happen.
咁上天。
So did Dual Kevin, which is why he didn't press anything.
Yep.
咁啊一個前頭啦。
Sorry, back medium kick hits, and he still follows it up with a throw.
咁啊 OD 電開 level 2。
Right, we activate, and now Dual Kevin being put in the blender, of course. So when to try to go for the parries so far.
再撞。喂呀，想逼咗個撞啊！但係今次對手即刻。 即係佢咁樣想出翻嚟，但係俾個空洞打翻停，食咗前中腳都係守唔住，俾阿 Ben 卡落翻燈。咁啊，好加片。喂，哎呀個風未到啊！喂，唔係喎呢個，喂呀，喂佢想臨尾個風以為掂到，但係掂唔到都係，咁啊俾佢鏟停咗。 咁啊 ，Rush 嘅頭攻擊打對手，壓落去，咁啊重腳撩下佢啦。咁啊後頭啦，咁啊睇下點。踢風，哎呀真係揦嘢，再搏招，腰擊踢埋落去。
Keep your drive rush cancels.
踢風攞埋咗你佢打死咗。
He gets clipped. Right. Well, we cancel.
Yep, a bad challenge on Alex Dot's behalf, and Dual Kevin is there. Alex Dot.
咁啊轉隻色啊，咪攞下呢個，哇轉公仔色喎，轉公仔步啊係咪？
Change is a very important part of this strategy.
Yes. There we go.
He said the green was looking a bit too natural. I need some more additives. I'm in America.
Let's go.
Give me some artificial colorings in this blanker.
Oh, Bagdash.
喂，踢埋牆啦。
Fierce as well. Dual Kevin waiting in the corner.
咁啊一個星去翻開對手，
Has been correct so far.
咁啊俾人拍低咗啦。
And it's
跳，喂個公仔自動導航，撳翻落去啊！
he's got a quarter circle forward DP rather than a
咁上天
DP
落單。
just late buffer down forward.
跳咁啊對手冇事啦，再受戰後
Dual Kevin parries it, but
肩劈，哦有反應啊，咁就換邊啦。咁啊踢上天，咁啊再做個唔安跳啊，應該啲前跳安跳嚟。咁啊但係打 break 就冇乜所謂嘅，幫唔安你可以。咁啊咁啊有啲間 chip 死啊，見到佢唔係喎，喺個風情況下咧就中過中段。咁啊呢個中咗咧就無限攻嘅，後面仲可以搏一堆 combo。
Dual Kevin takes the round and he's going to draw 2 match points now. Opening with both drive rushes. That's Alex.
咁啊搏招，再搏 level 3。
Level 3, interesting. It's not level 3 you see much, obviously, considering how good Blanca's level 2 is.
Yeah.
Usually you only see this really to like close the round, basically.
攞單。
It's an interesting one. He
Rồi
could
này.
afford to spend it because they were both on essentially like 0 super meter after that.
咁啊呢個換邊，再做一個 combo 跳，哎呀死咗！
And that one's
哎呀鬥啲遠啦，搏唔到個地下。哇！呢個200跌呢個 rush 有啲強，得嘅咩真係？
Got dot.
咁啊，喂中轉，咁啊對手 mix 唔到，呢個中轉加強咗個攻擊距離咧，一截嘅。
Don't see this one.
我反
The right options. This time the stand fierce connects, putting his opponent to the corner, and now
然後
bars are available. We can start the party anytime. Let's go. Chapter 3.
喂咁就用個 D 板推翻出去啦，咁就個風又即使打到個風打到都冇用。
Got to use the drive reversal, but Alex
咁啊清逼破，喂！
level 1.
哎呀個公仔咁強嘅咩？已經原地跳避咗噶咯喎，咁咪可以俾晒 level 1啊？
Through and saved his life.
唔得啦，咁啊原地跳打到個 Shimmy 死埋。
Protect anyway, and Dual Kevin closing that, getting the job done.
Clean play by one of the guys that we expect to see doing well this weekend, one of the most consistent players around. looking to rack up the points. The fun fact is like if last year CPT had points, Dual Kevin would be first by a landmine.
Yeah, ever present in top 8s. He did really, really well, including some other events as well that weren't part of the Pro Tour. He was just in and around. I mean, he had a great breakout performance at EWC Last Chance Qualifier as well. You know, really, really consistent last season, and definitely going to be continuing that consistency this year. You know, having the points there is a great boon for him because we know that he's going to be trying to get himself out. They're still having to get himself to events.
聽來 OK 啦。
Currently, I believe still
Still Kevin 係屈機嘅，most consistent player 啊嘛，永遠都係第2、第3。
So yeah, organisation.
係呢個路人嚟嘅呢個。
Certainly a great pickup for any organisation if you want to find a dedicated and consistently performing
好勁啦！
One of the most consistent players around, man.
連撲冇喎，基本上都好難 whip 噶啦，睇出佢大半個畫面。有 whip 係如果對手 whip， 用個 channel 都幾渣咁啦。
Yes, sir. Higuchi pulling up.
Higuchi main
with that Zeta Division T-shirt. Going to bring it up and see what he brings to the table.
係嘅係。
Obviously, one of the players we always keep an eye on, no matter which event.
大家好啊！
聽日 PC 啊。
Some brackets and do well, and he's still gunning for the qualifications on both CPT.
Yeah, ChrisWong has already made it out of this pool. Okay. By the way, in winner's side, he defeated Mothman.
29未打，29總之12點至2點係29個 pool 嘅時間咯。咁我唔知佢會唔會好似 ChrisWong 咁樣咧，又係 pool 出，又係出埋 pool 都未 on stream， 之後就完咗。
This match decides if you're going to be out in winners or in losers. And obviously, looking at how stacked this round 2 is, you're not going to losers. Like, avoid losers at all costs, because these round 2 brackets are looking absolutely insane.
我係 PC 啊。
Good strategy at a tournament. If you never go into losers bracket, then you know you'll generally do quite well.
Damn. Subscribe to Logan's Metafile. Coaching.
冇啊，冇乜精神，所以得一條命。
Just don't go in losers ever. You'll be all right. Unless you're Takedo and then you've got like
唔好教咁多嘢。
7% win rate in losers. Do you remember that season? When they were like Takedo had like literally like a 97% win rate in losers top 8. Insane.
Winners is boring. I want to play more matches. Let me drop down.
Higuchi 贏咗啊！大 ChrisWong 啊！呢兩個人。
Mexico represented by EGHCO on the left and Higuchi of course on the right.
Do you know what I like about the Mexican esports jerseys? They've all got these really cool collars on.
Yeah.
Really nice like textured designs as well. That's one of the dynamic ones, right?
That's a dynamic one, I think, yeah. Really cool collection.
Shout out to Dynamic. I like a collar, like it's giving 90s.
Yes,
you know?
yes, I agree. Retro kits, love to see that. Guile ready is going to be Ken. All the way from Mexico. Mexico versus Japan for a spot in that winners top. Winners round 2, sorry. And of course the Guile is going to be the menace there. Higuchi.
And if you just joined us,
好啦，開始啦！哇！一開波 show 下 show 自己技能先 ，OD 升過波，話俾你知佢唔係流料。到頭打中，咁啊打啲遠啦，搏唔到招。咁啊放波 ，DC 打中啦 ，can hit， 但係應該可以搏招嚟嘅。進嚟嘅，但冇搏招，行後避咗個攻擊 ，DC 飛埋場。 咁啊，再放波，再放，打中啦，放埋個星。咁啊，放呢個手刀，再嚟。跟雷吉 OD 嘅星，佢個單對手啊。
Yeah, you can never throw out Jinrai against Guile, who's got charge.
Always been, blessed Guile with pretty much being the one character who consistently punishes these Jinrais.
Yeah, and many other things. Yeah. Was that OD?
哎呀，有啲遠啊，搏唔到嚟個下中場。咁啊，食咗個波餅。 撩下先，又打中一下，再 rush， 哦死啊！咁啊前重拳確反啦，開 level 2，咁啊應該臨尾一個 level 2 combo 再 impact 應該，咦唔得喎應該，我係可以 impact 打到對手 burn 好似，爭少少，就放個通粒，再壓制，俾咗個手刀，咁喺呢個位就死咗冇分別㗎啦，基本上每動一個波咧，就 cheap 少少，之後就即係一跳就等腳刀，同明溫係冇分別嘅。
Higuchi looking as solid as ever. It's time to inject some E.
好啲波啦，有一波，呢個下段，換咗邊有計，到頭打一下，再放波。你聽一波個 O.D 升過波，我已經有1600分啦最少。對波，逆向升，靚啊！過嚟。哎呀，冇聲音先，再前後。咁啊，重腳撩下佢啦，但係對手唔停。咁啊，下中拳打中，俾晒 level 1啦，應該要。哎，唔使喎，有個重腳有爪。肩劈反到啊！咁啊，重腳起動。咁啊，埋牆啦呢個 combo，咁啊 level 2多數都係基本上出咗咧就飛晒佢嘅，基本一個 combo，佢都唔會話留啲咩留佢第二轉進攻。咁啊 burn 到自己啊，咁啊多數會係咁重拳咯，之後等對手煙係就 cancel， 咁啊想跑升啦波波。咁啊，但係呢個距離就都幾安全。咁啊 watch 過去，想打 stream， 好輕嘅打一中，但係冇嘢搏。哇，唔得啊！但係有啲遠啦呢個，呢都第二下都中，咁啊冇啊。哎 stream 到，但係未死。哦，咁啊冇啦完啦，咁啊呢劈嘢我都唔知，見到都覺得嘔心。好輕鬆晉級啊
！That was the moment to try and bring it back, but that's exactly what we were talking about, Logan. You know, when you play against Guile, full screen, staying full screen is basically telling Guile, play your game, I can't do it. Be out of range.
咁就無視晉級。
He throws a sonic boom. He's got to think he might jump. And eventually, of course, jump at this range because you need to show that this is an option. You will open, of course, you will get anti-air because Guile's anti-air are solid. But what you want is you're looking at jumping when he goes and commits.
And when you start standing at that range and they start second guessing about whether they can, they can actually press booms, that gives you the space and the time to start encroaching inside of that space, and you can start utilizing stuff like stand medium kick. You can risk a stand roundhouse at those ranges as well, and continue to threaten like drive rush jab as well at those ranges. But you have to put Guile off from throwing those projectiles, and the only way you're going to do that is to show the show the jump at that range, and maybe you'll be able to steal a few openings. But watching the very best Ken players in that matchup, when on paper it is a difficult matchup, just stylistically in terms of the toolboxes. But when you watch the best, and I'm not talking guys like Tokido and Angry Bird playing that matchup specifically, they're so good at imposing their will onto the best Guiles in the world. So it's really a beautiful thing to watch.
Absolutely, I love to see it, but Higuchi for now moves forward convincingly in that winner's bracket. You will see him, of course, later today for round 2 of the pools. There is
for another member of Zeta Division, and it's Yamaguchi. He's going up against Samurai.
唔開到啦，忙到爆炸。
That is a match, and I see on that bracket that Ending Walker has made it out in winners. Listen, there was enough EU on this stream, Logan. Yeah, not gonna add Ending Walker to the mix as well, right? Get him in later.
Yeah, Ed versus Dalsim is certainly a matchup that can be played.
I like that.
It was 2-0. Very tough, I think. Even with the changes, I think that's still very, very tough for Dalsim to handle against Ed. And Ending Walker advancing into the winner's side. But next up, we've got Yamaguchi and Samurai. Yamaguchi, he's not scared to dance around the character select screen and just pick the tool that he feels is best for the job. Samurai kind of stays within a smaller box, but he's also certainly someone who's very, very happy to pick the best tool for the job as well.
Yeah, a student of the game. If you see Samurai in any game, always, it's just a game, always a very methodical kind of player. I've always enjoyed watching this guy play, and we are blessed with a great match between him and Yamaguchi. Going to be a very, very strong opposition of size.
Hello，咁啊，等佢下一個。
Japan And of course, all of these matches, as we said, are to qualify to round 2, and this one is no exception. You can
yeah, so still rocking the same characters that they were towards the end of Season 2. So we've got Mai versus Akuma. And even with Mai's changes, the proximity guard is, I think, a beautiful answer to what is a serious problem with her charged and OD fan pressure.
So the thing is, like, on this change, right, I think it's an excellent change, as you said, right? Like, you block and walk back. A couple characters are still not blessed with being able to walk back.
Yes.
It's if I'm correct, it's JP, Dalsim, Zangief, and Marissa, and maybe Lily. Like, these are the characters who cannot walk back after blocking the first fan. So they're still in the same situation as pre-patch. So for them, they've got to deal with the fans the same way. But the thing is, Mai outside of the fans is still an absolutely excellent character.
Yep.
And now you're just highlighting, you know, all of this strength a bit more than just using the fan, you know, as a way to initiate offense. And you can still walk back, but she can still do drive rush crouch medium kick.
Yeah.
So it's not just walking back gets you out. It's an option to at least fight against these fans. Character still remains extremely strong.
And depending on the range as well, she can walk up as well and still clip you low. She can dash up, so you know she has a number of options, and it doesn't. There's not just one answer to the fans, and that's what made the mix-up so strong. Such a variation of options of pressure and timings. So here we go.
All right.
喂，咁啊退波先。
It is time. Yamaguchi.
咁啊 free play 度啊，個反。
Samurai keeps the right distances and so far puts the opponent to the corner.
咁啊慢邊開始投攻擊啦。
The offense, one throw, two throws. Wakes up with the bottoms, gets the counter as well on this one. Reclaims the offense.
好啲波。
Put to the corner, and now you can't walk back anything. You are in the corner, my friends.
咁啊 TC 見到打中就 combo 啦。咁其實不知火舞削咗之後，我覺得都係啊 Yamaguchi 都會轉。不過可能因為啱啱改版第一個咧，所以就都冇咩，即係你唔可以做啲特別嘢。然後咁啊兩下，再波佢。哎，冇啊，再放波，然後啊傷害對手。喂，呢個有機會喺博去搏喎，咁啊呢個，見到啊Yamaguchi嗰個道符你都幾近。呢個位呢個白鬼成日都升空氣，佢都升到。咁啊 rush 過去，到頭換邊。啊中腳打中，破招啦，空腳。再前後。喂，咁啊喺度死望難望啊，唔知等緊啲乜。有啲近咧，其實就等對面 whip 到，未必可能 whip 嘅。呢個時候好難開，咁啊死都唔解，咁啊推個波。咁啊呢個下中腳 ，OK。哦，擋下升。
So no block string after this, and Yamaguchi takes game number 1. Looking very solid. And we take a moment, go back to character select screen. Hydrate yourself, Samurai.
嗱都幾一面倒喎，幾個內容。Yamaguchi 個道符力太強。
Close match, but Yamaguchi. The main story of this match, Logan, is Yamaguchi has pretty much been on the offensive side.
好似燒人生啦，係咪我太扭
？That's the thing to solve on Samurai's end.
And he's just been walking him down. There were a couple of instances where Yamaguchi walked himself into that low forward range. Akuma got better walk forward speed than Mai, so he is able to sometimes catch her unawares and encroach inside that space. Did also clip Yamaguchi with a forward fierce. So if he you did see him be quite passive as well. So if there's instances in which he can kind of coax Yamaguchi inside to those ranges and catch him off guard with some of those normals that Akuma's able to flick out and catch him off guard. Yeah. Because of that forward walk speed, then that's certainly going to be a route to victory. And once he gets that Oki and pressure,
咁啊唔轉講，薩姆拉都係，好似佢都係算係即係。即係街五咧，其實好似即係回位都削咗，即係有長化弱化好多啦，都係啲即係個，即係佢都係不離不棄啊嘛，所以就永遠都係咁。多數有角色外嘅人咧，佢嘅加8嘅戰績都係佢有翻咁，都係打到咁上下就會自然死亡。喂，咁啊吸唔到。 打到重拳，搏招，追埋牆啦！八鬼，好挑，避一避啊！Parry， 對波，一解頭，再嚟多次，旋風腳 level 1埋尾，叫對手。
Switches up the approach and it works.
And that was all winning the neutral. He wasn't really able to get the loop in offense damage again. Yamaguchi was able to.
喂 ，cut 到，搏招，咁啊推埋牆。
In the neutral a few times and that all added up.
哇！又逆向升嚟㗎。
All the way to the corner as well. He spends the bar. Nice.
Freestyling. There we go into the corner.
多前後。
Samurai now keeps the pressure on. Good escape.
咁啊 TC 咁啊推埋牆，再搏招。乜？咁啊應該死咗啦呢個，死埋啦係啦。
Even if it isn't, he's in burnout as well. Yeah, still alive. No, yeah, still alive.
Oh, okay. Well,
好，落翻燈。
Not follow.
Match point
point for Yamaguchi now. The Mai is looking good. Samurai fighting his way in.
金剛。
To go the drive rush into Adamant Flame, but not going to get anything off it. Yamaguchi not getting caught by the
approach. 咁啊，推埋去，再搏升。
Yamaguchi putting Samurai in a difficult situation right now in the corner.
A whiff punish on that.
Yeah. Still hard to be at the right range, so I don't think he was expecting this to whiff.
車到，咁啊再推埋 OD 波。
Parry game is on points.
重拳放波，咁啊推埋出去先。 咁啊，應該俾晒死唔死啊？哇，都好小心啊，驚死唔會。但係呢個血量咧，如果不知火冇一套 combo 可以懟冧好，都唔係好健康。好啲波就買住佢啦，嘛攞到翻好1-1。
Samurai manages to clutch that game number 2 and send us to game number 3. This is to get out of the pools in winners, and definitely looking at the people attending CEO, you do not want to get to losers early in this tournament. You want to chance at qualifying for Capcom Cup or EWC. 3 spots, of course, are up for grabs here. And the opening goes to Yamaguchi, sending his opponent.
哇，行前頭啊！見到佢想避個 stream。
I expected this to be a back throw for a second.
喂，靚聲啊
！My God, that all corrected and still clipped it.
It looks so vertical, man. It's like so weird.
So it's literally.
我推翻我波，推翻佢啊！空中波。
A perfect parry on point as well. Yamaguchi has been really consistent on these against the fireballs.
She is very susceptible to.
咁啊，搏招推埋牆啦。
Yeah, because it doesn't go very far horizontally forwards. But yeah, you're not catching her if it's like directly above and in front of them.
咪一個升咁樣就推翻，即係一個成功換邊啊！就有呢個重腳地獄，但係呢個擋咗一個重腳之後咧，嗰個 boss 嗰個喂你可以得唔得？擋咗我咧可以，擋咗個重腳之後就即係威脅冇咁大，但係都係黐線嘅我覺得。但係 burn out 咗啲危險，呢個位唔係 OK， 所有嘢都係靠波頭解決。
At this range as well, that was like the max range of the overheads. Samurai offers himself too much point.
1、2， 來波腳。
Another crouch medium kick opening and Samurai in the
and
corner.
choosing not to go for the level 1, he got the corner carry instead. The backdash punishes the throw, looking for a cheeky reset into a back throw. Samurai again with a low forward.
掃腳落單啊！喂，死咗！呢個無限攻嚟㗎，咁又推埋牆，前鋒腳埋尾。
DP in that scenario, and he finds himself in the corner. Samurai, big life lead here.
Yamaguchi is fishing for the right button right now. Samurai is very low on drive. Yamaguchi maybe get him. Nice, gets the DP, and now you burned out and you got to the pressure. There are a couple of bars at least available.
喂，打空咗，咁啊應該 level 2 level 1得唔得 ？level 2啊，都驚。
Yamaguchi save the match point. We're going to the final rounds.
兩下旋風腳埋尾。
Very susceptible to being with punished are a lot of Mai's normals.
金剛我招啦，旋風腳落單對手。
Damage here from Samurai. Frame kills into the throw. Oh no, but he gets tossed backwards.
好，陽升靚啊！
Micro walk under to get the cross cut DP. Lands on the fan, he's going to get picked up.
咪 TC 見到打中啊，開埋 level 1，咁樣就嗱哎呀個頭已經打空咗，咁啊想頭攻擊，咁啊 B 反哦擋咗，但係對手 burn out 嗱有會點啊？信唔信？唉啱啱風波啊點啦 ？OK， 再撳多個掣，俾人 level 要穿波啦，咁啊見到冇計，死咗。
For that one, and
cannot throw a fireball anywhere on screen when she's got that enhanced.
呢條穿冇啊 level， 即係好似 Cammy level 3咁樣屈嘅。
Super, that Dark Phoenix comes out, it clears. You got so much time to react as well.
You got a lot of time to react as well, man.
And she can take damage on at the end as well. It's ridiculously good.
It's such a good tool. Unfortunately, Samurai maybe a bit too ambitious with the fireballs. Not gonna happen for him. He will drop into losers bracket for round 2. Of course, still a chance, to initiate the full losers run. Yamaguchi will be on the winner's side for that round 2. And hooked on point, especially like these anti-airs. I always love watching a player with anti-airs on point. And these ones between the DPs, the cross cuts,
sublime, and it really, there was like micro walks under to get the cross cut. There was auto corrects there. There was early ones to blow through the air fireballs. A full spectrum, a display of the strengths of that as an anti-air option for Mai. Really great stuff from Yamaguchi. He did a really good job of mitigating the looping offense of Samurai Zakuma as well. We very rarely saw him get steamrolled into, ongoing openings. It was take a hit, lose neutral, maybe you get clipped low, maybe you get clipped with a forward fierce, but it was very rarely clipped into a next combo, into another combo, into death. Very, very good at mitigating those situations. Yamaguchi with an excellent defensive performance.
Yeah, that's been absolutely insane. Great play to Yamaguchi, and of course everyone can join the CPT this year with the World Warrior coming back next week. The registration is open to all of the people in the eligible regions. You can head on over to capcom.us/ww25 for the schedule and more information, including of course regional finals pricing. You can go through the circuit, earn your points, qualify to the finals, and get guaranteed money from 2,000 and a Capcom Cup position for the winner, all the way to 300 for the 7th and 8th place. That is a grind to show that you are the best in your local region and that you can go and represent your region at the biggest tournament there is.
Of course, if you are fortunate enough to have one of these offline premiere events in your region, then we will hopefully see you there, because offlines are back, of course.
唔使反應嘅，我諗係咪？呢個好慢，即係 Cammy level 3放波嚟。
To our partners at 10-0, you can see that the brand new exclusive collaboration with CEO, the tag team Showtime t-shirt. It's sold out on site, but don't worry, because they have opened up pre-orders again for a restock online right now at merch.10o.gg. And you can pre-order that. Everything else is in stock at the moment as well, including this awesome Akuma Heaven crew neck that I'm wearing. You got the blind box gacha.
有講通頂係啊，都10點啦。
Cherry Blossom Turbo and Ryu t-shirts that have proved very popular as well. Check out those and many more designs that are all available online at merch.10-o.gg. Use the QR code on your screen.
Absolutely.
Now.
And this event is brought to you by Turtle Beach, the leader in premium gaming audio. Raise your rank with the award-winning Stealth wireless headset lineup, delivering immersive sound, crystal clear communication, and all-day comfort. You got the full Stealth series to go through, and you can get 10% off your first order at turtlebeach.com to get your audio on point for your games with the Stealth 700.
Yeah, I personally use this. It's a really great device. I'm a big fan of the battery life. 80 hours of battery life is really helpful when you've got a brain like mine, and I always forget to recharge. I don't plug it in overnight. I finish my session and just pull it back on the side. 80 hours of battery life is great. This is my new go-to, the Stealth 700 specifically, so I can vouch for that. No hashtag ad, no hashtag sponsored. That is just my own personal opinion. So check it out. It's a great headset. Shout out to the people at Turtle Beach for specifically supporting the Capcom Pro Tour. Thank you very much. That is the end of this wave of pools. One more wave to come before we end round one. Of course, today at CEO will be going all the way to
豪威以前有喎，好鬼死勁。唔用 level 3 ，level 3唔夠遠 ，level 3好近嘅嗰個距離。level 2係全屏屈機。
But that is the end of this block. We'll be back after this short break. We'll be swapping out in the hot seat. Some more incredible broadcast talent will bring in the action as we conclude the first round of pools here at CEO Day 2. So don't go anywhere unless it's to the refrigerator to get yourself some snacks and some beverages, because the action will continue right here on Capcom Fighters from CEO 2025 as the Capcom Pro Tour rolls on. Take care. See you in a bit.
差唔多啦，我覺得又唔係話特，即係我覺得又唔係豪威好渣咩又。
This is gonna be a match to remember. Fight!
豪威勁過龍，差唔多啦。佢哋兩個其實，因為始終空波都係對啲通波係好屈啲下重拳對空。空波都係對啲下重拳對空嗰啲屈機咯。幾時打2點咯？先睇下點啦，29差唔多啦。不過而家個鋪開始咗咯。不過問題係佢有冇機會上台啊？真係點？ 唔知啦。唔知㗎，溝嘅你講真，唔奇。現地記者可能有嘅，但係要好辛苦咁揾咯，易揾㗎同你講。睇先，現地應該打 CEO 嘅。唔知佢唔知可能打 SF6 會有，因為 CEO 都幾多比賽搞。拜拜咩？一換咗新 logo，唔係換走隻碌咧，我唔係好慣，揾唔到佢嘅有啲。Daigo 啊，係 Fudo 係我 Fudo 打喎依家 ，Fudo 都二啫，咁就應該都會睇 ，Fudo 幾好睇嘅，大家冇乜中意。我兜Reject咗，好似我都睇唔到有其他人，有其他現地配上，應該得Reject。可能有啲即係美國人都有播，但係依然唔覺。ENG 不都似㗎，現鬆呢個 mon 就應該算係公認係，如果搞 PS 活動用呢個 mon 咧就冇死嘅啦，啲人。
I mean, well, I got the most clean ogre outside of Oxlade, but I haven't seen Oxlade play ogre in a hot minute, so. He's probably just chilling out with his wife, and like, damn, that's a good RPG. He was playing Expedition 33. Oh, he's on that. You should have been like 8 weeks ago, right?
Daigo 而家打咧，嗰邊都唔知等幾耐。10年啦咩 ？Thank you 唔興咯，好大聲係。
Yeah, man, points. That's something that I want to highlight throughout this whole weekend, man. Oh, yeah. That's what's forcing everybody to come outside. And I don't say forcing in a bad way. Forcing as in you know those points is on the line.
PS 唔咁耐嘅咩？
Let them go past you. You want to try to grasp a little bit of that in your back pocket. What makes me more excited is that we're right next to the stage. I was actually talking about this with Logan and the boys yesterday. Yeah,
10年喎，好誇張。
This is a little more intimate for me. This is brings me back to like the throwback. Throwback.
20年出喎，大佬。
Sounding like a broken record here, but let's see what's broken on the stage. Let's see if these guys are top tier or not. Nah, this is just me.
又係美國女。
Just kill some dead egg guys.
呢個唔係 IT 喺邊度？
They put in their heart out on the line.
意大利。
Who we got? What's that? Merkleton. Okay, versus Maffey.
The Merc Master. Oh, I like that name if that's what the intention is. And Maffy out here. You know, the great thing about these offline tournaments is that you get to see a lot of killers that we haven't seen in other areas. Maybe they only come out like this is their first tournament, making upsets, or people that don't get to show out as much. They show out, they definitely show out. So we'll see between these two who's going to be making it through. Yo, JP kind of.
唔夠打緊。
The top players of that character be like, yeah, he good.
哦，2015啊。
He good. Even with the slight nerfs, still very strong, very dominant. I think the nerfs.
冇啊，我冇睇到佢寫，我冇睇到佢個跳梯圖。
I think the only issue against JP is a lot of his starters are mid, so he's still prone to get perfect.
咁啊，放波先。哎唷，呢兩個人好搞笑啊！EC， 哎呀，俾人哋空。
It's a different one.
My man Matthew's what from Italy? Okay, holla at your boy.
哇！呢個零距離3個下中腳都幾威勁。呢隻 JP 好似招都未唔知點出喎。好尷我都。一手指。喂，又攬中喎。咁啊，一片混亂兩面都。
Walks out the overhead this time though, gets a fireball, full screen gets a pierce right after it's full lockdown. Jail no bail.
到頭，哎呀！但係唔係，喂咁啊跳咗啊！唔識咁嗌咩？呢個咩 combo 嚟啊？個球旗啊！ 哎呀！肩劈對手冇擋到。喂，對空，哇！呢個確反又係一流啊！呢個你都未識撳喎呢兩個人。誒，上輕佢，睇有現代喎佢哋。起上指令頭，越嚟越新啊！嗰啲 combo。OD 個 OD 波啲埋場。哇！令佢哋精頭又中一下，哇！得翻黃靴一手。哇！自動 burn out 呢個咩新嘅進攻方法嚟㗎？咁就可以令到對手跳一 part 冇，跟住之後對手就自己死咗。入嚟。
Not a ghost buster or buster.
You.
Not yet though.
It's not over. Mappy haven't really shown level 2 just yet. I feel like this match, the panic that you got.
波拳埋尾，跟住再嚟。
Even more dangerous to have to deal with. I let that stuff to Rick. I just do it raw, you know.
跳，哇！迷攻擊，再波拳啊！ 哇！40多碼指令頭又中，喂咪唔知叫指令頭嚟。喂，跳到，跳又跳攻擊，輕直接必殺技，唔識確反。咁啊 ，Watch 個頭攻擊，又攞招，到頭又一下，放波。呢兩個 Master 都有困難。攻擊 level 1真係好新，佢點錯嘅呢？究竟？加埋 ，OK 喎 ，Impact 確反。哎呀，錯唔3M，呢個斜重腳搏唔到腳刀，咁啊放鬼，跳，勾拳埋尾啦，再跳，咁啊放鬼啦，再插地，咁啊波拳埋尾，再跳，俾人對腳刀對空，係啊，俾錢入得冇錯。呢個俾人每個人有呢個人呢有2500萬美金都可以入場呢個慈善加86比賽 ，Harry 跳孖腿又打中一下。又一下指令頭。咁啊，少咗個手刀啦，或者又跳翻出去啦，哇！直接波拳，依家啲 film check 真係強，個招夠慢啊！好難嘅，其實你要揾到兩個同你揾到一個呢啲人已經難，最同時揾到兩個人，仲要喺個 Black Cat 度對戰。你揾到呢個組合咧係真係，首先你要有兩個人，仲要撞埋一齊，嗰個 probability 係幾高，所以佢哋兩個真係強。 我叻冇晒啦。
喂，你識心魔㗎？
Merkelton, keep your eyes wide open. Watch what happens to your guile.
Departure? No, not yet. Making a mistake on buttons. There it is. A little bit late on the draw, but still.
哦死啊！哇，好精彩嘅比賽，2比0。
All the way from Italy, not spinning bands out here.
人哋嗰次嗰個都好戇居嘅。
It's expensive.
Listen, I give these guys a round of applause personally because these guys were just smiling the whole time. Well, I would say mostly Merkelton. But it looks like he was having a great time up there, and that's what it's all about when it comes to fighting games. You may be out here for vacation, but he got some good hardware. Yeah. Leverless, okay, so he's very informed and aware.
Yeah, he's serious. Yeah, he's serious. You getting a leverless, you're definitely serious out here.
Yes.
You know about your fighting games.
揾阿小毛毛去打呢個 AI 榜手練習係仲好。
Oh, Samurai! Oh my!
Yo, he had that in the bag, man. I was like screaming. Well, I try not to because I'm trying to save my voice.
Yeah, you got a long weekend.
Yeah, but man, it's like. He was so close, but that's how you know. I always say this: the competition is so dense. I know a lot of people was comparing numbers, like, yeah, why did CEO common break? It's not even about that. It's about the dense competition. Exactly, the depth of what's ahead. And again, it's all for the same prize, the same mind, and that's a
直接波拳壓制，又真係中。跟住最勁就係咧，佢哋兩個撻手指，個 OD 撻手指之後咧，跟住喺度原地跳2下，對手就中咗。係咪有識魔法真係？
Secondaries that kind of testing in pools, but first 2 means less time to grind that out. So maybe after this, you might see some people switch up characters. Keep begging Tokido to play a little Akuma. He won't, but he can still find. But for a lot of players, they're like, after this, I'm going to test things out. But for right now, I'm focused on whatever I have in front of me.
I mean, to be honest,
呢啲先好睇，咁大鑊。一場半場咪好睇咯，一場場都係咁咧，都幾戇居。
This is big only because you're not really seeing it randomly happen, the freeze frames and the perfect parries. So I feel like it's good for certain characters, but it could be a little tough for certain characters. So for example, Bison, he was very heavily
真唔真金就我招完之後我都覺得係咪即係真係金咯？真係白金不怕紅爐火。招完之後發現佢真係白金。
Let's see what's off the charts here on the stage. Let's see what we have for you guys cooking. Let me get acquainted with you guys.
可能仲有㗎後邊，越打越精彩。
Earl. Hopefully this guy got something sick in the pocket. Oh yeah. I want an Earl.
多數俾啲 win 嗰啲咧，即係琴日咧，如果琴日咧我都播比賽咧，應該每個 pool 頭1-2場都係呢啲內容咯。嗰個所以第一日。 跟住有時唔係好想睇。好啦，嚟啦！放波，嗱，即刻，即刻唔好睇個比賽，咁正經打得。呢個時候應該聽緊係直接旋風腳打個壓制啦，係咪 ？OD 波打中2支，嗱呢啲又係啦，對手識打。 反波拳打完之後飲2支，有玩我隻 game 嘅人先識嘅嘢。啱啱我場好玩啲嘅，想用個插腳避個星，打中對手搏星，呢個加 fit 打中對手再搏，後避咗，咁就之後就下輕拳下重拳啦 ，finish hunter， 波頭打中再波拳埋尾，哇！ 佢都決定咗飲酒㗎啦，所以其實中唔中都冇乜所謂。即係佢嗰個重腳高啲嘅 break dance 照嚟嘅。跳咁啊 OD 版本咁啊羅加飛又中一下，咁就再搏多個2支啊，再中多下3支，哇！乜都中喎喂！立彩又唔見你中。 咁啊，中腳又打中，死咗。然後見到係咁撳之後死咗。俾你 ，Ken 係咪諗住轉角？堅兒有贏，咁啊 Jamie 未輸過。
Yeah, I kind of see it. A little bit.
Shout out to my brethren. I'm hoping you got your crumpets and coffee ready, your teas. 好，
咁啊，想 watch 佢俾個波打停咗。倒腳埋尾。咁啊，旋風腳你埋牆啦。 後頭邊 有乜站？哇！直接順雷㗎，咁啊 Canada Hit 就變咗 lock down 啦，咁就而家冇一個 hanger 先。想用個 OD 撞抽獎失敗咗，哇！甩招！啊，花連下招先，咁啊 watch 佢繼續壓制，中段俾對手跳走咗，咪撩下佢 ，EC 攞埋就你佢啦，你 cancel 攞翻一燈啊！2、3連風腳，
喂，你識 combo 啊
？Sip that sauce, of course, Stamina kick right up. Still have advantage, and the stand fierce that 5 frame, insane, very quick.
喂，呢個 set play 呢個中權加幾多呢個嘅 ？Baby 換家先知嘢，死啊！咁就睇俾唔俾晒啦，應該都唔俾晒啦。恩氣之子，哇兩個，再呢個一，要大傷害，單少少都係 burn out 咗，但係應該都穩陣啦。係我就信，係我就波拳踢晒佢。burn out 佢，哦！呢個穿波靚啊！推波先，再下中腳。再推，咁啊 take fall 啦，將對手頭一頭前先，波頭一下，飛腳，咁啊打中一下，再搏個波拳。輕拳打到對手，順雷腳，要打中對波level 3啦。咁啊，想用重腳掃對 burn out， 再放個波真係 burn out 咗，咁就 impact 接死啦呢個位。呢個其實有啲危險啊 ，level 3應該穿到。而家係呢個鋪，順雷腳。咁啊，俾晒所有嘢，再偷個升，偷個飛腳，再攞壓制，但係俾對手升翻轉頭啊！會有啲有啲仔，兩支。好，咁啊3走啦，4走，咁啊對手就搏落去，俾人 parry， 咁啊推埋牆啦呢位，俾 Ken 掂到一下就埋牆啦。升，再前後。咁啊拉翻後少少先，喂，咁啊壓過去，再搏波拳，有四周嘅波拳係安全嘅，輕拳打中，放翻個聲推翻出去，哇！直接 break dance 大鑊啦，割反啦，咁啊死啦，哇！今次 Ken 嘅 match on 啊，打到對手，將對手推埋，將對手用個升埋尾，再推埋板邊。順雷腳，哎呀，打空咗，波拳埋尾。哎呀，喂，唔識個反，但係唔緊要 ，level 3啊，用流氣嘅話就死㗎啦。咁啊，補翻啲氣先。咁啊，應該，哇！呢個位偷飲酒有計喎，第一次見啊。咁啊，4走情況下點樣壓制？有，想攻擊但係失敗咗，burn out 咗啊！會唔會試佢反應？飛腳，順雷腳，精確反，但係自己都 burn out 埋。波拳下中腳打中對手嘅波拳死埋，都係 match point。咁啊，一下先，再嚟。咁拳，再順雷腳，咁啊踢兩下再推波，再 watch 佢壓制，又打中一下，但係有啲遠，咁啊俾對手打翻轉頭。唔知 ，OK 靚啊，咁啊穿到波，再前後。咁啊撩下佢啦，再撩，咁啊重腳等中，哎呀3次大動作嘅攻擊就好容易食呢啲啦，重拳打中，咁啊應該俾埋噶啦，係啦，我睇下但係未死嘅，睇下之後點啦。
A one-touch scenario, but careful. Cloud has many things to work with, as we mentioned.
喂，輕嘅打中，得翻一滴血。哦，一個係輕嘅踢死咗。and 追翻兩鋪，呢個晉級啦。
Simple stuff right there. He said, "Oh man, that matchup though."
Okay, Earl, that was nice. I appreciate that.
Be best.
You know, he didn't smell blood. That's the most important thing about ending a match. Sometimes you put yourself in danger because you see red. You're like, oh my god, I'm close.
Yeah, I gotta do it.
Then you just go nutty.
又係你呢個，啱啱我飲咗係正常嘅，但係嗰個就太串。嗰個好似係抌上天，跟住 level 3之後重拳飲咗，應該多人都係加。嗰個真局。
They got flush, but stays solid right there. Moves on in the bracket. But good stuff from Earl. I like to see people sticking with their character, nerfs or not. You know, some people immediately drop Ken. And Earl sticking with him. I actually talked with him. I was like, hey, man, you trying to play Maya a little bit? He's like, no, I'm with the Ken.
Yeah.
Only with the Ken. I like that. I like the energy. I mean, you're playing this character for so long, you have a better game plan with him. Why switch when there's a tournament?
又嚟。
Yeah. It's so early, and even afterwards, I think he'll stay with Ken.
得個就係咁，得個就係咁。
I already said, listen, I don't want to.
得個就係咁串。
You know, get people hyped to nerf Ken in a certain way. I know.
Good. No, you're smart. You're smart.
Yeah.
You're like, well, actually, I think they should do this, and then Captain will be like,
有一次呢個驗地先。呢個邊個嚟？哇！佢嗰啲網絡唔係幾好。15年嘅網絡係差啲嘅。咁你睇下有冇？睇下有冇 Hotdog29嘅身形。哇！好鬼幾好笑。15年未出豪位。
It's a pretty nice venue, man. We've been highlighting it throughout this whole weekend. It does definitely feel like it's back to its old ways as CEO, man. I've been coming to CEO since 2011.
Yeah.
So I've seen the changes. What was the glorious parts of it? You know, the Wyndham. Shout out to the Wyndham from the throwbacks, from the original location. But now we're here on a resort. I don't even know the name of this spot, to be very honest. It's just like
Shingles Creek, I think, or something.
Something Creek. Yes.
Something Creek.
Yes.
Hey, it's not Daytona. That's all I care about, bro. I can go outside. We both go outside. And I get yelled at.
You know what? I got yelled at a couple of ways, in a couple of different ways.
Oh yeah.
So it is what it is.
Yeah.
Let's see the many ways of these competitors or how they're just gonna open each other up, and it's not even Christmas.
That's misinput, yes sir. And I pressed the buttons on misinput. Used to be like Bazaar FGC for a little bit, but then switched over. Has had some decent results over in TNS. I think also sometimes the Can Opener. Been playing a lot of online tournaments.
I pressed the buttons. I pressed the buttons because I pressed the buttons.
That's a bar.
Let's go. All right, thumbs up. I think we're ready to go. We don't need no buttons.
JP 對 Marisa。
But now, the smack talk doesn't begin until after.
街霸已經出咗10年啦，安陰遲遲，10年得有10年都係出咗個8隻角。
Catch me if you can. If I land some damage, it's gonna hurt.
好似咩加2揀豪位咁樣咯，就要唔知邊隻角定3秒，嗰隻角定4秒咁樣。
Fireballs, pierces, departures right after. Gonna make some big guesses. You do have the armor to bust through.
哦咁，I press the button， 咪撳咗咯 ，Mr. Input .exe 咯，呢兩個咧個名喺度特登嘅，一個撳咗掣，一個就撳完冇反應。
No counter hits. We block out legs. Okay, I see you. I press the button.
咪撳咗咯，佢驚壞㗎。唔係應該死咗㗎啦，就Marisa嘅日常，咪撳咗咯。好有波，哇！衝過去 OD 作 OD counter， 嗰個諗法，爭啲賴嘢咁啊，但係俾佢 set 到個手指又得手指就到 GP 回合，得唔得？喂，新 buff。咁啊，對手都唔差，呢場就嚟啦，再插地。攻擊，會加頭。意思波拳落單啊！插地，攤手指。攤手指，攤手指。第4次。 膊頭再嚟，哎呀，咁啊對手搣慢咁搣命啦，咁啊兩個攻擊應該死啦點都，一啲波，咁啊求其啦，喂，你咁樣俾啲咁嘢我睇，死啦，會唔會咁樣閃翻轉頭啊？咁啊 TC 到佢開 level 2啦，有機會喎，咁啊擋唔擋到啊？係擋唔到嘅，手指 TC 插地。俾啲咁嘅嘢我睇，你咁辛苦用個 OD， 用個 OD 嗰個飛拳去攞個彈黐牆，都唔招。咁啊打和啊，算係咁啦，原地跳避唔到個。
你識 combo 㗎？
打多下，咁佢輕輕拳再波頭俾對手識，起上輕腳咁就打痛對手，但係後面都中咗。咁啊換一邊又飛嘅 EC 波拳插地又踩佢一下，再波拳壓制挑空對空成功啊！咁啊 D 反到對手嘅攻壓制對空有啊，又爭啲空拳咁啊起唔到啦。再做個波頭做死上打中對手。Harry 避咗個攻擊先，咁啊退咗埋場，加邊再嚟，而家打翻轉頭。
Well, no, it works for me. This is fighting games after all. Wow, right on the abdomen. Big damage incoming. Let's set up the shenanigans. The shadow.
咁啊，撻手指埋尾啦 ，TC， 有啊呢個，咁啊保對手放撻手指個空隙，打翻轉頭，放鬼個空隙啊！咁啊，但係用嗰個 level 2啦，咁啊對手 level 3着晒燈，有波衝過去，哇！對手都唔，對手即刻反到 impact， 再開 level 2推埋牆呢個位。手指 EC 換，哇！呢個南兜水鳥拳又嚟多次個 impact， 見到呢個 JP 都幾反得啦。咁啊推埋牆喺個位，咁啊重拳黑手指，點解轉移？咁啊嗰個傳送門攻擊打中，再嚟多次，箭頭應該死咗咯喎，咁唔睇啦。哎呀，我都借你個寂寞，換邊。D 反推翻出去，但係打唔中 ，EC 打中，咁啊擋咗個波拳啦，再嚟多次，死咗，死散嗰死啊！唔啊！唉 ，I press the button 啊，真係，翻嘢 combo 先啦，咪撳咗咯。
喂，你識 combo 㗎？
真係令到對手 miss input。我明顯佢個掣係佢個掣，可能佢個 set up 係可以令到對手甩招。你都打得幾好㗎啦。
Excellent work though there, nonetheless.
你翻嚟啦 combo 先啦。
He's in there, he's cool, you know. That was winners.
先求其都死啊，係咪？個 level 1，你買呢扇無限嘅可能性，我都可能有嘢搏嘅。同埋佢啱啱都贏啦，攞1燈啊嘛。你 level 3一定死。識搞咁多嘢。唔得。同埋佢呢個令到對手甩招，應該現代都會甩。
I will say the Ramsey, that's crazy that you went for butt slam and missed that. We're going to talk about that one later.
Ramsey here?
Yeah, he went 2-1 with Tachikawa.
So that was the early, that was 10 a.m.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. I missed that one. I started heading downstairs like around 11.
Yeah.
So, damn, I missed that match. I love Zangief, man.
係個人問題。
Still rocking Zangief, right?
It was Honda actually.
個人就係得咁多。
He's running Honda and Marisa.
And Tachikawa was rocking Manon?
No, he did Ed. He did
Modern?
Yeah, Modern. Yeah.
Yeah, usually when you cook Tachikawa, he'll go for the...
You go for the Manon, right? Yeah, he'll switch up.
All right. Well, I mean, that makes sense against Honda. You want to stay solid, react. It's a little more easy. Okay, that makes sense.
Yeah, so I'm tight. Anyway, I'm Tachikawa with my boy too, but you know, bit best out.
It is what it is, man. Yeah. Look, I understand the bias.
Yeah,
listen, yesterday I felt like I was from the kingdom of...
咁啊下個啦，有Hotdog29睇未
？That's my Habibi right there.
That's my Habibi for real.
No, bro. When he cooked up Moke, I was like, before he was like, hey man, I don't know if I can be able to do this. I'm like, yo, just focus up. he was locked in.
Yeah, no,
he got that first win. He said, "I could do this."
That's the team. I'm just glad that he's getting his feet wet, understanding the world.
大家好啊
Fighter 6 at a high level. That way, when his main squeeze Viper drops, he'll get accustomed. So hopefully, you know, obviously, she's about to
文浩
this year, I believe.
文浩仲喺度隱藏緊自己實力。
Street Fighter 4 era around a lot of the top level C Vipers. So I definitely got impressed in a certain way, form, or fashion. But I actually want to see what the character brings. You know, I know Street Fighter 6 is giving a lot of characters fresh looks, maybe giving addition to moves.
Yeah.
And I'm curious to know if most of her tactics that involve all of her like mechanics, like from her jets, or
stuff. Yeah.
Is it just straight focused on bars to the super, or just straight up the drive gauge? I'm pretty sure it might be a combination of both, depending. But we'll see when the character drops. But let's see who's on the stage right now. Stop playing some games and let's start seeing some games. This guy sitting on the right. Oh, that's Paladin.
帕拉甸喎，呢個美國嘅，
Kevin I know that guy.
呢個美國好強嘅
What's he play? What's Kevin play?
I believe it was Cammy.
龍玩家。
Completely wrong. It might be Ken.
It might be Ken. I feel like I've seen him in your brackets.
Yes, it might be Ken. It might be Ken. It might be Ken. Let's go. But that's
I feel like that's a Ken type name.
Kevin Tech. Yes.
Oh, you're right.
There you go. And you got my man.
有龍
Look,
喎
he's been， doing
有冇？冇㗎。
well on the online side of
選
things.
手主辦單位中意你，咪上台打。
Yeah,
That you usually see like a
knuckle
punk or two
Yeah.
that stops him right in his tracks to make his ride all the way to the top fade a little stronger for him to have that chance to win, right? But he's a student of the game. He's definitely getting better. Was rocking the Akuma for a bit. I think he was rocking all the Shotos, I believe.
Oh, yeah. He was alternating.
And mind you, we knew him originally from the Ryu, so he went and ventured off a little bit to the Dark Hado. But here we are.
好開始啊！
Quality.
我中腳 rush， 後跳避一避 ，rush 翻過去 ，OD 波再放波，咁啊，再對我一分一格 drive 技術。
That was a typo. That's what that was.
中腳打空咗，空拳 OD 波再放波，再嚟。咁啊 ，Perry Perry 再 delay 嘅立空拳打中對手啊，叮翻你轉頭啊！ 煙劈暈咗啦，誒未喎，未埋牆，到腳，中拳打中，但係冇嚟過，再攞 kick， 前中拳，再嚟，咁啊再波頭，終於中啦，咁啊對手會唔會試試佢？哎呀，咁啊好兩極，咁啊起上升，俾對手擋咗之後確板死入。
Think about it.
Unless he was reading a hard fireball or a
升啊！
Oh, maybe like a four fears or something.
OD 反波拳，
You know, I'm trying to figure things out. I'm trying to understand
嗰
these players.
個壓制迅雷腳，但係咁咗啦，咁啊撩輕腳啦，咁啊裡面得翻大概3格到嘅執嘅，嗱睇到衰啦。我冇 confirm， 但係巴拉啲都冇做過大確反啊。放波，然後。 迅雷腳，再頭攻擊打對手啊！哎呀，冇確反，呢個可以確反係咯，見到確反。想撳掣俾對手個波打停 ，Heavy OD 反波拳，再嚟，哎呀，咁啊 block 咗對手，推波啦開始，咁每一個波都削血嘅可以。確反，level 3，應該都死嘅啦，1-0。
Let's see it next game because Paladin's going to send him off to level 3. And it was good mid-screen pressure. Like if he couldn't drive rush after the perfect parry, he said, I'll just neutral jump. Now chip away with the fireball play that has gotten better, get more advantage off the fireball, so more reason to use it. And we even haven't seen the Dinjin charge just yet. There's still more. Paladin with the look over like, hey man, you ready?
That's right.
I'm ready to go.
My man was born out of the wound of a
對手有啲試下人真係喺度。
Already putting quarters in.
Yes. This man came out of the laundromat playing some Ryu, baby. This is it. A washing machine gave him birth, y'all.
好，咁啊嗰個腳再重拳，迅雷腳攞單對手，有人用呢個 OD 星踢翻出去 ，OD 波煙劈，咁啊呢個煙劈冇俾人對手反都算係咁啊。EC 對手擋到，前衝拳打中 ，OD 多結氣，我自己旋風腳，依家唔係前衝腳旋風腳嘅咩？ 推波啦，咁啊 Perry Perry 嘅 finish， 再前後，咁啊板邊嘅 full loop， 好老土嘅，誒咁啊 delay 輕拳打到對手，我買咗你嘅。
Third time's a charm. I swear I see that pattern, but I mean I feel like that's the most efficient. You get thrown
watch
about 2
佢
times and then on
打到
the
對
third,
手。
fourth, that's when they start pressing buttons. Depending on your health, of course. But man, there we go, get nasty right there, Kevin Thicky. I got the thick.
後跳。
Paladin weathering the storm so far. Close range fireballs that stand like the four fears.
咁啊升唔升？哎呀，呢個係唔升。 咁啊，應該係確反到，追波啦。真係嘅，叮埋尾攞個傷害啊！咁一下斬死佢啦，死埋，就對手都搖晒頭啦。咁啊，求其level 3，我level 2喎，show combo 先。咁啊，升，喂，創晒掣你先俾啲咁嘅我睇。哦，都係要握手。我 show combo， 點解 show 我自己個樓？Can 信雷腳冇得踩腳趾啊，冇得其他嘢掠。笑咗佢都，我咁勁。我啱啱 burn out 咗，應該都係搏 level 1㗎啦，咁都好搏。升好似唔得㗎嘛，其實。哦喂。一定要 rush 嘅先得。輕鬆玩係好啊。但係你搭飛機俾成皮嘢過嚟輕鬆玩，好似得。你搭飛機俾成皮嘢，OD 升先得咯，普通升得唔得唔知。跟住之後同我講輕鬆玩，好似可以前重腳啊，唔係我記得好似。好似改咗。可能自己織都唔。你咁中意龍，可能特登買件，特登自己訂一件。
But look, he's in prime time now. I do believe you're going to see him garner a lot of results. Listen, he was your finalist last year.
First of all, relax.
你帶過啊？
He's fine. He's right here. I just saw him. He's not been accosted
當旅行咯，睇下你咩心態咯。日本就得，美國呢個當旅行，我未升華到呢個心態。衣服 Japan 咪得，升華呢個心態好難。快手啊，好似有佢。喺邊咧佢？
But also, he just wants to be more interested in the game.
That's what Daigo said?
That's what Daigo said. That's on his stream that he has, or on YouTube, I should say. He's had the translator on there. So, speaking about Daigo, though, I think we're actually going to get the go up on the stream here. That's all right. Daigo Umehara.
Oh
my God.
Beast, my man got
未瞓醒的人。
First off, I didn't even know Daigo was on the stage. That's it. You guys are funny, yo. You guys are funny. I didn't even see him walk up on the stage, man. You know, I want to interrupt him and say hi. I'm just a big fan, but you know, something about his aura, his glow that I don't want to interrupt. You know what I'm saying?
He's just vibing. You're like, I don't even want a picture.
Let me try. Hang on. Hey, Daigo.
See?
Jesus Christ. That hurt me. That was my hero.
You didn't even look over.
That was my hero. I can't believe he did me like that. Hold on. Let me try again. Hold on. First, wait. Hold on. Let me try again. Hey, there's a bunch of... Daigo. Big fan.
You're
big
great.
Fan. Okay. Yeah.
So don't talk to me.
I know, right? Damn, I feel like I just can't, like, I can't hate this guy. Like, even if he disrespects me, first off, he didn't. He looked over and then he looked back quick.
好鬼閪嘅啊！
He smiled at me, man. I blushed. I freaking blushed, man. That's one of the goats. One of the goats.
Yeah, it's a goat, bro.
You see all rock and rubble on his face because he removed it from the Rushmore.
Bro, he could go 1 and 2, and I would still be the biggest Daigo fan. I ain't gonna lie, though. He's just so good about his fireball game. Something about Daigo, how he just
咁啊放波，呢個啲耳拿場，
punishes. We saw him 5 and 6.
咁啊仲未見到耳拿咁啊，隻腳真係冇人用。
Listen, so just to touch up on what you said earlier.
喂，咁啊打中對手 ，TC 落單，再前後。 衝拳放波，對手就放翻個後傳。喂，拆八鬼打中對手放波空隙啊！再反應，再打個 combo 啊！俾人升。喂，有迷之先跟。打中對手啊！但係呢個位真係可以搏招，但係唔緊要，打個宣面。
content and stuff like that, and more about that competition. He isn't stream as much. He's more serious going into Street Fighter League. He's on one of the most broken teams I've seen for Street Fighter League.
要一下啦，對手唔使放波，白鬼插中啊！再一次對手嘅地對空擊，我順風腳推埋板邊啦，兩下放埋個星。咁啊輕拳打中對手，俾多個金剛。 咁咪俾手死唔去啦！喂，咪新 set 屁，咁咪板邊嘅 full 啦，對手會唔會識啲啊？係3個頭攻擊嘅。
Are you kidding me?
True.
Yo, can I get the gray head Daigo costume?
Oh, the Silver Fox.
Yo, but hold on, we talking about this guy, man. Look at Daigo. Morgy Morg. He about to get busy.
風波先，再壓制，第一個 CB，
Oh my god. Oh my god. Morg.
後邊一臂白鬼插中啦，但係咁啊重拳啦，早啲話佢對空冇啊，再放波，再放波，俾人對手用。推一推，哎又俾人喺佢打中啊！再前後，打中佢打中，我笑啦，前鋒嘅埋尾，又推波啦 ，Harry， 前中拳打中，同埋推埋牆，到我推波。哎，咁啊，煙平打咗，錯啊！你真係行翻出嚟，即刻搶個 head 啊死咗，咁就入咗 Daigo match point 啦。前鋒腳推埋牆，然後咁啊死啦應該 level 3喎又，無限攻，前鋒腳 Hensing CA。唔使俾晒啲 watch 先嘛，握手條 EA， 咁啊史登直落啊，冇打機。Just going to run their plays all day. They're not going to scare away from it. They're just going to double dash, throw you, wake up DPs, whatever the case may be. They're just going to be playing a lot on unorthodox side, right?
Yes.
Until the player proves to them that they can contain this and tame this, right?
Hit that layer 2.
That's why Daigo did that. You saw that last game. He literally just said,
"Oh, 一面倒。幾個八鬼插打中對手放波，或者對點攻擊，跟住 counter hit 又係一。
Can never deny it.
Really can't. This guy, Daigo will always be a legend and always in some top spots too as well. You know, sometimes we see him maybe not at the highest or like top 8s or winning whatever. When he shows out, man, it's a good tournament. It's also when he's showing out with his character, he feels like more.
冇老屎忽，仲係咁實力。
That's the Daigo I like seeing.
哇，睇下 Daigo 行幾遠先。次次比賽，上年佢都打晒咗 CBT， 都係行到好遠。睇下今次點。
I like that look. Just the landscape has changed a little bit in terms of who you got to worry about.
係咯，係啊，因為你講真，你而家玩 hitbox 啲老嘢，即係換下 ChrisWong 2.9嗰扎咯，都係打咗30年街霸，打咗20年咯可能。拎個第二冇啦，時代唔同啦。
It's going to be a hell of a season for Street Fighter League. I tell you that. I'm going to be glued in. And mind you, usually I miss SFL Japan because of the time zone and stuff like that.
Yeah.
But I think it's safe to say I'm going to be watching a lot more of SFL Japan now that I see.
而家都成日甩招喎，好難撳喎
Players are getting way more informed and they understand what's on the line. Qualification for Capcom Cup the next year. The amount of
變咗達哥啦係咪？
get from that, like if you go over
有同啊，有贏達哥係贏 Daigo 嗰啲唔同。
They treat you like a celebrity.
唔知咧，我硬覺得依家啲人都唔會退休嘅，打到80歲仲打緊街霸。即係咩 B 都講咗10年退休啦，同啲人都唔會退休啊。即係退休嗰個咪就係啱啱喺台灣拎完呢個 K1 級嗰個咯。啊啲40幾歲仲喺度打緊。誒放逼喎睇嚟，呢仲未1點，睇多場都好啊。World Warrior 開始。呢個邊隊？我哋睇比賽咩？影住個骷髏做乜鬼嘢？呢個邊個打邊個？冇咩好睇。
Speaking about playing, there's many places to play. In fact, Blink is coming up. I think you're going to be out there, so y'all should register out there to not only see your favorite players, your favorite commentators like Yikes.
Appreciate you, brother.
呢涼皮都有去喎，打個大亂鬥玩家，齋嘈啊，搞笑玩家，咁就 cover 啦係。Hotdog 29對呢個 New Bomb， 睇下有冇機會見到佢。
commentators, players, and streamers. So catch around Robins on the 25th.
長者杯呢個都好長者杯啦，呢個 CEO 比賽。U 定冇啦，佢都係撈打啲即係都係打啲日本同埋好多比賽。始終佢一個點講咧，都要做啲都係點講咧，似係啲。即係啲唔係算係一個好打比賽嘅，可能大個會嘅，即係打到上呢個 Leo 可能，咦未完，或者喺度 sell 個掣，原來1點鐘放逼，唔得53分鐘就開始播廣告，因為要5分鐘時間 sell 呢個咩情？
Yeah,
but I'm just a big fan of it. Look, and just the fact that you can put some artwork, the laser engraving technology. So again, I always talk about this. I always show this all the time. If you want to get some nice, you know, maybe your grandma's face here, your mama, your papa, you just go on over to a Victrix movie view in town and go get it laser engraved, absolutely free 99.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. I was so interested in just messing with this that I forgot I should show this off. You know, they do have the laser engraving.
如果佢嗰啲要多數咧，如果你打街霸打到去老人院咧，要即係要，我覺得要去埋精神病院㗎啦。你可以打街霸打咁多年，應該都係有翻咁上下，應該都會俾你打精神病。冇用，貴嘢嚟㗎，大佬，嗰隻成3000蚊嘅。街9差唔多，呢隻 game 8年啦。街7咧，我差唔多4字頭，可以同阿 Daigo 鬥到。街8就差唔多5啦，街9啊差唔多6，都仲未退休。80歲仲喺度打緊啦，有班友。80歲啲反應仲好過你，80歲都反到煙平。Yes, yes, yes.又係咪好似 SAO 咁樣咧？啊，做頭龜咁樣喺入邊打。咁佢變咗嗰啲都做啲替身使者咁樣咯，兩個人企喺度，跟住之後後邊有兩個嗰啲咁嘅替身使者喺度打。不過嗰個年代就興，即係啲人咧唔係中意個科技太新，中意都係即係中意夠舊啊！即係電腦即係遊戲就係要攞住個喺個 mon， 跟住之後插掣打，即使你科技幾新都好，都係咁樣㗎。 奇創招式，呢個阿翻鹹烏咪冇人玩。你新嘅嘢都好，啲人唔受嘅話都係用翻舊嘢。你自己上咯，即係小西打達哥咯，你知。即係老實講，即係而家啲人，即係例如嗰啲賽跑咁樣，啲人又識揸車，又識嗰啲識揸飛機咁，啲人都係要賽跑，都係要輪流喺度跑。即使科技先進都好，啲人都係要跑嘅。想睇你跑，我唔係好想睇啲人喺度揸飛機。即係競技有時太先進就唔係好想睇嘅啫。要睇啲夠舊嘅嘢。支付我冇嘅。
Welcome back with your lifeguards. St. Cole IFC Yikes. We're just here for pool action as usual to make sure that we watch everybody drown. We're not here to save their lives. Yes. You already know what's at stake here. Points, Capcom Cup qualifications, and all the smack talk in the world to hold this championship belt.
點解講到不知火咪加把角色咯？
Leave it in your house, but you know what it is.
啲人已經唔記得咗卧龍啊，同埋不知火冇。
Hell, like, dude, is there an EDWC qualifier?
Yeah.
Okay.
Two.
But look at that.
Yeah.
The double whammy.
The double whammy. But as well as there's a lot of people that are already qualified, just out here on their bully and just making sure other people don't qualify at all. However, that means that maybe if you get the top 8 and there's mostly qualified people out there, they just kind of run their stuff. The people below that may get qualified. So we might see some switch ups.
靈魂交換。
Is that? Hold on.
好似上海一個比賽就靈魂交換啊！等得下突然間用咗你嘅，我覺得。
Okay, he came over here for Street Fighter 5.
Okay.
He's in the East Coast side of things. You know, they crowned him as an official New Yorkian. And he ain't got the Timbs though. I wish he would have had those on. But he went back to Japan and then finally got sponsored. He'd been looking for a sponsor for a long time and finally got one. And now he's traveling.
Okay.
Yeah, he was good as hell.
All right.
Super sick on the Chun-Li.
New York, okay.
Yeah. I don't know if he was in New York adjacent, but the New York scene claimed him though.
I'm trying to remember if I've seen him. The name sounds wildly familiar.
每年㗎。
It was like the last year, I think.
太靚就唔係 SNK 啦，太靚咪變咗 Show Fighter 嗰隻咯。依家好似整到啲嘢，即係 Show Fighter 嗰個，即係啲畫風夠晒，真到我唔係好信係in game 咯，即係嗰個流暢，而係概念。
I'm trying to remember if this was him. Well, you know what? He's on the grand stage with a chance. But it always starts in the pool side.
Yes.
So let's see. I don't know who's his opponent.
真係好好玩就唔會得幾百個人啦。
Getting their buttons checked. We'll know in a minute.
Yeah, we'll figure it out real soon here.
On trip.
This is good.
QF 因為 QF 都好短命啊。Kudo 係同而家同คู่，都真係即係短命個 QF 就好短命。
First, I'm sorry. What was his name of his opponent?
KV.
Yeah. So sorry. Let's go. Well, let's see what KV brings to the table.
My guy.
Okay, the my guy. What was his region?
For Kudo?
For KV?
Oh, I didn't see.
Okay.
We'll see in a second.
I just didn't want to be that guy. Hold on. Let's see. We might see it right here, real quick. Let me just see something.
Yeah, let's check it out.
I just want to confirm. He's a my player, and he is from.
有視帝，好懷念啊！如果比賽有視帝啊。
No, it's cool. Man, look at the crowd, though, man. Listen. The Ethernet cords is cut in half. I've said this millions of times. We're back outside, ladies and gentlemen.
Touching grass.
Yes, touching grass, and we're feeding the grass. This is a grassroots tournament as well.
That's true.
It started from the grass. And I remember what it was. It was like in a hangar or something.
A hangar?
Oh,
word up.
The 2010. I wasn't here for 2010. 2011 was my first one, but I remember the old photos from then compared to now. It was crazy. It was like in a small little. It don't even look like a ballroom. It looked like a hangar.
It's kind of sick though.
Yeah. So it's
You
pretty
just have FGC tournaments anywhere. That's why the scene's so dope. You know,
好，開始
wherever
啊
we！get in, we can fit in. Touching grass and beating ass. Let's see who takes it this time. Kudo.
呢個 Kudo 又係春嚟換，因為之前咧街五嗰陣時咧春嚟，因為喺美國留學1年，跟住之後執到阿攞隻春嚟執阿噴，執到春嚟，執到噴都用春嚟同佢打，話春嚟太勁跟住打到春嚟，打到噴話春嚟自到真係傻嘅你講。咁啊，都係春嚟，即係啲典型嗰啲春嚟勁唔勁都用春嚟嗰啲。屌，俾人對空，再放波，擋到個波先。因為春嚟好勁啊，依家，但係啲人又話現代再勁啲，咁啊睇下幾時，即係有隻現代春打到對手用唔到。咁啊推波，下落去兩劑。
that much Aki experience out here in NA. Well, maybe. Well, actually, no. Let me take that back. We got campaign and we got our.
想輸嘛，輸唔到。下中完打中，再 rush 打埋咗你佢。
Maybe I would say
呢度先攞第一燈啊。
That's not online, right?
Yeah, not consistent in terms of finding that character. That's not a very consistent character in general, unless you go to
下
Japan or whatever it may be. But Kudo's ready, and we've seen some matchup knowledge in this already.
對空有啊。開頭擋到，咁 heavy 接翻個波先，打動對手獲招，要啊，後頭換邊，咪兩下再200K， 咁啊後頭推翻入去啦，再 rush 頭打中，死咗咯，level 3，咁上天都唔使level 3添啊，傻奇啦，1-0。
One of the things where you do have to enforce the trade, especially if you have the bar to go with. And her trade combos are really good. I think Aki's trade combos, like staying in medium right after, would be fantastic. It's a 6 frame, so why not go for that? Or even the crouching down.
轉 JP 啊 ，JP 都未見得好多去邊。點解呢副二話咁搞笑咧 ？JP 之前穿過。
Exhibitions and things like that. The younger cats out there, Yujiro, we saw over at Evo Japan, who worked the top 16. So you're probably playing a lot of Ghastly Ghost Guy.
Let's see. Bring it to the table. Okay, man. One thing I want to see from the quality of life changes out of double.
要插啊！再統擊，要搞頭。
I would like to see a bait on a throw tech from Kudo.
打中對手，咁就水鳥腳推埋牆啦。打到失憶，再一次。咁啊，全腳壓擠，對空，哇 ，nice NTA 啊！手指。咁啊，瞬間轉移，哇！解頭變後頭喎，唔錯，你要 finish under。甩頭，鷹頭中晒。咁啊，行前啦，哎呀，俾個下中人打到，level 1、level 2添，啱嘅，嗰個4唔係level 幾。對空係冇嘅，咁啊屈過去頭擊打對手啦，推埋牆，打手指，跳，我打中對手啦，咁啊搏一個水鳥腳，推埋牆，後邊一避，carry 到先，再推波 ，rush 過去打中水鳥腳，再前後啊！ 兩閃但係冇啊！明打中他手指，哎呀，就冇嘢做。他手指，哎，扮中，可唔可以破level 3啊？冇。喂，睇到對手 parry 啦，打唔得佢啦。兩邊喺度鬥，哇！呢個重腳真係雖然減夠，但係啲人大招嚟嘅。點中波拳埋尾，他手指，插地啦，再他手指，再他手指又中一下，好啲掛啲壓起上，對空，咁啊終於又唔搞笑嘅對空啦，再一個前後，打中咗喎，死咗啦，好嘅，恭喜你食咗波餅。 就話俾你知，簡單嘅 combo email 死埋。預備。
Moving on to the bracket to not gonna watch the cutscene. It's crazy. He's like, yeah, I'm done. He's like, you got it, bro. You got it, bro.
Listen, he's doing me, you.
有啊，title station 有一兩個。
True.
冇咁 start 啦，直情睇都唔睇得動。
All right, Kudo.
你打完就掹線。係啦，影遺照。你照撳嗰個，我記得好似 Marvel 咧，以前 UMBC3咧，打一下啲人就撳個 rematch 啊。你唔使睇啦，後邊啲嘢。仲勁，即係 combo 同呢個同呢個北斗差唔多。正常，依家係興擊拳咯，好似會握手。
Mena dog, and Rebel Kumite, that was awesome, son. Yo, and I spoke to Mena after. He's like, yo, like, I had to take it serious the whole time. Mind you, credit to Mena, doesn't matter, race, gender, doesn't matter. He's going to take it serious. He's that serious about the game, you know what I mean? So, obviously, you play a little light in terms of filling out the opponent. Not to say that he wasn't going hard, because this is the first time he's playing.
Like the information gathering type thing.
Yes, exactly. But tit for tat, man. And the way that she layers
而家未出場，差唔多啦。佢1/2機會出場，一個鋪會抽兩個 winner 會抽一個出嚟噃。睇下抽唔抽到而家。
coming outside. See what happened? We got points.
Put the points on.
See what we got points.
Tournaments.
We outside. Because this thing,
right?
And this ain't to take anything away from anybody. You know what I mean? It's just more so you see a registration list and you go, hey, so I have a chance here, right? And then you got one shot, so obviously everybody's aiming to win, but
有秘密武器又要出動啦，因為武器仲好秘密。同阿 U 哋搶緊手。
We come up these tournaments with these killers out here. There's less filler. It's a little bit different. It's a little bit different.
Excuse me.
Yeah, pardon me. I got a little room. Not anymore.
Yeah,
in the middle.
But that's the important part about the points, man. That is like a tradition at this point when it comes to like a pro tour. First time I actually seen it really was from the.
一陣會打，係你。達有6點鐘冇錯，你星期日 Grand Final 先啦。達有琴日幾好彩啊！好在超好彩佢，最後對手甩 combo， 咦涼皮喎！隔離個 Smash 援交仲 at 㗎冇記錯，嗰邊嗰個係打大亂鬥。
That's why it's beautiful, right?
Yeah, man.
Yes, sir. And honestly, Nyampi has been good for a long time. I remember the first time I saw her, she played Daigo in a rank match, cooked them up. And he's like, who the hell is this? Turns out it was like some 17, 18-year-old, high school student
rightfully
that
so.
Just beat the brakes off of him. He's like, damn. And then from there, people were training her, and she's been playing people and getting better and better. She played Karen in 5. And then in 6, it started off with Marisa, I believe. And now it's found her way with Aki play. Now, I feel like you look at her, you're like, oh, she probably play a little bit more on the safer side, maybe like Hikaru and things like that. No, she scrap it out. She'll trade and go things like that. She'll mash, and in a way that is obviously like, I don't take my turn, or I'm doing it in the Abari sort of way. So like, she's definitely more of a scrapper when it comes to playing Aki.
I got you. All right, say no more. Aggro. Yeah, no, I like that. She's like setting up plays, like always in your face, inviting these normals. Wait a minute. So is this the Buzz?
The Buzz? Dude, I looked down, I saw the person. It's the Buzz.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, he switched to Aki to I talked to him at level
Aki Mirai.
He was like, yeah, man. Lily, this might be the last time I play her. I think that fits more of my style.
Oh, 對上天，再壓制，俾人用個波拳打出去，中拳打中咧，再搏翻入去啦。咁啊，放波，對空有啊，仲要中毒嘅對空就搏得太妥啦。波頭講到，咁啊，但係直咗後面嘅 TC。你挑打到 Shimi 啊，係嘛？勁快攞第一等。Rush 俾人波拳先，喂，我俾翻個波拳。波頭咁啊，用個 Rush 我招，我再用個波拳埋尾。個波挑，咁啊反波拳啦，咁啊壓佢，俾對手打翻個重拳 TC， 支反俾壓制。Rush 過去，但係冇壓制對手，喎靚啊呢個串波，咁啊抌上天啦，擋到，咁就，哎呀甩招啊！空對空成功。可以死㗎啦！亂咁殘。快打大亂鬥啦！有下波有個 OD 嘅攻擊打中對手啊，再前後 波波可以就送一個波拳送嚟咯，其實一下。咁啊，喺夢中嘅撩又真係中，撩中。carry 咗先，再放波拳啊！撩俾人對空。再放波波，再食個波拳。睇下 hit 打對手落單，再前頭攞埋咗你血啦。
Doing a little bit better about dealing with like the light lash has been a problem for him as the match is going on. He's either uses like cool bait, a jump in.
咁啊，中拳壓落去，再放波波，咁兩面鬥放呢個波就，喂呀 whip 咗個重腳，個重擊，好啲波咁樣就壓制中段。咪應該就抌上天，呢唔抌上天喎，咁啊揀你個一樣咁啊。死咗啦係咪？死晒乜都死啦！咁腳反波拳，即係負一埋尾，壓鋪1-1，幾勁喎！呢個天氣唔適合落街喎。
Alright, so I got the poison off this time. Alright, now let's
put the poison on.
Look at Nyampi. He's like, I wonder what I'm going to eat later. Yeah. What am I? What does America have that Japan don't?
She's like, I'm gonna get some gator.
I'm not gonna front. Wow. You know? Can you actually eat gator in Florida?
I don't know. I saw chat talking about it, but have you ever had gator? I've never had gator.
No. What I did have, and I felt like a piece of crap afterwards. I had frog.
Oh, like frog legs?
In Singapore. It does taste like chicken.
It does.
I'm not even gonna lie. Yeah. Afterwards, that would be the first and last. I'm so sorry.
Yeah.
好，中拳打中，抌上天啦，然後咁啊再壓制放波波，連筒拳，中拳打中啦，咁啊如果打中之後就有你壓制啦，再前頭，中拳又打中，咁 Mickey 打中之後就搏一套都未搏晒，襟門已經死咗。咁就入咗 match point 啦。撳咗掣，你快打翻轉頭啦。
I like that. That's enough. Blocking was not an option. I'm just gonna have to use resources. Now down on the chips though when it comes to the main.
喂，換個招，咪有個喂靚 parry 啊，因為 parry 加咗個波咁樣就冇乜硬直咧，咁就可以又同無限攻擊㗎。啊，算細咗啦。parry。波拳攞翻單，呢啲波對空對空，9個空檔有啲弱，不過 watch 個重擊攞埋咗你啦。兩皮2-0、2-1呢個對手。麥牛殼有計。其實你知唔知乜所謂嘢？哇！有 sell 仔，趴地先㗎啦，咁啊仲出波咪飛咯，唔趴地咁啊如果唔出波咪起翻身，又唔使屙煙。
I can see a championship in her pipeline, bro.
I too. She got close. She got 9th at Evo Japan.
Yeah, like literally. As it progresses, you know what I'm saying? Obviously, she's going to get used to all the top-level competition. Hell, she's in the land of the rising sun. She's already playing who she needs to be playing.
That's true. That's true.
I feel like on any given day, though, possibly down the line, I could see that.
It could happen.
I could see whether it be a major Capcom Cup, it's definitely possible for her, and I could see that bright future for her.
Yeah, very much so.
Hotdog29 未啊？
The buzz out here switching to a character and being acclimated very quickly. I got to give him credit too as well because it's not been so much time on the grind. I think since Level Up, which was like maybe a month and a half ago.
同埋29打酷度啊，做咩？都幾好睇嘅，一出嚟有幾屈嘅。佢衣服啲衣服第9啊，大佬勁過好多人。咁佢心魔 Daiko Tokido 真係比下佢。
That kills you up on the stage. What a name, bro! Kills you. I'm gonna kills you.
Wesh Munga.
我打過一次衣服啊。
I don't know what that means. What does that mean?
Daddy.
What's up in
French? Yeah. What's Munga?
That's why he recognized it immediately.
Yeah.
That's what's up, man. You said what's that again?
衣服唔好嘅咩？好似打過一次衣服，但唔知排第幾。
Let's go.
排第幾？好似後路唔係好使數嗰啲。
Omelette du fromage. I know that.
What's that mean again?
Yo, that's cheese omelet. Omelette du fromage. That's from Dexter's Laboratory.
Oh, okay.
I gotta learn more.
Wow.
You know what?
I forgot about that.
Yeah.
Okay. But nonetheless, man, one of EU's finest. I mean, I could just say Paris, France, whatever.
100%.
This is one of EU's finest. Hell, I'm gonna be honest. I'm gonna stretch it and say he's one of the world's finest players.
True. Is that Capcom
應該都有人開台。
say no different, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
I'm gonna say that because there's a lot of people
都未
got
停過
heavy
而家。
opinions in terms of who's the best. The first thing that a lot of people do is they just go straight to the top. They be like, all right,
Yo, yo.
okay, blah blah blah, results, this, and the third. Man, I don't really care about all that. To be very honest with you, I'm more about efficiency in terms of how good you're getting in a fighting game.
Right.
And I'm not even gonna get mad at you if you lose to somebody in the tournament at the highest level, bro. It can happen. 2 out of 3s. They can only be 1. At the end of the day, that's why everybody's trying to get to that top 8 because again, puntos, baby. Is this taco? Is this Florida taco?
I think it is. I think it is Florida taco.
I don't. No. This is a different taco.
No. Are you sure?
Yes.
Oh man, all right.
即係同 NG 不一題有問題，我打完啦。
Male with blonde hair.
保安有冇二友睇？
Bro,
有 QU 未必有二友啊。
the other was a Caucasian.
QU 轉翻 Cammy 啊，
Yes, yes.
一支火冇死咗之後，佢都跟住即刻轉，呢 啲咪冇真愛咯。
Yeah. Taco.
有30年 equip 玩家，即係長情幾長情啊！真係。然後 watch 過去，呢個對佢就係 keep 嚟揾笨，每一個跳勁難對空。你佢跳過嚟，你行埋重拳啦。後擊打中啦，咪重腳撩下佢啦。咁啊鏟腳你手唔食，咁啊輕拳打中啦，咪搏埋中拳再俾埋中 ，BT 打中再 reset 一個頭擊，打空咗咁就俾阿 QQ 打中翻轉頭，俾兩個 rush level 2。level 1啫喎，哇！咁啊 burn 到自己唔係幾好喎，可能都係搏到中上下發現死唔去，都係唔好搏，就先攞第一燈啊 QU。喂，踩中，指正頭痛喺度，打頭變後頭啊！咁啊，你好彩，用腳環下佢先。對空，咁啊下中人打中啦，咪搏個攻擊就搏level 3。
He did that a lot in 5, so it makes sense to see it in 6, but it's not as prevalent, not as strong. But the fact that he's able to understand this is the range, I need to use the back medium, other ranges for DP.
Okay.
Still,
好。
that being said, hit that level 3, get that damage and buff here for Taco.
好，又中，想再壓制俾 Q 升啊！
I like cilantro. You like cilantro?
Oh, I love cilantro.
Yeah, me too.
咁啊兩面喺度鬥喺度摁。
True.
This is crazy. I'm actually hungry. Pardon me, if anybody's hungry out there.
飛過去唔中，就翻返去，再 rush 過去又跑多次。
All right, there we go. I like the space he holds.
咁啊高啲跑，俾晒死唔死啊？我覺得死喎。
Okay.
慢跑。邊度攞邊度攞咗一燈啊 ？Q 俾人對空。
I'm hungry, man. Yeah, I actually don't eat before combat.
啊，係 confirm 㗎。
Keep it chill, you know.
Throw, yes, condition him
好
first
嘅。
before opening him up later. Love it.
咁啊對手就拉翻後先啦，再 rush， 俾個輕拳停咗個 rush 啊，咁就呢佢一啦，咩叫做壓制？咁啊飛，因為再飛出去壓制，又打到對手，波頭擋到啦，個後備一避，如果下中拳冇用，嗰種輕拳咁樣爭翻線啦，有level 3位個位，兩閃死閃爛閃唔解，咁啊再閃下中腳撩再統擊，咁啊見到對手唔解就掉統擊，揾到掣啊，但係唔係 can hit 冇乜用，再嚟一次，咁啊頭唔可以再俾人頭嘅啦。 飛，哎呀咁多輕拳㗎，但係打唔中個輕拳，就俾人打埋牆。咁啊，識炸彈，將 double 炸彈，升唔去，哦呢個升，咁樣，追到咁樣就攞翻，咁樣反對手 come back， 打中佢打中啦，咁就 QU 一開波又推埋牆啦，再前後，依反退翻出去。 嗰啲近啦，咁啊，俾人輕拳撲反組，再下重拳打中，再搏招，搏埋個星，咁啊3位輕攻擊，再波腳，再死唔去再搏多個星啊死埋，哇 ！QCU 嘅 match point 啊 ，Q 冇事，重腳。 啲又跳咗埋去啊！但咁啊行後避咗對手個頭啦，咁啊打個反擊，再前後 直接 cancel 整鏡頭啦咁啊，今次倒對手唔起身，掂到死啦，咁啊多握手可以。都話先咪你係唔會贏嘅，唔知邊個下場打真係大會睇晒會心情。我都覺得你值得，你有資格坐低，咁你就坐低；你冇資格坐低就唔得氣氛啦。
Kelsey is one of the best. Period. That's just my opinion. I know probably people gonna look at me and say otherwise.
How you gonna be at Capcom Cup and not be the best? But y'all can't say nothing about that. If you at Capcom Cup and you cooking up, can't say nothing. You know what I'm saying?
He's a gamer on top of that. Credit to Taco though. I know that was all winner's side, so I should go look at N-Cross's post so I can know the lineup in terms of pools, because I'm trying to see if Kill's using the same pool as these guys right here. If you want to know who's on stage. Hell, I'm a spoiler. You know, we usually just kill some dead air, whatever the case may be. But we got Kaba versus Paladin. Now, that's going to be gourmet matches, man. Shout out to my man Logan with that one. The gourmet, or is the F word? I mean, they share the same brain cell. F word, you already know about Femi.
30 FE 呢幾屈機㗎啦。
Yo, ¿qué es lo que dime, loco? ¿Cómo está?
Yes.
Estamos bien, estamos aquí, suave. That's my boy, man.
Yeah, he's a cool G. In the beginning of Street Fighter, he was amazing.
This is this is the best. Look, again, you know, hopefully, sometimes I don't want to talk to the players because I feel like I'm going to distract them, but everybody's in high spirits, so I kind of feel that vibe. You know, I'm always in high spirits.
You understand when to do it, when not to do it. Yeah. You understand.
文豪，唉，睇文豪有冇資格上台？未必㗎。官方睇唔起佢，你落去啦，下面打。練下 combo 先啦。
He's just been one of the strongest guy players to ask for. In Street Fighter League, he was the standout player for Bandits when they were playing in the finals. Like that was the guy getting the most points out there. But even Minna has been very impressed in his progress. So that guy is going to be even better considering this season. The fireballs are faster, hard to read the timings. Someone like Kaba is hard to read, even on defense when he busts out.
Kaba is one of those guys you're going to have to deal with at the highest level. So when you're in that trajectory to make it to the top, somehow, some way, somebody's going to bump into Kaba and you're going to have to deal with him. One of the best players in the world as well, straight out of Dominican Republic. Of course, side by side, that is Mena RD's right-hand man, his best friend. So if there's anybody that understands playing at the highest level, it's definitely Kaba. Same thing goes for Paladin, of course. I haven't really seen him travel as much as I would like to see him. But obviously one of the strongest players, of course, in the world as well. You've seen him in a lot of the online brackets, your World Warriors and such. You know, he has won a fair share of his tournaments as well, but, you know, obviously he's aiming for that big win.
咁入比賽都幾低水準喎。阿 Kimberly 嘅比賽一定係漁業搞笑，有水準。
Yeah, man.
I want to see the changes to Ryu. How well the matchup goes, because before it was not so good for Ryu at all. Ryu has not been good. You know, Gal can out fireball him. The poking with forward medium kick is good against like forward fierce, where he'd like to use that at an effective range. Even though the damage output's good for Ryu, the access wasn't there. Now the access might be there with that engine change, that fast ass fireball that might come through to help him out. Oh, but never mind. Go that to the win. He's going to the scammy cammy.
You know, I was actually about to call this for a little bit. Either this or a Kuma, to be honest with you. It's more so because, well, I've seen these guys play a couple of times on the can opener.
Yeah.
But historically, Guile just beats Ryu, just like you said. Ryu does have a lot of tools. Just to have pretty much the rail gun, right? Not even the super.
巴拉甸喎，其實都幾咁得 Cammy 嘅。你對唔相信龍玩家真係。呢啲半途應該好快俾人處決嘅。咁啊，重腳撩下佢啦，放波。咁啊，撩下下中腳，再放波。我埋唔到佢，仲係撩下前，再重腳撩下佢，搶掣。咁啊，Wash 俾人腳都推翻出去。又諗住對手會放double波，點知冇放到之後就打空咗，俾人過反。跳俾人隊友，但係 Cammy 個跳擊勁啲啊！啱嚟，再前頭。除咗個聽腳腳多啊，手都嚟到放波。
OD plus like maybe another button will kill at this point, so you got to be careful what he's going to throw out.
Yeah, man, you got to Paladin is forced to
再
fight.
放波啦！
You can't even go and dive kick unless it's a defensive one, because that flash kick just.
咁啊，係咁撳掣人對手跳，即係硬係扮係放波咁樣，其實補緊呢個腳刀。 撳完未 ？D 反啦，唔俾你屈㗎啦，就再放波。但係對手都 cover 都唔係好敢放波，有時我覺得對手眼嚟覺得會跳，可能等夠鐘嘅。哎死啊！咁啊，等到對手個擋到個星，係咪啊？唔中佢撩下佢，對手撳翻個掣，再放波。
You gotta get a little more aggressive though. Get in that range, even though you're not gonna open them up. Hit them with a stand roundhouse. Jail them a little.
咁佢試下啦，中腳再放波撩下佢，嚟一次。
Download, I should say. Excuse me.
No, you're right. You're right. Especially because I feel like you have to get the ground game, establish where you get the dive kick.
挑，又中腳對空跳翻出去，再放波啊！挑，喂中啊，但係有啲遠。咁啊，今次就，喂呀，唔係重腳咩？挑都未識破喎。刀頭冇事用，挑你學生對空，但係大家4000喺度。咪又推波啦，咁啊，少個中幾個腳波頭冇事，但係嚟 burn out 仲有少少，逆向升有啊，食埋個波頭死啊！1-0。
That boy good.
That boy Kava.
That boy good.
Oh my god.
Let's go. Been a failure, been a
應該向後行都可以，應該可以咩？軍佬個 level 3咪向後行，可以向後行對空都得頭槌，安打頭槌根本。
He knows what he's doing in terms of the decision. But again, it looks like he's a little too heavy trying to read the offense.
跳。
Jump in for Sana time, man.
咪同啫啦，咪打到你手冇掉到啦，唉有啲勢力㗎，但係佢輕好輕拳，用輕拳埋尾嘅話，對波到頭打中，再放波，啊推反波拳俾對手用個腳刀推翻出去，再推波，又食咗個打反波拳，咁咪宣波俾對手下重腳打中，啊奧爾勝啦，咁啊跟對手打中對手嘅壓制，但係又俾人腳刀對空。俾到咗啊，不是好事啊！嗱，中腳撩下佢，再嚟，咁啊慢慢將佢對手向前推，中啊，咁啊再拳腳去推，空對空，唔俾對手出翻嚟，我推翻半個芒之後咧，就對手分到完結咗啦。講到個鏟腳，但係加 film 食咗頭咁嘅啊！無啦一個 OD 波車死咗對手，軍佬嘅 match point 啊，都爭佢幾大喎！阿帕拉甸尼都喐唔到，對空成功啊！對咗個倒頭，反波拳波倒頭。咁啊推波啦開始，個刀。
Oh, that's the first overhead. First overhead of the set.
哇！中腳撩下佢。
Oh yeah, he got that. That's right. That's one of those moments. That's what I said. Always use your best options towards the end.
冇食咗個攻擊，再搏招。哎呀，迷之下重腳，好似得嘅喎，記得好似搏到。我死啦！龍打軍唔知咧，今集龍都還好啩，鬥推啊！你可能 Cammy 個穿波勁咧，可以推到，佢記得係咁反波拳，但係呢個反波拳，但係今次你見到 Kappa 係完全係冇食過反波拳。
Still in the mix, that was losers. Excuse me, winners. Yeah. So he still has a chance. I mean, judging by the match, I mean, I was saying earlier, if like everybody's in the same pool, but judging by the match, if that was winners final, I believe, then they both qualified.
有文豪睇未啊
That's it. That you guys can follow the bracket, exclamation point bracket in the chat, right?
Yeah.
Okay, we'll follow it, guys.
Run that.
When we're on the second day of pools tonight, you're gonna get the good matches. I don't know. I'm sure. You know, it's tradition out here. After the second day, people play qualifying matches to get closer and closer to the top 16, top 8s, and so forth and so forth. So I do believe it does go down tonight. Actually, it does because
it would have to, right? Because we get to top, well, right before top 24 tomorrow.
There you go.
Yeah.
That's the number. That's the sweet number. Okay. But no, because I know.
一部分部分唔 check 個台咧，睇下佢嗰個，睇下杯蛋 case。
early on under.
睇下有冇啲
Oh my
現
God,
地。
hold on a second. Ooh, we want to confirm are we on the stage? Yeah, let us know what we got.
That's Daigo the Beast right there.
Versus who is the question?
Wait, is that El Chicote?
That is El Chicote.
Yeah, it's gonna be a fire one.
幾時打？
Eat it up after getting released from
打緊啦。
Going to qualify for EWC as well as CPT, and now give
Running.
him the chance to be able to leave the mid best. You know, it's been good to see him traveling, doing some tournaments. It's wild because we back
唔知係咩意思喎？
things offline.
頭幾名好似25名內有，25名先有咩？
But when he does come out, it's like
好似嘅
things like that. People are surprised that he's good. He's always grinding though. He's always playing Street Fighter 6. Every time I tune into his stream at like 2 or 3 a.m. in the morning, it's Street Fighter 6.
Yeah.
Constantly.
Yeah, I be catching those late night streams from time to time. Yeah, man. El Chicote, combo breaker champion last year.
That's true. Yeah.
Solid on the online side of things. I haven't really been keeping up on his results, but we all know he's good. I don't need results to know that you're really good. So that's just me. You know what I'm saying? That's my old school mentality.
That's true. That's true.
But again, it's just about making it count. And we're on the grand stage right now. This is the perfect time to make it count for yourself and your people that support you.
有冇得睇？
To slay the beast.
發出嚟屈機。
Slay the beast. All headshots. Slay the beast. Daigo. Look at him. He's looking good. He's looking slimmer.
He is looking. You see the posture too, bro. He's not shrimped at all. It is full on, straight up.
I just hope, for Lore's sake, he don't use just for men. I just hope for Lore's sake.
Daigo，我呢個都唔齋㗎。
I want to see the grace forever. Look at that. I see it. I see it. There's one like little strand
on the left
side.
Right
Yeah. Good eye. Good eye.
Yeah. I see what you.
Right on the look.
Yeah.
That's my OG.
Hello.
That's my OG right there. That's Uncle Umehara.
想睇都冇得睇。
I like that Uncle Umehara. Look
They
at
zoomed in
this
too. They
man.
said right there on the left. Y'all see that?
You're beautiful. You're beautiful. It's true. Let's go. And we got my man El Chicote. I don't even want to say hi to this guy. I feel like I owe him money somehow. I don't know. It's all right.
Pay him a 5 or something like that.
Woo, we're going to see how solid. I'm actually interested to see this matchup because I do feel like
練習咯，
she's like a
練
time
習。
bomb in the case.
一練習冇意思。
You need a lot of time to adapt. And then she could just
我想睇佢點，我想睇內容，比賽內容多啲。我推波八鬼，再 rush 對手咁啊對手咁啊對手就死擋爛擋。推波，打中咁啊數到第一個風啦。跟住佢好似數到第一個風又唔使打，咁啊俾 Daigo 個波打完嗰個撞。金剛落招，然後再嚟。 咁啊撞啊！咁啊俾對手數下個風啊，但係八鬼咁啊冇反應對嗰個八鬼就好大鑊啦。
But it's so fast though. The way he gets in at throw range, it's pretty fast there from Daigo, from Ekuma.
中拳撩下佢，再撞，再打落去，過埋個星，俾人用後頭打中。D 反我有啲遠，哎呀，咪睇錯 impact 啊！即係個 D 反同 impact 太似係咪？咁啊壓制啦，鏡頭打中對手，咁就得翻一次鏡頭機會啦。好多個風，高啲撞打中，連挑，咁啊對手就喺板邊，想用個前重拳推翻出嚟就失敗咗啊！之後俾阿 Billy 推翻燈。推波。 八鬼。
That's what they keep saying. They're like that's why he calls himself L. The L's for El Fuerte. Back in the day.
誒有冇對空啊？誒今次有啦，咁啊下中用對空打翻落嚟先。開頭冇事，下中佢打中，咁啊有事啦。金剛 level 3，咁啊一半血先，一下波。
My God, girl, so right. It's gonna be okay. Wake up, yes.
八鬼拍落去，然後。
We're gonna attack the drive gauge now.
然後
Another throw. Oh, nice. That was.
我擋一個撞，我照搶制，但係13冇輕人打唔中，咁佢打中，但係冇用。八鬼對手真係冇對空啊！咁啊入咗板邊，就買個頭擊，攞埋隻對血，1-0啊 Daigo。 下衝拳打中，做氣，終於撞又中啊！我睇。 變咗個 impact， 咁啊換邊啦，咁啊推翻出嚟啦，咁啊挑，但係冇鏡頭，咁樣打我對手，咁啊呢個位點樣 level 1殺唔打死嘅？如果你搏晒成套 combo，
Wise choice to take the throw. You can take another one.
咁啊，輕完打中，咁啊唔知咪 confirm 啊？咁啊輕完之後見到中就播嗰個立中腳，哇！好鬼嘅 match on， 對波草爆添仲要，百鬼。咁啊升啦，上翻去。百鬼，上到呢1，咁啊冇你嘅打翻對手出去啦。但仍然都係好大鑊，我數到個風啦，但係你手都 keep 住放波咁樣，唔俾你再有機會偷草。哎呀，食波餅，咪放波，反到個煙皮啦，咁啊睇下有咩大 combo 啦 ，KO 貼，就最簡單嘅 combo。撞車，哎呀，佢 level 2，分開出，都痛，哇，勁大力添，唔係一般嘅痛。仍然都係 Daigo 嘅 match 啊，但係。百鬼，哎呀，食到個煙皮啦，痛啊！2800啊，咪應該冇 scale 咯，我諗。2800原付咁樣俾你。開頭，喂，咁啊頭機打完唔夠近，應該唔得，擋到好似，中啊！再翻去板中，啊草風啊，百鬼拍落拍中啦，最後一個攞頭機擋埋咗呢個啦，咁咪都係大執2-0。
He is just so well dominating in that matchup in the corner. The switch of the throws, the guillotines, so much variation in that corner makes it hard for Lily to defend against.
I mean, credit to Daigo. You could tell he's playing at a different pace. I think he's at that point mentally. He knows where he knows what he wants to do consistently in the match.
Yeah.
I mean that's kind of like bland for me to say, but you know sometimes
唔該跌咗落去啦。應該6點先見到，但6點都係敗者組，有排有。
Hey buddy.
Oh, it's Do and Grand Todokai.
Grand Todokai. This is gonna be a great match. We got Panama in the building versus Tampa.
I guess he would be Tampa. I guess Do would be Tampa.
Do is from Tampa?
I don't know if he's from Tampa.
No,
let's say Florida.
Let's just say Florida.
Let's say Florida. He's a Floridian.
Yeah, yes.
都唔知今日會唔會見到佢，因為 lose 晒啲物，下場打 ENG 咩
？He did bring the wife.
He said, "You met my wife before, yeah." And I was like, "Yeah, man."
辛苦晒。
He's like, "Yeah." Better focus on the street.
又預質落去先。
It's gonna be good though. All jokes aside,
同 team 都要打。
qualified for the Capcom Cup.
Indiana 有冇參與過遊戲都成問題啦。我有冇出？
In the mix right now, early on in the CEO side of things, pool side. On top of that, remember every
second day.
Oh, exactly. All pools have
guys.
Like, you don't look at one pool and be like, "Oh, this guy got an easy route." Yeah. Maybe that small percentage, you know,
very,
like the
1%
out of the 100, right? But it has been consistent. The consistent theme throughout this whole tournament is there's been killers and nothing but killers in every pool. So, this is prime example right here. Grand Todokai, Bison JP, Knuckle Dude with a handful of characters, to be honest. You got the DJ, the Cammy, and the Guile.
Yeah, that's true.
So
that's true.
Definitely a steep hill to climb here for Grand Todokai.
Well, pardon us, DJ. It's the DJ. Someone will run. I think DJ does well in the JP matchup he did in Season 1. Talking to Jabby M saying like that was a good counter pick against JP when he was at his strongest. Also, Cammy is still good against that character. Some Cammy that makes it more of an even matchup from what I've talked to for Juicy Joe, JP and Cammy. But DJ, Cammy are good. Or he might just go for something that's familiar to him. Guile. On paper, not so good, but the way he plays that matchup, very good.
We'll see. I mean, look, we have Guile versus JP. A lot of guys don't like this matchup, first and foremost. If I was Grand Todokai, I'll keep it old school, man. I'll go for blind pick right now.
Yeah, I would too.
Because Grand Todokai has two characters, so he can blind pick and throw Knuckle Dude off. But knowing Dude's confidence, he's just gonna run the guy at the beginning. Or maybe this is just a mental mix-up, and then he might just go to the Cammy. No, let me shut up. Cállate la boca, yipes.
Ah, no, you were right. I like that call though. As you mentioned, go for something familiar, comfortable. Some of you have had probably a longer game plan with it. The Duj is good. We've seen it over at Can Opener, TNS, Motivational Monday, shout out to Neo Judah.
開始啊！
But when it comes time for tournament time, when you're in stressful situations, you want to have a character you're
咁啊，中嘅呢個先，拱拳放波，
time with. You put a ring
咁啊 watch 過去，已經打中啦，旁埋腳刀，過嚟，拱腳放波，再放波，咁啊俾人呢個叫做攻擊壓制，打向對手攞個掃腳，俾對手我腳刀推翻上去，放波啦，跳，咁啊再波拳啦。 除咗個 O.D 波腳，跳，後頭換邊，再放波，喂打咗個先，之後就 Q 對手啦。呢 level 1，你唔使咧，加埋精選師先可以知道。對空。 咁啊食咗個空空盤之後再搏呢個，喂點過去，總之打中啊！我又想對空失敗咗啦，食咗個但食咗個傳送門嘅攻擊，咁啊俾人 combo。哇！呢個用個 test 伏避咗個腳刀啊，有計，係，跟住仲未死，食咗同佢就死啦，買單。I'm not too sure. So the plus range you get a guaranteed throw. I don't know. Not a JP. 推波，再放，再放，咁啊俾人中腳丟停咗，空腳俾對手衣板打翻入去，挑俾人對空，咁啊插咗，對空冇啊 ，OD 波再見到打中，搏埋呢個3啦 ，JP 有利嘅。但係未去到話冇得打咯，咁啊 carry 咗個波嗰個條龍門先啦，想掃對手個攻擊打空咗，但係對手打轉頭，放波好輕嘅打中，搏手刀，對空有啊 ，OD 波打中，搏埋我兩個插者，咁啊擋咗個，哎呀 Simi 俾人打中到頭擊 counter 啦，又俾 GB 攞到一鋪先1-0。 見 Cammy 啦，又準備揀個鬧。
No, actually Cammy would be the better choice.
I think either one, but I think if you're trying to get aerial and do want to play, I think Cammy would be a better choice for him.
Let's see. Does he want to straight on just the melee? Just offensive action all day, or does he want something that'll set the tone with fire? Like DJ? I don't know. I think he just needs some time to think about it.
Does he want to play with seasoned booms and big buttons like heavy kick with DJ, or does he want to let the snow fall?
DJ
okay, switch it up, Rachel Doza.
DJ 好啲咩？
It's gonna be the choice.
雖然我覺得喺眼中冇乜分別，唔算話 GP 有利添，咁真係唔知點啊。
I mean, that is the stop because Grand Total Kai's been doing a great job checking the drive rush.
Yeah. So,
Mid-kick so gonna be a
打中人打中，咁啊叫啦。對空再搏，向對手再搏招，地埋尾，一套子。咁啊，打中，再俾個 rush。 再俾晒時候，你死得咁快喎！見到阿力好對位，加飛 ，OD 波打中，咁啊播麥先跟啦。打中腳，咁啊後跳嘅一避先，再 watch 打中，飛埋上啦。打上呢塊埋尾，安跳啊應該，呢唔安跳啊。 然後咁係咁撩啦，哇！係咁撩下段唔中，再前頭啦嘛，對佢啊！你啊 DJ 攞翻一燈，一下下上腳，佢又想掃大俾人哋咪佢，佢分啲 counter 來搏招，打唔中。 然後咁啊波腳埋牆啦，打到個4億，俾晒應該死嘞喎！ OK， 呢排燈。
Knuckle with the victory. He's getting better about baiting out what Hotdog29 wants to do up in the corner. We saw reversal jab work out. You know, it did for a while.
That's
they
what
got
I'm
switched
talking
up.
About. That's what I'm talking about. That first game when he was rocking Guile, he was Knuckle Dude. But when he picked DJ, he turned into Dudang.
He said, Dudang.
Yes, yes. Now he's ready. He has returned prime form.
Oh my God! You look over here.
Let's go. Yeah, right. leave Knuckle Dude back. I like Dudang better.
打 JB 後實，腳刀得咯，腳刀係會夠遠，可以打到。有啲好遠嘅升咪得咯。
And I'm just there like, bro, are you kidding me? We're not even going to be outside like that.
I know. We're not going outside at all unless we need to be. That's a Trunks.
I'm like, oh yeah, you got to.
They sound like that?
I'll be like,
真係有用咧。
Let's go. Oh, shut your mouth.
Okay, good.
That's it.
好，下中佢撩下佢。
Here we go.
放波打中。哎呀，迷之下中拳。咁打到頭啊！後重腳對空，咁衝埋去就頭擊俾對手。呢對手放到粒海膽。有 Punish Thunder， 咁啊 Impact 啦，咪就打多啲氣。對空。挑俾人對空，哎呀咪真係打落嚟，中拳再搏招，哎 Punish Thunder 啦，再搏，再搏，然後，哇起上下重嘅，有計啊，咪攞埋住佢啦，咁啊 Knuckle 都嘅 match point 入面班。好，咁啊打中，高啲波，攻擊，跟對手推埋眼邊啦。哦，靚啊！呢個超大力，誒咁佢唔過晒喎。咁啊等，誒俾人 set 咗，我見到打中開埋 C 啦，避咗個海膽嘅攻擊先。咁我睇下點壓制之後。重拳打中死埋咯，成功讓3燈追4燈，俾阿 Knuckle 都頂級啊！
Oh my God! This man with the heaviest of kicks at the proper range, just swinging that button out, and look at that. No emotion. That's what pisses me off the most. That man, yeah, let's go. Or after a match like this, all right, what cars can I open after this?
Damn, dude, you been at the gym, bro? Yeah, what a rebellious shopper, man. Get out of here. Get out of here. Go you and your cards. Get the hell up out of here. No, but good stuff, man. Hotdog29 did excellent, but who got comfortable and really who won at the character select screen was definitely Knuckle Dude. In terms of picking something that's a better option.
Right. It's just having that rotation of characters that fits you in all areas, whether it's playstyle, characters, or whatever, and having them all at the same level makes it such a dangerous.
呢同คู่嘅當年啊，土之代就係喺 K1 級度殺咗佢，跟住先入到 top 8。
He's really good. He's really good. I can't front. I'm very proud of Knuckle Dude. Yeah, I'm gonna be honest. Well, looks like the set of groups just finished. I think that was Group G, I believe, and a couple of other pools as well. But we're about to take a quick break to switch it up here. But before we go, we're gonna show some love to some of our supporters here. But we're
又放逼啊！又準備講有冇贏過冠軍？美國嗰啲 local 賽都有，都夾唔到。DBT 又應該好耐都冇。CBT 冠軍其實基本得10幾個咁樣贏冠軍，咁樣真係好易數。個8個因為就講真咁多年。
You know what? You don't want to be nice because that pretty much says you're a pot monster, but in a good way. That means you was close, but you just wasn't there yet, kid. But at the end of the day, it can only be one. So we see what will happen as we move forward.
Listen, you can spend that money over at the 10-0 booth, either here or scan the QR code and buy it online. Right now, I have the Cherry Blossom Turbo, but I'm about to actually go pick up the Akuma Heaven shirt over there. About to pick that one up. Oh, it's long sleeve. I didn't even notice it was long sleeve. I need that right now. After the break, I'm going to go over there. But y'all can do that right now. Go pick it up right now and try to buy it out. You can also buy something sick. Shouts out to Turtle Beach with their headsets. Listen, some of these players are loud as hell out here. If you want to block them out, well, I got something you need to be about.
你要睇佢賣手掣廣告啦。咁就應該第一個 Phase 1打晒，而家 Phase 2，即係又去翻開頭啊咩雞飯嗰啲位。
Helps out for people like me that don't know how to plug things in. But shouts out to them for supporting the CPT. Y'all can support yourself with good headsets like this right here. 10% off for new customers. Check that out. Look at this.
Listen, man, get the stealth.
以前買個耳機。
Tired of hearing your baby moms complain to you, or better yet, you want to just block out those nosy neighbors. Get espionage with it. Get the stealth series right here from Turtle Beach. Holla. Well, I think we're ready to get the hell up out of here. It's been a pleasure. St. Cola, of course.
Man, always. I gotta do this more often, my G.
But guys, listen, don't go anywhere. We are getting closer and closer to the curtain call. That is tomorrow's, but we're going to find out who's going to set that tone going over to tomorrow's top 8. But yes, we are getting up out of here. Lock in CPT action live at CEO 2025 Street Fighter 6 when we return.
5分鐘 break 又嚟啦。真係有嘅，我見啲人都係上網買3000蚊，貪翻啲貴。咁大嘅好難有現貨喎，即係好乸貴啊！望下俾你睇幾錢。好似 search 過喎已經。只有香港，接駁應該 controller。呢個網係咪話呢個網專賣 Wi-Fi？ 呢個手掣都2嚿水，要賣嘅要 search hit boss。84都32啊，睇下差唔多啦呢度。499、399都有嘅，8544000喎，唔係3000。阿 Lin 啊係，好懷念啊！之後就 Phase 2啦，第一個鋪打邊？開頭有啲咩？3個仔啦，之後就 Round 2，啲雙都打啦。 咁啊，龍雞對 Crimson 啦，佳好似殺咗伊塔散，幾勁。誒，鼻屎哥喎對 Hibiki 喎 ，Akira 對 Tachikawa Yan 光奇咩人嚟？年輕的豪鬼。摩登豪鬼有啊，好勁啊！好似咩？好似突咗0.22秒出嚟 ，S 咗個任務㗎，好乸勁㗎。係啊 ，Programmer， 所以 Phase One 唔睇就係因為有啲唔係即係變咗飛，唔係鋪打唔係鋪嗰啲又可能好流。我依家就真係鋪啦，真係冰鋪。唉，攞支一杯飲下先，差唔多，見到一杯就想飲。人手分都算係蝕咗人手分咯，但係佢定係唔知個機器有寫埋蝕就每個杯兩個蝕。唉，唔飲咩杯住嚟，飲支奧洛密斯，睇下可唔可以唔好咁傷先。咩杯係咩杯？好似嗰啲 RPG game 咧，嗰啲咩全回水咁樣。聽日特別點咯？冇啊，時間㗎啦。我唔知啊，依叫唔叫捱嘅？我瞓到10點先醒，瞓到9點先醒咯，特登。咁我係咪我咪捱咗嘢咧？要我只不過即係如果將你屋企個鐘扭去10點，咁其實依家係2點。因為我天冇掛陽光咁解。
You mentioned stars, brother, but there are a lot of demons out here, a lot of upsets that have been occurring and happening. I haven't got a chance to check the bracket as going along. We know yesterday, Calibri took down Kobeon. There are many more upsets beyond that. Also, the Keith Mirror match with Guy and Itabashi.
I was just going to point that out because Guy
係咩？我都係大哥仲癲過我啦，大哥晚同英時間嚟嘅，個天未黑係唔起身。Hello。
What is on the line? You see Itabashi Zangief there, 350 points, managing to top that after an incredible performance of both Evo Japan and at Combo Breaker. But
係啊，你識嘅都有去嘅，基本上。你得啲已經 qualify 咗嘅，你得靠幾條冇去嘅，9成9都有。
Commentator has swapped out. Who do we have?
Was it really a swap?
Yes.
I've been here this whole time.
I don't think so.
How are you? How are you guys doing?
I'm great. Ready to kick off round 2.
Yes.
Of course, we've had some great action in the first wave of pools, but it just shows you how deep everything is, right? Where it's like 2 p.m. on a Saturday, and we're only just starting round 2 of the tournament. It's incredible.
And a lot of these matches are matches that you would see probably in top 8 of a lot of major tournaments. So
absolutely,
the competition is insane here.
Yeah, we'll be wrapping up all of round 2 today.
依家好似咪強會集。
And top 24, and of course, top 8 will be culminating inside that ring on Sunday. One player will be booking their place at Capcom Cup 12 in Japan. Many players.
第一年咧，我淨係捱咗個比賽嘅。美國比賽幾個咯，加埋之後衣服，不過其實都冇話好捱，即係一年都係3-4次。冇咁誇張。法國嗰啲又好早完，3-4點完。美國麻煩啲。
on start GG. Let's find out who our first match is gonna be.
Okay,
誒
I see Blas and
Hibiki 對 Bryce
Hibiki as well, all the way from
而家又
Japan.
嚟，
This is going to be again like these are
對
matches
ChrisWong 又
that
嚟啦，
you easily see in a top 8.
而家就大不利㗎啦，
Finals, you
Yeah.
know, Hibiki sensation. We've had a
司
lot
令
of lilies
俾人
actually.
捅咗兩，俾人斬咗兩刀。
I've actually seen a lot of lilies. I've seen a lot of more Akis.
喺個 patch 都唔係好救到
We
ChrisWong，
saw Dabuz
除非你係春麗玩家
two Aki,
或者
so
龍玩家。
really, really interesting character choices that we see out here. And
好啦，開波啦
Blas on the Akuma, not the Ryu. Interesting.
Yeah, he's
好鬼！
the vibe, right? You know, so
He does play all the Shotas basically. I've seen his Ken, I've seen his Ryu, I've seen his Terry.
I saw his geek.
啲係咪豪鬼又嚟？咁推波啦開始，
I,
咁啊插
that's a
八
weird
鬼，
switch from a Shota to a
拳
geek,
腳壓
but
制
you know what? He's an
打個先
extremely
有啊
talented
金
kid,
剛，
so I'm sure he'll do well with all
咁啊金剛兩次，
And already the
咁啊
aggression
簡單 combo 啦，
Hibiki straight into the corner.
然
I mean,
後
that's so like indicative of these young players.
後備咗，咁啊俾人一個 簡單 combo，
Breaks out of the corner.
打重拳，
Catch him
哦
with
死咗啦
that
呢個，
escape
咁啊
versus
watch 嘅
the
重
jump
腳，
back, then it was the back
咁啊 watch 重腳
dash
重腳
out.
可以
He's gonna land the hit
都大力，
and get the kill. But these young players now, like Blas only 15, Primate
咁咪
player
豪鬼勁過
only
龍，
14 years old. They play with like no
推波啦，
fear.
豪鬼俾人斬埋一刀咯，
Confidence.
Yeah.
都傷，但係應該冇
Terrifying.
冇龍冇司令同埋 Ken 應該最傷，
Known for having like no fear, right?
Yeah,
Even in
Enzo, I
Burnout
don't know
when
if Enzo's
yeah.
here.
I
咁啊
haven't
推
seen
波啦
Enzo
其實，
here, so I
But
don't
another
think he's
player
here.
that's you
對
know.
空，哎呀呢個位冇對空有啲曳喎，
Confidence behind the
打咗個 rush， 拳腳壓制，食，咁啊 pair 到輕拳，旋風腳，
What a punish.
Yeah.
Okay, we know that the crouch jab is
然後繼續壓制，
Condor Spire, so nice conversion from Blas there on the perfect parry.
咁啊入咗一個即係依家
More guess.
超痛啊，咁啊強壓啲反啊，唔想估啊，冇得估咩都一錯輕拳，估錯到個輕拳都死，
exchange. Oh
強
wow.
擊
Throws the start up.
到腳，哦死咗啦呢個，俾晒，
Yeah, we ain't gonna see
What?
burnout. We're gonna see
咁啊添埋落去，我哋嚟嘅，
deaths. Rare sighting of that raging demon.
睇落去真係有計喎，
The damage. Ding! Always reminds me of Tokido when I see that stance.
睇俾你，
Pose.
Really, really nice. I'd say clutch moment from Blas there. He was kind of back against the wall. Hibiki did kind of have him
我推
at
波
a
啦，
very low life deficit, but Blas, really great meter management from his
I'm
end.
super impressed with like his situational awareness
好，
as well with the
咁啊下咗佢打中，前重拳 combo 出埋場，
Uh,
拳腳壓制，
carry
誒打到個先有，
as well with a character that I
再播招，
use all the time. And that just shows you like the breadth
再
of
前頭。
expertise.
Yes, yes.
連
And,
你
I feel
芒
like
亨你
all
10個
the
對手，
moves that he got
呢度殺咧，
when he
即係
backdashed against
即係嗰
the
個
man grab, he did
呢度殺嗰個典故就係擋咗中咗雙殺之後，即係冇人可以中咗雙殺唔死啊！
Okay, Blas little burn
跟住
down.
但係芒亨打條龍中咗10個雙殺都死唔埋，
If he's in the corner, is he
咁
gonna
啊
be
Mitty
ready?
撞啦，誒唔得啦，死唔死啊？死晒應該死咯，
Yeah, she does. Nice.
好嘅一個 combo，
Doesn't even need to spend any super meter.
Nice stuff from Hibiki.
咁啊草風先，
The stocks. No
衝
challenge for that.
咁啊百鬼俾人空對空，
Do that from neutral jump.
喂跳到，
Lands again. A
咁啊
grounded
搏招啦，
punish into the corner. Big chunk of
你
damage.
can 我唔算係，我 can 我唔當喺度，哇呢樣正，
Wow, wake up command
聽到係唔
grab.
多到服
You know what? That's a-
呢隻角色就
that's player
can 就
play.
太唔到服啦，
Super shimmy attempt, I'll tell you that.
呢出殺交會唔會用
This
殺
is
交
it. Are we going to the
俾晒死
second
咯
round? Yep.
，1比1。
900 health.
Do you think it's gonna kill? Okay.
Yeah.
I shouldn't have questioned it. Not on Akuma health.
rematch，好鬼猶
Nice
豫啊
stuff.
Is he
Evening
going
it
to
out.
run it back? Yes, straight back
Yes.
into the rematch.
Making it 1-1.
！rush PC 放波，咁啊下重拳打中，
Chases the
我
back
招，
dash down and just
That's how
唔係
active
波，
it is.
佢可以波升，但係冇人會波升咯。
Man, straight
誒
from
靚
the
喎呢個
Nico.
你條大波車，我
That's
招
a version
見
of
頭，
the juggle.
咁啊打到48，
Optimal. I'm telling you, this
佢
is
parry 到，
nice perfect
重
parry.
腳起上呢度，
Very
金
conscious
剛
of
旋
it.
風腳埋尾，用個強力波壓制，哎撳咗掣啊！
It's gonna get
俾人
caught
用個
by the
一個反擊
Okay. More stocks.
，OD 撞，
straight through the second fireball with that enhanced.
咁啊拉後少少啦，咁啊但係都要，
Hibiki doing a great job.
金剛
once again
你收唔
in the
死
fireball game, aside
哎
from
靚，人哋跳過波，
neutral jumps.
要啲跳到啊 ，impact 打暈對手，
Damage into
咁
the
就再 impact 多次
high
打下對手
rise
身，
and splats on the wall.
咁啊
That
求
was
其一個
a
combo 都死啊！
situation, no super meter available.
咁啊嚟到啊，你試過嘅 match point，
Set point now.
Yeah, very unfortunate for Hibiki to be put into the corner in that situation.
同埋冰冰，想 cut cut 唔到，有啲遠。你跳俾多個晶頭，俾多個 rush 啲埋牆啦。咁就3個 level 3咪有。推波，cut 到對手下重拳打空，咁就真係 level 3添喎。出咗動畫先。
Huge life lead on Blaz's end.
Can afford to back up if he wants, but he probably won't. Carry on. Yeah.
八鬼，俾人對空。咁咪要趁對手 build 完之前要做嘢。哦，跳到晶頭啊！我就係咁勁。你試過2比1，點出啦？
Even if she didn't go for the command grab, he could have taken a couple of the lights into the reset. He could have taken that at least 3 more times before he really had to make a hard decision.
2次俾到晶頭啊！第一次即係 Lily 版邊2個 jab 之後晶頭，第2個又做完之後點下晶，都跳到，所以就俾佢贏啦。唔係反應嚟呢個，晶頭唔係反應，佢又唔係 blanker 或者即係蘇聯佬嗰啲。
Situational awareness was unbelievable. You know, it's so impressive seeing these young players with. It's impressive anytime you see people that can just switch between characters, you know, at a whim. But being able to go right.
點解唔用阿龍唔知咧？可能佢覺得
optimal punish counter combo
冇得放波，好唔開心㗎。阿 Lily 儲咗一個風嘅話，佢冇得放波。
Prior to this, like in the warm-up, yeah. So imagine going from Geef into Akuma, you know, and being that optimal. So really, really good stuff on Blaz. The talent is insane here.
The neuroplasticity in these young minds is still there, you know, not like us old folks that I can barely like play pad. It was never my time, but it's even far beyond my time.
Do you see who we have next on stage? Do you see that?
Oh wow! Pair of handsome young men.
We're gonna see a mirror match.
You reckon?
I believe. Well, actually, you know, Oil King back then, he did have a Chun, and I feel like Chun had a good amount of changes that makes her very strong.
I think she's.
So I wonder if they're going to do a mirror match.
A lot of people don't like playing mirrors specifically. How do you feel about it? Like.
Well, I mean, Luke is as basic as it gets, so I actually don't mind the mirror match with Luke because it's really a battle of like who uses the tool better. That can kind of fall for Rashid too. I actually think the way that they both use level 2 is pretty different. I feel like Oil is known for being very aggressive. Yes, but I feel like in this game he's actually slowed it down quite a bit. And I feel like it might even be maybe Adele, who is more of the aggressor usually nowadays.
Okay, interesting.
How do you feel about that?
I feel like Oil King's still looking for like his perfect groove and hasn't hit it yet. You know, he's had some good results in the World Warriors of previous season. So obviously in region, he's done well. And traveling, he's done okay, but he hasn't had like the big breakout moments, the kind of performances that you come to expect from him, like Street Fighter 5. So maybe still looking for that. Even in Street Fighter League, you know.
That's right.
Not the dominant force that he has been previously. Of course, we know Big Bird has had some big breakout victories.
I mean, he did so well at EVO last year, you know?
Yeah.
And then, well, I mean,
performances, like great stuff from him.
喂，咩話？啱啱一瞬間見到伊娜嘅影子，
funny enough, I know.
有玩過，
So they're gonna go
有玩
Rashid,
水。
but when the changes happened for Marissa, I remember Big Bird was saying on Twitter that there was a chance that he might switch back to Marissa just to see how she does, because he felt like she became much stronger.
Yeah, I think he did that, and then found out how she did. And
開始啦！
I'm sticking with Rashid for
中
it.
腳連中拳打中，一波將頭推埋板邊啦。後跳中拳，咁就 rush 推翻去板中，壓制，咪睇風啦 ，rush 過去，而家壓制，
Oh yes.
咪踢風，俾人點到啊！後頭換邊，加邊。
But Oil King playing in the neutral
They're
so
from-
well right now. I mean, he started off this round with the whip punish on with the stand.
靚 impact 原地跳，咦唔直接飛埋牆喎，唔好搞咁多嘢，
Ready with the TI.
得唔得啊？有啊，我起快，咁啊換咗邊啦 ？level 3大 level 1之1，咁啊俾晒 watch 而家死咯。EC 中轉輕轉中轉 level 1，你俾錢我第一陣啊！
Big Bird says, "Who cares if you whip punish me a couple times?" Dry rush overhead is gonna hit.
That was late as well. Let that rock for a while.
Rush
And I feel like those
咪
slow
煲佢先啦。
overheads, like that almost catches you out for flinching. You know, especially
有啲近啊，咁啊俾人用個輕拳過反
don't stay
，rush 過去個頭攻擊，咁啊依家遠咗個 rush， 咁個頭攻擊咁就即係冇 follow 埋難，壓制。
It's kind
你個風，俾人覆翻，因為我中腳有撩啦，打中咗下中腳，EC 換門邊，咁啊壓制打中對手，再搏雕，再儲個再偷個主力風，對手就逼不就用個前中拳撩翻去啊！下中腳 rush 人平等腳，風又中一下，波頭俾人頭擊換邊，咁啊有level 3啊，咁啊又一下死啊，不過要俾level 3有啲貴。輕拳打中啦，冇用。話打中對手，咁就重轉level 2啦，開始開風壓制，都係有啲近板邊，一中啦，大解到頭，叮飛翻出去，中腳打中，俾兩個窩先夠死咯，1-0。
Thing about shimmies though, right? In that you're giving your turn up to go for that, so there's a lot of risk inherently in that because this game is so momentum based. If you want to try and give up your Oki, give up your plus frames, walk out of there, someone presses.
中腳撩下佢，佢波，我對翻個波。咁啊，哎呀，以為啱啱嗰個，以為掂到啊前中拳，點知應該係有啲太遠咧，唔係第一拳打中，之後擋到。依反，撩拳腳冇用啊！喂，跳走咗，咁啊衝翻去，一個風，中拳打中，再嚟撩下，翻個風。啊，中佢打中啊 ！TC 波拳前中拳壓制。咁啊解到頭啊！哎呀，俾人跳到個波，起散咗死咯！咁啊想反波佢應該死啦。中有啲遠啦，搏唔到前中拳，一由我用個頭擊打翻落去，重擊搞頭，扣反，換咗邊，再 rush。然後咁啊，下中腳撩下佢啦，再踢風，打中啦，之後再踢埋牆，死咗。咁啊，中反波拳壓制，咁啊，竟然留一條生命喎，搶到個輕拳，咁就想後頭想換邊啊，但失敗咗，之後俾阿 Big Bird 咁多輕拳死咗，咁啊入咗 Big Bird 嘅 match on 啦。開頭解到個先埋牆，點嗌咧？安跳，再求其一個 combo， 咁啊斬晒㗎啦！一個下中腳 watch 就死啦。哦，好靚！你 level 3啊？咁啊點翻出嚟嘅時候，自己中拳壓制。咁啊俾阿逼巴，俾油王換咗邊，係呢個低點踢到啊，咁啊安跳，升唔升？打到頭，最後都係搏落去啊！逼巴2-0都由河晉級啦，冇計。
From that, when you see when people are throwing in those situations, depending on who gets the drive gauge.
Yeah.
But Big Bird was the one with the clutch.
With the overhead, Oil King's got to watch his dome. That overhead got a lot of mileage for Big Bird.
Big Bird had a hat on backwards, so you know, like he was serious.
I see. When it's like Ash, you know, when you go like that with the hat.
A great cartoon Pokemon. We all grew up with.
有
出
邊好多勁人咯，油河未去到嗰個 level， 即係冇摩池啊、鼻屎哥啊、村長呢啲，好穩陣嘅入到打到頭，但係油王就好穩陣咁樣32嘅時候，差唔多 top 48嘅時候出局。
So we've got Jen and Sahara. Shout out to Sahara. He's been traveling the good 8 squad all over the place. We had him out in Brussels. He was at Combo Breaker.
睇咁耐，而家先開頭用你講，仲有8個鐘要睇。
All over the place, getting that good support from the good 8 squad. Juicy Joe in winner's side against Idom. That's going to be hype. Hopefully we see that soon. But it looks like next up we've got Mr. Crimson up against Rikichi. Just double check that one's correct.
不過1搭4咁快播廣告，應該即係準時每一個鐘，即係1個鐘播一次。 得4個字。啲廣告商係咪話要話唔夠好賣要加鐘，賣唔出咧就唔夠打比賽。
He's always kind of paired up like Sim with a grappler character.
Really?
Yeah, because if you think back to it, he started out with Laura, right? He won the first ever Street Fighter 5 CPT tournament just with Laura. Then he had Laura and Sim. Then it was Sim and G he was playing actually. So he's always kind of like backed up his Sim with a grappler, which has always kind of worked out well for him.
It's a pretty good like variety if you're moving from a zoner to a grappler. It's an interesting way how
龍雞對 Crimson 啊。
interesting to me how like you would play a different playstyle because they're so completely different. Where one is trying to keep you out, the other one is trying to go in.
Yeah, you're really looking at it as a different tool for matchups that you feel might be uphill for Sim in terms of. Can you think about it like the characters that are hard for Sim are the ones that want to get in on him, stay on him. If you're in on me, then we're playing the grappling game.
Yeah, that makes sense.
But he's very happy with Dhalsim at the moment. Specifically, the perfect parry changes kind of I think help Sim quite a great deal. But they also hinder him because obviously it means his defensive options. It's far harder for him to get players off of him. But his defensive decision-making has always been very, very good.
You have to be one of the best Dhalsims because he doesn't have that reversal tool that a lot of other characters have. Your decision-making when it comes to that has to be really, really on point, at least for 90% of the time. And it's really cool for him because, you know, they gave a pretty good change to the Yoga Blast to help him with his anti-airing, right? And they gave him a little more offensive tools, the way that you can cancel float a bit earlier. It's 6 frames now to cancel.
Doing your research, I respect it. I really like how the changes in perfect parry affect this matchup specifically as well.
Ken 對刀。
You know, Dhalsim was really susceptible to getting parried like half screen by Ken. But if you're going to use
有波跳位，咁
啊
撩翻個拳腳，咁啊想咁啊浮空嘅時候俾人點到啦，咁就播招。 拱拳打中，迅雷嘅落單，跳翻出嚟，又食個星，咁啊跑過去後頭換邊，跳，佢再俾人停咗，點啊？咁啊後一避先，但係都食咗個，喂咁係咁用重拳啊，但係，冇計，喂想 cut 對手個長手，但係 cut 唔中，咁啊放波啦。 咁佢打中，咁啊俾晒，有封信嚟佢應該死啦，唔死都要俾嘅啦，因為，啱啱好，咩咁傾咁大力嘅咩？咁佢撩一撩長手長腳，咁啊空中火又打中一下 ，rush 打中放火，咁啊再鏟腳，嗰陣壓制但係俾人用個星打翻轉頭啊！ 到佢又掃低咗，迅雷腳，波頭又中一下，個迅雷腳，咁啊落星 ，heavy 先，再放咗個偏，再嚟，D 反啦，忍唔住啦，但係都嬲咗自己啊，嬲一下，一翻嚟，哦，大話你埋錯，哎呀，好慘啊，個 impact MIT 打唔中，死咗。 咁啊入咗啊嘛，俾啊 UKC 攞咗第一鋪啊。
Made the drive impact whiff there, so I think he's got the right game plan. Just needs to work on refining the execution just a little bit from that second round.
I like just trying to pin down Rikichi.
防先撲中，但係冇嘢搏，用腳踢一踢，俾人截停咗，再放呢個 Yoga Film。後頭推埋牆啦。 impact 咁啊，想防對手嗰個火波啊，呢個 impact 加中咗啦，可以有個啱埋加落去，但係都原來係打唔中。咁啊，咁啊篤落嚟，拱拳打中，放埋個即係 OD 龍尾腳，就搏星，個旋風腳死咗。咁就龍雞嘅 match point。 咁啊，想用個拳腳 cut 咗長手啦，然後叮到你個鏟壓掣啊，又點啊？喂，我 watch 嘅數據唔知係印度佬，喂又想 cut， 但係好似未成功過啊！我升有啊，拳腳進嚟腳，阿中佢打中，喂又有啲近啊，俾人扣反啦，解頭痛啊呢個，對空係冇嘅，咁啊進嚟腳，波頭我又 cut 得 hit 痛啊呢個。 俾晒係咪啊？ 咁啊左跳嘅攻擊，再拳加擠，原地跳俾對手對空，攻擊，咁啊放波啦，再放波，頭攻擊，哎呀迷之跳躍，但係冇事反而，咁啊跳攻擊掂到啦，死咗啦，死晒，1-3握手，咁啊4燈直落嚇，根本用唔到，交48。印度佬冇啊，龍基太勁嘅，正常應該有嘅，但係龍基面前，咦見到 ChrisWong 喎，好似都唔係 ChrisWong 嚟啦 ChrisWong 第一個香港人上直播，終於見到啦嗬，仲唔係 ChrisWong？不過打村長有啲痛苦，有咩？咩話我咁？小奇點，我睇唔到嘅，幾多次？係啊，多謝，唔錯啊，啱啱 Forever 嘅咁啊，多謝VVSS 嘅 follow 啦，跟住多謝 Forever 908嘅小奇點啊。辛苦你直播瞓先，好起身就見到我噶啦。咁就 Nia King 多謝你嘅小奇點啊！老細又深宵直播，支持一下，多謝支持，多謝支持。我啱啱可能多謝新 Coco 哥嘅重新訂閱啊，多謝支持。EEKO 123嘅 follow 多謝啊 ，BW0394嘅 follow 多謝啊，多謝阿凡仔嘅2訂閱啊，咁就傾晒先。大賽有冇對過咧？我真係唔知有冇對過。冇諗咩晒，專心睇比賽。你睇比賽，當你睇比賽，我連 comment 都唔睇，因為因為多數因為如果唔係覆 comment 覆下咧，就唔知佢有。
There was a point where he started playing Akuma in tournament, wanted to get more comfortable with Akuma, but ultimately, he plays a bit of Mai now as well. Okay. But ultimately, he's been playing Luke for the majority of the parts. Maybe he'll play Mai for certain matches. I do think that the change that they gave to Luke's medium knuckle, the fact that it can combo without being perfect now after crouch fierce, is a really, really strong change for Luke, especially in tournament, because the nerves get to you, and if you don't get the perfect knuckle, you lose out on a huge B&B combo that he does. I think with that change, I think ChrisWong is probably going to stick with Luke for a majority of this tournament. And I get excited watching him play Luke.
I see you hitting those new corner combos yesterday as well with the air flash knuckle. Yeah. And that's a big deal as well, right? Because as a Luke player, you almost want to be mid-screen most of the time because that's where you get your...
但係 Luke 其實冇乜分別，分到就幾大分別。因為後輕嘅冇得換邊都幾大，因為板邊佢都唔知點出翻嚟，即係俾人推咗板邊之後，點推翻出嚟咧？F5唔啊，冇嘅，慢咗又睇埋鋪先。而家依家 F 有啲尷尬，
出唔少嘅傷害。
個刀打中，再頭擊。咁又對手 parry 啊，咁啊成功用頭擊打翻轉頭啦。攻拳放波，再嚟。中拳打中，俾對手個刀 combo。放波，有啲近啦，我撩下中腳。咁啊，講到個波先 ，OD 波射中啦，係對手都係繼續放波。中腳打中，咁啊 combo 啦，叮。咁啊，擋咗個波先，丟俾人對空啊！咁啊 ，TC level 2啊開啦，咁啊想打就分啦，咁啊 D 反啦，唔俾對手。有時都唔知 D 反好定唔 D 反好，有時呢啲位，因為咧，如果你 D 反咗，佢對手就即係會咪仲有嗰個 level 2嗰條能量條咪多啲，即係可以肥多幾個細波。咁啊 burn out 咗啊，咁啊想 shoot 死嘅呢個位。打中 burn out 唔到，會唔會 ？OK 咁樣用我最老土嘅方法，但係佢很有效。 唔一定，小細圈問題係追開咗嘅話，咪可以放多幾個細波咯。係真係唔小心講未就先。下中嘅 rush 俾人升，咁強化波啦，再放波，再放呢個 level 2強化波，重腳，又食一個重腳，俾人拳腳打中，再搏升，吹咗，重拳放波，咁啊有啲遠但係都中啊，咁啊俾埋升啊，咁啊放東甩。後避一避 ，O.D 波打中，出翻嚟少少，但係仍然對一板中啫，要推到板邊先有機打嘅。放波，咁啊劈咗先。哎呀，重腳踢中啊，咁啊就俾一個中腳踢死咗。呢班燈打中咗對手嘅下中拳打空，咁就甩好 combo 啦。推埋上，甩好壓制，後避咗，但係加4吹咗，打中對手，搏招，咁啊可以搏輕升呢個，咁啊斬殺線，咁啊等一下嘅啫呢個，搞掂，咁啊求其有level 3，入俾你，咁推咗埋牆就可以壓制啦，都強。F5先。
Defensive sequence because I feel like defense.
冇乜分別㗎。
There's so many options in this game. You have to switch up what your defensive options were, and he got that counter hit crouch strong because he had blocked the light from Higuchi. So usually you'll do light if you want to keep it in your favor, but it can also potentially get perfect parried. So it's really good stuff on Chris to throw out the crouch strong there after blocking because Higuchi was.
咁啊，我壓過咧有時咧，喂有時 confirm， 喂有爭啲 pair 到，嗱對手冇確反個 hand up 佢已經算係咁啦，我覺得。咁啊，又係呢個波，所有軍佬都係咁嘅，咁啊放波咧會，哇放下就好前衝拳噶啦，對空，咁啊輕佢打中，打到個先痛啊呢個，哇呢度差唔多250絲分一血，跳到，喂打個和，咁我食個波餅啦，啊中佢打中，咁就推埋牆啦呢個位，哎呀後俾人打解答又解答成功。最把燈啊俾好似，咁啊放波 ，O.D 波，啊放多個波 ，O.D 波推翻出去啊，咁啊都好啲。咁啊推，咁啊喺度對望，啊中佢又打中，分零感應，再推埋牆，解到打到。咁但係呢個位得翻半格氣有啲危啊！輕升，哎呀大鑊啦！有機會崩out。咁呢個波喂 parry 啊，但係第二次唔得咯。咁啊呢個位好蝦慘，唔知擋幾耐個波。咁啊對手要跳火圈，喺步呢塊摁緊啦，開始步呢塊啦。但係對手都知啊，咁啊勁遠先步。咁啊又喺度放手都。咁啊仲有少少就完啦，個崩out，喂打中。但係冇搏埋落去，對空冇啊，個刀升到你個 rush， 就有機會要用，喂重腳又撩又係立重腳 confirm 1-1，但係冇 confirm，B 反擋到，但係兩邊都 burn out 啊，咁啊甩 call 係冇嚟㗎啦呢個位，因為對手 burn out 咗 ，OK， 無啦啦用個反波拳打緊對手個 lead， 咁啊一 match point 啦。
Just throwing it out there, and of course.
But that means he starts his last round with no bar.
At least he's going into a last round.
有冇 watch 過去？嗱，對手但係 P 雙擋到啊，打中啊！咁啊喺你起身嗰一 frame 先打先撳掣，踎低嗰陣時又唔撳，咁啊推埋牆啦，後挑俾咗個 O.D 波，前挑，哎呀，但係俾人對空，咁啊唔解俾對手頭擊，我後頭換邊啊，放波。喺度劈跳又嚟個刀對上天啊！咁就升到啊！唔俾你壓制，放波俾人踢中，依家係啦，司機去搏。
哦，唔得，出唔到嚟，呢位 burn out 咗，好尷尬。又 ChrisWong 挑戰 ChrisWong 反應啦。哇！食波踩波車，如果你去一，哇！仲要食嗰個強化刀，1-1啊，痛啊呢個。
It's really difficult to try to snipe out a sonic boom to do a level 1 reaction from Luke. So
佢喪又可以試下人生啊！
doing the OD, doing the enhanced
都唔轉㗎啦，呢個對決。
Nice mix up and the range that
yeah,
Higuchi
like
was
trying
just
to catch him
staying
off speed with all those different pitches. And you pointed out, you know, in the match before that you could see like ChrisWong was buffering it. He was dashing and also like you know dashing and buffering at the same time to try and hide the inputs.
Yeah.
So like you know that at that range. When he has it and it is for the kill, he's looking for that level 1 and great job from Higuchi. We haven't even seen him like pump fake with a stand medium.
放波，下中嘅 rush 打中對手，個個升埋尾，中拳放波，咁就睇下咁啊對手用翻個立重腳打中對手多次，再搏用一套招式打到個閃攻擊，後備咗，但係打唔翻轉頭，咁啊升咁啊睇下點啊之後原地挑，俾人大對手冇喐到啦。 佢要捱到 burn 到完結，咁都要擋㗎呢個冇計嘅。一解答哇，加勁多氣喎解答。咁 burn 到完結，但係食咗個腳刀啊！攻擊俾對手打中，有呢度下中腳，咪再放波，好啲波再放波，揀埋佢啦，打中，俾多個 rush， 甩好，甩好，甩好。
I'm not sure if he's just holding up, but he's been caught. This is the 3rd time with the crouch strong right after that.
Yeah, it's not counting.
OK， 哎呀，但係冇 cancel 任何嘢，食咗個頭攻擊，唔錯。咁啊，重腳撩下佢啦，再放波，撩俾人對空啊。咁啊，打中對手，重腳 level 2開啦。咁啊，不如 burn out 嚟，哦，好痛啊呢個，唉冇事。咁啊，唔知係咪呢個位？哎呀，想我甩好喐㗎啦，但係失敗咗。咁啊，呢個位真係啲血，喂，咁我見到喐咗啦。哇的啊！呢個位 impact 死咗啦呢個位。咁啊，睇下佢俾唔俾level 1嘅，俾喎。咁啊，東甩，喂，出到嚟，但係都係，喂，後頭換邊。 哎呀，衝拳一定要想追血咧，想打個大 stream， 但係對手都一定避咗。咁啊，到頭啦，下中嘅 rush 攻擊，放波打中對手。如果俾 level 3喺我就，喂，博升就算啦，因為喂 OD 波出翻嚟，放波。 我又放翻個波挑，但係對手冇隊，兩邊都一個打唔到，一個冇隊好。咁啊，原地挑避一避，咁啊俾計睇下呢個日，咁啊目標好明確，係想周你個 burn out， 咁啊要捱呢個 burn out 啦。喂，擋多下先，係，哎呀食波餅，要擋埋地下個波添。喂，快速波，咁就會唔會試佢？誒唔試，解答一個 burn out， 哇好痛，但係唔係，好似冇level 1。 中拳打中，我哋幫時間。好大力嘅 combo 啊！啊，命完一線，跳翻出嚟 ，OK。後頭換邊，依反出翻嚟，但係 burn 到咗對手，打中掂啊！哦，掂啊！咁啊，跳攻擊打中咗之後，一個 combo 死咗。 有計啊！
如果打得幾好㗎啦，
一個大跳成功，就係咁簡單。
打出唔少嘅傷害。
And man, just nice simple combo straight into level 3.
It was really interesting as well because those jump-ins from Luke players, you do them mad early, right? Because they're there to stuff. They're there to stuff the anti-air attempts because the roundhouse comes down low, the jump fierce comes down low. That was so late.
It was like.
即刻報過。 我呢部二係啊，所以軍佬係咪好開嘅呢部二？都唔開一。有。啱啱過嚟睇比賽啊嘛。多謝哥萬5份訂啊，多謝支持啊！流龍萬5份訂，多謝支持啊 ！Leo 2比1，好驚險，冇錯，我都覺得好驚險。多謝 Roof Toby， 咩讀啊？好難讀啊！多謝 follow 啊！1比1，多謝，Paula 嫂多謝5份訂啊！見到啦，多謝大媽嘅 follow。打軍佬，但係佢下個打邊個咧？軍佬係黃軍。打阿 Kina， 想睇埋啲鋪就睇下對方打邊個。
That Roto Z, so he can see beyond the frames. Lars has Yeath on his side, so he can see.
呢個對佢呢龍啊，開始。
Looking to run back that grand final appearance at Capcom Cup 11. Lars, we saw him with the Akuma earlier. He's back on the Ryu here against Cammy. Kira kept it.
又係波 OD 指令頭啊！話俾你知，哦，你強升唔到，咁就搏升，搏反啦。再 rush 壓制後重腳，下中腳打中，對翻出去。可以 hit。下中腳打中 ，rush 過去啦，前鋒腳。咁啊插腳打中對手嘅攻擊啦，之後就肯定再搏招，又中一下，踢中，哎呀咁啊等對手 rush 就見到佢，但係點都係打喎，rush 真係嘅，得唔得啊？哦，俾咗啦應該2800，嗱你掙扎咗噶啦。即係識鳩。對空冇啊，吹咗 combo， 學招踢埋牆，差唔差電啊？差電，有激光。大家好啊！呢個 laser 邊我哋嘅，因為啲日本人叫呢招龍嗰個差電 level 1 laser 邊。哦死咗，死晒。同埋燈啊！阿中嘅打中，再搏科嘅，同埋放波，俾人跳入，同埋再用個波腳推埋牆，放埋聲，好大㗎，冇對空，冇對空，點翻出嚟？我有對空，咁啊前衝完啦，咁啊推翻佢，有一個加菲馬仔，再 rush 個前頭。斬殺線啦，死咗啦！升 CA 冇錯，斬殺線。
That's actually something that Akira does. I feel like that's Akira's specialty on reversals. Like, but he's kind of like the Noah on a Cammy in a Cammy form. You don't know what reversal he's going to go for. A lot of times it is the ODTP, but it's not even on wake up sometimes. Sometimes it's on the reset, sometimes it's in neutral. I've seen hooligans come from Akira before, so.
唔係你話中腳先對空，我話今次阿鼻屎哥對空係0喎，可能打 Cammy 佢覺得唔對空可能好過對空，專心打地戰，然後等佢嗰啲插腳打空就算。叮，後攻擊咁啊，板邊 follow 啦，叮啊，唔俾你壓制。哦，又擋到佢個聲啦，好似暫時見到咁啊，數據埋尾啦，但係依家下個後受身咧，呢個數據埋尾冇以前咁勁。加 film 連腳壓制打中啊！喂，咁啊想吸對手個聲，但係你知對手冇出到，又打中鐵工長打中，揀嚟啦，但係對手擋到，哦 ，impact 俾對手避過咗 ，match on。咁個對空成功啊，差電又有呢晒邊啦，無限攻啊！ 我連重拳打中，我推埋牆啦，咁啊用個氣功掌攞個最大力嘅 combo， 插腳插中，但有啲遠，擋到對手個下中腳。咦後跳重腳打到對手，咁啊俾阿 Akira 搶到個輕拳嘅，咁啊入咗斬殺先，搶到輕拳啦，俾晒啊 ！OK 握手，2-0都幾一面倒我覺得。
Was so good at winning the scramble. They played fantastically on defense as well. He's doing like little micro walk backs into crouch.
真係勁，冇錯。
Like really stopping Akira from being able
to
off a low forward.
咁我睇翻 ChrisWong 先。
And obviously, anytime Ryu baits a reversal out,
yeah,
it's like that off you.
Yeah. I mean, like what? There was only maybe one that was blocked.
ChrisWong 打一係 Juicy Joe 一係 I 檔，呢個應該輕鬆過 Higuchi 嘅。但係都係嘔心，呢種少少。
So yeah, as you mentioned, the scramble situations that Bob had, he just came out on top. And there's a lot of good defensive reads, like Akira trying to go for the tick throw.
壞咗啊！
You saw the jump back.
啲聲咁怪。
He was coming down with the roundhouse that got the counter hit.
So he weren't just
大家好啊！
getting the hell out of it. It was within 10.
大家快步。
Even in his reads, he's committing to his reads.
應該唔，我睇過咯，唔識讀 Google 人。
Confidence beyond his years. Moves into round 3. We'll see him tomorrow. No surprise to many, but another big
呢個啦
to the hit list that Blast
，Savage 嘅Taco 啦 ，Tempo Check， 跟住之後就 Lusa B， 表鞋同埋柳文輸嗰個，之後再打就呢扎人，都幾痛苦嚟講。得閒咗 F 嘛。
And I think in season 1, he was kind of struggling. I mean, we knew he had the DJ. I think he kind of struggled, similar to a couple of the other players that we know, like Oil King, as you mentioned earlier.
Yep.
Like, they're like, oh, what character do I play? I don't really have them. And then
M. Bison came out. 小孩仲係 winner
switch over to M. Bison, but he still switches between M. Bison and DJ, really depending on how the matchup is going. So I'm interested. I actually think M. Bison does pretty well against Rashid, especially with Psycho Crusher.
I think so, yeah. Psycho Crusher is a great
T0
answer to a lot of the neutral.
因為 T0 係蘇聯佬咯，所以龍永遠都係去唔到蘇聯佬個 level。
At least forces Rashid to like second guess themselves a little bit.
有蘇聯佬喺上面扛住咧，如果你去到蘇聯佬個 level 咧，即係隻角色壞咗。Daigo 一直都打緊。Daigo 有冇 Daigo 而家喺邊咧？見佢得閒又上下場。
Short Kings. Bison, of course, still has access to big chunky damage. Couple of buffs have helped him bring that damage back up again to almost the golden days of pre-patch last season. So yeah, very dangerous still. But I think again, he still suffers defensively, wherein you know the challenges mean it's more difficult.
29輸春麗啊！
And he's still got a level 1 that you can like light melee as well. So
you don't have like Bison doesn't have a true reversal. So in neutral, I'd say a lot of Bisons. I don't know if I've seen that on Zenalot because I feel like when I watch Zen play, he's usually
隻個都幾勁嘅，唔好話唔關事，我覺得。
Usually on defense, they have to
隻個係幾勁嘅。龍係幾勁嘅，Daigo 對 MG 兵。你去到唔關事嘅，我覺得。
That's kind of where M. Bison
咁啊，呢個幾慘。
Yeah, it's a good result to
算幾勁。
You're putting the matchup back in a space in the
可能佢用 Jamie 都會贏，但係佢唔會同你癲咯。職業生涯比賽咁樣攞隻，你叫我攞 Jamie 去俾成皮嘢用 Jamie 去證明俾大家睇，咁就咁嘅興致。咦？冇揸咦？穿咗有揸高達喎，攞住個盒，見到有個盒咧笠住個掣，咁就唔俾對手睇手。但 hitbox 需要睇手咁勁。雖然我唔可以話完全冇用，但係我相信係冇用。但係小孩嗰啲用衣服冠軍都話有用咧，我信衣服冠軍多過信我自己。
Yes, we are going to see the M. Bison come out from Zen's end, and of course the Rashid on Big Bird's end. So let's see. And Zen's actually a pretty good scrambler as well.
睄到嘅，我覺得。如果你對你錯你做，你知你手咧錯得好快嗰陣時咧，就睄到嘅咁。因為 哎，搞點㗎？佢人咯，哎呀，因為我輸嘅悲慘，就炸彈啦，對唔對？好易睄，但係問題就係睄嗰個睄又即係佢扮作 CA 咁樣就呃翻你轉頭都得啦。咁你就唔敢撳嗰啲拳，佢就呃得好開心。心理戰，哦暈咗。係㗎，所以最近都係笠個盒仔，唔好搞呢啲咁多嘢。唔俾你睇。啊錢㗎！再炸彈。哦死咗，咁啊等佢爆啊！我招，同埋你打用佢咧，嗰啲炸彈飛到好奇怪。炸錢腳，好靚，咁啊打到對 parry 啊！咁啊揀嚟對手，但係對手都打翻出去，你可以後啦定，竟然後咪俾人撞咯！我後咗啦，但係冇諗過我穿咗都咁直接撞。我會估佢後，我會估佢後避我個撞，但係就冇咁簡單。有波，喂教剪腳冇事，打到對手啦，咁就 O.D 教剪腳波招，炸彈，痛啊呢個，咁就教剪腳。呢個啫唔知點解咧，教剪腳打到對手咧，個炸彈會停時間咁喎，死咗咯，逼不，咁啊 O.D 撞。一燈係從好似逼冇打機咁樣，咁啊入咗阿逼嘅呢個嘅 match 倉 impact， 哇！踢風都俾人 impact， 好勁啊！咁啊落單加 film 會㗎，即係當係即係你教剪腳嘅時候咧打晒先爆炸，佢唔會一路打，佢唔會一路中教剪腳就爆炸。有啲即係你摸死咗啦應該。撞 CA 握手，應該死啊！咁辛苦殺咗油王之後，俾孫玉死得直落，喐都喐唔到死啊！孫玉笑到幾開心，得啊！呢個咪揸高達嘅力量咯，有個盒仔入邊，證明高達真係勁。無限攻啊！
And he only introduced OD Mixer once, that got blocked, and he got hugely punished for it, and he never did it again, which led to Zen being able to drive rush roundhouse, keep his plus frames, keep on the pressure, and then Zen mixed it up differently both times. He would do a delayed button, which would catch pressing buttons, and he would go for the low four and also...
一開波個輕拳中轉甩咗之後，就冇後邊啦，之後就俾孫玉揼住嚟砌。
Big Bird from able to start that whirlwind shot game. You saw him with the OD Psycho Crusher immediately shutting down the level 2. So even when there were moments when Big Bird was able to like take control and have his attempts on offense.
Yeah. I feel like he must have been studying him. Like, it's very similar to like how Ryukichi kind of approached Mr. Crimson. Like, he just had all the right answers without even a round one to test out your theory. Like, there was only one time that Big Bird started the round with dry rush, and then Zen started the
YouTube 嘅好處就係咧可以睇replay，好似係。
如果打得幾好㗎啦。
我有時都想只中意 YouTube 睇比賽，想睇翻啲嗱呢度啊。
Going by quickly. Big Bird has not made the correct defensive reads.
Oh my
even
word,
in neutral.
Everything working for Zen.
Straight to the corner. Those are plus frames.
唔喺度。
He's about to get burnt out. There's that low forward counter hit. Really good spacing in neutral of the scissor kick from Zen there.
Yeah, he's doing really good job of spacing normals as well. There's the big one ready for the explosion. There's another bomb on.
A little too early with the parry there from Big Bird. Gets money counter. Yep.
喺度。
Forward fierce.
Bam! 穿咗。
So Big Bird, I believe, also advances into round 3 losers because again we're doing 4 out. I think we're doing 4 out. No.
係啊，所以 Big Bird 得埋 shit 啫嘛，可以解。
Who's in chat? Sorry.
Big host.
Who's he talking to? Because I know he's not talking to me.
哦，原來係咁嘅。
Oh yeah, that's for you, Logan. And just because the chat doesn't.
未用過，嚟緊。有哥喺下邊游水咯，佢游到 top， 佢游到 都有佢又嗱，我數一數俾你睇。嗰下我咁 live 啊，唔識用添。YouTube 新手嗱，而家1、2、3、4。
So he can't really speak. You can't
Hopefully he's been training his
5、6，我48、4咯。呢度應該4，應該要聽 3 嘅呢度。咁我估咧，如果有9個1、2、3連3場咧，你4場，呢場有機會播嘅。呢個位咁啊，連贏3場，有機會嘅。
The only way that you're going to get there. World Warrior season starts next week. The registration is
好難㗎，你好難入去嘅。同埋佢個 OD 會推上出嚟嘅。你要推完之後，仲喺個龍捲風度咧，先至可以頂得住咯。好難。咩 AKB 48？
prize pool associated with that as well. $2,000 for first place, including a trip to Capcom Cup 12. Fantastic situation that is, and hopefully we will uncover some more incredible.
OK 啦，我覺得9個仲正常咯。你少全部，你少全部都 Google 嘅。係啊，呢個都唔，呢4個都唔識嘅。呢扎都唔識嘅，呢8個。麻煩上面跌落去啫 ，Hikaru 佢 Cosa， 小鞋對柳紋跌落去嗰個，咁啊呢兩個呢4個人唔好識，咁啊都 OK 啦。再下邊就唔好提啦。係啊，下個比賽柳紋小鞋，你小鞋，柳紋落去啦，柳紋係有個柳字啦，仲唔係跌落嗰個。So make sure you sign up and compete to win your ticket for Capcom in Japan. And there was an announcement just recently too that Blink is running all PC setups. So shout out to Blink for always keeping the players in mind, because we love that. But speaking of Street Fighter, if you guys haven't noticed on Twitter yet, Jam Slam has been officially announced. I think they're going to announce who are in teams and whatnot soon. But again, Jam Slam 5 is right around the corner. So make sure you watch your favorite creators and streamers learn from Street Fighter pros and experts as they compete in Street Fighter 6 later this month. So all you have to do is tune into the round robin matches happening on June 27th. The finals are happening on June 29th on Twitch and YouTube. 跌咗落去啦咩？
Starting at 3 p.m. Pacific.
跌咗落去啦。因為 ChrisWong 一係就打 Juicy Joe， 一係就打 Idol。如果 Idol 跌咗落去就
Pro BFG controller, the Pro KO levelist, and this in my arms right now, the Pro FS arcade stick, all designed for gamers who put victory above everything. You can unlock 10% right now as a new customer at victrixpro.com.
哦，跌咗落去啦。咁啊 ，Juicy Joe 打 ChrisWong
is weighty.
Juicy Joe 入咗 EWC， 你Capcom級啦。
Don't you?
Yeah.
I said you weightlift.
I weightlift.
You weightlift
in the gym.
Weights. Yes, this is good for gamers who want to get their upper body strength going. You know,
my upper body strength is great already. I care about execution, which is why I'll be taking a look at the.
呢台喺下邊游水，佢好早跌咗落去啦。呢台而家慢慢又游水。
And a beautiful brushed aluminium finish. The housing is sensational. Yeah, but for lightness.
Yes.
光費街霸啱。點睇都係嗰邊，大家都100萬，拳王都100萬㗎，即係大街霸，應算高咁多。拳王嗰邊，仲有餓狼咯。唔係餓狼唔一定嘅，但係拳王真係應該得咯。餓狼都未必餓狼。日本仔幾勁。但係如果佢認真操，應該都贏到。睇下小孩餓狼而家點啫？有打過嘅。
No, I don't.
Classic look.
No, I'm sticking with that look for the entirety of my lifetime.
Okay, all right, fair enough.
But anyways, let's not rant here. There is more Street Fighter 6 action to come. So make sure you guys don't go anywhere, because again, this is just the first half of round 2 of this.
Other half,
啲
Lancy 都有去，咩 Score 啊、迪基啊咁樣。我寧願我係講，如果我係佢，我都係專心，我係打翻啲 SNK 嘅，一樣咁多錢，點睇都係拳王，點睇都係拳王，咩都係拳王着數啲。咁係要贏啊嘛，高一啊，都唔係嘅，即係丁家鎮嗰度勁。跟住法拉利都勁，依家削咗之後個版本，佢嗰隻 Honoka 冇咁勁啦，爭好遠。SF 咪啦 ，LD 都冇話贏硬啦。但小孩我覺得似係贏硬。係啊，操 game， 我半操㗎啦依家，用我僅餘嘅精神打過一隊，打過一場，所以我都俾少啲命自己，唔好亂嚟。如果唔係，聽日死，聽日有人都係個嘴有命案，打街霸，一個打街霸死嘅人。聽日翻去瞓覺，瞓醒又要再睇埋 Day 3，打1點啊！聽日我話半條命唔得㗎，唔係好得㗎啦，用生命值硬接，不過完咗咧就應該後邊就冇咁辛苦嘅，啲黐線時間係得今日係咁啫。我得12點幾㗎啦，食個早餐先我都要。我唔想攞上去食咁托啊！我想坐低冷靜，我想坐低停一停先，成日未停過。真係打到咁晏咩？今日好似得個 schedule， 好似今日唔係打咁多個場。唔易揾㗎，要行到去太子。如果你太子落車，行去消防局，跟住再衝入鏟入去，跟住行到去公園嗰度咯。我 show 俾你睇點行啊，好冇？你喺奧運落車有另一條路。咁就睇下太子啦。首先咧，你就呢個你就落啦，跟住你入唔到去嘅。呢個直行，其實你應該出口出去嘅，呢個出口出嚟。呢個直行，呢個消防局啦，跟住再跟住行入去，我哋要去依度，呢度咁咪穿，依度。嗱，總之個地點就大概喺依頭啦，大角咀，呢度就大角咀啦。咁你係呢個大角咀咧，你有召喚我啦，我就會捉你上去嘅，上去啦。咁四步都得，太子落，嗰啲3個中間嘅，我習慣咗太子啫。咁四步都得嘅，或者喺邊度？啱啱嗰度，你中意咪消防局咯。 嗰頭啦，點火個俾專人。太子警署好近㗎喎，喺隔離。消防局都好近喎，點火咁啊，即刻出嚟，我即刻攞個消防喉射你。
If you don't know who I am Sherry Jennings. I am joined by Logan Sama.
Hello.
How you enjoying these Street Fighter 6 matches so far?
It's great. I'm so
happy. 有啲奧運站咯，我見過。唔知有冇好啲啊？嗰邊。DC， 我踢我咯，好得意。Twitch 就應該最 Twitch 應該最遲覆。係啊，中間。觀塘得唔得到？咁大鑊。咁你油麻地行過去，你想做運動可以嘅。
It does that weird thing.
There's 8 of them in 25th place, so yeah, top 32.
Yes. You all get points. Yes, thank you. I forgot about that.
That's right. And of course, that's very important because at the end of the season,
山係咪
top 6 they qualify as
我有時我哋都會上去。嗰個叫咩路咧？唔記得咗。總之有街市啊，條斜路大斜路街市嗰度。
As well, he is currently at the top of the leaderboard with 350 points, but he is right now in the losers bracket. We'll see how he gets on in this round 2.
全部都唔知點㗎啦，所以咪平，所以咪有人租咯，所以咪平咯。所以咪嗰度做鬥。你試站隔離兩皮。幾皮嘢租啊，大佬搞唔掂，依家都唔平啊，康間都知你想鳩啦，咁慘。
Actually takes out Guy, so that's how he led to New York Chris G versus Ryukichi, which is going to be really interesting here. That is a match that we have coming up next. So
yeah, Ryukichi's looking, completely unaffected by this balance patch. His Ken is looking as dominant as ever. Tremendous matchup knowledge against
但係抽好似因為睇比賽識晒啲人啦，因為要而家唔係好嘈，嗰隻抽團啊。
and perform at optimal levels. Christie's able to switch between games and just perform at optimal levels.
睇唔到啊，識晒。如果唔係就，因為有時想專心啲睇。如果唔係又每10秒響一次啊嘛，即係都幾。又冇一直係通知我喎，通知埋你哋。通知你哋有人十我啊咁樣。打風，唔知一個風差唔多完啦係咪？阿蝴蝶係咪斷咗臂啦已經？嚟咗都唔知。
And I think it really works for how Chris G plays as well. He's a very neutral-based person into the safe mix-ups, and then he'll back up because he's very comfortable playing in the neutral. And obviously, Chun-Li has one of the most dominant.
有時覺得戴口罩咧，即係突個鼻出嚟，唔知戴嚟做乜。而家啲人係咪有冇人都係咁諗？你吸啲嘢都冇過濾，咁你戴嚟做乜？唔係唔想，係咪其實唔係一個口罩嚟，係一個面具嚟，遮住個樣嘅啫。
Forward medium punch is certainly a great, and standing jab as well is such a great tool. And if she can get inside the range to utilize that, then very strong. The modern Chun-Li, of course, gives you access to incredibly fast reactions, and she's got some great tools. Her anti-air with the Tencho kicks is just so reliable, so fast. She's got that level 2 super, which can shut down projectiles as well.
I was gonna say, I believe previous
一除埋個口罩落去，
modern Chun-Li didn't have a way to access level 2 that often outside of just reacting to fireballs. But now, because there's the changes to the air leg, she can actually.
現春喎，哇！春係要贏啊！哇！呢個 skin 幾好喎，黑絲透透地。我諗個春麗40歲都要買性感，性感驅風，跳到，打過喎。輕腳。咁啊，確反啦，跳腳。再 watch 打到對手，但係冇搏，春麗腳。咁啊，踢埋落去。放個波 ，O.D. 嘅扮腳打到對手啊，再落單對手。 咁啊比晒應該死咯，咪死唔係啊，爭少少，但係現代就唔係好驚。喂 ，burn out 咗，咁啊送你一程啦，對空。現出有咩勁？現出最勁就一件 OD8嚟，對手一 whiff 就 OD8嚟打翻 Santa 就可以屈，就可以搏招。咁啊，依家就冇咗嗰種，即係以前就嗰度死咗，冇咗以前嗰種，即係多個掣可以打個一 whiff 就又嚟60嚟啦。佢年齡寫秘密喎，應該係唔係跟？即係街霸咧，以前就有個年齡跟嘅，但係最近 Capcom 想鏟咗個設定佢，所以街霸啲角色年齡咧係永遠都係唔係好跟現實世界。一開波就想跟，而家又唔想跟。哦死咗，啲唔俾喎，咁啊想 trip 噶啦應該。上空上嚟噶，哦有啲想流氣之子喎，見到阿 Ken， 係呢個位又兩套啦 ，OD 波。哦，係咪現代啊？好似現代有啲勢力呢個，但係都 OK 啊。parry 到，哦大鑊啦 ，burn out 啦，啱啱流氣之子，流氣之子就咁啦。真係 only fans 啊！1、2、3、4，旋風腳，真雷腳，踩腳趾，咁啊前即刻追翻出去，推波，咁啊打一下打中對手，下中腳順雷腳，再下中腳撩下佢，順雷腳，重拳打中，咁就俾春麗還翻個 combo 啦，將把你打中，咁啊一件嘅力量呢個就係。飛埋牆，跳，下重拳壓制，再 rush， 打中對手，把你腳埋尾，咁啊拉翻少少，哦食咗個下重腳，但係唔緊要，咁啊其實等 level 2之後，龍有咩都過唔，咁啊想穿波就失敗咗，咁啊冇確反嘅呢個，咁就唔俾放波嘅呢個位，一放波就嚟，而家連 burn 都冇埋，再 rush， 俾人呢個前頭飛埋牆。OD 波，解頭成功啊！繼續扛住佢。哎呀，唔要放波，但係俾個 parry 之後嘅 OD 波打翻轉頭啊！呢啲唔係，你上次咪攞隻 M 火舞殺咗阿 ChrisWong， 即係喺 combo breaker。依家見到春麗勁就轉翻春麗。波中啊，但係冇confirm。順雷腳，哎呀 whiff 咗掣，咁啊順雷腳，冇都係避唔到呢個 burn out 命運，咁啊喺度亂咁撳。但係始終都係現代啦，都係唔得，避過到個 impact 失敗咗，咁啊死咗啦。咁啊仍然都係啊 Chris 嘅 match 啊。咁啊下中腳 watch， 解頭痛啊！旋風腳推埋牆，波頭兩掣，咁啊拳腳壓制，打中咗下中腳，俾晒，但係 burn 到自己，唔知係咪恃住自己呢個現代咧，咁就唔揦你俾人 burn 到，打中對手，咁啊8力腳，打中啦，冇確反，推波完咗個 burn 啦，換到邊，咁就呢個位仲有一半血。有機會，如果一個大，咁啊一個擋無力技就死嘅。對空現代之力，佢山大到，咁啊過反，再拳腳壓制，後頭換邊，我睇下點樣攞埋出去啦。推波，咁就對手都唔敢喐啊 ！OD 波埋咗少少身啦，對空係冇嘅。頭攻擊斬殺線啦！依家仲要係一件 level 3嘅斬殺線。喂，冇得確反啊！記住啊！喂，死咗！搞掂2-0，真係勁喎！現春。 哇！對面感覺上咩仔都唔敢撳，但係見到最後Chris 龍基都有放波，唔揦你個現代，係真係對手真係放到波。龍吉都死埋。耶！點解冇得確反？咪 Capcom， 因為真係冇得確反，好難啊。呢支係啊。
So good recognition on Chris, really solid.
And a great punish there immediately afterwards with the walk under.
好耐啦，如果你講 Marvel 又出新 game 啊嘛，有機會又出翻嚟。
Really comfortable in that Dawson match. When it came to the Chun-Li, I feel like he was unsure about what options the modern.
3號風就投標期啦，落雨麻煩啲，打風又冇乜所謂。
Chris G either was just not engaging and just letting him jump, or I think we saw him anti-air with a fireball once as well. Not sure
有啊，佢要 K1 級張飛啦，唔係佢要攞分咯，主要係攞分就 K1 級，贏就最好啦咁啊，但係高名次都得㗎啦，因為佢依課第二，嗰時高分。又問 ChrisWong， 我都想知。咁啊打 Juicy 做打 JP 啊，應該容易過。
I was gonna say the defense outside of that one round, which I felt was like a very standard round that happens in Street Fighter 6 where he got burned down.
呢個唉唔講啦都係。好啊，唔存在喺隻 game 度。
Very confident, and he had the right conversions in mind. Like there were 2 times where he did wake up with the low forward, both of them whiffed, but Ryukichi wasn't ready for that because Ryukichi wanted to back off and get away from that pressure. Wasn't in range to whiff punish those low forwards. So really good stuff on Chris. And again, just being able, he introduced the fact that he can level 2, right? Through fireballs early. So it made Ryukichi hesitate on throwing fireballs.
And even in that round where he was getting bullied in the corner and burnt out and then got all splattered, if he'd have landed and just done the level 3 there or any of the supers, you know, he just wasn't looking for the drive impact at the time. But there was an opening there, so Ryukichi was having to overextend and go for risky options.
Yeah.
You know, stand heavies into stand heavies, stand heavies into other buttons and getting counter hits where he shouldn't have done. You know, and all it would take would be for Chris to interrupt back, but he wasn't like getting involved in these spacing traps. He was waiting it out and then breaking out of the corner with it, a low forward with his jump out, and it was a really composed, you know, really composed performance from him as he moves into round 3 in the winner's side. But it's great to see Chris with a character that he's feeling confident and comfortable with in this game. You know, you said he's going to be taking a look more at the classic Chun, the modern Chun, and he still has the modern Mai as well. So I catch a lot of people out with that.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, he's been doing well. Again, he's still in winners, and he just took out Ryukichi, who
夜晚就Top 48㗎啦 ，win 啊 ！Top 48 win 啊，即係坐底，即係當坐底19名，或者17名。
Yeah, and then the drive rush conversion off of that, so just optimal at all times. But here we go. I get to watch one of my favorites again, Mr. ChrisWong.
係搞㗎，依鋪第5㗎，或者係級第5啊，好勁嘅。喂，打停咗，咁啊插地。我諗緊點埋佢啊？叮叮。喂，冇事。啊，中腳，哎呀，俾人打完咗，再屈。喂，唔俾人推咗埋牆啊！結霜。啲氣叫得好，俾人確反。放波靚聲啊，咁就再放波。咁啊睇下點飄，俾人對空啦，放鬼。打中對手，我博招啦。喂，俾人點到，就波拳埋尾。半分鐘冇所謂啦，大家唔好劇透就得㗎啦。喂，冇對空，放波，飄俾人對空，翻落嚟，想吸唔到啊，但係中段，哎呀慘啊！咁就之後就呢個波拳死咗，呢個第一單。中段打中，咁就開餐啦。個單，喂 whiff 咗個，唔知係咪想報 parry 啊？特登 特登唔出晒，因為俾人 level 2。叮！好意外跳攻擊，哎呀，見到起身擋一擋，呢個 instant overhead 嘅 service， 後跳level 1追到，跳，哎呀，但係冇撳掣，反波拳打到對手啊再，哎呀，就食咗煙皮啊，痛喺度，咁就俾 JuicyJoe 打到大金號啦。咁啊擋到先，再挑，但係對手擋到。因為 battle 完結啦，要衝啦！哎呀，想放波俾對手打停咗，挑俾人瞬間轉移，揀嚟啦呢個位，但係對手唔喐，我反到啊，死咗啦！啊，都唔使睇。
Managed to encroach into that low forward range and clip him once. But other than that, he just wasn't able to get inside that range and really make
Game 2
fearful. In fact, there was a number of times in which JuicyJoe was drive rushing at ChrisWong.
Rush 過去放波。
There we go, like that.
咁啊一個重反波拳埋去，但都係埋，cut 到對手下中拳啦。1、2咁啊甩，咁啊因為唔知係咪甩招，食咗個重腳死啊！ SF 唔算係咁啦呢個，好過經歷過澳洲嘅試練之後，我覺得呢個算友善嘅呢度。咁啊下中嘅打中，咁啊波拳啦。喂，點落去但係冇用。講緊放波啊！對手想再搏招，但係失敗咗，又俾阿 ChrisWong 打翻轉頭。再推埋去，冰，但係冇一個 parry， 但係冇 parry， 有 parry 但係冇啱方向呢個。對空冇啊，後頭換邊，咁啊打對手 burn out 啦，咁啊確反到啊俾對手，都幾多輕微俾人確反之後俾人一火2 combo， 會唔會 reset 啊？唔 reset 推翻開，呢個位有機會俾人 chip 死因為。所以就推走佢就等出水算。咁就入咗阿 JuicyJoe 嘅 match point 啦。攻拳打中，搏招。咁啊推埋場啦，1-3開咗先。咁啊呢度就6成血我諗有。攻拳咁啊打中搏波拳。Rush 打中，俾到 Rush， 咁啊推埋場啦，叮，咁啊升成功啦，但係呢個勁就勁在咧，見到個海膽係第2 hit 唔中，所以就即使中我都好咧，都追擊唔到，好犀利。咁啊有個傳送門喺度，喂中咗波拳，但係死唔去，咁啊用個 Rush 衝擊打翻對手轉頭，咁入咗啊，仍然都係 JuicyJoe 嘅 match point， 但係ChrisWong做翻燈。挑俾人控對空啊，但係冇爭唔到，擋到個中段，咁啊打中對手啦，再搏波拳，咁啊放波插地，中段擋到，咁啊再拳架啫 ，parry 到第3個攻擊啊，又俾手確反啦，咁啊撻手指知道嗰個。即係知道你嗰個，得唔得？頭攻擊有啊，咁啊過對手個趴手指先，咁啊再食沙地，咁啊想 chip 死想對手 burn out 啦，但係而家ChrisWong係一格仔嗰個氣嗰度咧，勁小心，唔可以 burn out 嘅，因為重腳，打中對手，但係冇嘢噃，跳背，對手後跳 ，parry 到啊 ，impact，OK。咁就推翻嚟橫邊先，然後斬殺線啦呢個位，咁啊打對對手嘅 parry， 衝拳打中，但係冇俾埋第2下，chip 死啦，調翻鋪1-1。
Really was a checkmate situation. He couldn't do anything because he had blocked that knuckle.
JuicyJoe 冇得轉角㗎啦，睇下點啊
There was just 1 or 2 openings there that finally ChrisWong's been able to turn into damage. And of course, that put him in that situation where it was a checkmate, as you pointed out.
啊，終於打中，一開波又追啦，一開波就喺度 combo 啦。然後後備咗，哎呀，但係冇用。連嘅壓制。啊！哇！呢個鏡頭，哇！唔係見到對手 parry 啊嘛，咁啊冇計㗎。靚聲，唔俾對手屈壓制，放波壓制，咁啊過翻唔到啦又。咁啊見到唔中就放波咯。咁啊對手又放鬼去磨你。叮叮。咁啊 TC。
Any block from this point is going to burn out
ChrisWong. 落單。
Trade saved him as well. Juicy Joe would have picked him up for a big chunk of damage there, and ChrisWong still holding on to this life lead.
If Juicy Joe is able to get the hit, I'm pretty sure we're going to see a level 2 come out.
跳。哎呀！但係冇俾晒 all in 啦，咁啊好想，但係唔得，都但係打唔破對手門，咁啊要擋呢火熱啦，真係打唔到，死咗啦咁就。
If you block that in burnout, then go and buy a lottery ticket because it's your day.
I forgot who it was. I saw that it was yesterday. They blocked 2 of them.
Rush.
I hope you know. I hope
打中對手。
I'll go down onto the floor.
哎呀，前後避一避啊，再搏招。
This is rough for ChrisWong because he only has 1.5 bars. A stand jab actually moves
跳。
forward away.
哎呀，但係冇，佢 parry 到。
Back dash, get out the pressure.
哇！大鑊啦呢個，呢個位 burn out 咗再加呢個 set up， 哎呀，死咗啦應該，有 level 2啊嘛，有 level 1，level 1，握手啦，搞唔掂。呢個位臨尾，ChrisWong 崩到爆，但係唔好崩住，仲有一條命㗎你。
So you're like, it's okay for me to get thrown, but it isn't against JP.
JP
is one of those
呢都 top 32啊。
30%. You cannot take the throw, especially if he
啊
has the portal.
ChrisWong 要
Like, we'll get him
下邊游水。
into the full combo, and you saw he built enough meter for the level 1. I mean, he had 2 of them left, so really good stuff by Juicy Joe. Always showing how strong of a competitor he is, and I feel like he didn't really get talked about until his performance at Capcom. Good to see him traveling more and to see him progressing through all these offline tournaments.
Yeah, I think that's the real benefit of these offline international events. You know, it's all well and good seeing players perform in like region locked onlines or World Warriors or what have you, or even in a regional Street Fighter League. But until you see them put these results that maybe you recognize a bit more, or events that carry the recognition on a worldwide stage, that's when you kind of go, oh, this guy, all right, cool. And we really saw that, you know, we saw that season 1 when going into the Capcom Cup. You had players like Lashar and Uma and ChrisWong specifically, actually. You know, they were really running riot and dominating that Asia East World Warrior, beating guys like Hotdog and Oil King, who we know are.
唔會嘅，贏到後先會見到嘅，如果顯嗰時，top 8先見到。
Kind of overlooking it because they were names that we didn't.
JP 一定係咁用。
Maybe they weren't against the names that we did.
JP 就係玩呢啲嘅。
We saw what it was all about, and maybe we are guilty with a little bit of bias.
Oh, I have bias for sure.
Yeah.
好唔，因為一開波啲呃嘅嗰啲人咪用 JP， 好唔街霸嘅角色啊，法拉利啊，或者你隔離驚嗰陣。咁啊，咪珠華對 Hibiki 啊，呢個下邊嘅咯。
We haven't seen Mizuha play. I think they went into losers quite early on, actually.
Really?
Going up against Hibiki.
Yes, and we did say Hibiki earlier, and it looks like Hibiki had to take out Serini from Korea.
Okay.
I guess that's a mirror match. I think they... Wait, no, Serini plays Kimberly. I lied. But yeah, so we are going to see Hibiki versus Mizuha on the...
揸槍隔離 game 嗰支叫揸槍嘅，但係。 我頓咗好多，都唔夠芝芝嗰隻揸槍勁。有冇頭擊俾佢教頭啊？因為咁樣行埋掃低佢，有計。 然後咪 K 夠 K dash K dash 佢就揸槍啦，成個18人嗰隻點動，咁啊升埋尾，再 rush 過去，鏡頭打中，做唔做風？做風啊！誒擋咗個反波拳，到頭換邊。喂，靚呢回一。喂，又一個鏡頭啊，咁啊，咪死咗啦！嗱，如果 O.D 版就死啦，賭得唔到 O.D 版，都即係冇理由，即係都係一下死嘅。對空有啊。一個撞，但係俾對手踢翻出嚟。開個反。一個指令頭，咁啊打到對手。
He does have the stock for the Condor Spire, so that is something he's going to have to be worried about being thrown out into the neutral there.
咁啊跳唔到，基本上見到結邊，喂，咁啊下重人打中，再俾到 Watch 死咗啦，一顆二都唔使俾。一比零。喂，咁啊 Watch 過去，但係殺制喎，竟然啊捧頭算啦，因為唔知佢等人點，可能擋到升嘅啫，呢個 Watch 嘅。波腳，然後揾到個插腳，咁啊再撳掣俾對手打轉頭，俾對手停。點兩下，波腳撞埋佢啦，鷹頭打中對手，咁呢個位就得翻半血啦。咁啊波拳，鷹頭。咁啊波拳，咁啊整個頭攻擊攞個落單啦，F1。咁啊一個頭攻擊，咁啊落單對手啦，之後就兩面都去斬下先，屈到個哎呀解頭啊死咗，咁就俾對手打入一個 match point。一個升埋尾，鷹頭咁樣打到對手再壓制啊！兩下重拳就有啲嘥喎，搏唔到招喎，又俾對手推翻出嚟啦！鷹頭壓起上又有計，咁就睇下呢個位其實一個 O.D 撞就死嘅，不過。問題冇風啊，擋咗就我死。擋咗個插腳，打咗頭。電偷咁啊打到對手。對空，哎呀冇啊。我呢個下中腳但係冇事。對空都係冇。我呢個升完之後再撞，因為死咗啦咁就。都係敵不過萬用的下重拳，咁入咗一個Bicky 嘅 match on 啦，咁啊攞風，哎呀大鑊啦呢個位，好痛啊！咁啊解頭成功，加 film 壓，但係俾對手 D 反，咁啊打翻轉頭啊！對空，哎呀冇對空啊，咁啊太小心啦，俾晒死唔去嘅應該。升，咦唔升喎，咁啊俾人搶到掣，咁啊攞個撞壓制唔數風啊，見到佢。咁啊仲擊的巨人啊，衝啊！但係都係俾人點到，入火3啦，要快撲1比1。
I'd say the neutral is a little strange. I think both players are just playing it pretty nice and slow. I mean, Lily doesn't really have an option outside of the way that Hibiki has been playing. Mizuha
Watch 過去解頭大鑊啦，用咗個 OD 反魔拳，飛埋牆。佢打中後重拳，咁啊又俾呢 combo。下中拳打中 DC， 推埋板邊。波腳升腳，後備咗，咁樣就對手唔撳掣情況下就少咗鏡頭出翻去，咁就要行埋去打，真係有計喎。吹咗，如果唔係有咁啊加衝埋去，對手擋咗攻擊，擋一下之後再搶輕腳，搶到嚟俾個 Cammy 嘅 match point 啦。有波 watch 過去，撐對手，搏埋個升。再升多次，點知掂唔到對手，俾人換邊再加板邊 combo， 頭攻擊，再嚟一次俾對手搞打，咁啊下重拳打中，再撞埋去，咁啊前重拳壓制，因為唔係好興呢個，可能因為唔係改快咗冇嘢。watch 過去壓制，俾對手解到頭。中腳撩下佢，死咗啦！俾兩個 watch， 咪贏咯 Cammy。2-1，斬殺呢個 Lily。咁就出局啦，對手。
Switched up and was the one walking into the space and getting clipped by low forwards, getting clipped by matching strongs. Wasn't really forcing Mizuha to take risks by jumping in and dive kicking in.
And even the Condor Spires, I felt like in the first two games at least.
It's already right in the last games.
We saw some Condor Spires even in the neutral, even if it was on block, you force them to spend the meter for a drive reversal, or they have to take the mix-up after that. Like, he was enhanced, he had the stocks. So really interesting that Hibiki just wanted to walk forward.
Especially because he was playing that walk forward style. When he was walking back, it was giving him the space to just kind of, all right, Mizuha, if you're not going to engage me, I'm just going to walk back here and just charge up stocks, and then I've got these. And you're right, Hibiki was just going into light block strings and just throwing out the enhanced Condor Spire at the end of the block string. Sometimes it would just be, it would just catch a jump out attempt.
Or a
get the counter hit.
And it was like free damage. But every time you start walking in now, you're losing stocks. You're not having the option to get the stocks. And also, you're right, you're walking into these buttons that Mizuha is able to just throw out because, as you point out, at the absolute start of the set, Mizuha is built for that. That's the style of Kami that Mizuha is. Much more grounded buttonsy.
呢啲要可能我要練下練，我要練我嘅英語練到勁嗰啲美國佬咁就得啦。一係就日本人，一係就日本佬，好難。佢哋一定係俾啲，因為佢哋係播俾 Capcom Fighter 啊嘛。你去到嗰個 level， 你基本上都冇乜可能。
Yep, and I mean Mono. Let's not forget he is a.
哈拉沙漠旅遊王啊！
I believe with.
一係識英文，一係識日文咯。第三就係一係可能有一日呢個大陸又整個 Capcom CN 咁樣，跟住西式國語又要出動。識講英文有機會啊，但係你要係勁過，你要勁過依家講緊嗰兩個。你要去到嗰個 level 之後，你要勁過啲 local 人咯。你係咪嗰個 level 啊？啊咩啊，烏巴德嗰啲有幾都做過嘅，即係有啲咁耍勁，有啲真係啲咁勁。我 U 啲或者阿志都做過咯，即係試緊老友。咁嗰啲 level 嗰啲人咪得咯。如果唔係就基本上就唔會揾你，即係未去到嗰 level 就唔會揾你。叮一聲，但係冇計。我話嗰啲都得，嗰啲好多人排隊喎，你排埋一份咯你。你見啊 Rock TV、LTV 啊、阿志嗰啲， 跟住LY 租嗰啲已經都係做嗰啲咩長嘢都係佢哋。咁你要攝一隻腳嗰啲難。個 Kido 都有時做啲。R 就日本啫 ，R 就調翻轉 ，R 高 R， 咁佢 Con U 畢業唔使考 R 真係咁樣。R 好似係咩2-3年就完嘅，我唔知係做乜。除非你考完之後即刻用，如果唔係就冇乜用。話正常啊，除非 R 日文英文好好啫，日本人都咁乜日本人英文好好。咁啊，要去到好到嗰個 level 啊，你要去到有冇咧？有冇？可能識日文嘅外國人多過識英文嘅日本人。好似又冇得點見過日本人，好似得 Crusher 咯，得一個咯，冇啦。哦，唔係佢上年臨尾都打用 Seth 啦，咪係 OK。名好難改嘅有時。即係遊王咧，而家 Twitter 個名叫咩 Lamphilin 啊，有時都 Leafilin 啊，好似都有啲尷尬。啲人因為個 tag 又好難改，跟住一改就前面啲 tag 就冇晒，跟住但係你又要話咗自己依個等於嗰個有啲難。冇早唔係佢做東南亞嗰啲嘢，即係啲即係唔到佢未排隊，即係排到好後咯。啲大二 fan 可能見到佢，或者啲東南亞二 fan。喂，正，哎呀，大有啲嘢。幫拳打仔，睇下嗰個點講咧，好難。呢啲位呢啲筍位嚟嘅，同埋基本入咗去都鐵腳咁樣，入咗去出唔翻嚟。你只要係你咧，就永遠都係你。Shelly 啊，James 啊，跟住啊咩啊，跟住啊嗰啲依家即係Dakola 嗰啲都永遠都係佢哋啦。呢度打未？跌咗落去咯。唔係 tag 啊，主要你改一個 tag，你呢頭以前嗰啲 tag 咪冇晒。J1 咯 ，J1 都少咗，J1 都唔係成日見。然後 level 2，哎呀咁啊想出翻嚟啦，咁啊解頭，啊俾波拳打中啊落單。J1 似係同 Capcom 合作多過做嗰啲老婆，佢係 Capcom 有嘢就揾佢宣傳，跟住或者 Capcom 有啲試玩就揾佢上台咁樣，或者有啲鳩活動啊，喂得唔得？咁啊飛老啲咁，就真係飛到啊，係有計啊，咁啊推埋場，一拳打中，波拳死埋。
Gets people salt. That's something that you have to really lab against, but they can change when they want to do the double jump too.
No, like,
exactly.
踢風推埋去，喂，俾人升翻轉頭。拉過你，後頭換邊啦，再嚟。哎呀，冇，咁啊反波腳推埋去啦。level 2啊開，有冇睇下點處理個 level 2？哎呀，想追後跳失敗咗，但係個風仲喺度，踢埋去。咁啊前頭咁啊打對手，升翻轉頭，跳翻出去，咁啊統擊打到對手嘅 parry 啊，咁啊斬殺啦呢個位 ，OD 波 level 2間 chip 到對手 burn out， 哎呀，但係點中輕拳啊，1-1，有波 ，A 嗰個贏咯，我先得5 hit 啫嘛 ，A 嗰個7 hit 好似係。多 hit 嗰個贏嘅好現實，一個100 hit 嘅攻擊，即使你幾炸都好咧，即使傷害係0都好咧，都係100 hit 嘅，hit 數勝於一切。咁啊，多人睇嗰個，唔係即係唔係 hit 數勝於一切，啲超必殺技鬥啊，hit 數勝於一切，冇人咁做，因為會俾維斯跳過嚟打你。我先會跳過去，可以跳過去，可以放波嘅時候咪跳過去打鳩你。冚轉成秒鐘可以話俾你點，有啲人會，我見過有嘅，好少。同埋有啲 即係點講咧？即係好少啲滑雪會咁明顯放一個可以俾用 level 2反擊嘅位。啲滑雪放波好聰明。哎 ，Impact 又穿波，有計。即係你又係問嗰啲我基度定係冇摩時勁啲有咩問題？好難嗰條勁邊個勁邊個唔勁條線好模糊嘅，即係所以冇話邊個最強嘅。我都分唔到嘅，呢啲即係有光啊、牛王啊、DJC 啊，跟住或者即係 Hoops 呢啲邊個勁啲，我都好難講。用電唔用電都得㗎，其實。不過問題係俾人，不過問題就係打和咯，打和嘅話咪俾滑雪衝過去打鳩你。穿過咗嘅話，你要擋個電陣啊嘛，所以你咪會俾個波打，咁你會俾個波打中，俾電陣打中先有機會，冇得講。所以咪有機會，所以咪好過以前。成績好啲係咯，邊個勁啲有啲難。其實成績好唔好啊？有少少睇佢有冇見到個比賽機會啊？如果大家都即係油王成績一定好過其他人㗎，你打比賽多啊嘛。但係其他人都唔差，有啲難。喂嚟啦，咁啊擋咗個波先，我解頭撲街啦，絕對唔可以撳嘅掣解頭。喂，打到個先，咁啊博招，啲埋場。有啊，但係有機會啊，但係你有嗰個風嘅加持情況下，你解頭會死嘅。咁啊後益解到頭，講晒佢，差唔多啦。最好就由佢達你2次。哦，油王翻嚟啦，油王仲好似覺得唔死咁喎。所以我明白你咩未死一日都唔好放掣，但係死嘅。最好就食2個打算啦，唔好搞咁多嘢。2次咯，2個頭。如果你臨尾嗰少少你唔放心會有3個頭，但第3個頭就好渣嘅，你可以選擇解嘅，因為解嗰陣嘅話個風都打唔到。油王拜拜啦，豬逼都係輸撒哈拉沙漠。都多㗎，我覺得打2次都唔錯，唔係渣㗎。我覺得抵用咯，同埋推埋牆啊嘛，有時呢個唔係攞嚟打傷害，有時啲人用個波拳乜打，跟住之後再反波拳都踢咁，你起碼冇3格或者有幾，咁咪 burn out 咗之後就任你魚肉啦。講反波拳，我覺得依家啲安跳都冇乜用啦，埋身壓制勁啲嘢。
Dual King versus Sahara. So maybe we'll get to see. I said Dual King. Dual Kevin versus Sahara.
Oil Kevin. Yeah, it's all good. It's been a long weekend already.
咁當你有好多壓制，又都係衝向前。滑雪嗰啲多數都係用個掣就孖腳飛向前，都費事跳。
I still have to play in round 2.
Okay.
I made it in. You know,
nice. Good job.
So yeah. I have to play Neo Judai.
水牌死咗啦！
It's gonna be a run back. Neo Judai.
水牌啱啱先殺咗 Lily 啫喎，應該未死啊！望下啦，我哋。
So I've done a bit of studying. We're gonna get the run back later in losers. That is in losers.
睇下個鋪先。
Yes.
嗱，鼻屎嗰個殺咗阿 Kira 啦 ，Chris 殺咗阿龍雞啦。下邊呢度就水牌死咗咯，個水牌贏咗，而家 1P。跟住 Crimson 去街喎，唔知邊個贏啦。咁就川玉贏咗啊，Big Putt，Lucy 都贏咗 Chris Wong 啦，油王就輸咗俾撒哈拉。 佢嗰時對 idol 我唔知啊，依家可能有得睇喎，望下先。哦，冇得睇啊，可能打咗都唔奇。
Idol, we haven't seen much of him on stream because he went to losers bracket reasonably early. He played Juicy Joe.
咦，打得睇喎，嗱講就有。
Since then, he has been grinding it out. He managed to defeat.
咁你睇埋呢場就放屁㗎啦，應該。唔係安條唔係壓唔壓人，安條係要跳壓制啫。跳完攻擊袋完之後咧，加無限，任你壓之後。聽日打冇錯。蘇記嗰個勁100倍，大佬個手都。你塑膠做嘅，即係滑雪嗰個。好完嗰個真係金剛，即係真係呢個咩？金剛拳，勁10倍。
For Idom always talking on Twitter that way, so this is what he gets. But he always works with what he.
有波煙平，試下隻先係咪？咁啊 ，Perry 就波先。用拳敲下佢。咁啊，下中腳撩下佢。後一臂都係下中腳。咁啊，刷咗好多血啊！咁啊，食咗波餅。咁啊，踢一腳。咁啊，重腳又踢中。咁啊，打中對手，搏招。哇！手刀，咁啊 TC 有啲近啦，咁啊俾人扣反，加 film， 咁啊俾人放波打停咗啦。咁啊放波停，放波 ，Perry 到，哎呀想穿第3個波，但係俾對手諗呢下用 rush 咧就即係停咗佢。呢邊打聽招同你講。啊唔係啊，呢個冇人揀啊，因為隻角太唔適合比賽。打中對手，咁啊 rush 過去搏招，掟頭多次，膊頭，咁啊中完打中啦，俾多個 rush 應該要波拳 CA， 冇錯，我拍燈。
This is going to take the second round for Idom, but he did have to spend all his bar to get this.
And that is definitely the route to success, being able to encroach into that space where Manon can start poking away, really taking advantage. But Higuchi with the guard only needs to be right once.
後一臂先，咁啊 level 2啊開餐，咁啊踢高俾對手解到頭啊，喂又係波拳過波成功啊，咁啊4獎牌，咁打得越後又。孖龍嗰個壓力越大，因為正頭一個正頭就13,000嘅，靚對空啊！哎呀，但係唔夠高啊，即係搏唔到波拳。咁又但係傷害唔係好大啊。Perry 等到掣推埋牆，正頭壓起上成功啊！嘭！1-0。嗱，軍佬就軍佬㗎啦，都冇得轉㗎啦。
I'm not sure what happened there. That was, 2 or 3 interactions that just snowballed and spiraled. And maybe it's Higuchi's defensive decisions that are not coming off here, but Idom is one of the very best in the world when it comes to reading your defensive patterns as a command grab player.
I mean, we haven't seen one OD flash kick yet.
撩下下段啦，再重腳，咁啊推手推波，重腳撩下佢，中拳。
Boy, I don't know about.
叮，但係可惜呢個叮係冇定畫面，佢對手跳背，解頭成功啦，前我擋咗對手波，跳到啦，痛啊！再嚟，鏡頭多次，跳到啊！再搏，俾多個 OD 嘅波拳，攞埋隻血啦！哇，阿良真係勁，咁啊 match point 啦。有波重拳，後避咗個頭擊，食咗個重腳 ，level 2啊！咁啊前重拳壓制，打中對手嘅搏招，前重拳多次，再嚟，喂煙劈，哎呀，俾人反到啦！咁啊嘥次，俾人及到。咁啊下中拳打中啦，俾晒應該死咯。咁啊睇下俾唔俾晒啦，但應該唔俾晒喎，俾人流氣支持，後跳。但係俾對手一屈嘅時候俾對手升死咗，咁啊仍然都係 idol match point 啊。 咁啊，擋到個，攞唔到，叮，咁啊想推翻佢，但係 3 combo， 但係冇俾人搏到招，聽佢切入到，驚頭俾對手跳啊，係有 level 2啦，我幫，咁啊板邊啦，搣鐵中段，痛啊！喂，哎呦，最強宣面，但係對手叻咗個攻擊，飛咗一下，冇啦，唔得啦，太遠啦。曉時最快鋪入面一，喂，一早出添嘅，上次嗰個 floor 單嘢諗住出啦。
Benefit Higuchi got from taking a moment to just think and change his approach, especially in terms of dealing with Idom's approach and his defensive patterns as well. He was able to stop the
game 3
effect that Idom was able to implement in that first game. He was getting in, staying in, and just cashing out on big damage.
Yeah. And now we're going to see who really has the upper hand when it comes to hitting the layers. Because I'm wondering if Idom's going to do delayed after drive rush now, right? Because we've seen Higuchi introduce flash kick and drive reversal.
Or just drive rush into command grab.
Yeah.
So like you can't get away with that.
喂，靚，cut 到，我招。喂呀，想唔知點解無啦波拳，佢應該 cut， 佢應該想 confirm 嗰個後重拳打中咧，但係太遲 confirm， 太遲撳個波拳，所以就俾嗰個攻擊打停咗。打中腳 TC， 輸唔到，蒸頭掟開餐，波頭咁啊黃血啦。後頭咁邊？喂，又真係打中喎！呢塊埋尾，但係未死啊！唔係呢個有啲危險啊！要追擊巨人，哎呀，太進取啦！咁啊，但係因為你唔敢做咧，你好難，你 burn out 咗啊嘛，你好難做嘅。咁啊 ，one watch 打落去，叮，你挑避咗對手個攻擊，攻擊打中對手啊！咁啊，吹咗一下，破反，咁啊減啊始終，哦正，你蒸頭破反啦。咁就依家冇嗰個中拳屈機啦，但係照出又搶制啦開始，冇咗以前嗰個中拳無限壓制，就刀升點入去，煙劈推埋上，跳蒸頭打中對手，咁啊揸個就中啦，靚啊！咁樣追個後跳，又真係會喎。咁就雙 match 方，得唔到。冇跳，哦！一開波4000啦，仲係勁超勁。擋到中段啦，再攻擊打中對手，咁啊搏腳刀，煙劈唔到啊！好起身，可以握手啦。咁啊幾次都賭呢個都唔使 level 1添。幾次都賭呢個煙皮都失敗啊！哦，要 GG 喺度。
Yeah, and you see Idom trying to make these hard reads, these desperate maneuvers. The drive impact, Gucci was ready.
啊，村長就入 top day 3啦，咁就好似玩呢個 Elder 兵咁樣，入 day 3啦，依家要。Into tomorrow round 3, that means he does make it into the top 48.
That's our first
慢慢，我覺得
top 48 locked in.
試下係試下嘅，唔知冇話錯嘅，其實又可以唔知用得聰明啲咧，呢位唔夠聰明。
We'll find out the rest of that top 48 in a short while because the action will continue with this round 2 of CEO.
Yes.
If you guys are watching at home and you want to get in the action, you're not here in person, guess what? There's a way that you can be involved. You can potentially be at Capcom Cup, and that is through the World Warrior system. The World Warrior season starts next week, and registration is open for all events.
我自己都好少賭煙皮，我啲冇，啲冇。
A World Warrior just for you. If you want to find out what World Warrior will apply to your nation, then you can head on over to capcom.us/WW25 for the schedule and more information on how to sign up for your local event. You could be the next name to break through on the Pro Tour and join the legends at Capcom Cup 12
呢度 CA 咩啊拉後前啊嘛，唔使踎。咩啊？low T 啊？同 Kimberly 一樣咁搞笑。咁有時睇下啲人開發成點啦，有時可能突然間有啲出下啲屈機嘢咁樣，咁啊爆極超勁咁都唔定，但係暫時睇落唔係好得。呢年邊個？即係識鳩。不用分得那麼細啫，嚟講。
Yes, and previously we were talking about how stellar you'd look in the outfit that you were wearing. Rob, you're not beating this because Logan was wearing some 10-0 merch. So make sure you get your officially Street Fighter likes.
Baby 算係咁啦，佢有得過波。因為你就唔使諗過波嘅問題，根本就冇得過波，所以唔使諗過波同唔同。
Alongside many of your returning favorites at merch.10.gg. And if you don't want to type in that URL, make sure you can scan the little QR code at the bottom right to go straight to their website. And as I mentioned, Logan is wearing their Akuma Heaven crew neck. I have the same crew neck. Definitely one of my favorites.
It's a beautiful base garment, isn't it?
It's beautiful.
Shout out to Matt Ismail as well, designing that CEO Tag Team Showtime t-shirt, the official collaboration between CEO and Tenno, and of course officially licensed by Street Fighter. That's sold out here at the venue. If you're at home, you can get online and pre-order on the restock, which is being ordered right now. So you can check that out on merch.10-ogg. Of course, all merch officially licensed by Capcom.
Yes, and last but not least, Turtle Beach. This whole tournament, CEO 2025, has been brought to you by Turtle Beach, the leader in premium gaming audio. So raise your rank with the award-winning Stealth wireless headset lineup, delivering immersive sound, crystal clear communication, and all-day comfort. We have the Stealth 500, the 600, the 700, and the Pro. But what we have here is a 700.
I can vouch for that because that is what I use at home. It is mad comfortable. You know, sometimes you wear headsets for a while and they just start squashing your ears down.
My ears hurt all the time.
Never happens. And I've got raging ADHD, I'll admit. I'll hold my hands up. I forget to plug my stuff in.
又賣廣告。
It's a wireless headset.
高啲過波快啲。係。不如考慮下俾個有個宣波功能嘅 Kimberly 嘅俾 Kimberly 有冇啊？ Pump 有參賽啊！Pump 喺8點啊，有排。Laura 都有參賽。Laura 陣間見到 Laura 咯，4點。Slam 登對3喎。差唔多啦。呢個梗係唔得啦，會俾個波打停啊，飛啊嗰啲。
What are you aiming for? What's your point total you're aiming for?
Julie 都係我 Julie 基本上鬥放波啦。用嗰個一個踢落去，嗰個地波穿過。
There's more Street Fighter 6 action coming up because again, this is just day 2 of CEO 20.
You've got to work on round 2 right now.
Well, I have one more. I play at 6. So 2 rounds. There's one more block before I have to play in round 2. So that just means there's so much more Street Fighter 6 all the way.
I didn't realize there was that much still left.
用生命去宣波啊！嗰個係，嗰個仲要慢，嗰個慢過 Jamie 喎。如果鬥過波，鬥過波一定係。如果用呢兩招比，應該 Jamie 難 ，Jamie 易啲。黃術 CVT 好舊啦，依家嗰啲時仲有呢個，唔係嘅，仲係打緊積分制嗰年好舊，同埋係唔係 Capcom Fighter 個頻道咯？喺嗰個即係喺 GGA 個頻道。Jamie， Jamie 可以加嘅咩？唔係，不過插腳就。佢過波有啲夢，都係有啲夢想嘅。多數 Big Dan 穿咩啊？Pump 咪8點咯。Pump 咪喺度咯，嗱呢個打Kusanagi啊嘛。呢個好似墨西哥培山啊！ 唔先，我驚又即係又有啲又唔知分下分到前，有少少瞓唔出，啱啱係能嘅，打到10點啊，咁咪好咯。SF5 哪有戰隊啊？老細戰隊咪賣 wallet， 我啲銀包。正常啊，趁住睇直播好支持你，瞓咗都可以開住個台，加人數，有啲死埋，好多死埋。有啲最慘就係咧，有時咧，即係你打嗰啲比賽，有時啲美國人，即係啲 pool 咧，可能你唔識佢，但係佢可能2000分咁樣 ，2000 MR 咁樣，你一個唔小心就輸咗俾佢搶二。所以其實，但係佢又識你啊嘛，問題。我今晚都直落，犀利！我連續直落到2日添啊咁。催眠拎冠軍，當達哥想 High Master 嘅時候有機會。星期二 OK 啦，星期一補眠，星期二就嚟。星期一諗緊開唔開台，希望我頂得住啊！我有啲嘢又想做。星期一咧，多數咧就睇到10點，跟住之後再衝。你想過嚟，想嚟咪嚟啊！冇乜所謂，即係都有位嘅。自備燈，你話事咧？有時啲咩？第一次啲人話自己帶掣、帶耳機、帶凳去比賽，第一次見。
Red Bull gives you wings.
一嘢波落去係咪？好啦，咁就第二個鋪啦。Hello， 瞓一陣，咦？收台唔瞓噶啦，直衝噶啦，一瞓就死唔到啦。咁啊喺嗰度 set up 完之後就喺嗰邊瞓。有咩電話聯絡？
All right, everybody, welcome to CEO 2025 coming to you live from the Frozen Shingle.
誒，占士啦，啱啱先講完。
It's RSC? Yeah, the RSC. Yeah. Dude, this venue is amazing.
It's lit. It's actually so much nice. Let me do you a quick favor. Hold on. I know you got really excited. I made you laugh a little bit, but now you should be coming in a little clearer. But I'll tell you what, it has been an extravagant time thus far, and it's only day 2. You know what that means? We're still going through some of the pools, but also the same phase of Street Fighter actually should be going through right now-ish in a little bit, right?
And of course, this is a new patch, obviously. So we have been seeing a lot of different action here. I mean, I haven't seen if we've seen a lot of Elena's on stream yet here. Obviously, a brand new character, so a lot of people are not too familiar with the character, but that also means that you can probably upset a lot of players by using her, right?
I agree.
So,
yeah, that's you know, that's actually been a really like valuable tactical kind of thing. You know, when they have kind of a character kind of unlocked enough to get them by to a certain degree. I wouldn't bank on it in like top 48. Yeah. But I'll tell you what, it is a valid strategy. It genuinely is a valid strategy
through the pools and stuff like that.
We've even seen like, so there are like other really developed characters. Like Mai is the perfect example. We've seen Lashar pull that out over at Combo Break.
Sherry 收咗工啦，可能落去到，可能到佢打，要落去佢選手嚟㗎嘛。
Like a smaller example. Granted, Mai was already like slightly established, but with Elena, it's a box of fun is what it is. Like you got to expect what the unexpected, right?
I mean, I talked to one top player, and I won't name names, but they're like, I have not studied Elena. I have not touched her. I don't know anything about her. Okay. So if someone uses her on me, I will probably lose.
I don't like it, but well, to a degree that it's like, you know, I want to kind of see the chaos happen, but it's like, man, that feels kind of bad.
But you know what's not chaos though is I get to commentate with Jeremy. I'm really happy.
You never know, though. I mean, I could be really active. I could be really, like, you know, loud or something. I'm always really loud most of the time, right?
But, you know, we got some Street Fighter 6 action. The players are ready, and what I'm seeing on the stream right now, it's going to be a good start here.
Yes, sir.
好，諾華對小寶。
Bow going up against Noah, the prodigy, perhaps one of the main futures of.
而家唔開風水㗎啦 ，Julie。
I mean, honestly,
100%. Yeah, him alongside like Enzo the Hokage, he's doing a great job. I feel like, you know, to some degree they have. I think they're related. I genuinely think they're related.
Right?
而家 Julie 係咪有 level 1？
I mean, it would make sense, right? Because you know how like sometimes you'll see siblings where they act
得
exactly
呢對 Bryson
I
啊。
feel like that's what we got here.
So what you saying? Hold on, what you saying about Noah, man?
No, wait, no, that's what I'm saying about Enzo, right? So
okay, good save. This is how you know this guy James is a professional. Oh man, the slides are off, by the way. I'm looking directly at the socks. I see the bottoms of it, and man, it's almost the same color as the carpet.
Now, obviously, the biggest change is the perfect parry
好，
stuff.
你望一陣先，中腳撩下佢 ，push 過去，再 rush 打中對手，但係俾人升分，應該搏到招。最兇，哎呀，俾條重拳打爆咗，但係對手都甩好唔到，跟住 parry 到，咁啊反波拳落單。 咁啊打一下，膊頭俾對手擋咗啊！再嚟多個甩好，再嚟多個重擊，乜拳擊壓制，重擊，飄，咁啊撳咗掣嘅啦，打中佢打中，咁啊反波拳落單，夾剪腳，咁啊撞啦，當對手 burn out 啦，之後夾剪腳，哦俾人 level 1到個夾剪腳嗰個。 空隙仔咁就俾人俾華先攞第一燈啊！地挑對空成功啊！再嚟咁啊！而家係咪唔興用炸彈？咁啊埋一場打個先，但係打唔到，哎呀咁啊！空中較剪腳打空咗，俾人打轉頭，換邊成功，再前後，個頭打中，哇！升龍拳埋尾。 我後備咗，但係嗰度 D 反到對手個 watch， 即係 parry 到個重拳啦，咁啊炸彈啦，跑個頭擋到，好啲撞哦撞中啊痛啊呢個，咁啊重拳 level 應該 level 2都死啦，重拳 level 1，係啊俾人教過嚟好上次，你深色咗少少。 哎呀，無眼功，屈機㗎，想截咧就中啦。咁啊甩好唔係 level， 報唔爆甩好啊，但係都痛嘅。
Obviously, we're a little closer here in Florida than we were.
I am geographically.
然後
Okay, you can say it and I'll believe it wholeheartedly.
哦，又係依下好大力後重腳啦，之後死咗度1-0。
Oh man! Noah the Prodigy, is that a perfect? That is a PSA, a public service announcement. Noah is here to bust some ass.
I like that. PSA, that's right. Super art and a perfect victory. Noah the Prodigy.
我睇下小寶要調整下。
Just overwhelming opponents. And like I
放
said,
波
one of the things that I love about
哎呀，較尖腳咁啱俾對手跳到，咁就俾對手推埋場啦。我後備咗，咁就搏重炸彈。加飛可以俾人升。咁啊頭攻擊，吹 combo， 咁啊俾人 TC， 咁埋呢個啦。咁啊再向輕強版 BT 死咗，咁啊 match point 啦。啊中嘅 rush 後備一備，對手 rush 過去，頭攻擊打中對手啊，2次，飛咗一下。 咁啊放波，挑俾對手對空，喂，parry到個 watch 攻擊，炸彈，咁啊今次想防升啦，防唔到，較尖腳，咁啊散爆炸，但係冇即係 combo 唔到，我又亂咁 parry，watch 過去又俾升，level 1打翻入去 burn out 啦，大少少啊，較尖腳，哎呀，但係打唔到。 喂，咁啊 burn out 咗對手，俾對手 burn out 咗。對空有啊，打中個波頭 ，OK， 巴登。跟住打中，甩好，甩好，再前後。carry。咁啊搏招，咁啊板邊啦呢個位，哇！呢個輕強好勇敢啊，一個字停咗對手嗰個攻擊，2次啊，勇敢2次。咁啊對手 burn out 咗啊，有冇機會 ？impact BT 打中啊，咁啊冇反應，咁就 OD 撞，再求其一個 combo 都死啦應該。 OK， 1-1。
I mean, that was crazy because Noah the Prodigy, like I said, he's been so good at sniping out the drive impacts while in burnout when he has meter, and that time it just didn't happen. It's almost like it was too obvious to go through Soviets.
輕拳放波，咁啊中炸彈落彈，攻擊搞頭啊但係跌到對手個 watch， 咁啊炸上天。 咁啊！你波頭啊，咁啊好難搏呢個位。喂後，喂解頭變後頭啊！我攞咗上去，咁啊炸仲喺度啊！咁啊喺對手爆炸之前再成個頭攻擊，咁啊打到推餐頭。但係俾對手搶到下中拳喎，咁啊俾人推翻去板邊，跳後備咗，又食咁啊俾晒應該死喎。咁啊連呢個 level 都唔使交。咁入咗阿小寶嘅 match point 啦。咁啊後重拳啦，俾對手頭攻擊。 啊中腳 rush 又食咗個頭攻擊，跟住 parry 到個下段啦，再食多個甩好，喂又嚟咧，佢1又真係中喎，又推快板中，啊 parry 先，喂中腳我哋而家撩下佢，食咗個輕拳，來博招，甩好推埋牆，佢上 parry 俾人頭啊，嚟多次。 咁啊，輕咗打中對手，攞埋咗血啦。啊 ，last game last round。watch 波頭唔食，cut 到對手個後重拳啦，然後就食個炸彈。哦，唔猶豫啊！如果你好3咁樣。我睇下之後點樣進攻啦。watch 下中拳打中，咁啊搏下重拳啦。 推埋牆，前頭哦殘血，打唔中，我 watch 一揀後備咗，我當 watch 翻轉頭得唔得啊？有啊，攞翻4500傷害，
其實識夠，
咁就1格對3格壓斬機，睇下點樣壓制啊之後，頭先腳先，對空俾人打停咗，咁啊點 喂，掂啊！大佬 level 1啦 ，OD 撞死埋啦。呢個因為 OD 撞可以過波喎，呢個 level 1唔知可唔可以？就輸2比1。基本上級啦。咁啊，兩邊都 level 3勾到嘅情況下，俾小寶贏咗啊！
At that point in time, when he had 1 bar, is very uncharacteristic.
Well, the interesting thing is, like I said, that drive impact he did right away, and that cycle.
啲CN 打嚟麼？睇下先。
The obvious thing in both of those situations, almost like as if he was like.
哇！畫面，你唔好用 C 零，畫面爆到我睇唔到嘢。
So that's why I'm gonna do the obvious thing, you know.
有冇人睇到？哇！
Yes, exactly. And the fact that he did it twice in a row like that, I think it was a calculated risk on his part. And it paid off. So,
but what a risk to take.
你咪知道我睇咗比賽一入侵？係咪我問題？唔係我都係爆七彩喎。 哇！好精彩嘅立會啊！天拔利 CN 呢個一個打個叉口，跟住手到咗啊！真係強大。乜鳩睇唔到？佢呢個咩嗰啲王之外人嗰啲偷窺模式。
We're definitely not at the start of pools.
No, my fault. That was my bad. It was round 2. I looked at the schedule incorrectly.
Oh, no worries. No, I didn't.
即係咩都睇唔到。
Oh, I see. Gotcha. Yeah, but I mean, coming up next, we have
即係換嗰張卡好似。
Red Bull's Bonchan.
你清呢啲，嗰邊就蒙到，嗰邊就蒙個蒙羅麗莎。
Just waiting for that Sagat, and he's going to be going up against Shine NYC. Recently sponsored and one of my all-time favorite players from the.
放棄啦呢度，冇嘢睇㗎啦。
Big same. Honestly, Shine.
咁啊，Shine 對幫場。
Between Shine and Kimberly, I didn't get the time to ask him how he feels about the current positioning he's in with both characters. Honestly, I think Chun-Li might just be the choice. I didn't actually hear it, but we'll see. It's going to be the Kimberly just based off of the song alone, and I respect that.
I mean, look. That buff they gave the Kimberly spray cans, like I read that and I was like, that's
OD one, right?
Yeah, well, tricky thing is it's not actually an OD.
自動反導播系統係咪？一嘢有人喺度播佢個台，即刻送個蒙麗莎俾你。
What it is, like I thought it was an OD at first as well, but it's just not. But that buff, like I read it and I was like, okay, that's kind of cute. Like, it gives me cool combos. And then I started seeing all the extended mix-ups because
yes, the pressure strings behind it.
One of the weaknesses that I always thought that Kimberly had is that the threat of throw into bomb. If she dropped a can and didn't throw you the instant you got up, you were never scared of the throw. The throw can never combo into the bomb. But if you drop 2 of them now, you can poke and throw and still get it. And so,
好，開始啦。
Yeah, it was such.
因為輸硬㗎啦，唔使睇啦。點輸係睇佢輸幾多嘅啫。統一落單對手先。Rush 中段俾對手搶制，換邊啦。中拳打空咗，俾對手打翻轉頭。咁啊落單 ，Rush 嘅下中嘅再放波，都 Parry Impact 啦，係啦，國民 combo。哎呀，唔識放波。咁啊拳家啫，吹咗一下，再上波頭俾對手升翻轉頭啊！係 burn out 咗，百鬼俾對手對空成功，咁啊會唔會咁啊 burn out 咗就咩都加㗎啦？咁啊有雙重炸彈之術，咁啊死咗啦應該。
It's like you play this character, James. I love it. The momentum, honestly, I feel like it felt more like Bonchan just trying to stave off Shine from getting started. Majority of the time, right? He's been calculating when the counter.
咁啊 Watch 嘅中下緊腳再嚟，拉翻後啲先。啊，中腳打中，滑招旋風腳推埋牆啦。白鬼，或者係跳攻擊，再放波，中拳打中，但係冇爆招。解頭係喎啦，咁啊 TC 埋牆冇炸彈，打到個 Sim， 應該死咗咯喎應該。OD 跑波拳應該死。1比0。
This is Akuma with only 9,000 health. Oh, he is dead.
I was gonna say, you're not asking the questions, Jay. I'm telling you, man. Something's different in the water. This recent patch, when he sees Kimberly on the screen, James is confident. I like this. I like confident era James.
兩下下中嘅打中博招。
Oh, you shouldn't ask the question. You should know. I know. I just want the people at home to be excited. Okay.
I want you to ask the question.
Okay, I'll do it.
I look deep into
咁啊，度推波啊，慢邊。
Bonchan at the deficit currently 0-1 in favor of Shine.
輕拳點到再放波。
Now, right? Drive gauge
哎呀，呢個對空好就冇對啫，然後壓埋板邊啦。咁啊，下中拳、前重拳乜都出晒，輕攻擊、攻腳、落單對手，膊頭擋到啊！下中佢打中，EC 旋風腳推埋牆，對波 Mitty 啦，咁啊 Kimberly 冇過波，咁啊冇嘢做，我反啊！呢啲不可以亂出的。
And her crouching medium kick is the shortest range crouching medium kick in the game.
咁佢打中，咁啊竟然連膊頭已經決定咗啦佢，打中對手再搏一個跑步腳，咁啊恐擊，打中佢打中，獲招啦。咁啊推波，打落去，再前頭，打到對手，咁啊比賽應該死咯。旋風腳輕升 CA， 你睇下鋪1-1。
When you're trying to fish with that move and trying to play footsies with it, you're keeping your feet open all the time. You are going to get hit by these crouching medium kicks a lot.
And they've made it much easier, I think, for like the general cast to have their mediums with punch.
Yeah. They really kind of did an overall like
咁啊壓制先啦，俾對手發咁啊到我 watch 過去，揾到掣，但係出咗下又放波，八鬼。咁啊踢咗上天啦，又可以搏招啦，旋風腳推埋牆，搏埋個星 ，Mitty 波，哇又真係中喎，見到起上喐咗，咁就旋風腳埋尾啦，入波斬殺線，打落個閃死咗，啲血噴得好勁。八鬼，對波先。啊！再放，中腳打中，咁就俾 Kimberly 咗啦。揾到掣，金光推翻兩下先，再壓制，再推波，八鬼，咁啊輕拳 TC 打單咗對手啊！打空咗，冇事，一升到你個跑啊 ，OK， 咁啊有事啊！推波，推波。拍落去，拍中我，咁啊斬殺線啦呢個位，咁啊再 watch 頭擊俾佢搞頭啊，咁啊中腳撩下佢，波頭擋到，個前頭但係之後上 parry， 冇事咁啊冇俾人頭，但係原地跳俾咗個波頭，但係都中咗對個波頭，比賽應該要死咯，咁啊你話得，翻啦。
Nice. Now there is a lot of scaling. Is this gonna kill?
Oh, he's hella dead, James. You know it. I know it. The American people know it.
All right, here we go. Match point for both players now. It's final game. Final round.
One ball in.
It's gonna be a little bit harder for Bonchan to try to maybe entice Shine with a whip punish, whipping his own normal, right? So any
我後俾一避，咁啊跑跑，
has to make contact.
係食咗輕㗎，哎呀甩，放錯嗰個，用錯咗個波拳。因為要重先可以搏到重波拳，重擊打重對手 parry 啊，咁啊想對，對手 D 反啊即刻，煙劈到你個攻擊啊，咁啊痛喺個位，冇 level 3啊，因為氣量唔係好適合，我一撳咗掣，咁啊俾對手反翻低，咁啊飛埋佢啦，夾硬跑過去又真係 work 喎，波頭搶到掣，我食咗個中腳，唉食埋個輕拳啊！光場都幾渣喎真係，咁樣輸 Kimberly 垃圾。幫殘樓。
Oh man, the realm has been defended.
翻去。翻嘢黑毛先啦。
400 Thieves, and rightfully so, taking the big W. I like that. I like that a lot. The pressure, though, You were thinking about it. There were moments
我從來都是精神力玩家。
counter hits came out. If you look and thought about why he did so, you had to look at the drive gauge, right? He was getting himself towards that burnout situation. He didn't have a lot of health left behind him, and I wouldn't want to be stuck having to guess what the frame trap's going to be like against Shine.
那隻角色差唔多啦，今日冇咯。A3 啦。
If they block another thing and they're going to get
城市杯有啊，打完咪打城市杯咯，睇完咪。
they just do not like they'll take some damage just specifically not to get burned out because it is bad to get burned out in this game.
That's why I was saying towards the very end, he can't afford to take any more chip, can he? Right? And unfortunately enough, he decided to maybe bank on a normal, maybe catch the timing of Shine off guard, but no, he was keeping it so strict. The frame traps were just coming in layer after layer after layer.
Yeah, and it's really scary too because
差唔多。
that's
咁啊飲咗一杯呢個
DRC into overhead or
呢
whatever,
個
trying to get the kill. And if you're wrong,
好攞嚟，我攞南面。
but you just also spent all of your drive gauge, and as soon as the guy, if he stays alive, then all of a sudden
咁咪飲第二杯㗎啦，已經擺落雪櫃都未雪。
entire matches just shift in a completely different direction as soon as someone gets burned out.
明啦喺8點打明啦好似。
Scramble it could have been. With how much bar Bonchan had on him too, I think he had a full set of meters.
Yeah, I think he did. I think because in my brain I was like, Raging Demon? Are we gonna get a demon?
Level 3? Any level 3? I would have been so. I would have jumped out of the seat. Like, there's no way. But thankfully enough, I mean, we saw it go in the big call out from Shine. It paid off in his favor. Really well done. But Bonchan's still gonna have another shot for sure, right? That was the other side. As we move on into the next set of the bracket, we have. I do believe Dual Kevin going up against Koji KOG.
Oh wow. And Dual Kevin, I mean, has backed up
小路對 Kelvin 啊，就 Lily 對
phenomenal start to this Capcom Cup season. You remember last year, he basically waited until the very last second to qualify for CWC, waited until the very last second to qualify for Capcom Cup. And this year, first
又多謝 follow 啊！
he's done.
I love that. I love that. I talk about this story all the time. He's mentioned this numerous times on numerous interviews. He said, if I didn't qualify for that EWC, I would have contemplated retiring.
Yeah, that's right. I remember you saying that before. And that's,
bro, that's a scary world to live in.
Right?
I wouldn't want to live in a world where we don't have a strong Rashid player in the North American scene.
I mean, like, look, even just having one Kevin is bad enough.
好，咁有冇打中對手？用我中轉推埋場。哇，好穩定咁攞第二咯，係第二第三。
Yeah, I mean, like, good luck here, G. There's one Kevin you have to face off against right in front of you, very aggressive.
好少嘅。
You know what? You got him off your back thus far. That's a command grab. Went on in, wins.
The main advantage that I feel
咁啊，嘈多兩個風啊，費事你啊，撞開，再撞，俾人 D 反，咪波拳啦，但係冇事，再嘈風，高啲撞，咪波拳啦，推埋佢，再嚟多次，再撞俾對手 D 反推翻出去，咁佢打中，咁啊中轉。 咁啊推埋去，繼續，喂咁啊重風又3 hit 嘅，冇乜好做。咁啊傳送拳睇下挑唔挑到對手。OD 撞 OD 踢風，咁 OD 撞咁都俾人跳到。咁啊又俾 Kelvin 跳到埋去，咁啊 battle 完結咗 D 反，大話你，喂嘅重腳，咁啊壓起上壓中死咗。踢風，喂加咁啊 counter hit， 係博照開呢火熱啦 ，hit 唔開喎。 哎呀，甩咗個反擊，可以開啦而家。咦，呢個少少啊，但都應該 OK。咁啊，嘈個風，咁就食咗個風啦，咁就哎呀，咁啊冇諗過個風踢唔中對手，呢個氣流強爆呢個中住，咁啊俾人搶到個輕拳追翻入去，打到個下段再 reset 精頭中晒，2下踢埋場。 咁啊，版邊咁啊 ，Kelvin 嘅 combo video 啦，直接 level 2啦，唔好諗啦，唔使搏招。黐線。即係你摸圖都殺，咦？你但又贏咗你摸喎，然後2下打中搏招。 咁啊，博招，再 TC 波拳，咁啊，再攞個壓制， 對空冇啊，密咗個正頭。咁啊 level 1埋尾。咁啊版邊嘅 full 啦話，咁啊想到第3個頭嘅時候，俾對手投翻轉頭。喂，呢個位開風有啲勇敢，咁啊見到個風係咪風度？咁啊 P 咗風先，咁啊有氣流嘅進攻，唔用咯，咁啊可能對手步穩個氣流，咁啊擋咗個 D 反，多啲 D 反能俾對手攞加添。第多次嚟咗 D 反，分到咗，哎呀食咗個下中腳。咁就入咗啊 Kelvin 嘅 match point 啦，一波 cut 到對手嘅攻擊，做咗個強 P 流強花，做咗個風啊，咁啊輕拳打到對手推埋牆，再加 fit 又 D 反，咁啊而家最基本打呢嚟嘅對手，哇呀啲升龍拳幾好啊，咁我啲對空都唔差，咁啊重拳踢風踢中重轉啦，一 cut 到。
Okay, excuse me? What the hell did you hit there?
cut 到2次，有冇啊？冇啊，好殺出，咁啊重 level 1，6個重拳，好大力嘅 combo 啊！咁啊 Kelvin 晉級。
So on and so forth.
So to be fair, I mean, he didn't even do one of the Rashid Long combos. He was just like, this is going to be short and sweet.
I see you, Kev. I see you, Playboy. Yeah, I love that smile, man. I love that smile. Well, shout out to Koji KOG. I love watching him play. Been a fan of his for a very, very long time. Easily one of my favorite grappler-esque type of players to watch in history.
I mean, Koji KOG has been just
entertaining
people in the FGC. I mean, he was the one that cosplayed as T-Hawk while playing T-Hawk.
因為可以按stream已經好勁啦，即係 Lily 可以按stream已經好勁啦。
I think he would pull off a really good Lily, to be honest with you.
I forget, maybe like outfit 2, outfit 3, or like outfit 2. That'd be kind of cool. That'd be kind of cool. Just saying, Koji KOG.
I'm totally down. I'm totally down with that. So
it needs to happen. It just needs to happen. But either way, Dual Kevin taking it down pretty convincingly. It's as you mentioned, right? Maybe it was because of the fact that he had that kind of practice within El Chicote to be very, very comfortable.
Right.
And he made the right decisions majority of the time.
Anytime he was under
pressure or duress with that the Condor Spire with the wind enhancement, he opted to go for the drive reversal.
Right,
And exactly as you said, it was the law of equivalent exchange. Man.
Yes.
You know what I'm saying?
It is one of the biggest weaknesses that he has, is that obviously that thing hits far, it's plus, it hits 3 times, so you can't even drive impact it, but the biggest weakness is that if you have equal drive gauge, if you drive it,
睇下佢有本事，佢睇下佢有冇本事啦。文豪要連贏3場先見到佢。
Yeah, because one of the tough things is there are some characters that are, I feel like it's a weakness for some characters that they spend more drive gauge than other characters do, and they kind of rely on having the drive gauge. And so even if you both go from 6 to 4, it still might be slightly an advantage of the Lily player, because you're kind of nerfing yourself. You don't have a lot of ability to. I didn't even follow those numbers that you put up there. I think you could have put up anything, and I would just be like, "Yep, exactly, exactly."
It still ended at 4, so that's how you know I'm not. I'm just making stuff up. I was following you. I was following.
But yeah, I mean, so for some characters, it's going to be riskier than others. But that's a great point that you brought up. Is that Rashid is so good, especially if he has that Isar and he can zone with the wind shots and such, and so he does control a lot of that mid-screen space, so it's harder for you to force your way in to attack.
It really is.
Yeah.
Despite, I think Lily also has a pretty interesting kit. I think she has some pretty interesting long-range normals, right? Crouching heavy punch being one of them. Setting medium punch is also such a fantastic tool just for kind of like a hit.
咁耐嘅選手就唔到位。
With it with the poke, right? But honestly, I want to see much more of KOG up on the stream. I mean, a lot of the Japanese players getting to losers at this phase of the game is very, very interesting to see.
I just want to point out one thing. There is still some secret Lily tech that not a lot of people are using out there. And in fact, before Evo, I actually messaged him. Check out this tech. And he was like, this is really good. So, yeah. So there's some
From where? From like what region? Is there anything like specifically where it's like, oh, this player from this region had developed it? Man, James, you're the GOAT, actually. You're actually the GOAT.
I made up this tech, okay? I made up this tech, and he said it was good. I felt so proud of myself.
Okay.
I felt so proud of myself, honestly. And, you know, a lot of people are going to try to hit me up with the secret tech. But
there it is, at Jay Chenzor.
I need to make a video of it. I just haven't done it yet.
You know what? Give it to me. I'll make the video. No, I'm sorry. I'm totally kidding. Up on stage next. This is going to be
if you're
quite
willing
the
to
clash.
edit my video for me, I'm totally down.
If you could buy me some boba, I'm super down for it.
All right.
Right on. Eddie Walker versus Kaba up on the stage now. This is going to be pretty exciting because, again, I feel like seeing them this early in the game, both could easily be top 8 contenders. We talked about this time and time again. I mean, Eddie Walker coming in.
喂，講完未啊？
Very extravagant.
你睇比賽唔可以停嘅，比賽瞓着覺會，因為呢個精神咧，如果你停咧就會死㗎啦。我個人都停埋啦。
Every match that we've seen is a top 8 so far. So it's been pretty crazy. And again, this is the hardest thing, right? Street Fighter 6 is, without question, just the hardest tournament to win because everybody is so damn good at this
Hyper
game.
competitive, I'll tell you what. It's so hyper competitive. And you know, we've talked about this from the last couple of events that we've been working on a yearly basis, right?
嗰個播下就變咗鼻鼾聲咯，真係。哇，咁樣。
A lot of players that have come up to the stream stage, no matter what time of the day it is, no matter what phase of the tournament it's in, it's always been very, very significantly high leveled. I think everybody in the community has done a great job, despite what I've seen in the chats, despite what I've seen on social media. I think collectively, and I truly mean this from my heart to you guys, I think you guys have done such a great job of still trying to find time to improve your guys' game. Overall.
Yeah.
And I really enjoy that. I think from a spectator, I'm like, you guys have been doing so much work. Despite like everybody's chatting it up, you still find the time to improve, and that's what's important to me.
And one thing too that I just really need to get off my chest here as well is, you know, everybody's talking about like, oh my gosh, everyone's just complaining about the game or whatever like that.
咁恐怖，現形。
You can tell the difference between a hater and somebody who plays the game and wants to enjoy it more.
Sure.
And so
係咪唔記得咗個 cam 轉鏡頭咧？整佢哋有吹水。
If you see a game and there's a lot
即係佢唔願意打緊啦，但係個 cam 喺度講。
Yeah,
I'll be 100% honest with you. So I really believe that.
啊，終於有啦。
I can agree with that. There is some merit to that statement. I genuinely feel that way.
阿爸對 Ending Walker。
The better something is and the closer it is to being something that you really want it to be, you're going to have the most complaints.
Yeah.
You know?
True.
I have these things like I'll be in training mode and I'm just like, man, I really wish this training mode had this. And it's like the greatest training mode that we've ever had, right?
I'll agree with you. Out of all the Street Fighters, and I've been playing a lot of the older games recently, dude, I will never take the frame meter for granted.
Dude,
ever,
I can't training mode any other
開始啦，龍對軍佬。
I
feel so spoiled. I'm genuinely
呢個
man. I'll go back to
咁啊，譬如個波先，所以嚟。
what the hell, guys? You know? Yeah, come on, man.
Exactly.
Kaba versus Ending Walker, here we go.
咁啊，重腳撩一下，撩翻佢轉頭啊，再放波。高啲波落單對手啊，之後就再放。
Crybaby as well. Yeah. Oh, that's right. He had a significant pop off in day one.
咁啊，高啲波咁樣就鬥推啦，依家就睇下邊個可以攞單對手。
That's terrifying. I don't ever hit one.
咁啊，見到啊，靚就高手啊，再搏升。
Nice work.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of people have said that
Ryu
seems like the de facto winner of the patch. I mean, a lot of things seem very powerful.
誒，你係捉佢最好。
Good buffs, but we'll see how it
佢話嚟再放波啊 ，Heavy 再放。
We haven't seen him have time to throw out, or at least to buff up for Denjin. He's trying to keep it in a certain space where Kaba could potentially throw out a Sobot. If you can see wavering right now on the screen. He's trying to get a counter.
Heavy 一下，咁啊再放波，咁啊裡面鬥啤。高啲波，電控員打中，再搏個升。誒，俾人升翻轉。高啲波，哎呀，我見到叉電，即刻用 F1踢翻入去，有計啊！咁啊，確反到。
And that was just right into the Tatsu. Was that a confirm or it was a punish?
咁啊就退波打中啦，咁啊再 rush 過去攻擊，後備咗啊，唔錯。咁啊下中拳，得翻9秒，啊退波 ，OD 波打中，好，嗱去啦，前頭，哦正，煙劈落去，咁啊俾嬲咗，就 Ending Walker 先攞第一燈嘅勝利啊！我退波。 咁啊重腳撩下佢啦，但係冇事。啊中腳撩。係中拳，再後避咗。好擊打空咗，俾對手打翻轉頭啊！但防波parry 到之後下重腳啊，咁啊成功咁樣打個反，咁啊將豪咗，推埋牆啦，擋到啊今次，咁啊大確反啦，前鋒腳，叮自己出埋，咁啊得翻一格仔嘅 drive 機啊！
Oh man! I mean, during the Power Stone exhibition earlier, there was
咁啊放波，再放 OD 波，但係唔係即係穿過對手個波，但係防唔到腰。咁對手輕完打中咗啦，再播呢個招式，咁啊 parry 咗個波先，掃低咗對手嘅攻擊，膊頭掂唔掂皮啊？都係等掂皮㗎，冇咩好做。咁啊重腳啦，想用嗰啲法打反對手掂皮啦。依反OK， 但係冇後跳輕拳避開咗對手嘅，就係啊，F2啦，咁啊算呢個最後嘅波紋，睇下冇計啦。我輕腳，再一次跳輕拳打對手，咁啊俾阿 Ending Walker 先攞第一鋪，係咪？咁啊放波先，啊中腳立重腳，惡招旋風腳推埋牆啦，我對擊推埋去，啊再倒頭一下啦，放翻個波，前重拳，好啲波推翻入去，啊中拳打中，我對擊，再前後。咁啊反波拳啦，咁啊後跳俾一避，咁啊放波先，要話下中腳打中咗 hit， 咁就可以搏呢個1-1，咁啊 K 個波出翻出去，後跳俾一避，咁啊反擊成功啊，再接受推波，下中拳打中啦，俾晒乜都死咯，我都唔使俾 level 1添啊！佢話一下，有呢個畫面啦，第101次 parry 之後下重腳，咁啊都幾好用。啲波一下，重拳打中，再前後啊！咁啊馬邊 follow 一下死喺呢個位，第3次仲要係打 counter， 咁 OD 波對手唔死，放波，咁啊又一口level 1啦，靚啊 ！watch 嘅時候升龍拳截停咗，咁啊成功將 cover 打死咗，2-0。
The ODDP. Smart. Really smart stuff. He's been very ready for the Sonic Booms, right? It was really up to Kaba to make that decision of whether or not he wanted to drive Russian pursuit off of that, right? You could see a little bit of impatience seeping through from Kaba's mental, but at the same time, again, showing that card off, going for the parry into the uppercut, a really smart choice. Towards the very end as well, we haven't seen that card just yet. As James goes through the patch notes, let me know how that works out.
So no, crouching medium kick has not been changed. Okay, that's my bad. That's my bad.
都人勁啦，餓狼打咗未？咩老王係邊個？依家餓狼都打緊嘅，一樣同街霸一樣都係等型嘅。
Yeah, I mean, Ending Walker is, I don't know, like I always say, he's just this breed of another kind of player that I just feel like is really suited for the Street Fighter V, Street Fighter VI style of gameplay.
Sure, yeah.
You know, I often see, like, it's weird, I don't know, you can tell me if you agree with this, but
嗰個老佢有冇報餓狼咧？你唔使睇嘅，我都冇乜所謂。
the way they think about it and how they play the game in this weird, like, break you down kind of way. You know?
I can't really harp on it too much because I know them from a very like shallow perspective in regards to just me watching and consuming all of them played. Whereas I never really got to like pick their brains in regards to how they approach.
即係都係入去做炮灰咯，即係講緊。
right? But
報還報啊！
agree to the point
其實
where
識
they
鳩
have an objective. They'll try to find
入去打咪死咗咪走咯，即係有順手打埋咁樣，唔好 care， 加埋佢勁 care。
Yeah, and a lot of it too, I think, just comes from the lack of, I don't want to call it baggage, but like they don't have like the earlier Street Fighter kind of thought process.
I understand.
You know
like
I mean?
there's a certain way, a certain play style that kind of gets ingrained into you once you've played previous titles, and it's really up to the professional player to kind of like break that down and filter it and see what actually is suitable for the new generation, the new engines, right? And I think a good testament of that, by the way, for that exact statement, are the current players that have been in the scene for a very long time and are still continuing to dominate into the top 8, right?
You remember when Daigo in Street Fighter 5?
Itabashi is your best example.
Oh,
咁佢都係不知火舞，頭先見到不知火舞咩就唔知會唔會仲有一個咧？你已經隻角色渣咗。
Right, and that's a lot of the same kind of turn taking and turn stealing kind of a mindset. But I always remembered in Daigo in Street Fighter 5, because you remember when Street Fighter 5 started, it took a while before Daigo really kind of found that groove.
It took him a minute, brother.
Right. And I still remember one of the streams he was talking about.
唔知佢會唔會啊？不過佢之後會玩。
This game is
一慳唔
like
會。
different. I have to be a little crazier. I have to be a little more random every once in a while. Like, you have to take a little more risk sometimes, you know, and that's when he started flash kicking everybody with the Ume shoot, the Ume flash kicks. Yeah. Oh, man.
No doubt. But as it stands right now, again, you guys are tuning in to CEO 15 2025. Can you believe it? Back into the CPT. And I'm glad to hear it. Honestly, Combo Breaker being back, CEO being back into the Pro Tour. We still have plenty more events to go through in the Capcom Pro Tour. And to emphasize this statement, offline is back, baby.
So beautiful. You know, we're talking about the two big O's right now. We're back to offline. We're back to Orlando. I love it. And we're going to love all these matches coming up right at... Oh, well, actually, not quite yet.
We got still a little bit more to go through before we send him off to a break. I know World Warrior is going to be back in town, right?
Yes.
You guys got to sign up for that really,
唔係啊！嘅時候播廣告，我哋吹完水。
open to check out your respective areas and what the dates
呢啲咁嘅嘢我睇。
US/WW
啊！佢吹咗10分鐘水，話睇一場，不過我吹多10分鐘水播廣告。
Capcom Cup 12 Invitation.
你老味。
That QR code on the bottom right next to that beautiful Elena, or go to capcom.us/WW25.
Yeah,
都可以咁癲呢個比賽。
You know, also the prize pool you can oversee here. $2,000 for first place, $1,500 for second, $3,000 for third place. I mean, that's pretty good.
I like that for playing at the comfort of your own home.
Yeah.
For free.
到你啊！
That's pretty good, man.
開馬車好煩，要
Again.
你要拎個，你要打一部 NS， 攞一個手掣。
I was happy if I got like $50, you know?
That's
like,
gas money, baby.
Exactly.
Well, actually, back in the day, it was probably a little bit more than that,
Yeah, that's probably true, yeah.
Yeah, but I'll tell you what, man. On top of that, we have so many more events. We got Blink
手機 WiFi 乜都得㗎。
real soon as an official stop of the Capcom Pro Tour. You guys do not want to miss it. Your opportunity to register is now in the beautiful Dominican Republic. I had a fantastic time with all my boys out there. The talent was stellar.
手機 WiFi
absolutely stellar.
有喎，你所有 WiFi 都佢都唔會分你手機定唔手機啦啲 WiFi。
all over the world because of how we're running the point system now for the Capcom Pro Tour. So again, Blink Respawn 2025. You don't want to miss it.
And
register now.
Honestly, you go there and you hear the energy of that crowd. I remember when you and Logan were there that one year. Like, you guys couldn't even hear each other talk. We could hear the crowd from the mics. And honestly, like, it's infectious. The first time you go there and you experience it in person, like, you realize why you have guys like Kaba always cheering on, you know, Mena and stuff like that. It's their nature. They are so excited and they are so energetic about everything. And I love it. I love it so much.
But do you love it as much as the sponsor that's been holding us down for the CBT this year?
咁快會可以打鋪咗。
You know, he'd be sponsoring us by getting some of the streams going. You guys, production, you threw me for a loop, man. You guys put the stuff on my lap, and you were like getting me ready to go and rifle through it. But I'll tell you what, easily one of my favorite events to stay up late for.
打鋪又可以。
But during the day, I mean, during the season time, this is what you need to pay attention to. Say Jam Slam. It's going to be right around the corner, the 5th iteration. Be sure to watch all of your favorite creators and streamers learn from the Street Fighter pros. as they compete in Street Fighter 6 later this month. You can see the round robins happening June 25th and 27th at 3 p.m. Pacific. Team finals happening on the 29th at 3 p.m.
I love the fact that Sajam has said, like, it's been so hard to pick. There's so many applications for this thing, and I'll tell you, it is absolutely.
I tried to apply.
What's that?
I tried to apply, but I got nervous. I'm like, I don't think I should send it.
唉，冇嘢做啊！
I want to learn. I want to learn from the pros.
隨時報住嗰邊嘅。
And honestly, as well, you know, just want to mention about it. It
係啊。
is one of the greatest environments to learn.
Free,
honestly.
點解啲人話嗰個呢架車係呢架車 S 喎，小油油？
You get a lifelong fan.
呢架車係最強。
And honestly, it's so cool to talk shop with all of the
瞄
streamers
喎
involved and also see the learning
很
process.
瞄咯，打完。
Because you're still like even from the status that we're at of watching so many.
PC 比賽邊個平有邊個 ？PC 一定唔會 ，PC 係俾啲有錢嘅 online 搞。聲，如果你冇錢咧，即係如果你即係個唔係一啲好強嘅贊助商，好難會做到。 廣告啊，大佬！佢仲要廣告之前都起碼等到10分，咁等幾耐？打一鋪嘅我諗。而家喺度賣幾多後背景咧？詹士同埋詹士喺度攞住個仔喺度講。呢啲嘢渣個 PS 少少，有啲人話即係真係好少。講過啦，記得5分鐘。喂，但係呢度都等好耐喎，呢度。佢揾人，你一個場都等住。 我未啊，再咁等落去咧，等落去我未開到波已經過翻，已經要打完，已經要完。有嘅新 game 24小時都有。哇！而家開翻孖車8嘅機會冇。我覺得係，都睇下幾時完都好啊。 我自己 game 嚟，好似係出自一幅 CG 嘅，即係畫一幅畫畫，即係啲人就好中意。一場都未開波嘅，開到波，直接開始，話到咧。 3分鐘，咁啊遲到啦。下一鋪你要等成5分鐘，玩得佢一場，起碼2場啦，仲未抽賽道啊！ 出得個賽道嚟都已經差唔多開波。開頭佢又講啲廢話㗎啦，溝下啲事。都常發係好似，一陣啲人就跳隔離個燈柱咯。啲人咧攞嗰啲角色要好難拎，要即係要抽啊！第六，我開波啦嗰邊。啊！倒數完之後，仲要播個 opening， 我跟住講一堆廢話，跟住先開波。有突添啊！應該賣衫嘅係嘛？E-Spy 咪印幾個又好似即係好似 Uniqlo 咁樣啦。OK， 整幾嚿嘢，整幾嚿嘢咁樣，着幾件街霸衫上去跳舞係咪？或者調翻轉咯。又整嗰啲又係嗰啲 AI 對戰咧，整嗰啲人樣出嚟之後攞去打。哇！雙冠軍啊，一齊入 K-On 級，冇乜特別啊，真係都係咁。又呢得未啊？係啊，仲活着。證明街霸好睇。29唔知啊，希望見到佢啊！佢連贏3場先會見到佢。唔易，即係要祝佢好運啦。 又話係飛機。好似打到鋪馬車啊！呢兩個組合咧係吹水組合，好大台聲係 ，sorry， 啱啱瞄咗唔記得咗。係喎，都有小寶嘅，中國呢個大陸達國對韓國達國。
From Korea going up against VX Bao from China, and technically, I mean,
咁啊 ，at 對火舞啊，咁新。邊個 at 邊個火舞啊？呢兩個人用嘅角色，我跟唔到邊個打邊個。
That my face will not ever not make me laugh. It makes me melt, honestly. I'm like, that's very cute.
開始啊，雷薩係火舞啊 ，at 係小寶。咁啊，點中頭攻擊，去拉中上，打中佢打中，咁啊俾雷薩博招，冰俾人擋咗，咁啊 punish China combo 啦，咁上天同我撞埋去，再升多次，咁啊中嘅 TC 打中落單，再壓制俾對手升翻轉頭啊！咁啊壓制，咁啊重腳撩下佢，輕拳打中，咁就呢佢一埋尾，未死啊！但係有個火波都強嘅呢個，咁啊拉繩，咁啊 Q rush， 但係俾對手頭攻擊打翻轉頭。出名選手易死，有啊，都幾多啊應該。但係我好傾啊，即係最熟嗰個。喂，出到 ，Harry 咁啊，後打咗個先，避咗個對手個頭啊，再懟埋佢。咁啊，拳腳壓制，但係打中一次，但係冇降分嘛。咁拳拉繩，打中對手，咁啊之後就過招死埋，攞到第一鋪嘅勝利啊！小寶雷薩。頭先會選，可能轉翻都係 Bison 打火舞幾好打。
Yeah, he knows Ed. He knows his ranges. He knows where the gaps are and everything that Ed wants to do. But VX Bao is sticking with the Ed.
That's like, are you sure about that? That's what it looks like, right? Are you sure about that? That's the exact facial expression.
咁啊，輕拳打中，下中腳打中，我招，幫佢埋尾啦，推埋牆，然後我後備咗 ，OK。咁就換到邊，再前頭嘅壓制，唔係兩個輕拳啦，打對手推翻出去啦。再咁啊，俾人推翻出去嘅時候，再前頭打翻入去，唔係咁樣又點？兩邊鬥打空氣。咁啊，話俾你知啲招係冇破綻嘅。誒打中啦，咁啊小寶一個 combo 推埋咗，博升，我後備咗，咁啊再高啲線，咁啊中拳打中啦，但係未有嘢。再拉繩，咁拳冇事，然後呢度壓制啊，咁打中對手，咁拳打中，俾晒死唔死啊？死唔死？呢度波拳，哇咁樣 reset 又真係 work 喎，咁就入咗阿雷薩嘅 match point 啦。波頭又真係俾波到，都埋場啦。後頭換邊有計，再 rush， 再前頭，咁啊兩下播招，波腳推埋板中。咁啊，對手用個拳腳推翻出去啦。咁啊嚟一下後跳，打防波拳，但係唔中。再嚟一次，點聽拳點到，呢塊係板邊，咁啊打中對手啦，又係博招，呢個埋尾啦，咁啊再放火，再放繩，一下兩下抌上天，反波拳埋尾，再前頭，咁啊將對手嘅血推板邊啦，唔係因為血量其實雷薩得一下可以掂死，後備咗，但係加太多。 咁就睇下點樣掂到對手 carry 咗先，有核彈㗎，小心啲啊！有攻擊，咁啊兩邊都黃血啦，兩次。哎呀，下中腳但係撩唔到，兩打輸未輸唔到，食咗個下段，俾阿標寶點翻個波拳啦，入咗啊！咁啊仍然都係雷殺嘅 match on， 但係先拍燈先，煙劈到啊！兩個前咁上天啊推埋牆，咁啊點定個對手放低咗，咁啊點中放波向對手啊，再嚟一次，打中咗下段再搏招，對手抌去埋牆，咁佢後下打個王，喂你有冇啊？有啊，超好反應。我3算到4000咁就。咁啊重拳放波，咁啊睇下可唔可以 shift 到咗 burn out 啦，但係冇。咁啊用反波，咁啊如果雷神反波拳睇下會唔會一中就可以嘅數。咁啊打中咗對手，然後就一個 kill rush 學升埋尾，先發破1比1。
Making the right choice, sticking with the Ed, and it's working out now. Yeah, man. Oh, Lashar, I was wondering if Lashar might actually try to go.
No, come on, game free.
Don't be like my Ed's better than your.
Come here.
Uh-oh. Huh?
Yeah.
Wonder what happened here. I wonder what happened here.
應該唔係個掣壞啊，應該長轉聲。我而家講啲咩？哇！要原來係用呢個。呢個識有戰術，換個裸露啲嘅 skin， 係我啦真係，呢個係會唔會深陷女色？咁啊，我而家視線集中喺不知火網度啊，咁啊一個波腳推埋去，你先面打中，咁啊擋咗之後，但係都食個頭攻擊，拉食，哦又一次煙皮啦，中啦。咁啊搏埋我 level 1，咁啊俾人點到個輕拳，但係搞頭，喂自己 O D 喎，再嚟，咁啊長，哎呀呢個痛啊呢個，咗個跳攻擊，咁啊俾晒再撞，呢個仲可以搏升嘅喎，咁啊有寶嘅呢個阿雷薩嘅 match point 啊，放波拳，膊頭。咁啊打到對手搏埋個星啦，兩下反波拳埋尾啊！攻擊對手咁啊打下段失敗咗，3下攻擊再搏星，咁啊後重腳壓制俾對手用個星打翻轉頭，挑咁啊點到輕拳，但係可惜意識個頭攻擊有計，上到下中拳咁啊 counter hit 就搏下中腳再搏推翻入去。咁下先，哎呀！但係俾 delay 嘅小寶嘅 delay 攻擊打中咗，然後死咗。都係 match point 啦，邊個贏到就可以中級啦。喂，搏下個色，佢遲下咗。呢條俾食個色 ，OK 靚啊！一擊 confirm， 見到反波拳中就 cancel 埋先。揾到個星，痛啊呢個。就推埋牆，咁啊！但係小寶仲有 CA 啊，隨時可以一拳車落去。OK 下先，打到個 Sim， 哎呀，見到 Simmy 噶啦，但係對手雷殺 parry 咗，咁啊斬殺線啦呢個。咁啊後俾一避，跳到啦，唔俾你放成，嚟咗啦，果然雷殺。2比1一個對手。
And he obviously was not holding on to a high direction on that.
That's rough. It's rough to make that call too, to either commit to kill rush forward or backwards with a limited amount of time. I don't even know if kill rush forward would have saved him either. Like,
right, he could have went under,
it,
right?
A split second later, I think he still would have been hit by cross-up medium.
Oh, true.
晉級，其實係搞破壞嘅啫，佢又有 ESWC 券，又有呢個 K1 級券。即係過嚟搞破壞。
And you know what? I bet you if Lashar's thinking is like, man, I have gotten jumped in on this situation so many times. So he's like, I'm jumping this time.
Have we ever seen Have you ever seen VX Bao even try to like attempt to go for like an upward snatch?
Yeah, I don't think we've ever saw it. Well, it's hard to say because you know you could be holding it and then kill rush back, and you just don't know.
But we haven't seen one kind of
係啊，冇錯，嗱搞破壞，
Right.
I think that bit of
勁嗰啲俾你打死晒。
add like a slight bit of info for the mental stat.
Yeah, it's interesting because like you said, sometimes it's worth it just to throw that out there.
好，下一場邊打邊個？
Show the opponent I'm thinking about this.
Yeah, it's real.
You know,
That's real.
and it's a real thing, absolutely. So,
but it is what it is. Lashar going to be moving on over VX Bao.
By the way, I just gotta say that my level 3 super, you know how there's so many like ninjas and samurais and all these fighting games, and you know the standard super, you hit him and then you sheath the sword. But for her, she closes the fan.
2000蚊應該係 Capcom 贊助咧，應該有報名費咧，應該多少少嘅。Capcom 係抌2000落去咯，即係將個 price 加2000。如晒 reject 啊，如晒係幾個 sponsor 嘅，所以啲名牌唔晒入去。
Oh yeah, I'll tell you what, man. It gets me so excited to see what like the critical arts look like for all of the upcoming
right?
characters.
Yeah.
Brother.
I mean, we got that preview of Sagat with
something like that. Yeah, I was trying to dissect the gameplay, but I had no time.
I mean, to be fair, there's not much to dissect on that little brief little thing.
Interesting. Okay.
So you just see a bunch of moves, and that's basically it. But
係咪要打一場孖車啊？
because you know,
冇
I
咁
said
快
Shine
嘅。
is one of my
達
favorite
友
players, right? Well, Xian is
達友
also
對
one of my
Kimberly
favorite
換家。
players, and
I agree. I actually wholeheartedly agree with you. It's hard to see either one of these competitors go.
Yeah.
But we'll see how
obviously
this is winner's side.
This is winner's side,
so
right? Yeah.
actually,
wait a second. Okay, I was
did
about to...
Xian have to go through Nemo before Shine? I know that Nemo is somewhere in his path.
DJ 對 Kimberly 啊。
You're right, because I was talking to somebody who was in this pool. And
I was talking to Xian about it. He's like, man, I gotta fight Nemo in this game. I gotta fight Nemo in another game also. Literally back to back. Even Choo-Choo was just like, oh. He was laughing at it. He's like, oh, I don't like it.
Yeah, because I was talking to somebody. This is his first offline event. And he
咁
lost
啊，我攞對望先，踢腳踢中，落單對手，後下重拳。
so cool. You got to fight one of your favorite players. But he also mentioned that
咁啊，喂，鏟低咗對手啊，咁啊俾 Kimberly 埋身啦。哦，咁啊搶到個下中拳，再吹翻呢隊。
Maybe it's further on. Who knows?
踢中。
We haven't seen Nemo once yet, right?
That's true. But here we go, Xian.
倒低咗 ，OK， 下上腳出埋腳啦。咁啊 Mitty 對手搞大，屈過去，再嚟壓制。咁啊兩下再搏腳。擋益，我攞單先。咁啊踢中，再攞單。哇！挑！掃咗嘅又下上，咁啊 level 2啊應該要。
Just cool coming in, and here we go. But I think the light punch version is
all
you need. No, he went for the whole thing. So
I
there
like
you
that. Spring kick for the damage ender. Well respected. Had to do it.
攞蛋，咁啊打個對手抌上天，放埋個波腳，跳，然頭啊，咁啊放波先。
Like they just keep giving him new combo routes.
I will say
誒靚通對空啊！我推波推翻落去，兩腳。
To kind of parry airborne approaches while maintaining charge.
That's true. That's true. That is.
倒落去，波頭擋到啊！對空冇啊，係俾人跳。拳腳打中啊！再嚟一次 level 2啊！咁啊1-0啦。
And so instead of a PSA, that's just a sap.
He was sapping away your life.
Yeah,
or life gauge. Excuse me.
So it's a PSA, but this one, you know, whenever someone gets that victory, we need to bring in all the Spanish commentators, right?
Oh, I see what you did there. Yes. Dude, I haven't seen that button on a remote in years.
I know, right?
It's weird. It's weird how that works.
Is it? I guess they still have that? But
I don't know if that feature is still like available.
Well, you know what? To be fair, I don't even.
中拳唔考，彈翻頭，下中拳截到啊！嚟咗個立衝腳，再搏招，落單對手，一手咁啊放炸彈，有個炸彈，喺頭變後頭，推翻去。對空，喂正咁啊爆炸情況下幫下上啦。咁啊，喂打到個先又有啦。咁啊 level 埋尾，打到對手 burn out，對手都即刻用翻個 level 1，但係。 擋得切，然後就死咗。Match point。
Level, I mean, 9 frame startup on that super should be able to.
跳，咁啊，但係對手 parry 咗啊，咁啊飛過去啦，最後先未有中，就放個頭，再個 TC，個頭大膽爆中，我招，再俾多個抌上天，幫佢埋尾，個頭嘅時候俾對手頭攻擊打破啊 ，TC 冇事，一腳都係冇事，打中啦，咁啊下上啦，兩個攻擊。咁啊 OD 波啊，再前頭，咁啊斬殺線啦呢個位，兩個頭攻擊，咁啊喺度輕拳啦，點，真係點中，再 reset 頭攻擊，跳，咁啊再拳擊真係踢死咗佢啊，跌得直落，冇喐過，幾時都話Kimberly 輸㗎啦，真係，係咪先？呢個係正常嘅賽果。
When you get Kimberly in the corner, it's very important that you are aggressive because what I've always said is one of her biggest weaknesses. You remember when Terry first came out and everyone's like, oh, he doesn't have that cool stand fierce or whatever button that hits a little further away. But he had a stand heavy kick, which still worked, right? And
whip on crouches, no?
正常啊 ，Kimberly 換加俾人大執咪梗㗎啦。
The thing is, Kimberly is the only character that I
救我一次啦，擋到個 level 1啦，出咗㗎啦。
Right? Everybody has that button with that range. Kimberly's is her standing medium kick, right?
It's plus on block.
What's that?
Or isn't it plus on block?
No.
佢一樣大有。
Oh, you're talking about standing medium.
Yes.
得好。
Right. For Kimberly, that's her button. Same range as all the.
咩某個有個達嘅，某個有個達字嘅出名 QL 成日都話一個人係佢朋友，所以我哋就直接叫佢大友就算。
What about?
認親喺度。
It's shorter range than standing medium kick.
It's pretty fast though, no? Is it faster than most heavies?
It's still slower. I think it's about the same speed. I think.
Interesting.
Yeah. Let me think. 9 frames. It's 9 frames startup on that one.
I would have guessed 8.
But the problem with it is that when you have her in the corner, she doesn't have that button that can pressure you when you stand outside of that standard range.
I see.
And so she has to actively move forward, which makes her walk into a lot of stuff.
Okay.
And so that's why she has a lot of trouble in the corner in that situation.
That's fair.
Especially against Ken. You know how much I hate getting put in the corner by Ken. Because I've eaten so many standing heavy punches.
I'll tell you what though. Those throws from Ken, 1 frame links now.
Yeah.
Especially online?
Yeah.
Hell yeah. At least I feel much better about that. I'll tell you what, I'm like, you know what, you earned it. You earned it.
You know, the funny thing is too, is like, I have like this weird conspiracy theory because like
the tinfoil hats coming.
最 mid 係擋到啦，10 level 1全部都係。最 mid 嗰個咧就好似。
I'm wondering if they're experimenting to see if they make like throw loops 1 frame perfect, if it would help a lot. And maybe next patch we'll get some changes to the throws.
Possibly. I mean, I don't think that's too far-fetched to even like kind of talk about it, but we will put that conversation to a pause.
好，咁就甩高都對 Kelvin 啊，哇一樣，呢個好睇喎一定。
I mean, literally, these are best friends. These are best friends. Dual Kevin and NuckleDo are like.
I'm actually very surprised NuckleDo is not in his hotel room ripping cards right now. I am genuinely surprised. So Dude's got this profile picture up, right? And I know who it is. It's my boy Nate Fearless. My man's been hooking up everybody with cards this weekend. He's been hooking up Dude all weekend for cards. And I'm very surprised that NuckleDo's here right now.
咁啊，話說對 DJ 啦，一粒 都係咪開始唔用軍佬啦？全 DJ。
Pulling out the DJ for this one.
I mean, obviously, I mean, I've known for a while that NuckleDo has been playing a lot of DJ. He was playing him even back at the Level Up Expo, not this year, but the previous year. But like, is this like seriously like a main for him now, or?
Funny enough, he's juggling 3 characters at the same time. I think they're.
有波曹鳳挑俾人對空啊，可以痛啊呢個，可以 cancel 反波嘅。踢埋牆啦，俾人起上前跳，俾人打翻落嚟。咁啊升到你個踢風，咁啊放波啦開始。中腳踢中咗對手 rush 啊，到對手嘅攻擊打空，而家擠又一個 bonus center， 博招下上。咁啊打中對手，哎呀爭啲攻擊攞單對手，咁啊加飛後重腳個壓制俾對手打翻轉頭。
Knuckle Dude try to pursue after that option select.
再推埋去。
But here corner position again as soon as you get
依
that
反
side
唔俾阿
swap.
仔。
Okay. Drive reversal, and as you see here,
叮
perfect parry.
喂，依平啊，你睇下。
Getting burned out, but then he burned them both out.
係裏邊都 burn out 咧，撳個掣，但係俾人擋到，咁啊爆炸，再用個波腳。
He was still within range. I was nervous for a second because there's no drive rush behind you. You can't cancel anything. Still able to clip, and you were able to get.
And honestly, the burnout would have made that harder to punish.
喂，咪食咗個 OD 踢風咁樣就攞俾人出擊，再中轉，行得勁遠喎，想打 stream 到底咁遠嘅。
Wow. Okay. Ready with the anti-air.
咁啊換邊下上腳，下上腳，然後。
Alright, well, Knuckle Dude looking really solid here. Wow, look
踢一腳，但係冇事。跳，
hoping that that freezes the opponent enough that he
踢
can
多
see
腳，
the other one. Man, so
踢
much
多腳，再掃下段失敗咗。咁啊趁 hit， 咁啊輕強打中，俾埋個 level 3，應該俾晒乜都死啦。而家仲俾阿 level 都即係俾阿 Q Kevin 仲可以，即係仲留佢生還。 watch 過去解頭成功啊！呢啲踢風你可以夾硬開啦，唔開就冇得追。喂，中咗個踢風喎，真明隻眼啫！我踢出埋場啦，跳翻出嚟，哦大鑊！然後踢風，咁啊俾呢度風踢中咗，哎 Vicky 打中，解頭啦！跳 D 反唔俾你壓制 ，watch 過去加 film， 等到個輕拳就大。哎呀，想踢風嗰下俾個風，想放波嗰下俾佢踢中咗，咁啊俾阿 Kelvin 試咗翻晒，因為俾個 watch 俾人升，咁啊挑冇對空啊，咁啊加 film， 然後咪撩下中腳，再壓制。 飛咗兩個重腳喎，超大佢，壓上埋尾。誒對手用個滑雪式解頭，後跳，咪對空成功啊！跳冇事，咁啊再一個頭擊，頭擊有頭 L2， 跳咁啊得翻一格仔血。 捉後變咗個笪，然後就超對手。好，咁就 game 2。馬中拳打中啦，冇用。馬中拳打中都係冇咩波，又喺度係咁有肥重腳喺度撩，打中對手啦，波腳埋尾，加 film。 打中一下又搏下上，推埋牆啦。後重嘅打中，俾兩個 OD 反波嘅，3個 OD 招，再用個下上埋尾，一瞬間攞到一換。但係我跳唔到，咁啊又放波，行後避一避，掃腳掃低咗對手，再一個前頭攞埋隻血，得好多嘅 match point 啦。俾人用個 OD 星打埋入去。 前中拳打中，咁樣就過埋個 EO kick 喺埋旁邊 ，parry 到個 watch 咋嘛，但係用錯應該確反到嘅，咩咪咁慢咗，咁啊換邊啦，咁啊想 reset 啊係咪啊？真係啦，咦 Kevin 冇對空喎，小火 ，OD 波打中對手波腳啦，再前後推埋反邊。 單咗，哎呀正啦，咁就俾個波拳打空咗之後，俾下邊一夜車死嘅。沒錯，咩啊？你講嘅？知道打邊個？係咯，我唔知，我唔係好知。
That was a good call out from Dude. What is that, 2-0?
Yeah, that was a 2-0. And so, you know, like I said,
ChrisWong 打 low 啊？打咗咯。
Whenever you have like
two
people so close, you always try to, you know, combine the, you know, do the ship names.
預防有啲 delay 啊，咁冇 F 嘅。
Ship name, so Knuckle Duel Kevin, maybe you know we can say, but is there?
Where the cards at, man? Where the cards at, bro?
Maybe
look it up.
Do we have turmoil in the knuckle duel relationship here?
Oh, no, never that.
I know,
as he was walking off.
I know.
Knuckle duel, he was, getting all of his set up. Duel Kevin came up to him, he was like,
yeah, and you know what? What's going to happen, too, is they're going to sit down and talk about it. They're going to be just like, okay, yeah.
Not right now.
Okay,
not until later.
Yeah, for sure. But, again, I always tell people, if you have a training partner that you play fighting games with all the time, if you have a training partner, you got to tell them why you're beating them. If you're the stronger partner, you have to tell them why you're beating them, what your mix-ups are, and how they keep falling for them and stuff like that. Because if you make your training partner stronger and you can't okey-doke him or shenanigan them,
and that's I don't think that's really happened.
應該仲 MG 標你仲用緊嘅。
Right. But I mean, it's just in general.
It's an example.
It's general advice for a lot of people out there, because a lot of times our drive to win, like if you have that one guy that you play with all the time and you beat him up all the time and you just like holding it over them and being like, but you're never going to get
your growth.
Yeah, you're never going to get better.
MG 標同幾代仲用緊，應該都仲有人用嘅。
Someone who's not going to do that and you don't know how to fight him. So if you teach your training partner how to not die to it, you have to open up your game to figure out how to beat them, and that's going to make you a stronger player.
No doubt. When you talk about like advice that you could give to somebody who's just beaten you, I think back to how Justin would kind of give advice. He's changed. He's a changed man now, and I will give him due credit.
咁其實每次打咩次次都硬可以兩個人咧，個過場嗰個推水時間特別長嘅，係咪我錯覺？其他人啊，即係 Shelly 打嗰陣時好似好快咁下一步，而家仲未仲在生。
But I'll tell you right now about heart players, because I'm a heart player and all this stuff.
I is a heart player as well.
What's that? We're really bad at giving advice. Because a lot of times it's like, just do this. Just play better defense. Because we can't explain it, right? But we got the players ready to go over here.
I hate you guys so much. Because I've heard, I've heard that a multitude of times.
啊，小路對夫道，呢個敗者組嗰邊。
Vi one time was anti-airing in Alpha 2 with standing strong when a lot of reuse would use standing fierce, right?
Sure.
And Derek asked him, why do you use standing strong instead? And Vi said, hits deeper. And that was the
exact laugh too. That's the exact laugh too. That's crazy.
That was the whole advice. Hits deeper. What the hell does that mean, Vi?
That's funny. You're welcome.
Yeah.
Fudo versus Koji KOG. This is gonna. Oh God, Jake is dying. Oh my God. He's not even in the game right now. All right, so.
冇一個波俾夫道已經打咗一拳，之後就搏招，出埋場後備咗，咁啊再 rush 過去，2 set 指令頭就中喎，之後就再 rush， 打空咗冇事。嗰個拉繩嘅時候俾人淹劈啦，之後就俾人搏招，哎呀有啲遠啦，應該都係搏前重拳㗎啦係嘛？跳打中下段，撩一下撞。 撞，再跳，咁啊解頭成功。咁啊，哇！呢個零距離有精頭，有中 ，rush 過去，再 rush 俾對手 D 反推翻出去啊！攞個腦加風，攞個風先，兩個啦依家，咁對手都係狂放波，高啲撞中，喺板邊情況可以搏升，攞咗第一針嘅勝利啊！咁啊 ，punish counter 搏招，反波拳埋尾啦。咁啊，打到咗下段再搏招，再搏升啊！咁啊，拉繩推埋去。咁拳拉埋嚟，搏招抌上天，再搏俾埋呢個，哎呀！正常咧就會搏 level 2嘅，但唔知係咪骷髏覺得即係啲咁多血咧就冇所謂啦咁樣。對空有啊，咁啊撩中咗，但係冇用啊。咁啊係咁用輕拳點中，我單對手揾到掣，咁啊打翻對手轉頭啊，撞俾人 D 反，拉繩再撞，如果打中咁係咪你個三咁啊 burn 到對手啊就。
Caught him either walk him back or something. Obviously, 2 lights into the level 3 is going to scale heavily.
I think it's fine because the objective was burnout, right?
Yeah, exactly.
拉繩咁啊點中對手咁啊 burn out 咗冇用啊！咁啊見到啊呢 Lily， 哎咁啊開始無限撞啦！另一個攞到個頭攻擊，對手攞單先，你試下反應啊！喂，正頭有啊！咁啊對手得翻黃血，咁啊撞 D 反啦，唔俾你壓制。 咁啊挑再嚟，咁啊點中啊，但係都冇用，挑終於掂到啦，咁後後都縮唔切。
What happened again? Oh, you're right. He went for the kill rush backwards and got clipped again.
I mean, remember when that nerf came
好，咁啊我帶佢對手先，再補醒。
You know, then he won a bunch of tournaments, you know, and like, okay, he's fine.
撞俾對手 D 反啦，咁再拉繩啊，鷹頭打中對手，咁啊將對手落單，再搏，反搏都拳埋尾，頭攻擊。跳，咁啊對手上 parry， 但係打唔中情況下，佢話小路冇 punish 到，倒繩，哇兩下添仲要，大 delay， 之後就，中腳打中，抌上天，一翻埋尾，一拳窩落去，翻燈，睇下副圖可唔可以追到啦？跳，往後避一避，再屈衝翻上前，再撞，話俾人打翻轉頭啦，再反波啊！打中對手，搏招，鷹頭再做一個頭壓制，打中對手，再撞，咁啊除咗搶制，俾打中之後咧就搏level 1，咁啊 Lily 大有利啦，擋埋個星，無限攻啦，死咗。咁又入咗阿 Lily 嘅 match point 啦。
Definitely got to spend that bar. OD command grab.
Can Koji KOG eliminate Fudo here?
衝埋去，俾人 D 反。
With Lily versus Ed?
反波拳啦，再撞攻擊，對手搞頭下挑，再撞，再，又真係瀨嘢，咁啊打到對手，咁啊落單，擋到個星，哦痛啊呢個，咁啊 level 2啊應該要，冇錯，咁啊 ban 咗對手先。咁啊之後睇下點進攻啦。鷹頭賴尾啊 ！Lily 咪贏咯 ！Lily 太勁冇計真係，的確做壞咗。
Wow! And you know the crazy thing is, like me and David were, you know, talking last night about like the characters in this game, and you know we were like. Who is considered the weakest character right now? And like we were like, maybe Lily? I don't know. Dude, every character in this game, regardless of where you...
哇，我都幾癲喎！幫殘對靚魔，跟住Yamaguchi對 Hit， 唔知邊個嚟。
Sorry, there's going to be certain players that navigate certain characters really, really well.
I'm sorry, that wasn't my fault, Jeremy. I swear
I'm not even looking at it. I'm not even looking at it. I was just going to keep talking. I was going to be yapping regardless. But you have three of the biggest named Lily players, right? Obviously, Koji KOG. You just saw him right now. You have El Chakotay. You also have Hibiki.
Yes.
Hibiki had to face off against, I think it was Mizuha not too long ago also. And I was actually pretty perplexed by that. I'm like, dude, that's rough.
Right,
they play each other a bunch. In and out of Street Fighter League Japan.
Yeah, I mean, again, like, you know, in recent tournaments, we had Idom, Manon, beating Momochi.
Escort confirm.
That was that combo breaker. Lily, obviously, doing some damage here. I mean, I just, there's not a bad character in this game. You know, not to that point, you know, because there's always been bad characters, your low-tier heroes, you can do work
every
with
fighting
them.
game.
Yeah,
every fighting
Yes.
game. But everybody still feels like they can reach to... actually be brought up to a championship level.
Right.
And that's the sickest thing.
Like anybody who's trying to say like, I'm using the low tier hero because my character's bad, they're just trying to flex themselves. I mean, honestly, because I don't think anybody is truly bad in this game.
Yeah, I'm starting to believe that like little by little, also with the direction that a lot of the devs have been putting out with the most recent patches and whatnot, right? Trying to equalize certain things in regards to certain normals, right? The utilization of certain sequences to gain a little bit more time gauge, gain a little bit more meter, right? You're starting to see that more evidently in this season, and it feels good, honestly. Like the dynamic really changes just based upon how much drive gauge you're taking away or how much super you're building for yourself. It is such a big game changer, and you start to notice that too. I hope everybody at home, as you guys are playing, kind of notice how often somebody reaches a level 3 within the first round.
Oh right, yeah, that's true. And obviously they also gave Ryu a gun. So
a whole railgun, by the way.
Yes.
He is now Colonel Volgin to me. He's no longer Ryu. He's definitely Colonel Volgin. But I'll tell you what, it's about time we actually get to see Nemo on stage.
Losers match.
靚魔對幫殘。
Obviously, previous sponsor of a lot of CPT Street Fighter Duel. They had a battle against the T-Hawk. and the T-Hawk had a move that was literally he had a gun. They gave T-Hawk a gun
in duel.
You not for the one that you use, but like when you fight the boss, like one of his moves is he literally just shoots.
That's cheap. Bring that in. Yeah, we like that.
They actually gave T-Hawk a gun. I don't know if they did that on purpose, but it's hilarious. Anyways, here we go. We got the new outfit for Bison.
This is sick.
空拳。
Dude, my man got leather chaps on.
咁啊輕嘅打中對手，咁就中個 combo 推埋埋邊啦。膊頭黃波。 咁啊 TC 哎呀冇 confirm， 咁啊食咗個試揸擊，再搏招啦。反擊。咁啊 carry 咗先，咁啊之後就哎呀俾重拳推翻出去，打中佢打中，哇跳背，再反擊，對手啊，重拳。 咁啊，較剪嘅推埋邊，空對空，哎呀，大髀百鬼拍落嚟，幾慘。咁啊，幫查間推出，咁咪打空對手啦，咁啊炸彈喺手啊，哎呀，但係呢個 watch 有啲食唔見咗啲嘢，高啲撞，咁啊揀二呢嘅排身，哦擋咗個星，死咗啦咁樣，就求其一個 combo 嚟，咁我第一燈啊。
You have to late cancel it, so there's like a 2-frame window, and if you late cancel, then you can
中拳，咁啊俾人一個下中拳 cut 到，俾埋佢。
I've never tried it. I don't know why it works that way.
冇事。
I will definitely have to experiment
中拳，咁啊呢個下中拳，再下中腳，俾人一個後重腳打佢。OD 嘅反波拳攞個炸彈，哎呀！但係壓制嘅時候俾對手用個 left 推翻出去，無啦啦撞真係慘啊！死咗啦呢個，同死冇分別。 可以起上 level 3嘅仲可以挑戰啦，佢 mid 擺空錯咗啊嘛，呢個好在，呢個翻生拉出去 ，rush 但係哦食咗重拳死咗，安神咗把燈。 較剪嘅對空有啊，咁啊識埋炸彈，對空回報交最大，當俾人 D 反推翻出去。 咁啊金剛再放波，硬 watch 過去，再撞咗中個 level 3啊，佢得翻1成血。對空，我喺後跳對空咁啊冇計啦，不過都要對到空，喺度斬法先，埋頭有頭咁跌過嚟解頭，好啲踩兩次都擋到啊！ 咁啊，中國撩下佢，但係唔食，八鬼插，咁啊，但係因為唔卡希啦，會做，咁啊得翻一擊力佢啦。咁啊呢個位插中，但係都係因為唔卡希冇嘢做 ，Heavy 擋咗個 impact 先，食咗個，咁啊再嚟一次。哇 ！delay 輕拳執到啊！你冇似我第一燈啊！空拳。 咁啊搏招，咁啊炸彈嚟啦，咁啊再用個炸彈，用沙哥沙變加，你挑避過對手嘅攻擊啊，cut 到對手嘅攻擊啦，跟住之後就 OD 試殺擊，炸彈，咁啊斬殺線喺呢個位，直接中，咁啊想壓制嘅時候俾對手升翻出去啊 ，Heavy。 撞咁啊 ban 咗，咁啊加 film 喺佢度。
Match point for Nemo, and does this mean 2 matches in a row we see of Bonchan on stream?
再嚟前鋒㗎，兩下，哎呀，但係冇搏到嗰個間點腳，咁啊俾阿邦殘掂到一下之後就搏招 ，Mitty 打中，咁啊 OD 金剛啦，呢位痛啊呢個，咁啊得翻一番少量嘅血量，咁啊仲個中腳踢翻出嚟啦，再係重拳嘅時候俾人 parry 啊！ 咁啊，俾晒啲 watch 乜都死啦。
Bonchan's like, I'm gonna just parry your standing heavy punch and take you out. I'm still alive here. Bonchan needs to win this round to tie it up 1-1.
中拳，反擊，咁啊將對手打中對手，後避一避，中拳再嚟一次，咁啊如果中咧就搏反波拳，咁啊想打舒眠，咁啊下中係點中啊？但係咁啊即係衝翻上前，咁啊呢個位又下一個攻擊咧就 punish counter 就。 一 cut 到啲下路，私揸擊就死啊！基本上，但係問題首先你要對手死都唔禁制，打中啊！但係level 3都要俾啦，咁啊跟到對手。
gonna kill? Is this gonna kill? It shouldn't. But we got burnout.
哦，死咗啦！耶！我係幫殘，回家啦可以。
After the level 3, and you saw that as soon as he did the drive impact and hit Bonchan started taking off the headset. He was like, yep, good. And look at Nemo, dude. He's just off the stage. He's like, mission accomplished. His demeanor is looking mighty different. Most of the time, he's pretty somber. He's got like a pretty decent expression on his face. He's just minding his own business. This one had a little bit of a to it.
好，咁就呢一個鋪嘅最後一場啦，應該。
Is it even somber? Could you even say it that? I mean, like, he didn't
安殘，佢冇 Camel Cafe 啊嘛，得 eSport 有 cafe。
But you know, obviously, just the thought of it. But obviously, also another thing I want to mention here. Congratulations to Nemo on the birth of his new child. Oh man, the dad power up. The dad power up. He's got to be in serious business mode, man. Diapers are not cheap. I'll tell you what. Right? Diapers are not cheap. Yep. That's that dad power up, man. You know, you go and buy your first box of diapers and you're like, wait, what? Huh? More power to you. Hey, congratulations to Nemo and his family. Genuinely, it's so cool to see everybody kind of like stepping up in life and doing the things that they got to do. Just even imagining, thinking about the next generation of players fighting each other, like I can't wait till we start seeing the kids battle it out. We're kind of
所以呢兩個人咧，呢兩個人嘅組合咧係令到嗰個 break 嘅時間係長一倍。
It's wild to see Kale where he's at right now. I know I'm talking about another game right now, but honestly, it's so cool to see because I was literally there when Tony was talking about him about to have a son. Oh, really? He was, like, in the process of, like, wow. You know, I'm just saying. I was like, yo, this is actually kind of crazy. I mean, I follow, like, we're friends on Facebook, so I've seen him post about his kid and how he always played games with them. Yeah, and, like, I met Kale when he was tiny, dude. He's taller than me.
有 CC 飛冇錯。
You know what the crazy thing is? Like,
都要嚟打。
to me, it doesn't process that he's so tall. True story. Online Tony, online Kale were on the same airplane as me to fly out here. Kale sat right next to me. And I didn't realize it was him the entire time. And he was just, I mean, to be fair, he was asleep most of that flight. Okay. I told you, I'm terrible with names and faces. But yeah, I didn't recognize it was him. And then we ran into each other at the hotel lobby. And I was like, oh, hey, gave Tony a hug, gave Kale a hug. And Kale was like, were you sitting next to me on the airplane the whole time? He didn't even know it was you. Yeah, and I was like, we were. Bro, he called me by my first name and I'm like, huh? I literally haven't
已經唔好理佢講嘢咯，已經。快啲下鋪得唔得？係完咗啦當，可能打埋啦。
Anyways, enough yapping. We finally got some players on
the stage. Yamaguchi 對 Kite。咁啊，呢個鋪嘅最後一場。
Obviously, the Japanese players. I almost called him Kite. But I'm pretty sure he's just Kite, brother. He's from the U.S. I'll kite the conversation on this one. I'm going with Kite. Oh, all right. Oh, are we getting a my mirror here? No, no, Jury versus Jury. My. Oh, okay. Oh, yeah, we gotta look closely into the screen to make sure. Dude, I'm so happy Viper's coming back in this game, dude. I'm so happy.
咁啊，反魔㗎，撩下佢，對手就撩翻下中佢。放死咁樣就俾對手，喂，爭啲 cut 到對手個桶㗎。
You know, in season 3 of Street Fighter 5, it was when Monopoly.
咁啊，重拳打中，再反魔㗎。
I'm kind of hoping maybe, you know, there might be a theme. There might be a theme.
咁啊 ，OD 博招再嚟。咁啊，要打中對手搏正波㗎。咁啊 ，Mitty 嘅下中拳打中啦，再搏，咁啊推翻去板，一瞬間就推翻去最左邊。咁啊，板邊嘅 full look。對空有啊。喂，時間個波啊！再嚟。咁啊，而家 OD 線咧就即係冇得拉，有得拉後啊，好容易追擊，即係好難追擊啊！依家就。 我就摸協啊，都係俾 Yamaguchi 一個頭擊打破 K 嘅，打中對手咁啊波拳追埋板邊，再一個前後，咁啊 cut 到對手啊，再搏招，同埋嗰啲負一，咁啊好簡單 hit， 再 reset 統擊，血量好快消失咗，嗱俾對手升啦 ，Heavy 一踢，咁啊上翻個下中腳，得唔得啊 ？OK 夠快。 呢個核彈真係嘅。
3-4 to the screen, brother. Tiger knee, Chohisatsu Shinobi Bachi is. Excuse me.
Tiger Knee, Cho, Hisatsu, Shinobi Bachi is really strong. I don't know what it is. Like,
咁就1-0 啦。
learned my special move names from like CVS days. Like, I can't forget it. It's just it rolls off the tongue.
It
you know
feels
what I
good
mean?
to say.
Yeah,
It really does feel good
exactly.
to say. I definitely hit like St. Cola with Kageru no Mai, and he's just like, wait, what?
Yeah.
咁啊，撩中腳再放波，中腳撩下佢 parry， 但係冇事。中拳有一腳有事啦，有人搏招。
Trying to find the timing against Yamaguchi, but he's like, you know what? I'm not gonna let you figure it out any further. Back off of me.
Ooh.
高啲波。
Look, the spacing from Yamaguchi has been immaculate, but that OD fireball from Jury, from Kite, is going to try to find its way through there.
Kite's trying to find the
到頭咁樣換咗邊，再嚟。
that he found in the first couple of seconds, but Yamaguchi, he's been just all over the place in regards to where his spacing's at.
咁啊，俾人板邊開始 full loop， 哎呀，冇事。
This is a great opportunity for Kite now. This corner right there. Oh no, just gets out of there, flies out.
咁啊，前頭咁啊，落單對手啦。
Juries do that.
想用個下重腳 cut 翻對手轉頭，但係俾對手即係因為 burn out， 因為佢離唔到啦，俾人再 cut 多次。
He could have gone for like a drive rush, anything. It's a level 1.
Oh, that's
1、2再搏招死咗，咁就入咗啦，不知火冇有咩錯。
You know, sometimes when you're at the end of a round like that, and you're just, you know, you get the hit and you didn't plan your route early.
咁拳放波，反波拳踢，再 rush 過去，咁啊再搏招，對空，哎呀，但係食咗個跳攻擊。咁啊3個輕攻擊，再落單對手。啊 Mitty 打中，再一次搏波腳，咁就要閃殺啦可以，但係俾對手升佢翻出去。喂，咁啊兩面一鬥撩下中腳 ，Heavy 有波先，對空有啊，咁啊死亡難忘，哦死咗，就握手啦可以。
If I'm not mistaken, if he doesn't drop it, it should be level 3 territory. Yamaguchi immediately getting off the or at least taking
29差唔多開波啦。29咧，總之咧，如果你想見到29咧，你又希望佢過3關。
That's fair, actually.
就好似喺，好似係 J1 啊。
Because like Arbika had something similar too, right?
哦 J2。
Butt splash as well.
Right. That was
咁就喺呢度1、2、3、4，我1、2、3呢關就會上台啊。咁就如果你去到呢度咧，呢度會見到29啦。哦，又放逼啦 ！D3 係啊，D2打晒到，要活到 D3 已經好勁噶啦。咁啊，但係呢個比賽唔係冠軍就冇意思，活得幾遠都冇乜用。不又係孖車時間。 第一日，你 day one 佢未開波喎，估聽冇？唔係啊，葡製，我個葡製已經荒廢咗5年，仲用到，都幾襟用。哦，嗰個係葡製，好少會用到個，好少用嗰個位。其實咧，每一代個手掣其實都差唔多嘅，佢都特登整到係一樣嘢，即係嗰個位置。咁就等到你哋即係轉世代嗰陣時，個手勢個感覺都要差唔多。 有買咗㗎啦，我有買嘅。不過我見200幾蚊就買咗少少，差唔多啦。但係我未有信心可以，好穩陣咁啊！呢好難。同埋收得越嚟越多嘅，未買 DLC 啊，諗住等特價，唔急啦，1、2都冇買，佢哋買一個原鏡，睇下咦等特價先，我都諗緊買唔買，好似又唔係好有用，攞嚟撳下掣，遲啲出一隻新角咪直接買一隻角咯。用邊隻個買邊隻？啲咩 ad 啊、Dyson 呢啲費事。可能遲啲1年後 Season 3有一個 Season Pass 出嚟跳，咁熟個跳就咪出嚟跳。邊個啦？出嚟跳啊！160嚟，咁咪出嚟跳啦。佢高啲啊，都係跳嗰啲欄杆度。即係你撳個跳掣撳實佢，唔好放。咁見到下面咪有啲藍光嘅，呢個叫跳，咩草包啊？草包又勁，草包咪可以跳上去啲欄，都係跳欄杆，係跳牆，一係跳欄杆，一係跳牆。啲 shortcut 咧好多都，即係佢唔喺time attack嗰個地圖出現咧，好難，特登揾嗰啲 shortcut。 菇俾人偷。喂，damn！呢個第4個圈，我諗咁低乜嘢終點有個圈。根據經驗去打得好，有冇事啊？吹我就係30秒啊！啲咪吹好耐，佢又要播嗰個 open。今代隱藏造地有咩？你呢個 size 唔同咯，有輕重，有其他隱藏。呢度2個金龜咁癲嘅，睇嚟。咁都要蝦我嘢。 咁咪中個招啊，咁咧中個招好似都煩。上攻城不敷，一個跌低就死啦，一個輕拳就去咗嚟啦。呢個縮得係哎呀，上邊啊喺。跳到㗎，變咗打落嗰邊。咁啊 ，Daigo 都 NG 喎，咁精彩嘅比賽竟然我有睇我阿媽車，係嘛？咁啊 OD 波，咁啊後跳避一避，而家 parry 先，跟住就放波推落去。咁下中腳打空咗啦，順利嘅，咁啊重拳打翻出去啦。前鋒腳我落彈後跳避一避，話 watch 過去頭攻擊，然後對手。咁啊下中腳順雷腳咁啊推翻過去啦，後頭換邊，咁啊對手紅血嚟㗎。下中腳 watch， 有冇啊？好似咁多輕拳，得喎，好大字。蹲落去，一波低過直接。咁長車容我出得晒，好似打 online 先打添，唔係好似車得唔得咧？可能要玩嗰啲咩杯賽。咁低過1-0啊，係咁噶啦。咁啊對網喺極限位對網，咁啊 TC 打中學招，攻擊。喂，咁啊 in 平打中啊，但好似對手冇撳掣，都未撳掣應該唔會。哇！重拳放波啊，推翻出去，哎食咗 in 平，食咗個，咁啊對手就 level 1埋尾，打到 NG burn out， 咁跑升失敗咗，就 burn out 咗，咁就呢位就推波啦，咁啊對手原地跳啦，如果唔係，個 in 平打埋咗條啦，咁就入咗啊 Daigo 嘅 match con。去波過嚟，level 2波，咁啊順利㗎啦。OD 波，多強化波，到腳，哎呀冇確反，咁啊有機會確反到，咁啊都係唔係好夠姜。啊中腳放波，哎解頭俾 NG 同咗無推翻佢啦。咁啊，俾 Daigo watch 咗過去，個前鋒腳，喂，呢好三波添，明佢哋，確反，然後對手搞頭啊 ，parry 冇用啦，順雷腳有啲近啦 ，cancel 波頭大，彈後打中個波頭，咁啊入咗等下先，打中對手，但係呢個咁大個重拳都冇打翻轉頭啊，攻擊，輕拳打中啊，攞埋隻腿啦 ，Daigo 2-0食到 NG 咩？大執添仲要，應該咁多嘅。
Incredible stuff right there. I love the fake out, as you pointed out, as you highlighted, right? The drive rush light kick whiffed it, made him think that, hey, I might have messed up myself a little bit. No, it was all part of the plan, of course. Daigo is looking as clean as I've ever seen him in Street Fighter 6.
I mean, when you watch his stream every so often, when it is on, he's not a man of content anymore, he's a man of combat, as we mentioned. Exactly. But he has like this guy who's like a weapons dealer that gives him setups and things like that. There's a dude named
冠軍咁大鑊，無緣冠軍都好真係 真係話俾你知，老人家都有計。
Yeah, definitely. And the thing with when you're a quadruple OG like Daigo, you have earned to have a little homie like that, right?
In the backpack,
exactly.
That's what you do. This is what you do. Yeah.
All the tech monsters, right? He has had so much fighting. He has forgot more about fighting games than a lot of us will ever know, right?
Together, collectively.
Exactly. So that when you have somebody like that, I like the fact that he's got his little tech warriors on there, making sure he's prim and proper for the tournament play.
Oh, he's definitely out here to defeat someone like Angry Bird 2-0 on the
convincing fashion.
Very convincing. And you didn't really see like many of the nerfs that have happened to Ken. Kind of like make him like a weaker character.
Normalized.
He's still very strong.
Very strong indeed.
佢算係佢可以靠呢個，佢可以靠佢可以靠 local 嗰個 Warrior 比賽 qualify 呢個 counter 都算容易。佢都冇乜點飛啦，依家今年飛多啲啦，唔知係咪因為佢滿意啲 setting 啲 set。
all the tournament play that we're going to see going forward for the CPT season. It's definitely been affected, I think, this entire day. I feel like that's also an expensive spend. Yeah. You're spending a ton of drive gauge to hopefully get some sort of mix, and you're going to have to move away from that. Chaos of the game as well. Yeah. Along with the perfect parry change that we have seen too as well, I think in maybe last season we would have seen more perfect parries for these scenarios. Yeah. These players are just blocking now. They're just like, I don't want to even attempt this because I may not get the parry that I would like to have.
Yeah, exactly. Now with the direction parry being the way to get the perfect parry, right? It's more susceptible to getting overhead punish counter.
Right, yeah.
Even getting the crouch light kicks. Those things have been definitely buffed as well, simply because you have to pick the right direction for perfect parry.
但係咁得一個位啊嘛，所以一定要出去爭另一個位，一係就兩個只能換一個。好，呢個就係29條到2代的男人啦。
Going up against Kills You, a cat that people got to put some respect on. I was listening to the Ike talk about this. Kills You is that cat that have been cooking up high-level names. But he's still not giving that love that he deserves to have, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah, 100%. Kills You still flies under the radar a little bit, right? No offense to our European friends. We know that Kills You has been very high on y'all's tier list for quite some time. And for the people that are plugged in, like me and you, definitely, we understand how great Kills You is as a player. But of course, he's still under the radar just because of the region spotlight and whatnot, and some other regions get a little bit more love in the masses than others, right? But yes, this man is on the top tier. He is some of the best of the best. So I'm excited to see him today. And of course, when he's fully focused on fighting games like this, he's as dangerous as anybody.
100%. I'll put him up there, brother. And you know the way he
呢話重腳，推波， 然後再放波啊！下中腳 watch， 呢話下中腳先 ，X fold 打對手，咁啊對手用個立重腳鬧回啦。 咁啊3枚下中㗎，再屈解頭俾 QU 打個 Pressure combo， 2下打中再爆招。咁啊後重腳、波腳、升腳，咁啊2下攻擊，咁啊 Q 對手啦，一瞬間攞到第一單。1、2，咁啊波腳埋尾啊！變透，咁啊攞個傷害，跳翻出嚟，冇對空啊！咁啊打用對手，咁啊8列腳，變透啊！咁啊啲對手下中腳 watch 俾曬，應該死咯，1-0。
And that's all she wrote for game 1. GG, see you next game, sucker. And a bow. I want to point that out, though. You're talking about the fact that she ain't got them throw loops. Just in general, you're not worried as much, so you want to press a little bit more, especially then when I back walk to catch one of your buttons. Sometimes they'll go for like defensive OD fireball to keep you locked up in the corner. Stand fierce to stop that from happening. We saw crouching Udo kick come through as per usual. First game to Kills You.
Yeah, that's why Kudo, when you saw he after he got that first throw right, he went up and established the stand jab.
下中腳撩翻出去啊！咁啊，我見到啲瞬間，又擋4-4下攻擊，再一個 watch 咧，再用下中腳 watch 翻出去咧，睇有冇 burn out 嘅。咁啊，重腳喺度撩，下中腳打中啦，咁就推埋牆。頭攻擊啦，咁啊壓制。 放腳撩下佢，冇對空，俾人解頭啊！放波。
Now KillsU, of course, going to apply the pressure. He does get the throw off the crouch medium kick jab.
咁啊擺喺邊咁啊統擊打佢下再嚟。咁啊兩下，再重拳打中。1、2、3、4。
I was liking Kudo's rhythm too, like the options he was starting to choose, right? The stand fierce, the fireball, really making Cammy come into his range.
咁啊又喺度撩重腳喺度，呢個好似鬥打鬥咁大掣咧，見到春麗咁，呢 Cammy 嗰邊唔夠力。哇！哎解到啦，行終極行路，終於引到啦。
That was ridiculous right now. Oh, wait a minute, though, Kudo.
咁啊擋咗之後就，咁啊想 reset 個頭，唔使咁好貪心啊！見到佢。咁啊 delay 解頭變咗係後頭。咁見到一係就解，一係上次解完之後咧，佢係完全死都唔撳。誒今次又夠撳。咁佢撩下佢，我撩翻我哋。變偷。咁啊就推波啊！中嘅又打中啦，埋牆，變俾你個山唔俾，咁啊跳翻出嚟，跌佢，咁啊爭啲打住佢先面，呢個波餅，咁中嘅打中，咁啊俾多個 rush， 多用百力腳埋尾，咁啊呢手，咁啊呢手都唔使交呢樣。咪升龍拳啦，對翻出嚟。攻擊打中對手啊！咁啊解頭成功，打我兩下搏招，再前後。係咁撩下中腳，再下中腳打中對手，意思跟住再反波拳換邊啊！但係一把半血兩面，點樣？哇！最後都係輸反應，死唔死啊？好似死喎，好似並冇乜 scale， 死啊！咩都係反應測試失敗，哎呀！讓賽啊，唔會讓賽啦。佢乒乓級嗰張票得一張，嗰張緊要過，嗰張緊要過晒你個隊友 game 啊！你講。
Makes sense considering the demons that are out and about.
Exactly. Again, it's just a testament to how dense this tournament is, how stacked it is with talent. And of course, that's what we've seen time and time again when we get Street Fighter 6 at these major events. So love to see it, of course. Pressing in the winner's bracket as well. I'm assuming that definitely big ups to him. And of course, if you're in the chat, you can let us know if that's not the case, right? Following along at StarGG. You can follow all your top players, all the people that you love and like. Definitely going to be coming to the stage eventually.
Or hate.
Or hate.
I saw some haters.
100%.
These players out here.
100%. I was watching the Noah match. I love seeing the Noah haters.
Yo, they be coming out full force.
Yeah.
They be like,
as a big Noah fan, it tickles me when y'all be hating on him. It's funny to me.
Y'all, you kind of silent when we start winning though. Kind of crazy. I can't lie. You know what Noah did? Quick story. He was fighting somebody. I forgot. I think it was Kusanagi or something like that. He wins the first game and looks at Jessica, who's not even playing. He looked right over at Jack, like, and then looked back, like. And then when he won, this is crazier. When he won, hit the super, he looked at Jack and said, "Is that gonna kill?" Like, bro, lock in. Like,
快啲打！呢個時間不容許吹水。瞓着㗎啦，
like thing is locking in, and when he sometimes be the most casual dude. Like in the most intense moments, he just be the most casual dude, and it's like
chill. You were a loser side right now.
Like, do you understand the temperature of the room? But that's part of his strength, right? Is that he doesn't really get affected by the temperature of the room,
it's
right?
It's hard, man. Hard when you're out here in the lights and things like that. They have to have that solidity and that mindset. It takes a lot of work. So big ups to him. We'll see what next players have to have that solidity in their mindset too as well. I believe I see Kosa on the stage, who's a cat that doesn't get to travel nearly as much as other players, but had that solidity over Street Fighter League. During the first part when he was playing, he was a little bit shaky, not really himself, but something clicked in him, and he said, "You know what? I'm out here for a reason. I deserve to be."
差唔多啦，我即係準備打備學。
Ken player, when he hits you, he kills you.
That's awesome. That's awesome, right? Definitely got to embrace what you love about fighting games, right? I think some people get kind of caught up trying to play a certain way or like this will lead to W's. But no, it's always about playing your best and having the most fun. That's what's going to lead to the W's. So if you can find your way to really balance your love for the game, I think that will be your most successful route, of course. But that's just my story.
No, I think I'm 100% with it. Going up against Hikaru, I believe.
Yeah, I was going to say, I think it is, right?
And speaking about somebody that loves them Street Fighter, bro, what did he say? He said like 10 hours or something like that. Doing something with Street Fighter.
All day, right? Like, definitely. And that's the type of dedication you have to have in an elite level competition game like this, right? Street Fighter 6. Everybody is vying to get to Capcom Cup, to get to EWC. Like, the competition level is so high that you really do have to dedicate most of your days to getting better at the game. And that's what we've seen. And the rewards have been reaped by players like Hikaru and everybody else that has really dedicated themselves to the grind.
They got what they deserve, you know what I'm saying? And, you know, considering how high the skill level is from around the world in terms of, like, all these players play differently over here for this region. You have to play this region. You know, there's a lot they have to deal with. You know, when you see a player getting in the top 8, top 16, how they got there. So, you know, big ups to anyone that gets this far. I know this tournament is definitely different in terms of how condensed it is. But even people going out in, like, 97th or, like, 100 or whatever below that still had a hard climb and probably made some good effort on that way up. So, we'll see who moves on between these two, but I mean, that's going to be like Ken versus Aki.
Ooh, right? That's going to be dope. That's going to be dope. And just before we move on entirely from that point of the time investment, right? I remember last year when during the World Warrior Spotlight shows with Rob TV interviewing various players from around the world, right? It was one of the Japanese players he talked to. The name is escaping me at the moment, but the Japanese player talked about how it was literally like, I have to work my job and then play Street Fighter.
I bet it was Aki, though. I bet it's right? Like that. Yeah, the 9 to 5. Yeah.
Where it was like, that is the only way I'll be able to keep up. It's literally dedicate all my free time to Street Fighter. That's how elite the competition is. But let's get to the stage now as our next match is prepared.
Hikaru 對 Kosa
versus Hikaru is going to be elite level Japanese competition in the building now.
Yeah, look at the names too as well. Zeta out here, Hikaru, and then for Kosa over at Saishu Kanso Komoto. Hopefully get to see both of them at Street Fighter League this year. They haven't announced all the teams, so I don't know who's on what. I know that we saw a Reject Team. Saw that trailer.
Oh, yeah, definitely.
Yeah.
I was going to say, everybody know about Reject Team.
I said, I could name those off any damn day.
Oh, yeah, man. Honestly, I'm looking so forward to SFL. I know it's just like looming in the shadows, right? Like, it's definitely about to start coming. So I'm very excited for both. I mean, all of the regions for SFL, Japan, Europe, and U.S. Can't wait to see what everybody brings to the table this year. But, of course, we are at CEO 2025, baby. We back in Orlando, and we got elite-level international competition. The most international participants in CEO in years. And we got two of them right here with Kosa and Hikaru. Aki and Ryu too? Nah, stop it.
He playing the Ryu?
He playing Ryu. That's Ryu right there.
Said I'm not kidding enough. Not enough.
然後中咗撩，咁啊趴地腳睇下打唔打中啊！我中咗撩下佢，對手 rush 過去，撞擊，連重拳，打中腳，再 rush， 咁啊放波，重拳，倒低咗對手，咁啊跳空擊啊！跳空有啊，咁啊中咗毒，打中咗下段，咁我就再搏招，再推埋牆啦，波拳埋尾。 So what? 打頭成功啊！俾對手。
I like that a lot right there. We even saw Kosa try to punish it with a sweep, but he was too late. And look, he's looking for a lot of sweeps right here, even with the change.
喂，咁啊呢個位個輕拳咩事啊嘛？咁係咁撩呢個射重氣用拳。咁 heavy 喺度。好啲波放到晒，揀定個水中到，但係食咗個前重腳，假毒啦。哎呦，唔搏埋佢。 重拳撩下佢，對空，喂，咁啊輕拳打中，再捧擊，好啲波，用個數據數低咗，但係呢個 game 依家下重腳之後就即係唔係黑落單，會中咗，死咗啦應該，咁就超大嚟㗎，唔想仲炒車就死咗。咁啊放波，放到。 個 OD 波打中對手，再報個毒 combo， 推埋牆。哇！咁樣避多 kick 啊，真踢，之後 burn out 咗，咪即係對手膽殺啦呢個。 加添咁啊，死擋爛擋啦，唔好俾對手打中。跟住打中咗，但係冇 confirm 到 level 3啊。個頭擊對手教頭，咁啊擋咗個光先，再放繩，再放波。哎呀，腳煙劈啦！咁啊，要特登整個唔入動畫嘅 level 3，咁就但係個 Oki 都係差，個 Oki 都係冇乜唔夠強。有啲 level 3之後加多咗㗎啦，都係啲人都係唔滿意。
It's only been a few weeks he's had with this Ryu. Wow, and he committed to it. He actually hit the rematch first. Yeah, just
I figured
clubs that we saw, like the non-light confirm, that level 3 at the
end. 放毒，傳統腳，
hey,
打中對手，咁啊抌上咁啊中咗毒，再搏招，再推埋上，咁啊中咗毒，咁啊想再壓制，但係點知俾對手一個英雄打翻轉頭。加菲咁啊再壓埋佢，咁啊 party chat， 因為 counter 到個中拳就喺搏 party 腳，鏡頭失敗咗，俾對手打翻出去。咁啊中腳再重腳，party 腳打翻轉頭啊！中腳掃中咗對手，再跳，咁啊 OD 毒，打中對手喺中腳再搏招死咗。咁就入咗啊 Aki 嘅咩方？咁一開波又拉埋嚟搏招啦，推埋場，波拳埋尾，方度。低咗，然後落單對手。咁啊放個毒再前重拳。咁啊放個毒啦，再放波拳。哎呀，食咗個升龍拳啊！推咗一下，喂，咁啊輸 combo， 但係有啲遠啦，見到個擊唔到，講到，咁啊死咗啦應該，88888，掟埋level 3埋尾握手。啊，都唔使睇㗎應該，都話落咗 loser 咁大鑊，扭文咁勁嘅咩？跟住就咁小孩打29㗎嘞啫。
Yeah, Kosa again showed out a little bit, right? I definitely think this is about committing to the Ryu and being like, okay, for the future, I'm gonna need this character.
29要睇佢生唔生存到去直播嗰度嗰個位。生存唔到咧就。
I feel like even if they ever like pull Ryu down a little bit, it won't be a lot. That character's going to be very strong. I mean, I feel like he's been strong even in season 1. But it's just the attention were on other characters, and it remains so. But either way,
tell you what,
that's a long play, bro.
Let me tell you what, Cole, you're right. Okay, you're right.
People kept saying, "Oh, that character's not that good, yada yada." No, y'all just won't play right.
That character been poing for a while, and he's only gotten better. And now he's been at his. This is his peak so far in Street Fighter 6. Yeah. So now obviously a lot of people are taking notice. Excited to see him in the spotlight, though, right?
Yeah.
Like, I'm always down to have some of the underrepresented characters in the earlier season take that spotlight. So I want to see what people do.
I want to see what Kosa does a little bit later on.
不應該有 EWC 資格㗎。佢唔係好使，即係不過都有交級。
You see the difference in somebody that's been playing that character since they've dropped, good or bad, will always be with the Aki. You know, that's just how he is.
100%. You can see like
呢得大佬啊，都係聽日㗎啦。聽日不過都冇得睇嘅，都嘥好少。有播廣告啊？打幾場咗大佬？冇2場喺度。
So he is solely focused on the opponent.
100%. So I do like seeing the representation of Ryu, but it's not just so simple and easy to be like, I'm going to pick up this character and be good with him in like 2 weeks. New patch, things like that too as well. I mean, Aki got some changes, as every character has, and the imperfect and perfect parries have changed the landscape of the game. So it makes it a little bit harder to be like, I'll just pick up a character and just win. You know, it's just not that simple ever in fighting games.
已經係幾場㗎，
when the patch is so new.
真係咁快啊！
Absolutely, man. And
要等錢使咩？
like this patch, honestly, in my opinion, has changed quite a bit of the game, right? Like requiring the directions for the perfect parry. We talked about the consequences of that earlier. We talked about the consequences of what they did to a crouch medium kick, drive rush jab. Like a lot of these things are going to change how the matches play out. So I'm very interested. We talk about like the crouch medium kick and the jab and like the drive gauge shift. If somebody's right, you're spinning 3 bars and they're gaining a bar. It's essentially a 4-bar momentum shift.
Get right back in your pocket. And the bar at the bottom as well. There was a point.
That's another one. That's another good point.
We were commentating TNS and dude was teching so much he got so much bar at the bottom that he got level 3. So like that's a huge thing in terms of resources, especially if you're like over Rashid or something like that. Things like a level 2, maybe not even a level 3. So that all those things add up.
幫查音原味咯，之前有時一個 web 即係會展嗰陣時嗰啲場太嘅。係啊，好耐啦依個。釘完啦依家，啊，即係 CN 仲吸埋添。
And have been watching the past 2 days and haven't seen changes, you bugging. Good line. You actually not watching what's going on in this game. We've been talking about it all. I think it's changed the approach of how players are playing on defense. What they've been having to use instead of perfect parry. Like even Takamura used to like dash up, tap parry, right?
Yeah,
don't do that anymore. He don't do that anymore.
I was gonna say that is a strat that's almost completely nullified, right? Yeah, so definitely something that they've changed quite a bit. So I love that a lot because the tap parry now you're never gonna get like a perfect parry because if you just tap in the neutral, that literally doesn't grant perfect parry, right? So if you try to do like the parry into the drive rush OS from the season before, that's never gonna give you a perfect parry.
And they're right by you. Like,
so
it's
one of those things, right, that we definitely, even if you do absorb the normal, it's not like you're going to get a combo off of it. So let's get to the stage now.
呢個品味咁奇怪。有啦。DCQ
versus not Pedro out of Brazil.
丁教練。
Not Pedro showing out last year. Saw him cooking with the kin. But however, Mr. Easy Cake himself, DCQ on the JP if need be. But he does have the spicy if things get busy.
My man, Easy Cake DCQ. That's one of my favorite players of all time, bro. Simply for that reason. Was that IWO? I feel like that was IWO, wasn't it?
It might have been.
When we was out in Poland,
it was like, it might have been when he started saying that wild ass stuff.
Easy
I'm like, damn, you kind of different for that.
Yeah. That was awesome.
Easy Cake.
DCQ, been one of my favorite players since really bursting onto the scene like that. And obviously, Street Fighter 6, he's been an immaculate talent as well in this game. So my man is out here looking to rep and show out. But against not Pedro, as you mentioned, out of Brazil, repping the cannon is not going to be an easy feat today.
Not at all. Pedro definitely was strong with the Ken, and from what the Ken players have told me,
JP 對 Ken，
corner carry still there. The effectiveness of land that corner carry that win condition.
其實識鳩。我推波先，中拳撩下佢，對下中腳波拳，跟住手推埋板邊啦。撩下下段，對手點下下中腳 ？Carry 啊嘛，對望第一格又 cut 到一下，咁樣就挑，對唔到空喺呢個位。我推波先，咁佢打空咗，俾阿 JP 一個重拳 body counter 嘅搏招。咁啊中段啦，但係冇事，再一個重腳，咁啊係咁。呢手差唔多 burn out 啦，見到都明確對空冇對空，但係 OD 哇靚喎呢個，佢用嗰個 parry 避咗地下位，防止 burn out， 但係都係敵唔過 JP 嘅進攻 burn out 咗，然後死埋。哇！頭攻擊鬧對手，再順雷腳。馬東嘅打中，我招啦 ，TC 雷腳叮埋佢，咁啊 Mitty 打中，再搏多次，打到個 Shimi 再搏，咁啊點啊依家？咁啊而家啫，又打中一次，但係冇啊今次，打到多次個失憶，然後就攞翻燈。
Man, I got jump scared because there's a billion cosplayers to the left of me right now. I was like, yo, what is happening?
對波先，
咁
啊波拳埋尾。OD 波，要再前頭打對手啊！打中佢，你打中啊！打中兩次，雷腳已經打中，開埋呢部衫啦，而家撥佢先。
Right now here, not Pedro, not hearing any of that right now. Still working with Ken.
對手就用個拳腳推翻入去，要俾呢部衫啊？唔俾，點解轉移？ 再前後攞得半血啦。低頭成功啊！跳，咁啊中段打空咗，但係俾對手打一次。3下就搏升，同埋點3殺。咁佢相對嘅波頭就打嚟中喎，間衝埋去，係俾對手個升字 rush 啊！一病啊！
Now Pedro was like, nah, you gotta make sure that is a true block string or else the ODDP is coming out to stuff it.
斷絲理唔通。
We talked about, right? That's some of the balance changes in this game is where a lot of the time now where you do go for a true string off of a medium driver's cancel starter, you don't get much Oki off that anymore. You have to commit to an option, whether it be throw or strike. You can't just walk back and play that type of game. So we can see it on full display here. And if you try to sneak something heavier in and it's not a true block string, you get OSODDP.
I like that Pedro's defense is very immediate in terms of like I need to live the corner. I need to interact immediately instead of just waiting for like the first throw or first normal, whatever it's going to be. While in reverse, we see some similar. I'm taking a few throws here and there, and I'm getting baited for Nisha on the side of DCQ. Usually, DCQ has some of the best defense in the business, so it's magnificent to see Pedro break that down. He's done his homework. He's done his studying.
Yeah, definitely. I feel like DCQ tends to try to block it out a little bit more than most JPs without relying on the amnesia as much, right? So that usually means his amnesias are very successful because he doesn't use it that often. But we saw the one amnesia that came out, baited perfectly, punished even harder. Yeah, now Pedro is on his game right now.
Right. Stay on that bullet.
好，咁啊 Game 2都係用 JP 啊，插地插到對手啊，再對望，咁啊食鬼食咁啊放鬼喺度擾攘啦。 Watch 過去想撻手指嗰下俾人擋住啦，推埋牆。咁啊搞嚟變後頭啊，咁啊再追擊。跳兩下搏升，咁啊攞個傷害先，然後。 跟住而家咁啊，波頭打落去，俾人波拳推翻出去啊！啲力肯升啊，咁就唔俾升金入去。個搶重腳，但係 JP 啱啱 DCQ 個 combo 失誤啊！我重腳打中咗之後冇做任何嘢。咁我入咗阿 Ken 嘅 match point 啦 ，OD 波波頭。咁啊下，咁啊再波腳推埋佢啦。講到個中段，講到個黑手指，但係住咗個頭擊。 BT 嘅放波，咁佢打中，咁拳餐低，咁就可以播招，再黑手指，咁啊行埋去，招俾人對空，下中佢打中咗對手打空啊，咁就推埋牆啦，咁啊點上後啦，唔俾對手壓制，咁佢打中，但係冇嘢噃，哦痛啊呢個！ 你放生俾埋，哇！波煙啦喎，一燈一個壓制，一燈嚟唔到就好大鑊喎。咁啊睇下對手會做啲咩？咁佢 whip 咗，但係冇事。OD 波，哇！咁樣輸 DC 機嬲到爆炸，係咪升？咁啊，但係忍得住啊！即係識鳩，俾人中嘅踢到之後就搏招 ，A 咗，解圖成功。
咁樣打唔會進步嘅。
咁啊順嚟噶啦，下咁啊踩中腳趾，咁佢呢個踢中，喺反邊繼續壓制。哇！搶到下中腳，咁啊搏招啦，順嚟嘅。 升埋尾，咁啊拳腳壓制，再順嚟腳，用翻個重拳啦，但係冇事。一腳，再順嚟腳打中，咁順嚟腳攞到對手得翻紅血啦。擋擊真係就死啦！哇 ，full look， 點埋？真係有嘅，哇！ 巴西之友，巴西立回法，
打得幾好㗎啦。
就係咁強，讓你冇呢一放生到一贏。咁啊，喺第一次見到對手咧，升完之後咧，嗰個即係佢唔喐，即係對手唔解，但就再頭幾個
Pero miedo
on that
joint right there. 0 fear, walk up ODDP, and even with that not working, bounce back in the very next round. That's a testament to this man's confidence.
Ken not dead, bro. Ken not dead. If you're a Ken player out there, that should enlighten you how to play that corner play. It's still very deadly. And these knockdowns, you have to go for more things that Ken has, which he's had since season 1, season 2. You still have more mix. Absolutely. Knockdowns. As long as you have your gauge in the green for OD Fireball for the variants, especially against JP or Ken Amnesia, you're picture perfect.
I gotta give a shout out to production putting us out here, by the way. I love that we out here with the crowd. You can see CEO behind us, bro. Orlando is out here. The electricity is in the air. It's a beautiful day for fighting games.
Oh, I love it. I love it. I love it. I love being able to see the players in the back, people that are coming up, seeing the audience start to stack up as we get closer and closer to the finale of today. You know, some of these people are already kind of knocked out of the tournament, or they salty as hell.
Yeah.
They're trying to help their friends that are salty as hell, too. You know, it's just like that. So it's time to sit down.
Players turn coaches real quick.
Yeah,
you know what I'm saying?
Hey, man, I would have checked that, though. You know what I'm saying? Like, hey, man, don't talk to me.
That's players turn peanut gallery.
Yeah,
That ain't even coaching.
In the background.
Honestly,
aren't you Diamond, bro? Like, come on now, relax. Like,
it's honestly way more players turn peanut gallery than players turn coaches after they lose.
100%.
That's how it be. It's okay, though. Yeah. I understand, right? 100%. You want to get your mind off the game a little bit, perhaps. But, man, we are locked into this Street Fighter 6, baby. Thank you all for joining us here on Capcom Fighters. This is just day 2, of course. We know the top 8 is going to be tomorrow. We're going to be ridiculous. This has just been an awesome CBT season already. And this is the first major on Season 3 patch, right?
It is, actually. It actually is. Not the first tournament, the first major. International players coming slugging it out, showcasing what this patch is all about. And just, this is only the start of the meta. Let's throw it over to the stage. Oh, God. Damn.
Oh,
production told us Crime beat Phenom to move to this, to fight Daigo. Yo, Chile, strong. Chile, strong.
For real, what is
好，下一場啦，咁啊 Daigo 對呢個 Clammy 好似13定14歲，咁啊 Daigo 40幾歲。
Like Mother Base just told us, Crime put away Phenom to get into this. What is the age difference in this match?
Bro, what's in the applesauce?
What is the age? Is this like a 30-year age gap?
Bro, it must be. It's gotta be.
It's gotta be close to that, right? If not more. That's wild.
That could be his father twice times over. I goddamn.
Yo, I love fighting games. I'm so glad that people of all generations compete, whether young, whether old. Everybody can bring their skills and show out.
Yes.
We are getting Crime versus Daigo hard right now. I think we're going straight into it. Let's go. Okay. Okay, so I gotta figure out the ages, bro. Let me try to figure out the ages.
Yeah, we gotta do some math.
I got no signal over here, but I want to figure out how old Crime is. I forgot how old he actually is.
That man is straight out the womb.
Yeah.
Came out yesterday. You know, new release.
Man, that's what new release is crazy. Oh my, he's DLC to the fighting game community. That's crazy. So he is age 14, right?
14.
Let me see what Daigo got.
I'm gonna guess like 42.
That's what I'm saying. I think he's in his 40s. I think it's like 44. So it's legitimately 30 years exactly.
God, 30 years.
14 to 44, 30 years gap. Both players playing Shotos. Let's get it.
Would you like to see Ryu versus Akuma?
一開波咁啊 Daigo 將對手打板面啦，打咗個先，再用金剛，我招，再前頭啊，冇一開波王佢啦，板邊嘅 follow 俾對手搞大 ，carry 到，再 OD 金剛，再金剛，咁啊擋咗3個之後，哇！俾人搶輕㗎，佢平 parry 俾人捅啫，啊板邊揾out咗。 咁啊摁緊啦開始，哇大鑊，哇4個咁嘅招，邊劈 reset 添仲要，一瞬間追晒所有嘢佢啦，哇求其一個 combo 死啦。打中對手，再前衝拳，再壓制，兩下攻擊，搏波腳，有反波拳，反波腳再推埋板邊。 板邊嘅 follow 啊，丟打對手解頭，哎呀！但係甩咗第二攻擊，但唔緊要，第二中，咁啊輕鬆 CA 啦，1比0。智利來啊！
That's a bar.
That boy Crime, he is aggressive, unlike many others we've ever seen, bro. How ready he is for the sprint.
推波先，
Different, bro.
俾佢放翻個波。
Side kick drive rush cancels.
妖俾人哋控啊！解頭又食咗個 punish counter combo， 3個攻擊又博招，咁光埋尾，解到一又解多次，咁啊食咗個板邊嘅 combo， 一兩下再博招。低球追翻燈啊！然後好啲再埋一齊，咁啊有呢個原因兩博呢個反波拳俾人叮嘅，知道個硬直對空，再前後。對波先，咁啊紅擊打到對手啊，叮啊，咁啊不嚟 burn out 啦，見到要，咁啊等後回避一下，但都失敗咗，踢埋牆啦俾人，咁啊煙劈打中添，仲要，應該死咗添，仲要 reset 煙劈。咗阿 Creamy 嘅 match point 啦 ，Creamy。咁啊，俾低佢打中，金光 level 3冇氣啊！波頭咁啊，起上搶就係搶得中，咁啊即刻俾翻level 3低過啊！watch 過去高啲獎升唔俾你啊，不過兩邊都邊平落去，講一次。再不過都咁啊食 watch 嘅時候食個飛腿啊，連衝拳。再獎，俾人五百鬼起埋佢，中腳恐擊打對手 ，watch 過去後頭換邊，又話你，咁我會試下細路反應啊！打到個 C 嘛都係低個，呢翻鋪1-1。
And that has been Crime's big weakness in this set, right? Is his frequency of teching the throw. Yes. He's looking forward a whole lot, and he's gotten shimmied multiple times successfully by Daigo. And Daigo, this is so good for him because he's weathered the storm, right? That big momentum outbreak from Crime to start the set. He has been able to take that and bounce back with a W. Now the momentum is firmly in his side.
To be able to survive in burnout as Akuma is very possible.
Oh, game 4啊！
He gets his drive gauge back as he gets aggressive.
對空冇對空，咁啊俾人收唔切個波啊，即係變一套 combo 打齊到，俾人升翻個壓制，咁啊對 kick 啊，咁啊有啲遠啦，咁啊住得到再補對 kick， 中段但係俾對手點走咗啊，倒低咗，再 OD 金剛 OD 嘅板波拳啦，咁啊兩下，咁就再搏升，爭少少啊。俾對手點走咗，哇！呢個後條輕拳，呢個上喐就中啦，咁啊 match 全康啦。放波，再後，哎呀，食咗個前鋒㗎。咁啊 TC 打中，再博招，好啲咁啊煙劈落去啊，唔揦你啦，後頭換邊啦，咦唔換邊喎？中旋風喎，向前推，金剛俾對手 parry 咗，咁啊 fit 嘅波打中對手啊，再嚟一次打中，放埋呢放3，咁啊波都就嚟完啦，低佢要贏就要諗辦法射咗呢放3出去。咁啊，打中就係好啲，打到頭，好啲，咁啊擋死咗啦，2-1，勝分呢個 Winner Top 32，真係，咁啊，呢件衫都幾型喎，天喎件衫，即係龍玩家。喂，大你30歲都係佢，真係。
Crime is here.
I saw
a lot of people in the chat talking about best Ryu, yada yada yada. You gotta put this man in the conversation. I know he hasn't had a lot of showings before this point, but trust, this boy is ridiculous. He is on the level of the Blasters, of the Ending Walkers. He is one of the best Ryus in the business, point blank, period.
There's a reason why we have these World Warrior regions to have these players stand up. There's a reason why we have these tournaments all around the world, because there are players that aren't able to travel, but are obviously incredibly strong, given the chance to dance out here on this main big-ass stage with the lights, with the points, with the qualification on the line, with the money on the line. They're going to stay fine. Not playing on their name. Chile strong.
Oh, man.
人哋玩蘇記世界末日。
Oh, my God. Great to be back out here in Orlando, Florida. CEO, like we said, some of the most international competition CEO has seen in years. Everybody is here
冇乜睇啊，唔知咧，都係睇 WeChat 嗰邊有冇咁啱播未有？佢係播現場。Michael 啊。我媽佢喺屋企瞓覺，我真係現地冇乜現地。
Don't stop. I know everybody's favorite players keep coming up, and best believe with the elite level competition that's here at CEO, it's not going to stop anytime soon.
呢個咯，立孫收埋台添。
Regionals are cool. They're great. I love the World Warriors. I'm glad we have those. But it leads up to things like this, the offline, to establish them so they can fly out, fight it out. The international battles you don't get to typically see on a weekly basis. We come out here to catch the real deal, the offline. We touch that grass.
Both are a necessity, right? They feed into each other. They make each other better, the online and offline type of loop.
好啦。咩話？鳩佬？有死佢！開始啊！喂用龍嘅，都 carry 到，推埋上，好㗎，推埋上跳，咁啊對手想 carry 打個壓制嚟咗，最後一次聽到埋，喂，第三個，咁啊重拳 impact 打暈咗，喺度 combo 死㗎。
That's a win-win for
him.
Even if kills you responds with a level 1 right there, he has such a life lead, and the burnout timer was still going to have so much time to go.
打足個升，再屈前頭壓制，重拳，咁啊俾人後頭換邊啦。跳冇事，呢波我信雷吉，咁個 TC 打中我單對手，都喺前頭咁殺線啦。咁啊你都唔撳掣，咁啊試咁啊睇下，咁啊試到下中腳，咁啊成功咁樣推翻板中 ，BT 打中，咁啊到你喺板邊啦。
And the throw, he's brought himself very much back into this match, even with level 3 as well. Yeah, he's faking out the fire. You see the buffers, but he doesn't want to commit to it right now.
落去後頭，咁啊跟住頭板邊打中啦，但係有啲遠搏唔到升，搏唔到呢個，喂，落地真係咁輕易就真係中，明啊？ 咁嘅行埋頭擊，你少得行後避咗啊！咁啊一瞬間就倒挑回避下先，跟住嘅解頭啊又俾阿 Q 打個 combo 推埋反面 ，Mitty 打中落招解頭。
More than willing to press right here, and look at him willing to walk forward on the Cammy as well.
佢有8招下中腳，再個拳擊，咁啊俾晒死唔死，我死唔去，驚真係多血，升啱啦，唔係點解等死啊？搏落去都係冇事，啲腳解頭啊都係，佢最中意打 shimmy 啊。對空係冇嘅，下中腳。 話俾人割招，仲有敲下佢啦。真係㗎，再下中腳打中對手，咁啊打個 DC， 再推埋牆。 冇反應 impact 啊，多上嚟㗎。咁啊搶 parry 俾對手頭機打爆佢啊，起上搶頭中㗎。咁啊 burn out 咗啊，好危險啊呢個位。咁啊死亡難忘，哎呀撳咗掣死咗啦咁就。level 3，用完 TC level 3，1比1。
Exactly. That was really unfortunate button choice from Tokido, right? The stand medium kick has got a long recovery on its own. It also has a target combo attached to it that players like to try to convert. So that's one of the things in this game, right, is that sometimes, whether it be on parry or whether it be on drive impact, when you get your normal absorb, you know that it's not a block, so you kind of default into confirming the target combo. Yeah, going right what we saw. Yeah, exactly.
一下，推埋場啦，有人個星推翻出嚟，飛波，放波，放波。
其實識鳩
，Wash 打中咗，哎呀，咪撩下段，係頂得住啊！恐擊打中咗，對空係冇嘅，咁啊退波先，上嚟嘅波頭攤大 hit， 機腳，多上嚟嘅，再上嚟嘅，一打對手擋咗我星添，好咁啊俾托基羅執啦，俾晒 level 2，應該死啦。特風進嚟嘅，俾托基羅嘅 match point。
Right, the proper range where it's harder for her to be able to have an answer right after or interrupt. You have to spin ODDP. That's not a place where you'd like to spin bar in the first place. That's kind of a bait still.
解頭大鑊，俾人打。我招。
Tokido and Ken in general just being able to harass with Jinrai and the reliable answer costing you 2.
咁啊俾人放波，再上嚟嘅。然後。
Toss him. The fake out with the parry. Maybe it was a mistake right there. Not sure, but Tokido still has the advantage.
咁啊上嚟嘅波唔中，俾人打翻轉頭，再放波。咁啊打一陣先，咁啊再打中佢打中，咁啊再一個 watch combo 推埋板中啊，後頭咁啊揀頭變後頭啦，咁啊等驚哇冇乜跑咁遠做咩啊？俾晒係咪？唔俾晒喎，1-1推前少少，唔俾晒有機會，咁啊但係咪輕拳 BT 打中，咁啊攞埋咗啲血啦，都係 match point。我手機度睇下有冇計，對空有啊，咁啊再前頭一瞬間都對到推埋板邊啦。中腳一頭變後頭，中拳打中，咁啊推埋板邊啦。哇！咁樣跳攻擊打中咗對手個對空，真係慘。聽個上面，但係聽個跳攻擊真係勁。咁啊做啊啦，頭攻擊。我呢個位就睇下邊個點咩兩個咧着晒 level 3啊，咁啊隨時就一下，咁啊後頭咁啊真係斬殺啦呢個位，冇俾佢掂到，咁啊重腳呢個撩佢，哦順嚟嘅真係中，就封順嚟嘅，咁啊要第一波到 level 2啊呢個，咁啊爭少少啊，跳，今次擋到啦，今次，哎呀自己跳埋板邊，反而死咗啦。你唔跳埋板邊，仲有一線生機，咁樣自己游黃色自殺。
如果打得幾好㗎啦。
He was very confident. We saw it previously, right? That round where he ended it in the jump over, put himself into the corner, and he got the jab. He needed just one more strike. That's exactly what he needed here. He bet on himself again, right? I put him 1 pixel away from death. I'll be right on the strike throw. He wasn't this time because he had the drive reversal. That was a super smart decision from Gilson right there, right? He's like, I can nullify the mix because of this. I'll just offensively drive reversal, knock him down in the corner, and then it's all my game.
You know, for Tokido's benefit, you really ever see drive reversal offensively that fast?
Yeah, exactly.
Like a button first.
Yes.
The immediacy to have that in your mind kills you. We talked about it. He deserves to have his name etched up there in the area of legend. So, man, what a match, bro. What every match.
後邊嗰個咩嚟㗎？哇！有冇高達喺後邊嘅喂？
I know, right? It's so hard. You got me standing up, taking the chair over.
Legitimately one of the best drive reversals I've seen in Street Fighter 6.
100%.
100%. That was extremely.
哇！不知火舞好 sexy。
Giving the context of everything surrounding it, giving what happened previously in the set as well, with Tokido jumping over, cornering himself, immediately hitting him with the jab after the jump in, having all of that prepared, just man, impressive beyond belief.
Clean. And bring it back from being output so continuously. We saw that confidence from Tokido to walk up jab and then dash up. When people have such easy reactions,
呢個 feel 都差唔多廣告啦。7點，多數搭正咧就會廣告嘅。
But you want to see how far you can go in your World Warriors. Go sign up right now. Check this out. Reg is open at capcom.us/WW25. You can figure out where you can play and mark your name in the annals of history.
我哥依家點啊？嗰大小孩仲未分勝負啊！
Much love World Warriors has been shown, and it's going to be no different this year. Make sure you get signed up for your region as well. That's going to be the online sign up. Thanks.
咩做啊？好多比賽都係咁喎，因為俾勁多錢，跟住之後走去打翻啲隔離區嗰啲人。日本嗰站咪最多咯，搭飛機過去殺自己友。唔准你揀啩？原本個設計就係咧，你一個成行另一個地圖行另一個地圖，跟住你隨機又唔准你揀我咧，覺得冇其他原因。 我閃電我冇喎。喂，咁都計我出局，唉，一個嚟啫。扣分，我諗住過少少都唔會俾人計出局噶嘛。啊，完。有個死人。你睇唔到添，有一次。
CPT, nothing like the offline, baby. I'm loving it right now. And CEO, we got the point system back in full effect as well. Everybody chasing to make sure they get in the Capcom Cup. Nah, man, we've already seen some incredible matches, right? To kick this off, we saw Angry Bird versus Daigo.
Yes, sir.
And then before we went to break, we saw Daigo fall to Crybaby, bro.
Oh, my
God. This wild, bro.
These cats out here are fighting. Again, as you mentioned, for points. That qualification, get that first place spot on the dot for the EWC to be out there, get that, you know, for money. There's a lot of things that you have to think about, and a lot of killers, no filler out here that are trying to fight out just as hard as you, if not harder than
都好運啦，咁又。
You have to think about it like this: new patch, hard to adjust to the meta. Are you switching characters as we've seen for some people? Sometimes it's been good, sometimes it's been terrible. But again, a lot to consider, a lot on the line right now, so you better stay fine. Appreciate everybody for watching. If you didn't join us this year, come through next year. We're in beautiful Orlando, no Daytona, baby. I go outside and be myself and not get, thrown at me.
We don't got to worry about nothing. And to be fair, the venue is so OD that we don't even got to leave this actual premise.
That is true.
Like, there's everything you could possibly, except for Waffle House. We got to get to Waffle House. But that's beside the point, of course. We are going to continue on with this Street Fighter 6. We saw some immaculate matches. We're going to continue that trend because you know this competition is out of this world. So I'm very much excited to get back into it when we can. But man, St. Cola, it is very different being offline again. It is so good to feel it, and it is amazing to see what level of competition these players are bringing.
It is incredible to see them also, even when they get knocked out, just to hear what their ideas are for the new meta, their strategies, the arguments. Bro, I love hearing players argue back and forth. This character's strong. No, this character's strong. No, you're wrong. But there's so much information to gather out here. So if you're a player, I feel like it's good to go offline so you can get that grind for, you know, playing top-level players, getting a lot of casual sets in. I was here till like 12 last night playing, and the Jabali World also had like a 24-hour area to play to as well, man. Like,
It's a great look. It's a great look. And yeah, that's a great point I think that you bring up with the fact that you can talk to people offline. That is a very much a much more nuanced conversation than we see on X or Twitter, right? With the character limit and all that. Actually getting to talk to these people in person, ask these questions, get genuine, sincere responses out of people being in real life, rather than our little jaded internet world that we live in a lot of the time, right?
Yeah.
But yeah, best believe you could tell it. You could see the testimonies from a lot of people, how nice a lot of these players are and personalities are in person, how willing they are to have conversations with anybody, play anybody. So yeah, man, it is a dope world.
瞓咗幾時？聽日啦。呢粒最後上咗場，咗兩場啦，一場咁啊，一場單一場熟。
If you make it out to the Dominican Republic, but yes, indeed, Cole, we are here in Orlando, Florida, with more Street Fighter 6 on the docket. And I believe our next match is going to be happening very soon.
Oh yes, sir. More Street Fighter League action style. You know, whenever I see league players, I'm like, these cats are real deal because they've been grinding out so continuously week after week for Street Fighter League. When they're not playing on their team on that day, they're practicing.
你知玩得冇佢係吹水吹咁耐，啲後悔冇玩得噃。
It commits so much time.
好嬲㗎嘛，頭腦。
So why getting bold these players to be better and better. So when they fly out to other countries or other areas, they become even more demonic than what we've seen them previously.
Exactly.
We have Nauman and Hikaru on the stream, so that's going to be Aki. And I don't know who Nauman is playing. I've seen him test different characters. Okay, maybe the Ken, maybe it'll be the Mine, maybe a different character. Maybe he'll switch up a little bit. Who knows? I saw some players playing Jamie that I hadn't seen before.
Oh man,
I would love switch ups, man. Yo, Chun-Li would be nice too.
I would really love to see some Jamie. Chun-Li would also be nice.
Chun-Li.
But honestly, she deserves some spotlight. She's been kind of underrepresented in the first couple of seasons of the game. I think like in season 1, she was a little like underrated. I think she was kind of quite strong in that season, but that's beside the point, of course. So I'd like to see some Chun-Li players. And who knows? We saw Kosa on the Ryu earlier, right? Maybe now man is experimenting with everybody's newest favorite Shoto, which is everybody's oldest favorite Shoto.
That's
the
true,
funny part about it. But yes, everybody has definitely been getting a refresher on the Ryu. And again, Hikaru has been the Aki loyalist. He has been the Aki specialist since the beginning, an extremely deadly competitor no matter what territory he's in. And yeah, we're going to see it today, right? He is very much always on the forefront, whether it be of the tech, whether it be of the conversions, whether it be just how to play the character in neutral. He's a pioneer.
But Nauman also, on his side of things, his defense, when he wants to bust out, whether it be like a reversal BP or a super, is so nuanced, and when he commits to it, I feel like he is really about reading the person rather than like he player other situations. Like, I know this player likes to do this, this, and this, and that's going to have some 60.
我換家出完場咯，聽日先見到。
Way more points in his team for Team Detonation over there.
好，Hikaru 對紐文啊。
He's still on Team Detonation Focus Me.
And when players are like that, right, I kind of take a look at that first match, and I want to see if a lot of it is intel for them, right?
Yeah.
The ones that really try to play against the player and try to expose the habits of the player rather than try to, like, abuse character matchup things. Oh, and you might looking like the right call. It's looking like the Mai.
The My guy.
Mai Shirai.
Oh, yeah.
In the building right now, going up against Aki. This is some femme fatales if I've ever seen them.
Yes, sir. The waifu battle happening on the screen. One thing, though, is good to see that players are still picking Mai because she did get nerfed in some ways so you can not as brainlessly throw at the fans to land. However, it's still good up in the corner. Just in case we can avoid the passivity.
我知火冇退 Aki。
In the mid-range, but in the corner, still the same game.
咁啊，中國踢一踢，中國踢中，但係冇嘢搏。OD 波有個波就可以 watch 佢壓制啦。打多個先，之後搏招，咁啊放毒啊，波頭又中，咁啊再抌上天，再嚟一次，再推埋牆，咁啊放毒，咁啊 Mitty 嘅下中間打中，咁啊好大嘅呢套，咁啊都唔使俾 level 1添，有爪，你仲可以做個波拳喎。
But this is what we talked about, right? Again, the first game for players like Nauman is often intel, right? And that puts them behind the A-ball, obviously, in the set. But honestly, when those players like that, they gather so much.
咁啊放波先，再放繩。咁啊重拳都係敲佢啦。踢中。咁啊波腳推埋板邊啦，踢踢。重拳打中，係冇波招啊！ Rush， 冇啲波打落去，對空係冇對空啊，可惜。後頭換邊 ，DC 見到打中我就破埋呢個位啦，咁啊但係呢個位就睇下點壓制。哎呀，咁樣趴地腳打空我死咗。
Yeah, I thought Hikaru honestly would have recovered in time, but Nauman definitely seeing that opportunity and making the most of it here, tying them.
咁啊放繩，跟住點？中拳打中，同埋個抌上天 ，EC 再加飛壓制，死都唔喐啊！唔 D 反咧就會食呢啲啦。咁啊再板邊，板邊嘅 full loop。 咁啊 OD 波咁啊睇下中唔中啦，中注有中啊，咁啊發晒光，咁一 hit confirm 啊，係咪死啊？一 hit 應該好大個應該。死啊！係咪？
And the plug was pulled after all. Hikaru taking it 1-0.
What a he's trapped to hit. I mean, we've seen him make it firm into that continuously, right?
Yeah, absolutely.
But to set it up for success like that, to think that Nauman, who's been so good on defense, to bust out or whatever it may be in the corner, saying, I don't care about that to happen. I'm just going to land what I need to land. Karu said, this is my character. I was sticking with her the season that she came out.
啊，中腳撩下佢，咁啊趴地咁樣就過對手過領線啦，之後就打個板，呢個應該可以打 combo。咁啊解頭成功。 又趴嚟多次中啦，拉過嚟，我招，再抌上天，要壓制，都 parry 到個下段啊，之後就俾人波腳，level 1撳咗掣啊，又放波，擋咗個波先，想趴地避咗地下個線嘅攻擊，但失敗咗。放波，咁啊擋咗對手跳攻擊啦，咁啊續擲又真係有計喎，我中嗰度，大波車係冇嘅，咁啊 parry 推翻出去，咁啊 OD 嘅波腳推埋去 level 1，咁啊成功打到對手，後備咗個頭攻擊，咁就死咗啦應該，拉過嚟，咁就再 level 1踢上天，錯啦。
Not willing to hit a super if need be or drive reversal. We'll go for the innate stuff. Backdash, avoid, block, reversal jab when he can.
Yes, incredible stuff from Makara right there. Hard calling out the throw attempt. Getting got punished for the
食咗一下攻擊，再搏個波㗎。Harry 擋咗，咁啊擋晒啲先，擋埋個中段。哎呀，但係都有需解頭。嗰個 left 一，啊右先。做頭擊，趴地腳跳翻出嚟，咁啊後備一避直咗中段啦，咁啊比晒應該死咯，啊呢好一㗎啦都要。好咁啊入咗啊，仍然都係阿 Hikaru 嘅 match point 啊。Rush 反波拳，佢要放繩嘅時候俾對手跳到，就俾對手開 level 1啦。即刻用個線嘅強化，俾人打中，跳俾人對空啊！波頭擋到，啊放波俾對手 A 我先，咁啊死都唔喐啊今次，打地腳睇下中唔中。咁啊打到個行後打個俾咗對手嘅跳攻擊啊，再用輕腳打中對手，打 frame， 再前後打中對手，俾晒死咯，咁就唔監多嘢啦，level 3失手啦之後，而家都2-0嘅個對手啊，加斯官係啊。加斯官乜都有啊，教威羅加斯官配 Kela， 唔係阿餅。
But I mean, it's hard when you have someone that's so effective, so consistent and confident with the decisions.
Yeah, 100%. Shout out to Miss Red, bro. She don't want to be saved on that one.
No.
Aki is out here putting bodies in bags constantly. And Hikaru, man, he has just been so immaculate for so long. Love seeing him show out offline. Whenever I get the chance to actually watch this dude, it's always so I'm glad to see him in Orlando, Florida. In our neck of the woods is so clean.
Seeing someone travel from Japan, from a different part of the world, and play it out here in the States.
咁就第幾啊？贏4輸2。我啱明。
Seeing people offline, grinding it out, playing it out, the results of the fruits of their labor, showing out, ain't nothing better, bro. And again, as you mentioned, the online had to enable that.
Absolutely,
good online play to be able to grind consistently, playing in regional tournaments, playing in tournaments maybe a little bit further out too as well. They have a strong scene out there. They can play in the Spirit Zero tournaments. There's obviously like Topangas and stuff like that. But the result is to come out here and play for these points.
Yes, as far as I'm concerned, the online and offline is one ecosystem that feed into each other 100%, right?
Yes.
So it's beautiful to see all of these players that maybe started out getting some prominence online come into the offline side of things. And I mean, yeah, we get to see players like the Crimates, the Blazes, right? Not just at like tournaments that are closer to their region like Blink Respawn, but they're out in Orlando, Florida. They're out here doing as many tournaments as they possibly can, especially with the points being brought back. They have more incentive to do so. It's just such a sick season already, and we're just getting started, man. Holy smokes.
I want more of this, and we're going to have more of this. As mentioned, Blink Respawn, Evo France, more tournaments at the very end in Shanghai. There's so much to think about. Even outside of the CPT, outside of the World Warriors, we have other tournaments that are going on a weekly basis, from the online to the offline, the locals. Yo, it's never been a better time to be a Street Fighter fan.
I love fighting games, man.
It's so great.
It is an immaculate time to be 100% right now.
大家好啊。
Street Fighter 6 new patch. The season is in full effect right now. Everybody coming out wherever they can, big money organizations getting behind players as well. So we're seeing as many players as possible at all these tournaments. Yes. Everything is just flowing right now. And we're going to flow into our next match that is going to be coming up soon as well. It's going to be a
差唔多㗎啦。
CJB up there. My hair.
我而家佢哋兩個吹勁耐又係，係咪揾唔到？係咪揾唔到嗰條友嚟
？Nobody touching this block when it comes to hair.
Straight up, baby. You ain't lying. Yo, get some shine or whatever she.
誒，冇理由咁早講過㗎，4個字。
Going up against JB, so it's going to be some Chun-Li, as we mentioned, as we wanted to see going up against Rashid. Now, if we're thinking about characters that have always done well against Rashid, even in 5, it's going to be Chun-Li. Better buttons, able to skate around the fireball.
好，咁就 Hotdog 對 JB 啊，Hotdog 應該敗自己組嗰邊。
Absolutely, man. I'm a big believer in Chun-Li, have been for quite some time. So the fact that she got even buffed in this version, definitely shown some love. That means her rise to prominence is going to be in full effect once again. Yeah, I think this character is extremely potent up against Rashid as well. Any character with nice walk speed and whatnot that can kind of give Rashid problems getting comfortable in the neutral is going to be annoying to fight against, right? And that's exactly what Chun-Li has the capabilities of. Whether it be her walk speed, whether it be the range of the normals, whether it be the Kokosho, she has so many ways and even able to kind of thwart Rashid's fireball with a flip kick. A whole lot of
我開始啦 ，JP 對 Hotdog 春麗對華師，一波 impact 啦，好幾勇敢，可以 cut 到，跟住再 combo。咁啊，有啲識解頭，但係冇咁好掣。咁啊，又打中一下冇球分，咁啊，再中咗呢個攻擊，咁就俾華師一套簡單 combo。然後咁啊，板邊嘅 full loop，咁啊後跳避一避，再放波。Heavy 先，跳，咁啊後頭啦，啊中佢打中，再爆招，啊中腳咁啊過去，再做個中轉 set， 你可以 level 2就順啲啦。咁啊有個風壓掣，咁啊用個輕轉磨對手嘅氣啦，你都唔解㗎啦，一定。咁啊再用個輕轉打上去 burn 時間，打到中拳打中，但迷之下中腳，踢風會唔會試下反應啊？同咁啊輕跳輕拳打破對手嘅壓制啊！哦冇咯，咁就後一個 combo 嚟啦，咁啊睇到啲我哋睇唔到嘅嘢。咁啊中腳撩下佢，然後中拳，放波先，啊中腳再撩，再推波 ，OD 風打中，但係好難搏招啊 ！parry 到個中段攻擊啊，咁就反擊。咁啊，球攻擊打中機頭交頭啊，中拳打中，中腳再踢腳，香爆裂，對手擋到，推波，然後。啊中佢打中，咁啊水條腳，咁啊打到對手，咁啊踢風開咧可以啊前一下先重要，咁啊好一定係去到板邊個龍捲風可以，咁啊中佢撩下佢啦，咁啊踢過去睇唔到，咁啊中招，之後就腰擊推埋板邊，攻擊，咁啊對手得翻咁多血啊，咁啊 Watch 嘅攻擊打中對手之後再俾多個 Watch 攞埋咗條血，1-0。
Preceding that was the whip driver slide kick into throw. So beautiful stuff from JB, switching it up right there, showing Kudo that I can still put my Oki on you after a throw, best believe.
I use a little green to get it going, but that's A-OK. The great thing we've seen, I feel like today from Daigo, from JB, from other players, is using that drive rush up that you mentioned, with the other light behind it, the same light behind the chain right into it. JB with a good corner pressure, got to keep that bar up to do so, but he does so, keeps it nice and green. First game to him. Kudo adjust.
踢風中段打中，但係冇嘢噃，中段打中，咁啊踢埋牆啦，打到個 stream， 咁啊直接飛個重，再做個安跳，咁啊再嚟嗰個攻擊，打到哎呀打個 stream 㗎，但係對手JB 冇做一個即係冇撳落去，係咪頭攻擊？但係點知對手下中嘅打翻轉頭啊！咁踢翻板中，精啊，毫不猶豫啊！ 都話 JB 嘅 match point。推波，咁啊踢風再加邊壓制，巴利加再推波。咁啊截停咗對手嘅 watch 啦，但係冇嘢喎。我中拳，一下中有嘢喎啦，呢個再前頭。睇下點樣對空，係啊冇對空有啲曳，但係唔緊要行到對手。咁啊俾 level 1死唔死啊？哇流氣有啲危險喎老友，唔緊要，咁啊都真係俾佢行燈，即係俾佢中咗，留翻一燈。Final round。踢風 rush， 咪後中拳撩下佢，兩下打中，再 reset 波頭 level 2啦。係上天1、2、3、4、5，咁啊拳擊壓制，冇事，推波，係中佢再撩下佢啊！追空有啊，波頭推波，再推波，推波，俾人加攻擊，再飛腳啊！波頭擋到，咁啊下中佢打中，俾晒個死咯！1、2、3、4。level 2，踢死咗
Once he gets close, he stops the activation situations from happening, using jabs, chaining them to keep JB from pressing buttons on his side of things, trying to walk back. As he does that, it's a crouching medium kick. He ends strings with fireballs, making him waste spar, and even JB's opening gambit is making him waste a lot of drive gauge where he can't interact right after that. He has to build up his gauge, and he was like, cool, you in the orange, I'm going in.
跳到我一開波就正踢埋佢啦，咁啊拳擊壓制。咁啊推波啦開始，一踩咁啊 watch 嘅下動打中，就播招，就播升，咁啊跳翻出嚟俾對手，但係用頭擊打翻入去啊，再推波，咁啊打中對手啦，百力腳埋進攻，再後中拳打中，再百力腳，天升腳，一打中再踢埋牆啊！一百列，咁就 match point 啦。波頭，馬中嘅 watch， 咁啊壓制，咁啊再撩 parry 到 impact 學反啦，之後再 combo。咁啊出現一下就搏招，再踢風俾對手打轉頭 impact。1、2、3、4。
Now JB, I wonder if he's just going to try to use the level 2 early to hopefully build one back up in this final round, but he's not looking to that just yet. He's trying to play compact. He's trying to play confident.
轉頭，我上來先，咁啊兩下打中，咁樣就見到擊中之後再搏一個 TC， 後跳避一避，咁啊輕拳黏下佢啦，風拳，咁啊踢風，但係呢個應該係咁搏嘅咩？但係咁啊天星腳對入，再嚟一次，再前頭等下先啦，波頭攞埋咗佢啦，2比1反擊到 JB。由進軍 Day 3啊，早晨。
Listen, he spent some time in New York. That's why you see these nasty little overhead resets come. This sort of thing. He's bringing it back to America with this Chun-Li. Fantastically done. Honestly, even though JB wasn't caught with any, oh, I threw out a bad fireball in level 2. The idea of that prevented him from establishing pokes with the fireballs first. He would advance right after. You saw him walk up, jab, 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 and then handshake with the forward medium punch to also establish damage as an opener.
100%, and also kudos consistency.
香港1-31死，一個就 Day 入咗 Day 3，一個就出局。
Now, obviously, they were scaled because of the perfect parry, so it wasn't about the damage. It was about the drive gauge damage, right? Getting those punish counters in, being able to just make JB play from a deficit for the entirety of the round. You just never feel comfortable in that position, and it really felt like Kudo was in control entirely in that final one.
As they take away more access points for Rashid to activate level 2,
PM 佢咯 ，PM ChrisWong PM29。
prevent him from activating level 2, and that was literally a way of doing so. And now we're going to loser side. I can't believe I'm saying this because this is the Habibi. Angry Bird going up against Dogra is the next match. Loser side. I cannot believe, bro. I can't believe this.
These are legitimately two of my favorite players of all time. Like, yeah, Angry Bird, I'm a huge fan of. I love the way he talks about fighting games, his philosophy behind a
positive attitude with it too.
Absolutely, yeah. Being one of the things that really struck me, and I still think about to this day, is him talking about how he made the jump when he realized that he shouldn't be afraid to lose, right?
Yeah.
And he needs to embrace that, and he needs to embrace the longevity of the fighting game career that he's going to be undertaking. And on the other side, Dogra. Dogra has been one of my favorite players for so long. Always one of the most charismatic Japanese players that I've ever seen, willing to wear his heart on his sleeve, always plays dope characters. And I mean, he's just a cool-ass dude, man. Like,
the way that he plays, man, I feel like it's so weird because it's hard to describe his style. It's almost like he's psychic. He presses before you can press a button.
100%.
He knows what you're about to do before you do it. I feel like Jin is also in that same line. They have like a good battle sense. Yeah. It's possible to have that as a learned talent. Have innately as a talent to grow up with, and maybe whatever, but it comes out in this play, and he's able to scratch out some of the most significant ones we've seen in league.
Angry Bird 就到㗎啦。
And out here, Street Fighter 6, he's trying to move on the bracket. I feel like this is one of the better brackets for him at this point. He hasn't been going deep into Street Fighter 6 as much, or traveling for Street Fighter 6 as much. But now when he does, he's out here having to fight Angry Bird to move on for tomorrow's.
你話熱天啊
？Oh my goodness, is Dogra again?
第一次見熱天啊？點用嘅呢個？
Oh my goodness. Let's go, bro. Can Dogra get a best of 3 against Angry Bird on the newest character in the roster?
好，咁就一波練玩一陣先。好擊，搞頭。第一次，波頭。下中腳 rush 過去頭擊，啱對手啊！咁啊撩中下段，撩中下中拳，再搏一個咁啊試下搏過去，再，佢又擔唔中，但係俾對即係俾陸古拿 jab 中，咁啊搏招啦，搏過去，打中對手，再搏升，打到個 Shimmy， 俾晒佢。咁啊死啦！勁嗰條，好啲波，咁啊碌過去大俾對手執翻轉頭啊！叮！又踢中一下，中段擋到啊！cut 到，咁啊金光啦！再旋風腳。天偷冇㗎，咪靠你唔好俾佢喐嘅話，咪唔使理隻個係咩料咯。中段擋到啊，下中腳打中，咁啊推埋場啦。紅益。兩次、三次，唔喐，再4次搞頭啦！哇，迷之升龍拳，哇，好在擋到。咁啊，打中下段會點啊？會唔會 healing 啊？唔 heal 喎，開落去。哦，一拳狂翻，正，應該死咗喎。
Tempest Calamity, and that's victory.
The one hit heavy into the super. Amazing damage right there, shaving off the rest of Dogra's life bar. And are we going to see the Elena or are we going to see the Bison?
Bring out the big boy Bison.
用唔用咧
Bibson, he's thinking about it.
Yeah, he's like,
1-0都係最後。但我還是最尾。
Could be strong, but as you mentioned, he's time to grind out, bro. Like, I ain't spend money out here, you know what I'm saying? 18-hour flight. Get my ass kicked 0-2.
100%. She just seems like a character that's going to take some time for people to really optimize and play effectively at a high level. Bison right here from Dogra, though. This has been his character in Street Fighter since I've been aware of Dogra, right?
個頭打落去。
Very sick to see him back on this and see if he can make it happen. Obviously, Bison got some changes as well. But still,
可以後跳避一避啊。
Offense got up because of Barry change, but also defense a little bit on the worst side because of that too as well. So you got to go in to get your
再一撇波頭，哇！好波得喎呢個人。開始，係咪土姑嚟出名反應慢？係咪想試下波10次喎一次得？但係點解？打個先嘛，再簡單個波簡單 combo， 係俾人升下。三個輕攻擊，咁啊但係未死喎，咁啊後咁啊即係即刻停手。喂，呢個有啲嘢啊，咁啊俾人捅炸彈，開頭。喂，又正兩個輕攻擊點中再搏咧佢啊！
What kind of are you put on your table to do that? You feel me?
Angry Bird dropped the cojones on the table.
Oh my god.
Like it was a I love the read as well, like or the risk I should say, right? Like
收嗰時俾人升翻落嚟，黐線嘅，拎機俾個強度。
wherever that psycho power originated from.
Put that back on the shelf.
咁啊，版面壓制啦，然後我飛翻出去，由後挑咩避？
Get a little spooky real quick. He's trying to shave that drive bar down on
top of
Angry Bird. The Fierce Intensity Scissor Kick is so good at doing so.
啊，中腳 watch 又俾人升翻出去。
Like we said, you got to keep that true or the DP coming out.
我要推波，我睇下點樣入 level 2嘅都係。頭先腳 can hit 學招，有冇 side crusher？ 食嗰個下重腳，再食個炸彈，點腳咁啊，不都係遠啦。喂，炸彈專家 level 2啦，level 3嘅啫，我握手可以。2-0擊到獨孤啦。咦，難勁唔勁？問下獨孤啦。
This man, Angry Bird, has some of the best defensive choices with his heart, with everything else that he puts on the table.
Lays it down.
That man is just putting it down, all right? The fact that he did crouching like kick when the bomb is on, ODP to DP normally against an OD cycle pressure, like, you got to be different for that. Like, the people like that are so demonic they will not see the gates of heaven.
100% right there, bro. They are mandated by the powers that be themselves to have success, it feels like. And Angry Bird on display right there. Well done. And yeah, I love the risk he took after blocking the drive rush overhead, right? Obviously, the drive rush overhead is plus in that instance.
搞笑玩家邊個？你講啱啱死咗嗰個？邊個 Kimberly 咁搞笑啊？佢嗰啲就都算係好認真嘅啦，我覺得。
wasn't going to be enough damage to kill Angry Bird outright, right?
Right.
So he decided to take that risk because if it works out, he gets the kill. Really love the risk reward management from him right there. Evo champion for an obvious reason.
It makes sense. It makes sense. Angry Bird moving on in the bracket. So I see El Chocote on the stream with Momochi. That means this is losers, bro. This is losers, bro. Hey, yo, Momochi? That cat that was like top 8 Evo? Momochi?
And
who did it to him? Who did it to him?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I don't even know who did it to him, bro. Who put him down there in the first place? Now Chocote, who's also been repping hard bodies.
即係俾咩個？即係俾 JP 咯。
Messing with anybody else.
證明 JPS 個。
Lily loyalist since this game has come out. So yeah, always has that aspect that's working for him when it comes to the unfamiliarity in the matchup, right? Not many people out there that you could really count on to be on the level of El Chocote when it comes to the Lily gameplay. Who was it that used to play in Japan? Was it Koji? I don't remember.
Koji was also one of them, but Hibiki.
Hibiki, there you go. Yes. Thank you. Yeah, Hibiki, I think he's still on the Lily or not? Oh, he is. Yeah. Okay. So the fact that they still have Hibiki means a little bit trouble for El Chocote, I think. But of course, that's always one that's going to be a different brand. He could act as a curse more than a gift when it comes to the matchup experience.
Can be, because you might expect something from that Lily player. And that's kind of what happened the first round, I think, when Daigo fought El Chocote, was that Daigo lost, and he was like, oh, okay, you play like this.
唔係睇佢吹完水，應該再2場就完呢個盤。
The type of Lily that he was, because all those players were getting ready for Lily. It's a very rare character over in League. So if you play League, you were getting ready for that character. I would have to imagine that Mochi, also in League, has things for Lily. But again, if you're El Chocote, that's a benefit. You might play different where he's not expecting that. And El Chocote, maybe I've watched that thing with Kochi Kog. Took down Budo and got some notes from that to fight the Ed. If it's Ed.
Yeah, if
Mochi,
it's Ed, right? Yeah.
It could be the Mai.
Could be the Mai. We'll see what Mochi brings to the table here momentarily. Obviously, lethal on both characters. But yeah, I always like seeing what he decides to go with.
好，嗰邊啦，莫摩池對呢隻 Lily 玩家。
especially the Ed, obviously, with the Dream combo and whatnot. He's been one of the premier frontrunners on that character. And I mean, he's a legendary Ken as well. We don't see him play that character much in this game, but he is a legend when it comes to Shoto play. So we could always bring one of those out as well. But Ed is my favorite character that he plays, so I'm glad that we're seeing that right now.
Beyond the Dream combos, his spacing, his hit confirms,
exactly.
Immaculate. Adjusting to the change to a stand medium kick is more whip punishable. He is always ready to not be in a range where it's problematic, but be where.
開始，打用對手，再對空。 咁啊前衝拳落單啊，再打中下段落招。喂，升到啊！咁啊重腳打中，再升埋佢，然後輸埋，哎呀，勁快啊！我第一。
Hands and arms inside the vehicle. Sorry.
我哋一陣啊，飛走咗。中拳撩下佢，再撞 parry， 咁啊後頭換邊啦。
In this match, I don't know if we've seen two perfect parries in the rest of this block. Honestly,
that's actually true. You know, they have the confidence and the wherewithal to understand.
咁啊，基本上喺版面嘅位嘅嘅出翻嚟。喂，咁啊點到下段啊，咁啊要點解？哇！一個 CA， 你出翻咗對手啦。
Momochi is ridiculous right there. Chakotay tried to change up the strength of that attack as well to throw off the parry timing. Momochi was like, nah, I'm just going to backdash and punish you instead.
That's right.
Like, actually ridiculous, staying one step ahead of his opponent constantly.
哇！死咗！
Wow, man. Chakotay lost in the sauce, trying to find anything, something.
Yeah, that's a tough one to respond to. Like, when you immediately switch up the timing after you get perfect parry to try to throw the opponent off, and they read that you're going to do that and stay one step ahead before you even gain any ground in the first place, it is very demoralizing, 100%.
Oh, my God. I don't even know how you come back from that. El Chocolate, show me something. His face don't show it, but I know he's thinking in his head, I can still do this, I can still win. He's been in other positions where he's won combo breaker. He's been in top spots before. He's shown out. He's almost qualified multiple times to the World Warriors. He's going to have that same sort of energy, if not more.
中腳撩下佢，再放波，前衝拳啦，咁啊再撩下佢，拉過嚟，咁啊頭擊打到頭，幾勁啊，靚聲啊，咁啊唔俾啲手撞過嚟，頭攻擊，咁啊打到對手，咁啊再拉繩啊，當 parry 到，再搏招，咁啊三個攻擊，反波拳埋未啊？ 又推翻出去，咁啊用個，喂，哎呀，佢個 parry 冇得，不過個波腳撞中，你上粗啲升推翻出嚟，中拳撩下佢，正頭傷害大喺度，哦有啲確反到喎好似，咁啊咧夢啊，有冇啊？有冇夢想？夢想係從來沒有缺席，俾埋，每日練8個鐘夢想，有計嘅。
Got hands like NyQuil, set point. Ooh, that was a bar. Hey, come on now.
That was a bar.
He is sleeping him. And so hard to get in again. Like, when you think you can initiate with a button or drive rush, as you think about that, Momochi takes the advantage. He can see that positivity is coming through from El Chocolate.
And most definitely, you can see him just harassing with the flickers, the fireballs.
再短信 level 1，你死咗你應該。level 1埋尾。
My goodness, Momochi, you looking nasty out here, dog.
Shimmy this time catches the low, resets with the driver's jab.
俾阿 Lily 推翻出嚟啊，蒸頭，咁啊原地跳想避唔咗，再俾人撞，跳，打到個先又中，你可以啊。咁啊睇下點樣可以進擊的巨人，哦，進擊的巨人成功啦，咁啊打個確反，點埋。
Momochi, he just didn't get the driver's cancel that he was looking for. That actually ended up costing him the round. Chakotay able to bring it all the way back.
This momentum, trying to go for the command grab. No, it's a jump over. It's a knockdown.
跳衝拳，俾人下衝拳打翻轉頭，再搏。
Knockdown, drive rush, OD reversal from Momochi.
That from Momochi, right? Knowing he got punished for it later on in that last round, willing to risk it here, thinking that El Chakotay
跳咗第二邊啦，然後。
because of the successful punish before.
Almost have to recover the stand medium kick. Take us with the fireballs.
我拉繩，我拉繩。
Oh, and again, just harassing with those flickers, making sure that Chakotay's got to think twice before approaching. You can even see him do it a little bit, right? The micro walk blocks, not wanting to commit to too much.
咁啊，再埋到去，咁啊睇下，哎呀，終於撞中啦，咁就埋咗去，但係俾人搶隻，又嚟多次夢啊！好，嚟多次。 咁啊，推咗埋牆啦，安跳。咁啊，等對手撳掣啊，但對手唔撳掣。間 watch 佢，後備咗，我俾 Lily 學反啫。你火3出埋，但係應該未死。呢好鬼大力。
built to the CA. I think it did start with light and a drive rush though, so Momochi is alive still regardless.
Scaling saves the day for a little bit longer. Tay and burn up, but not out of option. Much more chip can you take here? It's back in the green.
睇下點樣裏面點樣攞咗力佢啦，拉繩，哦又俾人撞車喎，呢嘢就係靠呢啲。
LJ B3, I can hear my man back rooting for his homie. I can hear from Tay to switch up these blows every so often. Unfortunately, let that charge up.
咁啊推埋場點啊？咁啊 B 肩皮俾人擋咗之後就用同擊破反啦。咁啊始終因為冇啲好勁嘅綠飛機咧就咁樣做。拉繩，咁啊放波先。咁啊對望睇下有咩做啊？咁啊拉繩，一中啦，但係冇嘢做。撞中。再嚟一次又中啊！咁啊統擊搞頭啊，調翻去另一邊俾個下場波中咗，但係冇任何 kick 上門，打中咗點中對手，咁啊再俾兩個屈死啦。你睇下。
Not too far off though.
Absolutely, absolutely. Chakotay still very much in this match. Momochi with the fancy feet to finish it off. Oh my goodness, bro. That was already scary. That's one of the things that is really good about Ed.
咁啊長咁個 parry 啊，已經係一日未 pair 到個波呢，一日都唔走。
Drive rush cancel. You don't have to worry about like the medium. He gets a little bit more oaky off of the drive rush cancel pressure than a lot of other characters in this patch.
Definitely helps out quite a bit for him.
再推波。
Down. El Chocolate takes a throw.
Again, harassing with that stand medium kick is one of the best buttons in the game from Ed.
Where that forward Pierce, stand Pierce, the flicker, not catching a button for no crumple still skin. Ooh, now if that flicker would have hit that though, there we go. But too far for a drive.
我未埋到啲嘢啊嘛，依然冇風嘅話，有啲推波揾埋，掂咗一下，但係又俾阿黃波池執咗，咁都死咗啦應該。你拍開握手啦，2-1呢個對手，早晨。
And that's all she wrote, baby. Zeta Momochi going to be moving on and lose his bracket. Chakotay's tournament run comes to an end, but always one of the fan favorites, and always hope to see him continue to show out in the future.
100%. Yo, shouts out to Tay to move out here and keep playing offline tournaments. We like to see. But this Momochi moving on again, we talked about how he had prepped and prepared for Lily so often for League that he's had something ready for that character in the proper range to bait out some of the things that she'd like to when she wants to stock up, and at least right after, ready to find these punishes and not stick out the buttons in a bad sort of way. Yeah, standing mini kick got clipped and hit sometimes. It's going to happen. It's fighting games, man.
Absolutely, 100%. And that's what we talked about. Something we highlighted at the very beginning was the fact that
如果打得幾好㗎啦。
a lot of the time when Chakotay goes up against opponents, he has that advantage of the character being underrepresented, right? So he kind of has like usually a better semblance of what the matchup looks like, but that actually doesn't apply to Momochi, right?
Yeah.
As Hibiki in Japan, has played against the Lily plenty, and we saw it on display. Him just waiting for the wind attack, just completely backdashing, getting into the perfect spacing to whiff punish it. He had been immaculate with pretty much every angle in regards to the Lily matchup. So big ups to Momochi, big ups to Chakotay as well. Always a big fan.
100%. Good to see that variation.
呢隻話太弱，冇錯。係咪所以我認同呢個醫療玩家有喺度100%。
We see Marisa throughout the days, a lot of heat and things like that. Hondas, maybe not moving through, maybe sometimes moving through. We've seen Modern a lot. We're not going to stop in terms of variation.
The Chun-Li's, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah, the Chun-Li's
out here.
Might be seeing some more Ryu. This is loser side, and that means that Xiaohai is in losers as we had Xiaohai versus Kosa coming up. Kosa was on the Ryu, if you remember.
Yes.
That put him in losers. And then we have
Xiaohai.
Who knows what he's going to play? Mai has been a consistent character for him throughout the brackets, but he does have the Bison, the JP, the Kid if he needs it.
Exactly right. I mean, Xiaohai was off to the races with multiple characters early on in this game. Really, I think was able to represent multiple characters at a competitive tournament level before a lot of the other player base could get there. Yes. So yeah, always, and that's a testament to his experience in the game, right? How quickly he learns fighting games, how quickly he learns characters. He's a multi-time EVO champion. This man has reached the pinnacle. He's obviously an EWC champion for Street Fighter 6 as well. This man has reached the pinnacle of fighting games, gone down to the slopes, and reached the pinnacle again. So if anybody can do it here today, it's going to be Xiaohai with whatever character he chooses.
He confirmed God, walk forward master, confidence that we saw at EWC, we've seen it at other tournaments, so we'll see it out here. Loser side, I'm really wondering who took him down here, though.
I know, man.
So
that's
curious, man. Being out here means it's hard for us to be able to look at the bracket. I'm sure y'all can hit that exclamation mark bracket and find out on your own. But either way, it's probably a very strong player. Take someone like Xiaohai down, as we saw with Kosa. But I have to wonder if you're Kosa right now, do you rock the Ryu continuously? We talked about how you're using this for a little bit later on to prep for a little bit later on, maybe for League if you're in there. Maybe you're doing this for other CPTs and things like that, your regionals. Or do you hit the Ken?
And yeah, that's what I think we're really going to find out now, right? Now that it's loser's bracket, we're going to find out if he's really trying to prep for the future, hard body, and go all the way into it.
Yeah.
Or if he is going to choose the Ken, the tried and true, and try to get these dubs and move on in the tournament.
So stop giving out free wins.
可能真係有用咧。其實老實講，啲人都唔知有冇用嗰個，我整埋一齊整啦。
It's going to be the Ryu though. I hope that he had some more practice, optimize some of the conversions that he had. He had openings. It shouldn't lead to a lot, right? In terms of like the win condition for the character, was stuck with the Dinjin, he stuck with the fireballs. It didn't really happen. Hey, letting it play out. Oh man, there's a crowd too behind us. People are stacked up to watch some Street Fighter. All right. Shanghai on the mine.
好，rush 過去。係啊，小孩見到有輸咗。肩劈講到啊，可以hit，再重拳打中對手攻擊打空啊，大爆招。
Toss him, the throw, nice. Easy up in the corner, almost got the crouch to the punch, will catch the recovery with the light. Anti-air is there, delayed it just a little bit to make sure that DP's able to hit.
咁腳。
Yeah, John, it's such a significant life lead here, but wait a minute, it might not be so significant now as Ryu starts to get to work.
Oh, could have been more. And again, more conversions, more combos going to be coming through from Kosa. The bust out saves the day for a little bit longer, but nighttime is coming. Oh,
yeah,
happens right back at him. Shanghai with the reactions.
Man, that was a really good decision from Kosa too. I think he figured that the fireball was coming because he was so low on drive, right? That Shanghai was going to try to burn him out, so he DI'd it. But because Shanghai used the OD version, he was able to recover in time and DI back. Great decisions from both sides, honestly.
咁啊，重拳打我對手啦，咁啊推埋場，但係俾對手又解到頭啊！中腳撩下佢，中腳打翻轉頭啊！俾佢再旋風腳，呢個一唔得啦！咁啊喺 M 次呢個一冇得攞火焰強化啦，擋咗之後，叮都俾人擋埋，咁啊兩次起上必殺，俾人擋咗就死咗啦。咁啊先攞第一燈啊！
Round around Kosa, we get it back from the break-in. Better about the combo decisions that he is doing. And if the drives the fireball, wasting a little bit of bar, tosses towards the corner, further and further towards the trash. Sweep.
What a whiff punish from Kosa right there. He's going to be able to start his game because of it. Respecting the fact that Shanghai showing no respect here. Throwing him out of the drive rush cancel.
咪俾人我見到俾人即刻起上出下中腳，即刻 level 3啊，咁啊推翻出去。
Confirm that Hotdog29 instant with the level 3. Far back for him. Slight lead. The walk up immediately. Reset.
Save the scales for the Pusha T concert. I want this unscaled, baby. Kosa up 1-0.
有冇得贏？
Yo, Kosa up again after. Listen, I'm sorry, man. I ain't talking best about your Ryu, but this one's looking ridiculous.
Yeah, man. He's definitely looking much more confident and competent here in the losers bracket side of things. And again, the overhead coming through hot and heavy.
How many busts from above can you take? This character can dump out the damage. Another overhead reversal jab.
魔拳推翻出去，再後重佢打中喎 ，Mitty 就就搏招，但係再用個波腳推埋佢啊，然後對空啊有啊，咁啊小孩嘅對空仲有啊方式，呢個食到個波餅，但唔緊要。呢波 OD 波咁啊拳腳壓制啦，咁啊而家打中立波咗個波腳又攞單。 咁啊，其實得攻唔入啊，仲係對空啊有啊，想下中腳，但係對手唔食，打控對手，揀得 hit， 再波頭，但係都係唔食。咁啊頭攻擊，咁啊冚殺線，咁啊問題都自己 burn out 咗，哦食到下中腳啦之後就俾人黏死咗。
And I mean, Shanghai's like, we take those every day.
The fan bounce actually locked him there, so you can get the follow-up right after the crouching middle kick. Shanghai, well done to recognize that he was in the proper range.
唔係咁啊，撩咗重腳，啊中腳打中，呢個金剛，個旋風腳，然頭繼續壓制，咁啊俾人一個 OD 嘅反魔拳推翻出去，一發啦，有強化嘅放繩放線 ，K 咗先。 咁啊，仲有3個，我唔係好想放啦。哎，中咗前中拳，咁啊破招，咁啊睇下點樣黏埋佢點樣磨佢 K 咗一下， 再嚟拳腳壓擠，叫佢挑俾人對控啦，然後一個揮唔強化，咁啊咩都唔敢得啦，仲有呢火二寒，挑俾人對控，咁啊冇一個揮唔強化啦，都係件好事嚟嘅。哦，萬惡嘅中斷，咁就呢個。就咩分啦？放波，中腳撩下佢，掃低咗，咪俾人一個 combo 推翻出去，咁啊搶仔，但係對手唔食，掃低咗啊！換邊唔到，咁啊新嘅改動啊！啊，好傷啊呢個！咁啊，level 一啦，開翻個 level 一個嚟，level 二添，有幾大打幾大力。你想雙重拳，但係擋一次。啊，睇下點啊！cut 到對手嘅 rush 啦，咁就俾小孩留翻一鋪。Fighting back and honestly, one of the things I like to see him do is walking back outside, so he's not back thrown, walking outside the distance for the sweep. With the fans with the enhancements. Wait for him to whip to get his hit. Final game between the two.
Yeah, this feels like another matchup where Kosa needs to win the early game because when Xiaohai's on the live lead, made Kosa come to him. Kosa has found nothing offensively.
前頭呢個壓制，咪兩次。阿中嘅打中，我招啦，咁啊反波拳再開呢個一啦。拳壓真係有咁啊，而家咁啊，再中拳，中嘅打中，但係未有嘢噃。哦，甩咗 confirm， 你小孩打咩錯啊？
Inching on Ryu, the whip punish with the crouching medium punch, stocks at the tension, the charges
on. 放繩，跳。
Damage or use it for a fireball to get his way in. Oh, my man whipped in front of his face like eating toothpaste, hit a button right after, hits the super, the stocks are on.
對空有啊，就唔俾 Costa 出翻嚟，咁啊 OD 先前後，幫我對手啦，再放繩，再放先。打到個 sim 死咗啦應該，哦 Davey 點啊？有計啊！咁佢打晒啦喎，即係咪即係咁呢個鋪嘅，即係就 Day 4嘅，之後就鋪4，我膊頭勁啊，我明白嘅。
You can walk out of that drive rush jab after the drive rush cancel from a medium. Usually if they immediately throw, you cannot walk out of it. So with the extra plus frames from the burnout, he recognized that it can work the same way as it did previously and exploited that perfectly.
Back to how it was in Season 2, Xiaohai, very smart stuff. I like how he, as you mentioned, played around the idea or the plus frames that he was gained right there. I was going to say sound crazy.
因為輕聲快，你哋得嘅都要快嘅，如果唔係落地㗎啦，對手。
It was a very like foreign animation from that distance, right?
Yeah,
exactly.
It was very, very weird.
It was like one of those where I think it would be extremely tough to just react with punish it with.
Like a
right?
sweep or something, yeah.
Exactly. So.
我還未死咗喎，咩事？唔俾我玩馬車。玩得，咁啊等啊咩啊等最後一個杯出動啊！幾時？你贏咗個 EWC 喎，大佬！上年咪好勁。 2個鐘就完啦。黐線嘅俾人講，咁咪食嗰個，咁咪食嗰個毛，咁咪食嗰個箱。係啊，戇鳩 game， 20，你要低喎。
你都打得幾好㗎啦。
有有分㗎，乜都有分。你高分會排翻啲高分㗎，你我死！仲開緊啦，放緊 break 依家。咁啊，仲有2個鐘就完㗎啦！呢個今日嘅 CPT。你靠買孖車提神，今日陣間暴斃。不過唔知啲縮卡我仲記唔記得咧？都少玩。有咯，有幾個節目可以行，睇下記唔記得，應該記得嘅。唔知佢啲節目都多嘅。 錯添，呢個唔係。好，挑戰接勁我哋，得唔得？屌唔得啊！呢個冇啊，冇估冇得行。呢個啦。我條唉，早晨，佢夠鐘未？記明係。喂，最難係嗰個有粒菇，俾粒菇秒咗佢，有唔係都可以啊。屌你老味，死唔死？好似冇事喎。OK， 嗰個冇。誒，翻嚟啦喎。
Off this, I was like, it says K1 and K2. Am I completely off?
No. It's just the way that it's structured on my
Gotcha.
It's a little bit different, but we do have players up on the stage already. Hopefully ready to fight it out. We are going to figure it out soon.
Wow. Bruce 喎，唔知係咪 Jamie 啊？
Because before this is Boost, right?
Yes.
Now he's Boost.
It had to happen.
Yes, I think everybody was already calling him that. It's one of those names that are given to you, and you're just like, you know what? I'm going to rock with that.
龍玩家都係。
Bruce Lee's been cooking. Colibri out here cooking as well with the Ryu. Colibri actually took out Kobayan.
I heard about that. I heard about that in one of the standings that Incross had actually put out.
有個 Watch 中段已經打個招呼啦俾你，咁啊幫落去，再放波，咁啊重拳打中，再推埋場，係嘛？我升。咁啊板邊用唔到啊，輕拳打中，再旋風腳推個招，打到個 Shimmy。Perfect run 啊！咁嚟睇。咁啊放波先，咁啊俾 OD 波打停咗。 連衝拳，同埋再嚟打俾對手 parry， 咁啊 parry combo 啦，之後又用反波拳，後頭換邊，哇重拳打中，再搏招啊！膊頭，再膊頭，講咗啦第二次，咁啊俾對手還擊。level 3 pick 埋啦，但係，唉，仲係好大鑊。如果龍 Heavy 嗰邊未 ban out 完咧，仲可以做個上一後跳啊！即刻俾對手咁啊，跟住個波行，我啲反咗，到你得唔得啊？我哇！搞笑大會。我諗又真係有計啊！呢個咁樣呢火熱真係令到對手失誤。啊，咁啊仲有一個下中拳再搏招。放波，再推波咁啊前重拳啦，壓制重擊打中對手，再前重拳，再放波啊！哎，打中對手啦後頭，邊 ？EC 攞單，然後叮打中對手，再叉電，哇！喂咁啊俾個反波人打中咯，前鋒腳搬埋場啦，換邊啦，叉電。哇！咁用 OD 嘅波先啦，再剔福打中對手，嚟多次，咁啊俾人升翻轉頭，咁啊拳腳壓制俾對手搞頭啊！咁啊 level 1唔得啊，有啲距離呢個位，哎咁啊死咗啦呢個位，又見到搞笑大會完之後咧，俾阿 Heavy 反級，攞1-0啊！
I mean, that bird knuckle was already pretty much active and out there, just stuffed the hell out of that super.
Oh, that felt kind of. Oh.
This is very scrambled right
now.
Like they're not playing it slow whatsoever. They are both very aggro right now.
I like that, and they have the same color scheme going on. Did you notice that?
They do.
Oh, I like that. They called each other the night before.
先再放波。
I agree with you. I agree with you. And one of my favorite colors. Checking the low, target combo. We do get the charge into the rising tackle. Now, Boost, how do you apply the pressure even further? That was a nice whiff punish at first, but it's not going to be enough to contain Calibri.
Yeah, no conversion there. And Terry, I feel like the
咁啊開咗電啦，之後推埋場。
Even though it's not the fastest.
That is facts. That is facts. But if anybody knows about a low forward, it is Ryu.
唔係應該死啊呢個位。哇呀！你連打 combo 先啦。咁啊甩招之後又俾你諗呢個。呢個對決咪點解嘅咧？呢個內容以為自己睇緊 Day One， 係咁甩招，跟住又確翻又搞笑，誒得到對手啊，又叉電，再開電又去 Heavy 到啦，再一次做一個 combo， 咁啊我聽埋場啦。叮，打對手。啊，再踢一腳，但係未有被殺到。睇下點樣點到？點會啊？我趴機散應該點都殺到啦。如果 Terry 嗰邊，龍嗰邊就要都係得個 CA。唉，搞掂。唔好搞咁多嘢啦，勸你。哇，同馬人都啱嘅。
Does he do that?
For Terry? Yeah, there's
I need to see it again.
I'll freeze frame it for you.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate it.
Bruh, it just puffs up. That first impact, yo,
1-1。
when Ryu does the grit after the wind pose, it has me feeling a certain type of way, I'll tell you what.
We're going to stick with the Terry? Are we not going to go back again?
We got the Rodman Terry? Give it to me.
This is this is a very sick outfit.
Oh, easily.
Basketball Terry.
I honestly thought, like, I wish there was like the code you could input to alter the outfit just a little bit to take off the jacket. I want the jersey to rock 100%.
Oh, you know how like in Street Fighter 4 you used to hold the buttons to alter the outfit just a little bit?
Same with
like
5.
Take off the jacket.
Same with
5.
Oh,
that's right, with 5 you take the shirt off. Yeah, so maybe that's a secret input in there.
I don't know
開始啦。
if it's real or not. I haven't actually tried.
一波用個波拳撞低對手啊！
We've been
然
at
後
Atlanta for a
再
very
做
long
攻擊
time.
，rush 過去，OK， 咁啊打中對手，咁啊有啲漏啊，喂，係咪 miss 下中人打中喎？就話招，然後就擋擊打佢對手嘅起上 parry 啊，再重拳打中，再搏招，死咗，點解出到落嘢得？
Dude, he's just getting hit. Yeah. A lot of counter hits upon wake up from Calibri, right? Oh, did you flinch?
Yes. Sticky tone was hit him.
我2秒嗰度打空氣喎，又搞笑。好啲波，撞咪撞埋牆中，甩好，擋埋對手個星，冇得甩招啊！咁啊呢個控波拳要即係呢啲咁嘅要加好多先可以搏到。放波，踢翻轉頭。咁啊打中對手，再搏呢個現印拳，打中對手。咁啊反波拳啦，再打中對手，再唔得唔俾晒啊！打空氣，咁啊就要好握手。2-1呢個對手啦，都幾搞笑啊！呢個對決都未瞓啊，今天未打完啊嘛，點瞓啫？差唔多係啦，仲有10點完啦，預計。
With that Ryu, honestly, I think the no fear tactic of using
大家好啊
granted, it ended up being a pretty severe choice.
Very last round.
But I mean, getting to it, I still think running it tit for tat against Bruce Lee was pretty damn good.
Yeah, I mean, Boost was so aggressive that all those earlier reversals hit, and I feel like that's what's really cool about really good players because you can
食早餐啦，今日打到 top 48。
on the pressure even though he got reversals so many times, and just the very last and he did do the
再來啫，未死。
able to block the ODDP and then
48打完就完㗎啦，仲有2個鐘。幾多唔多啊？多唔多啊？837個人啦，多定少？
You really don't want that. So Bruce Lee making the right and appropriate call, the executive decision of being able to block at the last second. Props to him, right?
Yeah, but it's really cool because Boost stayed at a pretty good range, like right outside. Even when he decided to be the aggressor, he was still really outside of the range on when he could get hit by like strays coming from Ryu. So,
呢個聖者組嚟啊嘛。
by Boost. So.
打嗰啲人，你講咩？你講個咩？
I felt like they were
比賽就係咁殘酷。
just Boost adjusted the spacing where he wanted to press the buttons.
And you saw that multiple times, right? Standing jab was pretty much a big counter hit decision to make against Calibri because of the fact that they were pretty much satisfied with throwing out some of the mediums.
Yeah, and then the heavies. They were whiffing some heavies. So stand jab, especially Terry's, the fact that like you get the counter hit into the combo, but because it moves him forward just a little bit and how quick it is, really, really strong move when you guys are swinging the mediums and heavies around each other.
I know as a Luke main, we definitely enjoy that kind of stuff, right? Because it launches him so far forward.
Yeah.
Granted, it is heavier, but I think it's to our benefit. So it's kind of like the same type of style, the same type of like mentality. Is like, you know what, I'm going to throw out the jab just in case they want to throw out heavier normals. And it clipped.
We
it
check up
pretty well.
But look at who we have on stage. Do you see that we have
好，明啦 LD 對 Aqua。
Against
Aqua 用咩咧
versus Aqua.
No shot.
This is top 192 by the way.
人哋搞事嘅呢個人。
29. We're not even
有啲香港級換票同埋 eSport 級換票，係唔需要喺度，但係佢就要喺度搞笑，搞事。
And then now you have him versus Aqua.
I'm still waiting on the exhibition match between him and Daigo.
I know. How many times, like, is Mena going to have to win this and to call out Daigo once again and ask him when the exhibition match is?
I think that's correct.
That's so funny. And Aqua, obviously, Aqua has been around for a really
兩隻青狼咩話？
he switched to Blanca? Aqua was previously...
So, Aqua was messing around with Blanca for a good amount.
冇制服後差嗰個就係 LD。
But I guess it's the character that he decided to continuously stream with as well. When he does, it's like he doesn't stream that often.
就喺度單佢哋啦，拍。
It does happen to be Blanca.
This is really interesting.
啊，中腳掂到，咁就一號 combo， 將對手抌上天啊！200。咁啊 ，Bang 卡識解得，你對手咁啊同擊。
Really interested in seeing how he would approach a mirror match.
I mean, it makes sense, right? If it ain't broke, don't.
中拳撩下佢啦，對空冇啊，對空都係冇啊。挑，推俾對空啊，諗住同擊打破咗。咁啊 ，Rush 過去頭擊，打俾對手搞頭啊！
Look at his fingernails. You're gonna get infected if you get scratched by that. Look at that.
I mean, not if you have the protective suit on.
That's true.
咁啊，草助撩一下，Rush 過去，開咗，因為打背手防守啊，前中腳可以搞頭啊，但係完全冇反應，撞， 1、2抌上天，200， 咁啊吹咗一下，咁啊再裏面用 O.D 撞睇下有冇計。誒正頭打中，呢頭加好多氣嘅呢隻公仔拍，咁啊掟咗公仔喺佢腳底啦，直接 O.D 直接用放電電中對手，咁啊先攞到第一燈。開電啦，再 wash， 再嚟多次。打唔中，咁啊打翻後啊！我哋可以依反轉翻出去，再撞，再撞，咩嬲咗對手啊？咁啊兩個電，攞啲血先，依反打空咗，咁啊開電啦。之後公仔，咁啊點搏招啊？開電先，咁啊再掟到公仔，咁啊長嘢腳底，跳咗出去俾對手，哎呀！但係重拳打空咗啊！咁啊俾兩個屈先咁都死啦，咁上天，咁啊呢塊都唔使出，攞翻燈啊俾啊明撈啲。
Back into level 2 range, right? He can get an install going off a nice string if need be to apply the pressure yet again on Aqua. We saw in the previous round, right? As soon as he installed,
對空冇啊，對空空頭啊今次。
Let's see if that happens here again.
哦正，咁啊打咗大個反啦。呢可以前後前。公仔點壓制啊？用個升壓制，但係俾對手，但係打翻轉頭。一教公仔未出教到公仔喎，一教咗啦。咁就頭擊攞多個傷害啊！咁啊板邊嘅 full loop 嚟咗，俾你。
The pleasure of commentating Mena's match it, but a lot of Blancas are doing like the medium drive rush.
好，落單咗，波頭冇事，照搶制，多攻擊對手，咁啊 watch 佢，哎呀，食咗對手跳攻擊，就俾啊 Aqua 今後再前後，我想唔知係咪想用個星打個 O.D 撞。飛過去俾人對空，再飛到上天，之後再攞單對手，咁啊從中就撩下佢，俾對手擋咗之後彈翻後啊，搶地俾人截到，跟住就死咗咯。哎呀，咪撈一排又落翻燈。出到學招，咁啊俾人用個撞翻入去啦，一火一，一火二啦，開啦，做阿群撞，下中腳撞，再拍低佢，咁啊雖然你跳避咗撞啦，但唔出嚟咗，你挑落啦，下中腳撩下佢，搶制成功，再頭擊搞頭啊大！飛，咁啊俾人撞低咗，一可以就開啦。啊，跳喺後邊，捉佢一下，甩咗個跳撞，俾對手打翻轉啦。原地挑冇事，咁啊一可以就嚟完啦，咁啊都冇乜事啊。鏟中，仲要俾Aqua依反推翻出去，出到，死咗，就入咗啊明啦嘅 match one 啦。
That's an excellent call, Sherry. Yes, ma'am. That's like delay was everything. There's something about like pros timing. All right, when it comes to Street Fighter,
對望一下，冇對空，冇對空。
certain pros want to press buttons. I feel like Men RD's intuition when it comes to that kind of stuff is like next level.
Insane. He has the best intuition when it comes to like making hard reads in this game. But it's really cool. I feel like he set it up because if you remember the previous round or the previous game,
咪鬥撩下中拳啦，
再
wash，
then keep on taking the throw.
That's true.
撞中啊，咁就攞單啦。飛俾人上空對空失敗咗啊！打個 Shimmy， 再搏招，前頭。開完 level 2啦，咁啊睇下咩 combo 啦，都係下上兩次再進攻仔啦。點樣打埋咗啲血 ？O.D 升壓起上失敗咗啊！咁啊波頭再。打個落地急降 jab 死咗對手，咁就Aqua，因為2-0咪啦 ，O.D 贏咗對手啦，晉級，恭喜大家係啊，大送啊，咁得多。 佢送得多，平得多。
Dude, his smile is contagious.
It is contagious.
It's contagious.
I love. They need to do this more. They need to put the commentary desk out here because we love.
It's facts.
Shout out
That's
to
facts.
number 28.
Exactly.
We love interacting with the players, like giving them shout outs on stage, especially when they're going up. I love that. I like the setup.
I get to make eye contact with all of my favorite players and be like, yeah. And sometimes they'll respond. Yo, Koji KOG went,
oh yeah, hi. Yeah. But it's awesome because look at, I don't know if the camera can see it, but look at the beautiful crowd behind us. Like look at all the fans that we have here.
係咪遮住後邊？遮住咗後邊啲畫面啊？後邊睇唔到，一把就遮住。
Not even in top 8. The crowd is lit. We have Jack about to play against Junior.
Oh no.
Man, I love this.
This is gonna be sick.
This is gonna be sick. Zangief has been putting on a show this season. Like, even last season he was putting on a show. But we do have a lot of Zangiefs here. We had Kobayan here. We had Itabashi here. Right. We saw Guy put in work earlier, taking out Wrestling Man.
I think so.
And also beat Itabashi Zangief in the
right,
mirror match.
2-1. I did see that.
Yeah, so I mean, Chris G
睇唔到，
put him into losers, and I forgot.
睇到，因為睇唔到。
Fall into
睇到佢送訂。
the Zangief presence.
作為5份訂，多謝送訂啦。
Dude, I was so surprised when I saw you guys last night. I saw the group. I'm like, he just
睇到。
I'm like, who the hell?
Stupendous.
I'm like, dude, that voice came out of nowhere. And I was like, dude, give me a hug. That's crazy. I didn't think he'd be traveling out here because he's a busy man.
He's a busy man, always working. I'm not going to expose where he works.
No.
He's a hard-working man, so he doesn't have much time to invest. But he's Zangief, you know.
Dude, Zangief's stock is rising. I know he's a stock main too, so he should be.
He got those SPDs. Like he has a heart. Zangief players are blessed with this ability or this ability very similar to I feel like why Zangief.
Yes.
Because they can just recognize defensive patterns immediately.
咁多俾你咁啊，退翻嚟，收翻你個訂。
SPD or when to go for the headbutt or the low.
Makes sense. It makes a lot of sense. There's like a little bit of a killer's instinct when it comes to like smelling the fear of another player, so they can continuously steal turns. Don't look at me saying it like that. I was like, so continuously stealing turns is exactly what a Zangief player wants to do. Right? To kind of condition you and set you up to sit still, and then the SPD comes out. So with that in mind, we're going to get that underway. We have.
好，得4 hit 對 JL 啦，蘇聯佬。
It's so funny because when I was reading this, Junior's name is cut off on Star GG. So you see Riddle and you see Junior. And I got confused for a second. I was like, does Riddle's
It happens
like
all the time to me.
Junior?
It happens all the time.
No, Riddle Order is his sponsor. Junior is his tag. And we are going to see him versus the beloved Jack, who got recently top 8 at Combo Breaker. So he's been cooking. And you know what? I will say, experience-wise, Jack is pretty experienced in the Zangief matchup. We have Ramsey, who is like one of the best geese in the U.S., right? Ramsey is one of the players that Jack trains and plays against a lot.
Right. Easily one of my favorite Zangiefs to watch as well.
一波蘇聯佬贏硬㗎，基本上好耐冇見過蘇聯佬啦。今日比賽咁啊，數低咗放波，俾人跳攻擊，咁啊頭攻擊打個確反啦，跳後錘，鷹頭打中對手啦。 咁啊再跑，咁啊 PV 咗先，東拳打中大3巴，咁啊俾個反擊拳打落去啦。咁啊 PV 東控 OD 轉對到空啦，咁啊飛埋去，倒低咗，鷹頭失敗咗啦，咁啊俾對手確反，你佢一，咁啊燒到對手俾人冇咗，跳人哋空啊，咁啊今次要擋啦。
Yeah, I get hit by that for free all the time. When I see the fan coming.
咁佢啱啱好 impact， 咁啊俾晒應該死啦。我嘅建議就俾晒啦，真係。我唔係危險。咁佢係唔俾，佢係。咁啊有冇計？飛到啦，哇！蘇聯佬日常。搶指領頭，我真係搶到啊！咁啊打到對手，學招，波腳埋尾。
From Jack putting Junior into the corner here.
我重拳啦，敲下佢啦，搶到掣，會唔會換邊啊？唔換邊，咁啊轉頭呢對手啦。我 watch 過去，咁啊掟先，轉頭打對手。後錘，轉頭打對手 parry 啦，俾你。
You think we're gonna see the jury pick?
I hope so. I hope so, man.
That was kind of rough.
That is crazy. My man playing on pad. He be churning.
He is playing on pad. Yeah, I was like, yo,
唔知有冇轉 Julie 啊？
how these SPDs are coming
我
out
會俾人打到都喐唔到。
Let me peep game. Let me peep game on the.
呢啲都係麻鬼煩嘅咁啊！地波俾人用田中腳跳走咗。
I just want to see it. If not, no worries. I'm gonna do my due diligence. I want to make sure
yeah,
my
you're gonna peek over. Your cable's good. Your cable's good. You're clear.
Oh, free. That's a Victrix. Free.
Ah.
That's kind of sick.
The Pro BFG. That's what he's rocking.
Possibly. I think so.
It's so scary when you can't even do your B&B strings because the Zangief is so aware of what the gaps are that you're getting SPD between your offense.
That's terrifying.
Yeah.
And again, Mai is definitely of the mix-up.
空拳敲下佢，
Need to happen for her to get
咁啊擋咗下重腳啦，咁啊再放波，
The charge fans, even between
過
the
嚟
OD fans, there's that small little gap. And if Junior is ready to SPD or whatever,
後退俾對手數低咗啊！
insanely scary to start your offense against Geek.
咁啊俾個波腳，後頭咁啊換咗邊啦。
Was that a Michael Walker
Heavy
on his wake up two to get that forward
咁啊
throw?
前頭，咁啊後頭咁啊打中對手啊！
Gets punish counter thrown.
喂打中，對空冇啊！俾人打翻轉頭。 咁啊 TC 數低對手。 哎呀，咁多頭攻擊啊，咁啊解得得，咁啊俾阿 Justin 射一套大金毛啦。有 level 2啊，隨時 come back 到嘅。
Holding that level 2. I do see him churning.
咁啊中傳 rush 頭攻擊，打解頭，嗰個俾人擋咗，
Too far to get the sweep.
但係靠唔到。咁啊中傳再一次 rush 過嚟，咁佢打中啦，死
So
咗。
far with the fan, and you get the drive rush cancel after that.
That's kind of nasty, right? Hitting the sweet spot right at the fan, being able to get a cancelable normal is everything for Jack in that moment because again, you had quite the hill to climb
Heavy
based off of that first game, but I think he's recovering nicely. A lot more of a patient approach from Jack.
中拳放波，但係咁啊中拳又 cut 到啦！呢個中拳嚟打出都幾關鍵，點中就可以衝。cut 到，又嚟一個畫面啦！今次跳到你個指鏡頭，就 level 2，再搏多個 level 1，咁啊攞個火焰強化。哇！死啊！1比0，1比1。
I spit like crazy. I'm so sorry. That landed on the monitor.
But you know what? It's okay because there's no one else on the mics after us, so it's fine. It's fine.
Hell yeah. Right up top.
係嘛？康欣都知你想鳩啦。
But really, really nice adaptation on Jackson. Like the first game, you saw the pockets of where Junior was comfortable doing SD in the offense, like when he's on defense. So really good stuff on Jack.
Carry 先，咁啊都食咗重㗎。
Junior's time to adapt.
手就，喂中拳又 cut 到啦，咁又衝翻入去，再搏波㗎，揾到掣，後隨呢度打中，搏埋個3MP， 繼續進擊啲巨人，衝啊！而家後跳，對手就，不過後跳就失位啦，重拳打中對手嘅重腳 ，Heavy， 哇，靚對空啊！打中對手，變多個 rush 攞埋隻血啦，雖然攞嘅 match point。
Jack started doing the neutral jump to bait out the SPDs, and this leaves him at match point, set point for Junior.
重拳敲空咗，俾對手 cut 翻轉頭，咁啊一個波腳推上板邊啦，掟先，咁啊再掟先，重腳挑下佢啊 ，rush 嘅攻擊，重拳。
Now we get the sweep. You try to do crouching medium punch from a further distance, not gonna scare Riddle. Sorry,
重拳 rush 過去，咁啊拳腳壓制，咁啊雖然攞翻個重拳推翻出去啦。cut 到，喂，拉住個跳掣，竟然有人避到呢個西伯利亞列車。前頭對手就差唔多 burn out 啦。好 burn out。咁啊，喂，又食咗個 OD 線，再原地跳 Shimmy 啊！ 就真係 match point 啦，兩邊都係 level 3啊，雖然攞 level 3特別恐怖，先打咗 level， 哦有啊，轉波，冇點波啊，跟住鏡頭4000幾度，加 film 後隨打中對手冇 confirm， 咁啊 OD 轉啦，唔俾對手，即係唔俾對手跳入嚟，中拳 TC 打中，斬法先啦，後隨打中埋。 都亂咯，就係咁嘅。
I'm sorry, he says. I'm sorry.
You know, I can't tell who was more on the edge of their seats, to be honest with you, because if Jack did happen to create space and get away, I think he would have been able to like, turn the tide a little bit.
Tỉnh一醒，做唔到呢個。
So I feel like as a character, especially when you have fireballs moving, when Nick has all the things to get rid of around, throwing the projectiles that you don't want to
真係似比較肥，我覺得破巴牙似好多，咁即係比下。
It's funny because they're all like classics, but it's just like different archetypes. Like
好噴啦，噴對他家妹啦。咁啊喺 K1 級好似他家妹嚟嘅，復仇啊！
Because Takamura, if you give him prep time, which he always has, especially when you know that you're going to go into an opponent playing Punk. This is the first match of this pool, so he had a couple hours to prep.
Right on.
He'll go into the VODs and he'll find and figure you out as a player and come out with some really, really unique ways of how to approach you.
Okay.
But the thing with Punk is he's so solid as a player. He is like S
tier
in like low for confirmations and reactions. I wonder how he can really plan against that.
That is kind of tough. Technically, we're kind of seeping into Pool K2 for those that are following along.
好，輕強啲話佢放波。
Punk versus Takamura. You talked about
推波啦，繼續。
highlighted attributes that Punk does have. Takamura, he is and can be pretty heavily read-based on that regard. So what happens?
咁啊，再繼續推。
Don't get you all the way there.
咁啊，點埋佢咧？有啲好小心啊，見到。喂，咁啲飛到個波，咁啊到今嘅回合啦。獲勝。有冇逆向升，咁就俾人 watch 過去壓制。咁腳靠反啊，有啲近啊。掂到，我多次，再 stream 到，俾晒應該死咯。嗰個 level 1。
I appreciate that from Punk. Not going to be overzealous with the meter despite the very hefty life gap currently. But as it stands right now, Takamura sitting at about a bar and a half. He could get explosive. That's up to Punk.
跳，
My God.
咁啊好跳，有一回避。啊，將佢打中，再搏 TC， 唔好腳推埋牆啦。咁啊上雷腳，俾人升啦。 咁啊團腳壓制，打中對手之後再投攻擊。咁啊係咁用拳，咁啊順利佢打中，再重拳係咁狂敲，插腳重拳，哎呀好啊，嗰啲幾好彩喎！咁樣擺咁樣甩，咁樣甩到個咁樣空中打中人，反而一冇得覆，對手用 parry。 點樣掂？哎呀 parry 失敗咗，第二次成功。 咁啊 level 2啦應該，特風新雷㗎，啱啱好。
Really cheeky by Punk, but really nice recognition on Takamura's end because after a parry, a lot of people like.
咁波腳推埋去啦。
So
cut 到 ，EC 波個升腳，插腳有啲高啊，EC 順雷腳插腳趾，對手太近啦，確反到，確反啊嘛，埋去再搏，level 2多次，level 1呢把賽又真係 work 喎，又 pop 咗 level 2啊。就吹埋場，唔係一下死啊！升啊，唔俾你壓制。唔係一拳，點樣攞到嗰一拳呢？動腳升到啊，但係唔係動畫面。插腳冇事，確反啊，但係有啲實力呢個。千祈唔好撞啊，等緊你啊！啊，兩面都係一拳嘅啫。哦，都係下中腳俾人插嘅。1-0。
That was an infamous Cammy dive kick. The OD dive kick against a Shoto's low forward in that range. Super smart by Punk. Incredible play. I really like that. It's a very, very smart decision by Punk, though, to do that wake up super level 1. Because I feel like when people's backs are in the corner, we see a lot of wake up OD reversals. Right. And it takes 2 bars, right? But Punk was he was at round 3. So if he had spent that and it didn't read right, he would have been burnt out. Right. Instead, you can get punish countered. You can still save some drive bar if you spend the super and it doesn't work out. But the super did work out in his favor. So really, really smart stuff on Punk.
That's a good call. If you look back at it,
oh, game 2.
2 and some change on the bar, the drive gauge of Punk. So the math definitely checks out.
But I mean, that was a very, very close first game. This is a 2 out of 3 though. So talk more about.
中間打中，搏招，
And he heard me.
推埋場啦。
Oh damn.
我跳，行埋去，俾對手點中，吹翻嚟，後頭換邊，我推波，打到對手，咁啊再搏升啊，然後，哎呀，咁樣飛咗個波佢出嚟，痛啊呢個位，跳到啊，又入翻去板中啦，竟然俾人跳到，啲曳。升啊，有啊 ，heavy， 入腳，我睇下點樣收好頭啊，咁啊撳下中，喂 cut 到，俾晒，咁啊你可以爭少少，誒唔係喎，殺到喎，原來臨尾仲有一下嘅，爭少少添，咁啊入咗阿 Tom 嘅 match point 啦。好，咁啊波腳，破反，夾到，好拳中完 TC， 再畫招。啊，波佢埋佢，一屈就出翻佢，咁就用個無敵技。哦，順利佢踢中啊，但係唔搏先啊。順利嘅，咁啊輕拳打中，破埋個星，見到打中啦，我話先啦。入咗動畫先，咁啊之後睇下點樣壓制。咁啊，對手就嚟 burn out 啦，可以 OD 快，可以啊嘛，未 burn out 啊，終於 burn 啦，咪捱埋呢段仔，真係㗎。食個星，咁咪試試佢，咁啊推翻出嚟諗住輕拳打中啦，咁啊貼死佢可以。哎呀，未死啊！但係對手確反唔到。哦，確反唔係已經慳咗一下㗎啦。咁啊，睇緊咁啊 ，Pump 成功擊到睇緊妹啦。
I'm really surprised he didn't dump out for the drive rush cancel to sneak in that extra normal to get it because that would have been it.
You're right. You are absolutely right. Punk the God with a stern face as well in a very, very close encounter. That was insane.
Yeah, that was really, really good play on Punk. And I think...
Yo, you got mad Labubu, son.
Oh, he does.
Hold up. You got a lot of Labubus on there. Oh, he's got like 4. He's got like the whole collection.
I think he's got like 3.
There's 3 on one chain, and then he's got a 4th one. This guy's nuts.
He just walks off just like that. But Punk plays this matchup so much because he was punishing with a stand short into the spiral against Ken's it was either a short or stand medium kick. I don't remember
stand short against one of the Jinrai Enders.
Oh, that as well, yeah.
Was what it was. But either way, like a Jinrai Ender off of like low kick.
係喺大陸數有一扎啊嘛，佢話好易揾到阿Pump㗎咋，邊度一堆呢個辣布布咁樣就揾到佢嘅。
Yes. So stand medium kick is actually pretty negative. It's just at the tip of the toe. It's pretty difficult for most characters to punish, but because Cammy stand short goes really far, she can actually punish it. But I have selective memory right now. I can't remember if it was Ken's stand short or his stand medium kick that Punk was consistently punishing. And it's just like a button that Ken uses in neutral so much. So for the fact that he will shut down that one button that's used in neutral all the time that you're used to so typically throwing out to check somebody, insane. Like Takamura really didn't have a chance to play.
To an extent, yeah, I think when it came to neutral, it was a little bit rough. And it's hard to consider trying to play a ground game against Punk because, one, he's so well established in that regard.
That's Punk to God.
You're right. You're absolutely right. But on top of that, having access to any sort of dive kick in a moment's notice with OD especially, it makes it that much more difficult. It's like Punk 2.0.
Yeah, like we saw at the very first game, we saw the interaction with the OD dive kick that beat out the low forward when they were trying to play like the neutral game. And then we saw in the second game, there was a lot of like regular dive kicks that was clipping like the stand, the little roundhouse that Takamura was introducing at first, the big old roundhouse. Very slow, actually. But yes, as we move on, that means Punk gets to move on in winners.
That's correct.
And then Takamura goes on in losers. But we do have our next
NL 對 Menaldi 啊，
against Aqua was able to take it over him in the
贏咗就入呢個 Day 3 啦。
versus NL.
仲有幾多場？
Is that what it stands for?
你當
I was gonna say that's godlike though.
你當8場啦
，8場
，7至8場。
Never lose.
Never lose. Like boost.
好，下中嘅打中， 落單對手啦。咁啊 ，Blank 好似大隻角色嚟嘅，板中都可以反波嘅個重反波嘅。煙劈哎呀 parry 喎，啲好彩，如果唔係俾對手反到。重腳對空，但係點知對手用插架，落單。然後就退波，拍單咗，學招，咁啊落單，然後就前頭，哎呀冇事，俾對手學反，之後再搏招。彈中啦，落單咗先，俾人升啊，但係。OD 電 level 2開餐啦，哎咁啊 fit 咗一下，但對手唔使，再嚟俾對手個波反，即係打停咗。再嚟電，再放煙劈叮到啊！俾人個頭換邊。咁就下中段打中，又換翻邊啊！俾佢，又俾人解頭變後頭啊！兩面喺度鬥飛，輕拳壓制，咁啊俾 NL 一個升 cancel level 3，死唔死啊？都差唔多啦。我間公司係啊，翻 call 有啊，頭25有咯。打埋 round 2， 係玩1比0啦。
Akuma elegant? I don't know if that's a word I would use for.
I mean, he's learning it from Elena. He's a bit stinky.
Yeah, but Elena, I will say, is very elegant and floaty. Yeah. Very nice animations.
Dude,
when she's walking back.
You and Yipes were commentating, and he was hitting the banana. Yeah. I was dying.
下中腳 rush， 再重拳，前重拳打中對手，落單啦。拳腳壓制，哎呀，俾對手打翻轉頭。PC 動升有啊，咁啊俾對手點走咗，再放波，叮，再推波啊！落單咗對手，埋頭退波，重腳講咗2次啦，第2次成功，再拍落去，對手都反唔到啊！咁啊打個王，咪係咁用下中拳拉立中腳，哎插腳有啲高，但係都擋一次，減3左右啦。點中啊冇用。
pressing that not to do it as an
後跳俾俾。
Trying to get away from the pressure of the air.
眼中啊！
mix up that's behind it.
咁啊，打動對手搏招啦，咁上天，再嚟，再做安跳，level 2啊！睇下點樣磨你都腳血量，穿唔到啊！好啦，咁就攞翻燈啦。咁啊 ，watch 佢壓制，俾對手擋到。叮！呢個年代 S3都可以做到呢啲嘢。哦，死咗！咁啊，再抌上天，正公仔，簽到，痛啊！呢個反波反波。喂 ，lift 咗個跳空機喎，反而呢個應該係失誤嚟㗎，set up。
I'm trying to figure out what Mena just activated in his mind real quick, and I think
he opened the 5th gate.
Yes.
Yeah, I love the result. Yeah.
Yes, that's right. I actually think Mena. I think he started introducing more like whip.
Wow.
It doesn't have a lingering hurt box, and he was able to get it started because NL
咁啊，拳擊壓制打動對手，再 rush。
Recovers very quickly. Is kind of a tricky button to whip punish against.
咁啊，再放波壓制，咁啊，再，哎呀 ，burn out 咗。
That's how Mena was able to get the whip punish, put NL into the corner and get
DC 學升。
Right now it's NL.
我睇下點樣，咁啊，板邊，哇，咁樣俾人反轉，咁啊大鑊啦，快翻測試，撞唔撞？哦，起上 level 1，夠僵啊，果然 match point 啦。
Never lose. Even if he does, never lies. Oh boy.
There's that crouch on.
打中，搏招，咁上天。
It does come with some risks. There is a pause in the air.
咁啊 OD 電啦，咁啊就再開 level 2。咁啊想撞埋去，再嚟一次，咁你打唔中，叮對到哭，掟咁啊俾晒喎，正公仔。咁啊 OD 電，鷹頭，唉戇居啊呢個。 呢個鷹頭係跳唔到嘅一個公仔保護，咁啊雙 match point 啦。波頭。
Nice block on the overhead.
Because he knows he's hitting you. That's why he's smiling.
He's like, hey, I made it under the projectile.
Oh, help me.
It's a little scary right now
because
Mena was able to close out so many rounds with the level 2, but he's nowhere close to having one for this round. So he's just going to fight this straight up.
如果個頭攻擊。
That is a very, very fair deduction, honestly.
咁啊，我打中連風腳飛埋牆啦，之後點啊？再前後，哎下中人打中，連到邊啦。之後就對望，都啲撞，咁啊撞唔中冇嘢搏，風腳都係搏唔到招。 跳咁啊啲高，但係都係安全嘅。飛咗一下，哎呀死咗啦應該，咁啊俾人搶到掣。金剛 level 3 ，NL 2比1，到命彎佢 out 啲啦。我直接咁控制添，走佬。多謝支持啊！多謝 follow 啊 ，ISAG 66。
Just to make sure the rest of it, he clutched his chest. It's like, okay, I wanted to make sure that killed. That's wild, son. He went back to pause and he went to the screen and unpaused it. He's like, oh,
we can hear the game sound. Like you guys can't see it, but we can hear the game sound. And that's just such an unfortunate like last ender for Mena because the electricity just whiffed right outside of it. Yeah.
That's what he wanted to. I'm not sure if he was already burnt out by the time he tried to let that electricity rock because maybe he could have done maybe
緊張啦。
just a tad bit forward.
佢不嬲都好緊張，打咩咯？都係打技，緊張得嚟打技好嘅。
The toe into the electricity, and it was just like a little too far. I think the normal did clip him, but the electricity again was just too far.
I think that was the pushback involved. Right?
Yeah.
Oh, that's tough. That's a tough call. If anything, chat, if you happen to clip it, I would love to see what the spacing was like, what the drive gauge was like at the very, very end. Please let us know at SherryGenix, at Vicious FGC. Honestly, I don't know. If he had drive gauge, I am almost certain OD electricity into activation would have spelled a different story.
Did he have a level
應該放 back 咯，差。
I thought he had level 2.
準備賣廣告啊！
By the time he was getting beat, like with how much was going on towards the end of that round, I think he had enough for level 2 because he also built some gauge, finding himself out of the corner because he did crouching,
yeah, he got the counter hit,
and still was on the offensive. I think he built up enough because you were getting beat down for a lot, and you get a lot of reward on meter for getting beat up like that. So
yeah. So unfortunately, very, very sad. Mena falls into losers. Again, that was.
I mean, it's very happy for NL. Depends on how you're seeing it, right?
That's right.
Right now, it's the fact of the matter is, it still could have gone either way, right? I think NL I don't know what his current record is like against Mena RD, but against the Blancas he's been playing with, I feel like, you know, it's been really, really rough. It's like slim pickings in regards to who he has in Korea. Like, who else in South Korea is rocking this character?
That's right. I don't know, but I mean, NL is very seasoned. He travels a lot, and what's really cool about Street Fighter 6 is the netcode is great. So at least being in Korea, you get the chance to play against Japan a lot.
Even like China as well.
Yeah,
There's
exactly.
a lot of talented players that we've seen here today over in China as well. But again, I would love to see who the Blanca representation is or the representative is. But I know for a fact that Mena RD is not one to kind of shy away from the challenge, and I'm almost positive when it comes to him and NL, they'd be like, yeah, we could run the set. I don't know if it was in the same weekend or not, but like the statement still stands. They would actually run sets.
I mean, because they're technically not out yet because they're both still in just Menas and losers. So if they make it to top 8, there's a good chance they might need to play each other. But speaking about everyone all over the world playing online, you still have a chance to enter into CPT if you join the World Warrior because
又廣告啦。
next week. Registration is open for
有冇
all
估錯
events.
嗰樣？我啲語感冇
Head over
盡。
to capcom.us
一早知你講過。
W25 for schedule and more information, including the regional finals pricing and how to earn the coveted Capcom Cup 12.
嘛，最後一個逼啊，應該過埋一個逼就，即係話到最後啦。冇落廣告。 28點解飄緊？真係等我一睇，睇唔到幾時，睇唔到下一場幾時開始啊！啲癲路。好。 都唔係嘅，呢揮完之後撳落個輕拳，又或者嗰個波腳之後咪撳個下中拳，咁加4嘅。好攞舊啦，唔知我聽咗咁多代都係咁嘅聲，咩鳩係啊？佢係六個地圖咁樣順住行。 生存彈太耐咧，我驚逼下，我驚放啦，我驚開始咗都未完，即係唔係好受下身，啲音咪唔好下身住。買廣告啊！轉鏡玩住先。 佢 keep 住有玩㗎，好強的。係啊，不過佢下敗者做咧又冇乜機會睇到，多數播勝者做。我信咗佢行呢條路，我以為呢度跳路啫。麻麻地㗎咋，都勁嘅，不過冇以前咁勁。反邊咪勁咯，人哋行唔到後你咪勁，你行唔到後冇得，你行唔到後嘅話咧冇得，咧用嗰個行後避個線嘅。又唔會。反正即係冇埋隻角㗎啦，即係。冇㗎，我一行後咪俾佢屈啫，好難屈變到啊！冇錯，呢份一開，有呢份都係屈嘅，你夾硬開到，都係要開。真係鏟咗隻過去啦！我 QF 就玩什麼 SF 一鳩跌嘅，好應該就可以收咗隻 game 佢。冇再有逼噶啦，係啊，開咗，係啊，有色有蘑菇，但係草地都很長。好，仲有1小時啦。大家不知火舞講到係街霸角色咁樣咯，都冇人認到佢係原來係拳王角色。 呢度 Ferry 打到好後 ，Top 24打到。打咩啊喂？冇吹水啊！趕時間啊！啲 Latif 打到咁後嘅，以前嘅 Y 拍得實。可能 Lusa 嗰邊未，不過冇啊，冇理由。Lusa 嗰邊慢，你都打 Winner 晒先，都要播啊。咩叫咩 MILF 個啊？好，Latif 啦，呢個衣服第二，衣服亞軍嚟㗎，好勁㗎，以前。咁啊，成個街咪 skip 咗，咁啊街路啦。有冇咧 ？Dennis Wong 咯，可能始終係 Dennis Wong。睇下，較剪腳開頭未有聲啊 ，sorry。
The execution, he's going to go for the hard stuff, although some might say Bison's not that
DW 有 DW free 29死咗，29死咗，貼翻出去，有時個魚肯升。咁啊，我擋咗先，咁啊食咗反波拳啦，咁啊，喂，咁啊打中對手就搏，中拳打中，咁啊再壓制，俾對手搶到掣。咁啊搏招啦，同埋個升，咁啊最後唐擊攞埋咗啲血啦，攞第一燈。
Against Latif in that corner. Damn, son.
Yeah, he tried to catch Latif pressing, trying to check the drive rush there. Latif did not take the bite. But again, it's Bruce Lee on the offense.
行埋去，原腳壓制 ，rush 過去，然後屈頭擋到啦，俾對手搶掣。parry 到，咁就推埋牆啦，跳冇事，咁啊輕拳入到對手嘅攻擊，再搏一個反波拳啊！意思有啲遠啊，唔可以打噶，咁就俾人你放心埋尾啦，1-0啊！街四喎大佬，嗰陣時仲係 AE 版，1年前啊。
For Bison, like he doesn't have a true reversal. So when he's taking all these strings, he has to hold all of that. And the one time he was able to get the spacing to get the fierce.
咁啊 ，OD 嘅較剪腳，咁啊6啊正常。
Bruce Lee calling it properly, making sure to pay attention to the screen at all
擋冇擋到。
Now, how is he going to navigate this fireball trap?
I mean, maybe he has to hold down back and charge a Cycle Crusher in order to get in with the OD Cycle Crusher. He has full bar, but you can see Bruce Lee.
記得㗎，每年衣服點樣？每年衣服個賽績我都記得㗎。
Correct. You see a little bit of movement as soon as you see forward. You know the charge is broken.
炸彈。
Drive rush forward, doing the very early crouching short, allowing him to link low medium.
嗰陣時未有 K1 Club 嘅，所以衣服係最大，所以都幾大件嘅。飛又埋咗佢啦，中間要話佢，中拳打一中，咁啊較剪腳再頭嘅。係啊，咪潘哥喺度，咪潘哥嗰年咪咩除衫打 Daigo 嗰年 ，Daigo 冤呢個潘哥 Step 係嗰年。喂，但係我招係啊，哇，好懷念啊！潘哥高嗰陣時候 ，A.E 版 Step 好似冇咁勁，嗰陣時都打到幾犀利。2012又屈機。A 版 Yun 太勁嘅主要。喂，我想撞埋佢，俾架先就打死咗。佢俾個撞，俾個板波甩我打死。哇！硬對手炸彈啦！喂，夾硬屈佢，哎呀！但係下中拳撐得起唔搏喎，咪鏟過去先啦，加 film， 再炸彈。哦，大鑊啦！咁啊 O.D 撞出唔出？咪又即個 set play， 兩個撞 C.A. 哇！黐線，呢個傷。呢兩個喂唔使俾任何氣，呢個同呢個傷害應該大過我俾晒所有氣。
Adjustment from Latif there.
Yeah, I think it was Bruce Lee trying to get a little bit antsy. Back-to-back drive rushes, continuously check, allowing himself to apply the mine, and then one big mistake of going into OD uppercut was all Latif needed, right? I think that was mostly Latif playing a lot more patient, right? Towards a very, very aggressive boost. I don't even think Boost needed to be that aggressive, genuinely.
But that's his play style, as we've seen earlier. Like he just likes playing very aggressive. The way that he demonstrated it against Colibri as well, he was very oppressive. And I feel like
you're right.
Boost just needs to find where he was in the first game in that spacing. It's really up to Latif to adjust to get out of that spacing where with the low forward, with the fierces, and then being able to whiff punish with the roundhouse.
That was sick as hell.
They both started the round with the drive rush.
咁啊全家係先講講，咁啊 parry 咗先，好啲撞咁咪穿魔失敗咗。有剪腳 ，parry 到個呢個司令嘅飛領上嚟㗎。咁啊星龍拳反擊，E反。哎呀冇事。望一望先，飛打翻入去，咁辛苦跳出嚟，掉咗個波頭啊！呢個應該 O.D 踩痛啲，痛少少，應該係7000幾喎大佬，好難超越。呢個好有人俾比氣。喂，迷之反波拳，拗下佢啦，睇下有冇計。咁啊冇擋到。
Latif really hasn't found the option against these ground fireballs yet as well. Like he's
parry 咗個波先，我對望。
Didn't see the drive rush cancel into it.
Parry.
Bruce Lee is still doing it despite Latif not even managing a charge, right?
起咗啦應該係咪？你好易啊！
And this time, we see Bruce Lee.
好啊，機殺！
That does catch Latif. Like it's really, really nice to see how they adapt and condition somebody. Because you saw Latif was standing.
哇！放波，
放咗先。再
拳腳，喂，哎呀 ！T.C 竟然唔出埋佢，竟然擋咗先，嗰個擋咗加 film 喎，幾度？咁啊喺壓制失敗咗啊！喂，架剪腳大俾對手個地波打停。咁啊好攻擊 push 過去俾對手解到頭啊！架剪腳。再上先冇多次啊！分到咗啊，正哇！瘋狂壓制啦可以，最重你都好驚喎！原地挑，人哋好，哇！較剪腳，好啲撞都係加 film 啊！咁腳打唔到，跳空對空，但係得唔得？擋到好似未有，就話套簡單嘅 position combo 之後就 damage on。又搏屈佢，搭中拳打中，咁啊搏個 EMB，
whether or not it hits, and then drive rush cancel again just to burn 3-4 bars at the beginning of the
打中對手做簡單嘅 combo 啦。咁啊，板邊嘅頭攻擊壓制，唔佢打中，咁啊 D 反俾人擋咗啦，痛啊呢個，點解？你俾level 3啊？點埋啦？
Not quite. Bar and a half. Yeah. Bar and a half with an extravagant amount of damage behind it. We'll definitely take that. Latif.
好，之後點？做打你俾樓先。
Yes, sir. Again, getting that objective off the table, pretty important to force Boots lead.
咁啊，用個中拳想 confirm CA 啦，見到就立中拳 level 3啦 ，level 2啊。又點嘅多次 ，impact， 哦中埋，死唔死啊？好似死喎，有 level 1喎。
Is it enough? No. One more.
跟少少，
Watch out for this overhead though.
唔敢埋去啦。
What is it? What's it gonna be?
唔用軍放波喎，咁啊俾人後頭。哇！咁樣 impact 撞升咁新嘅臨呢個死法，咁啊有啲好彩我覺得。睇下成晚啦，仲有9個字就完啦。
Oh, he might have said it, and Latif was like, "Oh my god."
真係咁啱得咁巧係咪？
Was that supposed to be OD cancel in the super? Was that supposed to be OD cancel in the super at all? Okay, your OD uppercut. Okay, I see. Damn, son. No, it wasn't. That wasn't the objective for him.
No, I thought he had mixed up. Like he didn't mean to do the OD rising upper. I thought he was gonna do like that was supposed to be a CA.
Oh, I see what you mean.
I think he was just. I think it was one of those pressure moments when you're in the scramble. You want to do the reversal to get them off of you, and they were literally both one hit away from each other. So it makes sense that he did that too. And Latif doing a DI there, I feel, was probably caught him. Was unexpected.
I mean, I would never have guessed that coming out. Genuinely, I would have never guessed that coming out under pressure in that regard. I thought it was going to be one of those instances where if he had bar, he would do like OD rising tackle and react to the couple of hits of impact if Terry is still grounded, but who knows at this point.
Yeah.
We'll figure it out later. We could ask him later. I don't know if he'll remember it. I don't think he'll want to remember it.
Yeah, I mean, you asked him just now, and he was like, I think he meant it. I think he meant to do it, so. Yeah. Good stuff on Latif, man, because that first game was kind of a wash, and I was like, damn. Yeah. And I felt like the strategy that Boost had going into that very last round, because he played super aggro. I mean, still typical, still standard, but he did see the bars on Latif's end. So I feel like you really don't want to play.
打一場打啊 ，Gucci 一場打啊，朱思忠1勝1敗。我聽日見到佢啊。
Latif introduced drive reversal 2 times throughout the whole set. Like he actually wasn't pushing Boost off away from him. I felt like if he just felt like he smothered him, he wouldn't have given Latif a chance to get that damage off. But all it took was one crouch strong.
I think so. Yeah, I think that makes a lot of sense. Like, we're going to have to watch that back for sure. I think there were a couple of moments where there were a few hiccups from the side of Boost. I think trying to recognize when to really go full throttle. I think he had really good shining moments as to when, but I think him kind of letting off the gas towards the end of it was kind of his downfall. Again, letting Bison breathe like that is kind of problematic.
Yeah, but I mean, it is.
We can say it, but we can't apply it, right? In the heat of the moment, it's totally different.
Yeah, it was definitely a scramble, and they both chose very.
打未啊？求下你喐啊
！Bison doesn't have a reversal, so he went for the
我死
DI
啦！
scramble, and it was.
唔喐我就唔喐噶啦。
So.
We'll take it.
Yeah, we'll take
absolutely
it.
Take it.
That's actually one of the changes that happened in Street Fighter 6. I don't think specifically to Terry, but there were a lot of characters like OD Mixer from Rashid. Because it was multiple hits, it was actually breaking the armor of DI as a reversal, and that wasn't really meant to happen. Like, you're going to have to either DI back parry or super in order to beat DI. So I think they took that away from the characters. OD reversals aren't meant to beat DI. So good stuff on the armor there. Worked out very much in Latif's favor.
今晚仲要努力，今晚仲要努力衝啊！
We are going to gather up a couple more players, if I'm not mistaken.
We are. I mean, so in winners, we still have Kings Vega versus Junior. So I think we're waiting to see that. But there's also, that's it for winners. So at this point, we might see some losers matches happen, but we still have that one winners. And I think we're still waiting for players. There's a lot of people playing back there.
That's right. We do have, a couple of significant updates. Squall 2-1 over Urio. Damn,
also
son.
one of the Viper Goats before he switched to Sakura. But Yeah, Squall.
That's true.
Squall was actually doing really, really well at combo.
打未啊？
Yeah, that's right, Professor Squall.
Yes, he is indeed a professor. So.
That's actually godlike. Lex 2-0ing Colibri. Rickman's Barnett 2-1 over Sayuji? Excuse me. Jiwa 2-1 over Kusanagi.
Interesting. Is it the French Kusanagi?
邊個西打晒你咩？睇下先。應該可能要等下邊烏魯沙西嗰邊搞掂咩之後就拱上台，跟住打埋。唔係啊 ，JR 對嗰個 Kingswick 都未打。Just 4 D 佢 Kobaya 喎，Just 4 Kid 啱啱輸完俾 JR， 而家打 Kobaya， 都幾金。又 Aqua 對流星。
Oh, wait, which one?
No. So Junior is here. Junior's playing against Kings Vega right
衝破10萬地嘅，24小時內嗰度衝破10萬地嘅球啊，都幾好衝。
So I'm just looking at the losers match right now. So Kobayan is still in it, but Jack is going to have to fight Kobayan for a place in top 48 tomorrow.
That's crazy. That's too many geefs in the kitchen, if you ask me. That's a lot. That's a lot of hefty
Geefs are thriving.
They really are. They be eating in the last.
多謝老貓嘅 follow 啊！
I don't have to ever compete in it. Like, I can say what I want. I can say what I want about it. Hold it against me. I don't care. Zangief's kind of cool right now.
差唔多完㗎啦。
Keep that in mind though. Again with
聽日11點啊！
He played it so well.
咁啊又有我。
Really good adaptation, and for like a 2 out of 3, it's really good to get that implemented as soon as you possibly.
蘇記咩輸咗？一陣間你見到蘇記啦。
But if we're going to continue as the players are getting ready
差唔多出現。
setting up in the winners on stage, we do have again Jack versus Kobayan and losers, and then the last losers match is going to be Aqua versus Ryusei. Aqua unfortunately took down the hometown hero, Team Liquid's nephew. You owed him.
Hey, good for Aqua.
Yeah, good for Aqua. Sad for us. But again, we're going to see Aqua versus Ryusei, so there's actually going to be a battle of 2 Japanese players.
係啊，11點啊。
Say that one more time versus Ryusei. You said Aqua versus Ryusei, right?
Yeah.
I wanted to double check. I heard that correctly. That's kind of rough. I think that's something that has happened more often than not, whether in an official capacity or even training partners, because I do believe Aqua does get to study with Ryusei pretty often.
Yeah.
Right?
So they're like the training partners.
Yeah,
so
especially in preparation.
So if they're playing against each other and they're training partners, we're going to see some stuff happen.
Not necessarily. I think there's going to be a lot more respect in regards to like.
有啦，蘇記。
It's not that there's less respect. It's just because you already know your players' habits. You're going to start doing some funky things that you typically wouldn't see in the first round or first game in a tournament. So we'll
打完蘇記陣間又有蘇記。
if we get a chance to see it, because I know
成個點數都係蘇記，成個比賽都係蘇記。
I think we still have plenty of time, so we may see it.
I do understand that notion for sure. I think when it comes to them two, though, I think there will be a little bit of timidity until the big opening moment happens on offense, right? You get a significant knockdown, you do get Oki going. That's going to be happening more so from the side of Aqua, more so in comparison to Ryusei. I think Ryusei is going to be the one to kind of set up with JP.
Yeah.
You get that knockdown, create some space for yourself, and then establish dominance with your projectiles. Majority of the time. I don't think Blanca is going to be in a great position to actually contest as much. Sure, you can navigate around ghosts. You could possibly Blanca ball around maybe departure if you read it correctly, on time, etc. But Triglov is just too much of a problem to stop, or at least for Blanca to navigate around, genuinely.
I was going to say, I think it's going to be a battle of who has better usage of the level 2s between that matchup.
Blank 下打蘇記啊，呢個。
Yeah, we could definitely see that happening. It come to fruition, but as it is, we'll get there when we get there. In front.
正步啊，仲要呢隻蘇記未輸過。
Is going up.
勁到傻。
Last time we heard of Kings Vega, over at Topanga, if I'm not mistaken.
Is that where it was? Oh yes, that's right. Yes. They were playing matches. He is very actively competing in Topanga as well. Wins and losses.
As it is.
A decent record.
Kings Vega.
有波 watch 過去，俾人點翻轉頭，後賽 MVP 打中啊，但冇紅分。踢到腳。打咁彈對手啊，落彈。攻擊。咁啊解頭成功啊，咁啊後頭換邊。
Actually, I wouldn't know. I mean, all the Zengi players, you got me. You let me know. I haven't been able to test.
喂，踢早，我招200。跳，喂跳到背脊，哇！呢個自己壓埋自己個冰濕。後賽一下大擋唔到啲飯。一下撩到。喂，咁啊，我縮翻後啊，咁啊拉開佢。講到，講多次。 咪 burn out 咗啊？唔係咁啊，啲鏡頭高煙皮啦，就跳下去。有一次，死咗啦，無限攻擊㗎。咁啊，見到佢博個食啲喎，呢個真係呢個好啲咩？因為出錯招，跟住兜唔到，咁啊唯有 level 2。
Blanca airborne into the lariat, right? That's usually what the Zengi players would go for. And you don't see it from Junior's reaction, shaking his head. He had to force the kill with a level 2, but again, not what he wanted.
Yeah, not at all, especially when you're holding the level 3 as Zengi.
咁啊攞單對手，咁啊下重腳電。因為我諗可能佢覺得一定要 level 2先殺到，所以博套可以博 level 2嘅咁，而且嗰套唔得。跳翻出嚟，好彩咁啊俾人升咗出去啊！D 反擋咗，英對空，好彩 burn out 咗啦，3個再 impact， 今次俾我識分模嚟㗎，孖拳3MP 孖拳。咁正頭，唔正頭，哇！呢個應該得嘅喎。咁啊，食咗一個好中腳死咗。Heavy 擋到，掃低個對手啊！想正頭壓制，失敗咗，人升 ，watch 過去，嗱冇用啊！burn out 咗，咁快10秒 burn out 咗嘅，等動咗對手，咁啊再攻擊壓制。掟咗攻擊出去啊！咁啊再中拳撩一下，中拳 level 2開咗啦。公仔飛過去，咁啊碌晒縮後，一搞公仔，但係都係冇用。飛到完結咗，咁啊鏟中咗對手啦，落單720有啊！咁啊，一半血喺度，跑過去，俾人對手輕拳截停咗，博個鏟腳埋尾，咁啊 combo 嚟呢個，個頭攻擊，咁啊斬殺先，E 反出翻去啊，咁啊要贏咧就要 all in 嘅咁。中拳打中，哎呀大三巴打空咗啊，第一下中啊！俾要 blank 下先領到第一燈嘅勝利，第一鋪勝利啊！
It being a little bit too far out because of the pushback as well. Not able to sustain. Oh no, Junior's got his hands on his head, yo.
I mean, things just worked out so unfortunately for him, and that's actually been a very consistent beef problem. That if you're able to get the punish counter off the stampeding punch,
高啲撞講到啊，咁拳
does whiff, but he felt like it was a little close enough, and he
挑俾人對空啊，我俾人 heavy 擋咗啊！ 咪輕腳後脆落單咗對手，後隨多次，後隨2次，後隨3次，擋唔到個攻擊，咁啊俾人推翻走，但係 burn out 咗啊！鏟中咗對手攻擊打空啦，咁啊孖腳門邊，之後就一個限切，俾人撞攻擊，攻完敲下佢先，咁啊落單咗對手。拉後對手唔攻擊打中啦，啊再蒸頭，哎呀 Blanca 解答成功啊 ，Blanca 識解頭，咁啊撩下下重拳啦，打一下撞，中拳打中，佢飛埋板邊啦，中拳打中，死咗，死晒200死埋，倒腳添，倒幾得滯。 入咗啊 King's Figure 嘅 match point， 正頭打空咗，用腳確反，咁啊後脆，哇！見面5秒 burn out 新紀錄，嗱我都唔係好理啦。後脆睇個指跳，乜都中啊！要打中，安埋 O D 嘅孖拳，咁啊 watch 過去搭掣，再正頭打空對手，會唔會試佢啊？對手用個好撞翻出嚟，原地挑，俾人 level， 俾人 O D 撞 ，O D 轉對空。 後賽正頭打中啊！黃卡登。
Fighting back against the cause of defeat.
Yeah, he's fighting for his tournament life right now.
You have to at this point.
I lied. No, this is winners. That's just
呢個壓制3MP 打中，咁啊推正頭啦，咁啊用孖拳打佢，俾人中拳再抌上天，然後再攞單對手。 鏡頭打空咗，但係 level 2啊開，咁啊睇下都係前後前嘅嗰定，係啦，靚公仔，喂咁就後跳避可能驚對手 level 3，咁啊公仔走咯，係咁原地跳，Junior 都係唔放個 level 3出嚟，撳咗掣，咁我食咗個 level 1啦，咁啊都好驚嘅 level，喂搏中。哇！一拳一下喺度level 3啊！講咗先，好低咗，打中啊！哎呀，但甩咗招啊！哦，最後都係自己鏡頭攬落。一。
Come here, you! I've been trying to get you in this for days.
I mean, he was a little nervous there because I think he knew that he dropped the combo into
the
early barrier to get the level 3 off, but luckily was still able to SPD the
我頭打中，咁啊搏招啦，200，衝埋去打對手，個頭擊，對手搞頭啊！我又頂公仔，衝埋去俾對手打完咗 ，OD 咁啊有肩劈，咁啊食咗個哇咁樣搏招。都要雖然個重腳之後冇嘢搏，掃低對手啊想，但係點知俾對手打翻停，我200埋尾，入到一次入呢個Frank嘅 match point 啦。重腳點中頭錘，MVP 打中，搏呢個 Mark 啦，中拳鏡頭打我對手 parry， 之後就再 watch。頭錘3MP 打中，頭錘 reset， 再蒸頭，好快速度攞翻個 perfect 啊！
You want another one? Yeah. I don't know. They both got level 2s. Yeah. We're gonna see a Blanca level 2 come out right now.
好嘛，10分鐘。
Oh, never mind. You know what? Don't worry about it.
頭錘，喂，得唔得？唔得啊！我應該早咗少少佢。所以食咗個，所以就應該係唔係即係本身頭，就俾對手level 3打翻轉頭。會 burn out 啊？未 burn out。我想打對 burn out 咗，空拳，哦煙劈到啊！痛啊呢個，會唔會再有一次煙劈啊？都冇嘢做嘅因為。咁啊煙到死為止啊！一定係啦。冰 flick 啊，2-1。
It's a tough call. Kings Vega
未輸過，因為咁咪會輸啊嘛，大佬。未輸過，但始終有第一次。E W Day 3 lose 晒，而家又輸咗個。
Really sick setups that he had with Blanca there.
And he's got some nice air maxes too. I like that.
Oh, I see it. I love that. He got the clean fit going on.
Nice work. Honestly, man, that's just how it goes. Like Kings Vega, he didn't have like the best start or the best types of results when he entered into Ponga League, but I'll tell you what, where it matters here is in the offline CPTs.
Yeah.
And he is damn well proven it. Excellent Blanca, excellent counterplay against Junior specifically.
Yeah.
I want to see where he runs with it further on in the bracket, genuinely.
I really like that DI that he did in the end because a lot of people
丟 Kelvin 跌咗落去咯，跌咗落去咯。輸啊！點解？輸得好多啊！
And then Junior was ready with the charge fears as an anti-air, but it didn't clip him as an anti-air, so he was ready to DI.
我都係 Day 3咯，但係唔係 lose 晒嘅。
Good situational like recognition from Kings Vega, so good stuff on him. I mean, he deserves it. That was really good play.
I think he's made a lot of very significant call-outs against Junior, what he wanted to do as well, and I think he played it damn near perfect. I mean, we've seen what he did with a lot of his meter. We saw him kind of go through that early aggression to kind of force Junior off a really unorthodox pace.
level 3出得有啲差，應該我覺得level 3基本就跳到，咪即係睇住跳咯，咁佢都唔係一個，即係都唔係一個，都係 block 緊嘅時候跳。Day 3都48個，好多都晒晒。勁硬勁啊！但係你都要捱到好後，呢個打，呢個咪11點打啦，打到之後。
Like technically had the right reads, he just kind of missed the execution up just a little bit. Yeah, again, we talked about it earlier. We had to spend the level 2 because he dropped the combo to get the juggle. In order to seal the first round, and then just like at the very last round,
你輸喎，Day 3 lose 晒
on the backdash that Kings Vega did there against level 3.
咁啊，睇下佢可唔可以喺敗咗打上去。
You kind of bet it all. You bet it all on black, or you bet it all on green. You're a heathen if you bet it all on green. Let's usually bet it on black.
No red? I bet it on black. I'm surprised you went for green instead of red. Because that green is crazy.
No, that's what I'm saying. You're a heathen if you bet it all on green. Because that's really, really making the hard read there. But it worked out.
That's fair. I was so surprised when you picked green instead of red. I'm like, damn, that's
a mix-up.
That's ultra degenerate.
There's actually a story with L.I. Joe there from Evo a couple years ago. I'm just going to go through it real quick because the next match is coming up. But Joe, we were all betting on black per usual.
下一場啦
And then Joe randomly
，Just
comes in
AK
and puts 100
對 Kobaya 又係輸完佬啦。呢個輸完佬唔會輸啊你。 根本就
That's actually mad evil. When you see
話俾你知咩叫最強蘇聯佬，
on one color,
兩個境界，
you'd be like, yo, let me in that action.
Well, we should have believed in Joe.
差唔多就成條杯啦，2點成條杯咯。點零就開台，話要揀食個飯。
No, he just walked by and whatever was available, he did it.
Okay.
But speaking about Zangief, getting back on track, this is the match that I was excited to talk about or wanted to see at least on stage because again, this is the losers run because we did see Junior put Jack into losers earlier. We saw the same exact matchup, the Mai versus Zangief.
Yeah. Well, we'll see if he's gonna be able to find the adjustments necessary. But
No,
I'll tell you
but-
what, Kobeon, he's got insane killing.
喂，咁啊扣反落單，
His understanding of
啊
character
擋咗先，中拳撩下佢，中咗拳打唔到對手放線啦，後菜對空冇啊，咁啊俾箭頭扣反，俾扭埋添，大鑊啦，瞬間俾啊！咁啊應該用呢個啦，呢度攞撥成架差唔多，嗰個揸機嗰個超必殺員都大，一開波就好快速攞你第一燈，打到對手惡招。 再波㗎，兩下咁啊！打我對手整啲 reset 鏡頭失敗咗，就俾人打翻轉頭，跌翻出嚟食個星都好啊！我覺得咁啊搞頭，咁啊食 OD 線，咁啊後跳避一避，攻拳冇事啊！攻拳你攞單啊！你有事啦！依家用個 watch 轉翻出去，如果下中拳咁啊 level 2啊要。 level 1都得應該，唔使喎，level 0咁大嘅。
With the final enhancements, Jack clutching it out with a very, very high damage combo. Nice work.
鷹頭。
Bang, that's one. Makes me pretty nervous. No more fans available on the table.
對空，哎呀，對手用個撞咧避咗個對空。佢成啲聰明啊！喺後頭咁啊唔聰明啊呢個位。跳。 咁啊打到對手，買拳落單，空頭，啲領頭，咁啊再捧頭，唔係好快速咁大。
That was black or green, Sherry.
That is black or green, yes.
That was black.
I mean, it was because the level 3 was there. Like, was he ready for the commitment to the level 3?
No.
I mean, are we really going to see the jury work, like, come out here? Because we've only seen the Mai come out against Zangief. But honestly, I don't think Jack likes the jury Geef matchup.
I was just about to ask, right? I was going to be picking at a little bit of the personal relationships now. What is it about Jack when it comes to the matchup? Like, why is he so reluctant to play jury?
I mean, I think in the general matchup,
一日俾蘇聯佬雙殺，嗰個得4 K 個感覺係。
Jury does a lot off low forwards, and she likes throwing the Fuhas, which are low, right? Zangief usually hops over it, able to get a conversion if there's a counter hit.
Fair.
But
I can see that. I can see that. In certain ranges, it's not going to be as effective towards the game plan you would want to lock somebody down. I could understand that. But that's one of the many aspects that could maybe foil Jack's plan as jury. But if he's going to go jury is going to be the choice for tournament life.
中拳打中 TC 攞單啦，咁拉後啦 ，Uri 都救你唔到啦，嚟波。喂 ，Rolling Bear 失敗咗，對手跳過咗，個反啦。咁撩翻個中腳失敗咗，咁啊波腳撩對手俾嬲咗，冇中拳啦，咁呢個用靠呢招反個煙平佢，level 1都冇用，俾人點埋去。 咁就暈咗啦，我儲風水，跳多一次，起晒乜都死咯。
Had plenty of drive gauge left in the store to get an OD, get a little bit of the kicks in, get a little bit more of the drive rush cancels in. Just a kid looking a lot healthier in this game in comparison to all the other Zangief matches he's played.
Yeah.
倒低咗啊！睇下點啊！
That button was notoriously known for being difficult to whiff punish.
Not in this season.
Nope, not at all.
And we take that all across the board. Oh, he tried it. That would have been much more
喂，佢又係呢個一招，今次又呢對都避過咗啦。咁啊擋頂住啊！咁俾人撩下中㗎，再 rush 打中咗啊！但係冇嘢噃。空拳打空咗啊！俾對手抗反啊！1-1。
Locking up Kobe onto the freezer. Not going to be able to get any action, at least in game 2. Just a kid with the rebuttal. We love to see it with his main.
We do love seeing it, and then you see the introduction of the low forward come in, and we saw it with Mai too. But in the neutral, it's very difficult for Zengi to fight against.
開波俾人 wash 咗入
嘅。
我後備咗，咁啊想拉跳，咁動下中拳打中，再立中拳打咗下。哎呀，食咗個波，然之後俾人 wash 過添。埋埋一場，空拳飛翻出去，咁啊輕佢打中，又自己頭失敗咗啦，拉住條仔嘅，跟住下次要望住個天嘅。哎呀，中波頭啊，大 Q 啊你！啊，兩個 wash， 然後再 combo， 唔死就報埋呢個1。有個跳到 MVP 孖拳埋尾，有個最靚嘅 OK， 喂咁啊 delay 咗唔頭錘，好少見佢指定頭錘㗎啦。但係開始用3MP 壓制咧，又唔精頭，即係又唔跳。我估得幾好啊，咗4 K。咁撳掣失敗咗，俾人 wash 過你，推埋牆壓制，踢，哎呀咁啊又踢，雙勾咗，咁啊係咁啊全腳壓制，再。我翻唔到啊，俾嬲咗又。咁啊，再嚟一個。咁啊，拳腳打中對手，搏升對空，終於有啦。咁啊，打中對手，俾唔俾？俾埋啦。咁啊，應該死嘅呢個，雖然好嘅傷害。冇錯，咁啊 ，match one。
Be as real as you want.
This actually works out really well in Jack's favor because now he doesn't have to be scared to pressure at all. There is no threat of a level 3 being mashed out against you. You can keep your streaks going, but Kobayashi might not get a chance to the corner now.
拉後少少啊！哎呀咁啊，地波係地下嘅攻擊啦，咁啊嗰個統數員加唔到，加添拱頭咁就佢版面屈機啦，哦死咗啦應該。啊未啊，好似未喎，哦唔得啦，擋到，係啊！啲蘇聯佬雙殺啊，得4 K， 冇晒笑容啦，平時會望鏡頭，依家冇啦，你冇心機望，心情大糟。有咩慘過俾蘇聯佬？有咩慘過打蘇聯佬？打蘇聯佬2次。好，呢首歌4 K， 呢首歌我送俾你。點解啦？點解？因為呢套歌蘇聯。慘㗎！呢兩隻蘇聯佬真係最慘嘅人。
佢叫改嘅高戰鬥，佢嘅高戰鬥，佢對高戰鬥，無論何時，無論何地戰鬥，蘇聯佬真係勁。佢嘅故事。
仲有佢 Win 咪輸 Junior 啦。日本嘅蘇聯佬咯。
Ramsey is different. I don't care what anybody says. That guy is actually mad creative when it comes to offense. He is like one of my favorites to watch. Alongside Men RD, when the Zangief does come out, but I think he's going to be on the back burner for a little bit because of his current progression with So
it's a struggle.
So low.
Life's hard when Zangief's around.
Tournament life is hard, especially in
That's
a 2
fair.
out of 3.
If you're a spectator, though, you love that.
For spectators, I feel their pain. I've been there, so I feel their pain when I'm getting SPD'd after a headbutt.
I have never been there in this game. I'll tell you what. I have never, and that's fine with me.
好，仲有
But look at
最後
who
3
we
場。
have next. Speaking of Japan and
哇
their E from, let's
！View
go
成
back
咩
to
多個
Japan.
多個
We
斜
have
號嘅喂。
Ryusei.
Not our Yusei, but Ryusei.
That's actually pretty sick. If he has
View
a
dash
his name
out
and
dash
R
Yusei.
That'd be kind of cool.
Shout out to R Yusei, bro.
Yeah, it is definitely 100% Ryusei. Sorry, production. We are so sorry. And that's definitely Aqua under that mask. No fooling. Oh, come on, guys.